Please like and share the video, and follow the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Chapter 2503, Are You Going to Forcibly Take Me Back? Call out. Xianxia's eight-sided shield flew countless distances instantly, smashing through the super mountains formed by 7 or 8 planets. Countless smoke and dust rose into the sky, covering the sun here, making tens of millions of miles like the end of the world. The aftermath of the impact also slammed on Emperor Shuyuzhou's body. However, Xianxia's eight-sided shield weakened the power of the dagger, and the defense formed in a hurry by His Highness Shuning also blocked the offensive dagger from the outside. Do not. Elder Jingji's expression changed drastically. Emperor Shuyuzhou also changed his look. Elder Jingji, the trump card that had been buried for countless years, unexpectedly missed. Countless years of lurking are to cause irreparable losses to the Shuning faction at a critical moment. But, now that Elder Jingji is exposed, he hasn't played much role at all. His attack was unexpectedly blocked and greatly weakened. The person who blocked his attack was Su Lang from the Eternal Realm of the Four Realms. From now on, Elder Jingji turned from the dark to the bright, and he could no longer carry out a sneak attack. I'm saved. It was Su Lang who saved me, but he actually saved me. His Royal Highness Shu Ning felt the crisis dissipate, and when he was extremely horrified, he was also relieved. Without Su Lang's power to block the attacks of Elder Jingji for her, she would have no certainty to withstand this sudden attack. Immediately after. Fast, shrink the defense line, we withdraw. Before Shu Ning's thoughts, the order reached the remaining 4 elders. Their purpose is to take Su Lang away. At this time, Jingji rebelled, one decayed, and his own combat power was greatly inferior to the opponent's. Su Lang had already handled, so naturally it was the best strategy. Moment. His Royal Highness Shuning, Elders Yu, Elder Xie, Elder Zhang, and a grown-up elder, wrapped Su Lang and ran away. As for Elder Jingji, when the sneak attack failed, he had already withdrawn from the Shuning faction in order to prevent himself from being besieged. Damn it, Gogs have such a strong defense against Eternal Emperor soldiers. The shield just now is the weapon of the peak level of the 5 Eternal Realm. Even me, I don't have such a powerful defense against Eternal Emperor soldiers. The weird shield must be the treasure that the little shards got along with the inheritance, it. Quote. Even if Emperor Shuyuzhou broke his head, Su Lang had such a powerful defense ability. In his mind, he kept playing back the scene of Xianxia's eight-sided shield blocking Elder Jingji. The whole person was hateful and sour. The Eternal Emperor soldier at the pinnacle of the 5 Eternal Realm. Emperor Shuyuzhou estimated that Doshu ancestors could have such weapons. As for himself, there are only ordinary 5 Eternal Emperor soldiers. Except for Emperor Shuyuzhou, the rest of the strong Jade cultivators were also dumbfounded. The originally foolproof sneak attack plan was broken by Su Lang's variable, which really made people stare. At this time, His Royal Highness Shuyu, his subordinates are not doing well. Seeing that Emperor Shuyuzhou's face was ugly, Elder Jingji immediately appealed to him. It doesn't matter to you. Quickly, catch up with them, no matter what the goods are. Emperor Shuyuzhou's eyes were about to split, his eyes were red, and he rushed up while giving orders. Kill Su Lang's small chopsticks. There are people from the Shuning faction, don't even want to leave. Quote. Elder Jingji and others followed suit one after another, chasing after him. In fact, even though Emperor Shuyuzhou was horrified, his reaction was still very fast, and he chased him out within milliseconds. How terrifying is the speed of the 7 Eternal Realm. All at once plundered countless distances, chased after the tail, endlessly. The other side. Oh, don't hold me up, I said it, they can't catch me. Even if you want to kill me, it's impossible. Stop, is this going to forcibly take me back? Quote. Su Lang muttered helplessly as he retracted the collapsed 8-sided shield into the storage space. If you like the one-key training system, please collect it in an instant. mtlnovel.com, the one-key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million-level literature. Chapter 2504, Surrounded Again, Su Lang. We know you are very capable, but the use of such heaven-defying methods will definitely pay a great price. So let's take you away. His Royal Highness Shu Ning said immediately, the front is about to leave the space-time blockade formation. Then we can jump in space and shuttle directly to the established coordinates. Not bad. Little friend Su Lang, now that Emperor Shuyu Zhou is going crazy, we can't be careless. Yes, right, quickly return to the site of our Shuning faction, and then find an absolutely hidden place, retreat him for tens of billions of years, then you will not be afraid of Emperor Shuyu Zhou. Quote. The other four elders were also talking about it, and their gazes towards Su Lang still had a deep horror. There are countless turbulent waves in his heart, which cannot be calmed for a long time. Alright, I am too lazy to toss. Find a quiet place to retreat for a period of time, and you will be invincible in Dudu Joyu. Su Lang nodded sadly, and then let His Highness Shuning carry him forward. Because it has not left the time and space forbidden area, the means of traveling through time and space is temporarily impossible. As long as they come for a while, everyone will be able to leave this area. But Emperor Shuyu Zhou and others are obviously not vegetarians. Especially the array they arranged has reached the eternal level of the 6 universes. This level of formation is now beyond Su Lang's controllable range. At present, Su Lang can refine the formation of the 4 eternal realm. The formation that can be usurped by the array control function is one level lower than the highest level formation that can be refined by the 1 key formation function, and so. Su Lang is currently able to refine the 4 eternal realm array, so he can only control the 3 eternal realm array. At this moment, just as Su Lang and the others were about to leave this area, His Royal Highness Shuning and the others showed joy. Buzzing, countless golden array text suddenly appeared out of thin air, forming an extremely thick array barrier. This barrier is the core of the eternal barrier formation at the expense of the super barrier, and its power has reached the eternal state of the 7 universes. Although it can only last a moment, but it was enough to stop Su Lang, Shuning and the others for a while, so that Emperor Shuyu Zhou and the others could catch up. Bad. Their formation can actually break out temporarily. Everyone will do their best to break this barrier. His Highness Shuning's expression sank, and immediately waved the Eternal Emperor soldier in his hand, and slayed fiercely towards the formation barrier in front. The same is true for Elder Xie and others, even the explosive secret technique has been deployed. The next moment, 5 incomparably gorgeous magical powers slammed into the barrier. Click. After a short pause, the entire formation barrier fell apart, and countless arrays were wiped out, the eyes become wide open. But, His Royal Highness Shu Ning and others were not happy at all. Because Emperor Shuyuzhou and others have caught up, and what they shattered was only the barrier condensed by the formation. As long as the formation did not completely collapse, the power of time and space forbidden would still exist in a short time. Haha, the Emperor Shuyuzhou, as well as the 7 Eternals such as Jingji took advantage of Shu Ning and the others, and their figures passed by Su Lang, Shu Ning and others. In a blink of an eye, the 8 Eternals, including Shuyu, formed a tight encirclement of the 5 Eternals of His Highness Shuning and Su Lang. Not good, we are surrounded, what to do, our combat power is too weak than the opponent. Originally, there was Jingji, our 6 Eternal 7 Eternals, and the 7 Eternals of the Cultivating Jade group can get away, but now. Damn Jingji, you handsome husband, old thief Kangran, I have never seen such a brazen person like you. Quote. His Highness Shuning, Elder Yu and others saw that they were completely surrounded, and they were suddenly anxious. The eyes of everyone looking at Elder Jingji were filled with endless resentment and hatred, and they almost wished that Elder Jingji's body was broken into pieces. But Elder Jingji didn't change his face, showing that his face had been cultivated to a level thicker than the sky. If you like the 1 Key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com, the 1 Key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million level literature. Chapter 2505. The battle is on the verge of, ha 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 ha. Su Lang Miscellaneous, and you, the rebellious party of the Shuning faction, now you are dead. When Emperor Shuyuzhou looked at the anxious His Royal Highness Shuning and the others, his ugly expression suddenly eased, and he even sneered. Su Lang, hand over the inheritance, we can spare you not to die. And you, Elder Xie, you are gone, if you are willing to join our Royal Highness Shuyu, you can save your lives. Hehe. But your Highness Shu Ning, you will definitely die, Dudu Universe only needs 1 Highness. Quote. Elder Jingji and other 7 Eternal Realms also sneered at Su Lang and His Royal Highness Shuning and others, and tried to persuade them to surrender. Wu Ba, Elder Yu looked gloomy and sipped directly at the traitor, Elder Jingji. Emperor Shuyuzhou, Don't think that there are more of you, we can't escape here. As long as we persist until the formation is annihilated, if you want to block our way, it won't be enough. Elder Xia's expression was cold, his body was murderous and full of fighting spirit. Is it? Look at that, what is that? Emperor Shuyuzhou laughed and looked in the direction where everyone came. What? Elder Xie, His Royal Highness Shu Ning and others started their spiritual thoughts, and suddenly found that the 12 six-plane eternal realms had not caught up. Instead, they took out brand new formations and replaced the broken ones. In an instant, the formation that was extremely bleak and shattered soon was restored to a brand new one. Buzzing, brighter rays burst out brightly, closing this time and space. If there is no such people as Shuyuzhou. In fact, these 6 eternal formations cannot withstand the bombardment of His Highness Shu Ning and others. But with the presence of Emperor Shuyuzhou and others, they would never give His Highness Shu Ning and others a chance to destroy the formation. In other words, this battle is almost inevitable. Emperor Shuyuzhou, since you want to fight, then fight. I want to see how much you have grown over the years. The expression on His Highness Shu Ning's face returned to normal, and the voice said lightly. Face the danger. She calmed down. Fighting power will be brought to its peak. Humph. Growth. What if my growth is not much? Anyway, I don't need to rely on a little more than you to grow and to deal with you. The 7 universe powers around me are my most powerful support. Emperor Shuyuzhou opened his arms, looked around at the crowd, and burst into laughter, as if everything was under control. Yes, in his opinion, it is absolutely impossible for Su Lang to use such escape methods again. Otherwise, how could it be possible for Shu Ning to run away, and just run away without fragrance? Well, the current Su Lang and Shu Ning factions are the real turtles in the urn. Shuyu, you only have this skill. With external forces, you will never compare to me. Emperor Shu Ning tried to delay time and think about countermeasures. Ha ha, Shu Ning, are you thinking about countermeasures? Then you might as well think about how to be decent. If you suddenly change your mind and don't want to die, you can tell me. As long as you obey me 100%, I may not spare your life. After all, we are all the blood inherited from the ancestors of Do Shu. If you really want to be true, I'm still your brother. Emperor Shuyuzhou laughed, his eyes filled with excitement. Brother. Sorry, I don't think I have such a trash brother like you. Stop talking nonsense, come and see if you can keep us. Emperor Shu Ning Zhou really couldn't think of a good way, so he could only make a head-on wave. By the time, after doing everything, there is still hope to escape with Su Lang. As long as they escape with Su Lang, they will surely come back. Ho asterisk 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 ho. Okay, since you want to die with all your heart, then I will fulfill you. The Emperor Shuyuzhou looked grim, and let out bursts of nightly sneer. War is war. Today I kill one of you without losing money, killing 2 to earn blood. Quote. Elder Xie, Elder Yu and others showed terrifying killing intent. Emperor Shuyuzhou and the others were also smiling, their expressions gloomy, their eyes sharp like a fluffy silver needle. If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com, the One Key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million level literature. Chapter 2506. Su Lang, absolutely not instant time. The two sides collided with horror. If it weren't for the formations surrounding it, the safekeeping of the world would be a mess, and the planet-like tall mountains would be crushed into plains. At the moment of tension, the war is about to begin. But at this moment, hold on, Su Lang's faint voice came. I don't know if his voice has magical power. Once it appeared, it loosened the extremely tense atmosphere a bit. Su Lang. Emperor Shu Ning looked at Su Lang with all doubts in his eyes. Su Lang, what else do you have to say? Could it be that in the face of the horror of death, arrogant, are you planning to surrender to me? Emperor Shuyuzhou climbed up again with a sneer and disdain. Emperor Shuyuzhou, you are so fanatical, isn't it just for me? Su Lang's expression was faint, with the courage that the universe collapsed in front of him without changing his face. It's for your inheritance, the Emperor Shuyuzhou said, and the 8 million universe origins I gave you and the heavenly materials and earth treasures worth hundreds of millions of universe origins. He has not disclosed the detailed number of the incident of being scammed by Su Lang. Including his henchmen, they only knew that he was pitted on the origin of the universe and the treasures of heaven and earth. Now he is convinced that Su Lang is about to end, and Shu Ning faction is about to end. Anyway, the venue was found back, so I simply revealed the specific figures. And this time, the specific number of his pitfalls came out. Everyone present could not help but be shocked, dumbfounded. 8 million universe origins, a treasure of heaven and earth worth hundreds of millions of the origin of the universe. Oh my god, Emperor Shu Yuzhou has been pitted by Su Lang so much. This is definitely an extremely rare case of being pitted in the history of Dudu universe. Awesome, Su Lang, Emperor Shu Ningzhou and others, and even the subordinates of Emperor Shu Yuzhou, looked at Su Lang with shock. Okay. The inheritance and your belongings are all in my body. You let your highness Shuning them free, I can go with you. Su Lang shrugged his shoulders with a smile. Now, are you still afraid that I can run away? What, you have a day of succumbing. Oh, you are for Shuning and the others, tisk tisk, it's so song and tear, I was moved. Okay, I promise you, you come here obediently now and enter my universe of life, I will let them go. Emperor Shu Yuzhou narrowed his eyes, revealing a dangerous light in his excitement. No, Su Lang, absolutely not. Emperor Shu Yuzhou is a fat ***** who breaks his promise, don't be fooled by him. His Highness Shuning's expression changed drastically, and he immediately stopped Dao. Yes, little friend Su Lang, we can protect you from escape. Even if I abandon this cultivation base, as long as I can see you help His Highness Shu Ning kill Shu Yu bastard, I will have no regrets. Little friend Su Lang, don't give up any hope. Elder Xie and others also immediately persuaded. But Emperor Shu Yuzhou's face went dark, so I lied to Su Lang. I am afraid that Su Lang lied to me. We met right away. You can do this for me, I'm very grateful. This matter started because of me, you should go. Su Lang looked back at His Royal Highness Shuning and the others, and while talking, he secretly hinted. If this really fights, the Shuning faction might be dead. This could have been avoided, so Su Lang did not want to see it. Then, he stood up and sacrificed himself, in exchange for Shu Yu and others to abandon the battle and let Shuning's people leave. By the time, even if Su Lang was caught by Shu Yu, he could leave as he pleased. Moreover, Emperor Shu Yuzhou wants to lock him into his life universe so that he can be monitored at all times. This is really a great thing to send to the door. The fool who did this last time was the 2.5-step eternal bliss. At that time, Su Lang taught the two fools of bliss a profound lesson. If Emperor Shu Yuzhou really took him into the universe of life, he would have to repeat the same mistakes in his custody and be smashed once by Su Lang. And so, Su Lang wanted to ask His Royal Highness Shuning and others at this time, you go quickly, don't hinder me from pitting Yuzhou Emperor. If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com, the One Key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million level literature. Chapter 2507, I'll accompany you to fight but. His Royal Highness Shuning and others obviously did not notice Su Lang's hint. In other words, I noticed it, and didn't intend to believe in Su Lang. The thoughts of His Royal Highness and the others are similar to those of Emperor Shu Yuzhou and others. They feel that Su Lang is already struck. No, we can't let you be caught by that ***** Shu Yu. Not only because of your inheritance, but also because you just saved my life. His Royal Highness Shuning shook his head very solemnly, as if he didn't agree with him. Correct. We will never accept your life in exchange for our safety. Little friend Su Lang, this old man is at the end of his life. As long as I can rescue you and your Highness Shuning, I will die without regret. Elder Xie and others also said very solemnly. The corners of Su Lang's mouth twitched, and he hinted very clearly, why Shu Ning and others still have a tendon. Ha ha ha, it's really laughing at me. Su Lang, stop talking nonsense, come here now. Emperor Shu Yuzhou looked at the scene ahead and suddenly sneered. However, he also had a little lemon in his heart. Su Lang was a lie to him, a pit, but to Shu Ning and others he could do this. Did all the reasons deceive Su Lang? If you were frank with Su Lang in the first place, would you get Su Lang's friendship, and then exchange inheritance with each other, or even a wave of prostitutes? No, Su Lang, you can't pass. Don't go there, or we will do it right away. When His Royal Highness Shu Ning and others saw Emperor Shu Yuzhou let Su Lang pass, they immediately shouted. Why don't you believe that I can run away again? Su Lang sighed in his heart, very helpless. But looking at the appearance of Shuning and others, it was obviously not a joke. Once he really goes to self-investment, then he will definitely start a war. Humph. Xu Ning, don't be stubborn. Su Lang comes to my side, you leave safely, this is your best choice. Emperor Shu Yuzhou frowned, and his patience was almost exhausted. Impossible. We will never agree. His Royal Highness Xu Ning's expression was cold, and he meant to regard death as home. You are looking for death. Emperor Shu Yuzhou burst into rage in his eyes, gritted his teeth, and made a rattling noise. Stop it, listen to me. Su Lang raised his hand and pressed both sides. Suddenly, everyone on both sides stared at Su Lang, ready to hear what he said. But see, since His Highness Xu Ning insists on doing this. Su Lang nodded to His Royal Highness Xu Ning and other 5 people, then I will accompany you to fight. Okay. Xu Ning and the others didn't talk much, and nodded heavily. Ha ha, since you have to die, don't blame me for being merciless. From today, Dudu Universe will have no Xu Ning faction. My Jade Repair faction will rise, defeat Sui Yuzhou, and set foot on a higher peak. Emperor Shu Yuzhou sneered disdainfully. His patience was almost completely exhausted, his fighting spirit was boiling, and the horrible aura seemed to overwhelm the world. The remaining Elder Jingji and others were also ready to fight. The aura became extremely solemn again, as if time had stopped. Emperor Shu Yuzhou. Su Lang looked at Emperor Shu Yuzhou. Do you think you have eaten us? Actually not. This statement came out. Emperor Shu Yuzhou sneered even more, but he didn't say a word. Murderous. I know you don't believe it. But soon, you will believe it. Su Lang smiled faintly, and after a thought, he spread some words to the ears of His Royal Highness Xu Ning and the 5 others. I have an eternal emperor soldier named Wuyin. He was going to dispatch the infinity, and at this time he was ventilating with Xu Ning and others in advance. And learned of the eternal emperor soldier like the infinity. Even if I didn't see the infinity in person. But from Su Lang's description, Emperor Xu Ning Zhou and the others opened their eyes wide, and imagined the terrifying power of infinity. Immediately after, they moved their positions directly to put Su Lang under more tight protection. Emperor Shu Yuzhou, look good. Su Lang glanced at Shu Yu, then waved his big hand, swallow the clone, the stars gather together, the boundless number, give me out. If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. mtlnovel.com. The One Key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million level literature. Chapter 2508. Wuyin dispatched, Xu Ning got on the train in a moment. Su Lang's deity replaced with the clone present. Immediately after, one clone instantly melted into his body, swallowing a total of 50 clones. Incarnate 53 avatars, merge with each other to form an avatar of stars and clouds. The 53 Gemini avatars merged with each other, and also formed a Star Kuan He clone. The next moment, Su Lang appeared in front of himself and the 2 Xing Kuan Yin avatar attribute panels. Really? Both he and Xing Kuan Yin He clone have reached the pinnacle of the 5 eternal realm. It can even be said to be a half-step 6 cosmos eternal. Although speaking of combat power, His Highness Xu Ning was still far behind the 7 cosmic powers. But this time Su Lang did not rely on the deity to fight. It's to control the infinity to fight. With the current combat power, it is completely sufficient to control the eternal infinity of the 6 universes in half a step. In the real combat power, it still comes from the 5 eternal 7 celestial beings of His Highness Xu Ning. At this moment, as Su Lang scanned the property panel, the breath radiating from him directly stunned everyone present. 5 eternal realm. Moreover, it is the pinnacle of the 5 eternal realm, and it is only a trace of it to reach the level of the 6 eternal realm. Su Lang unexpectedly reached this level. This is impossible. Su Lang is clearly just a pinnacle, 4 universes in eternity. How could it suddenly become the 5 eternal realm? Is this some kind of secret method? But this is too exaggerated. It is unbelievable to directly increase the combat power of a complete and small realm. Unheard of, unseen, it's really eye-opening. Quote. His Royal Highness Xu Ning and the others looked at Su Lang whose breath soared in the middle, and they were stunned. Hiss. The inheritance that Su Lang got is terrifying. This kind of explosive secret technique, even the fighting ancestors cannot master it. This is incredible. This kind of secret technique must be obtained. Even if it has unimaginable side effects, it must be obtained. Quote. Emperor Shu Yuzhou and the others were also shocked, and when they were dumbfounded, a strong greed rose again. His Royal Highness Xu Ning and others also reacted. Su Lang's incredible secret technique must have unacceptable side effects. But there was a moment of anxiety in their hearts. Boom! An extremely large humanoid weapon that covers the sky and the sun descends, and the cast shadow turns hundreds of thousands of miles into the night. 6 Eternal Emperor Soldiers. No, it's the Eternal Emperor Soldier of the 5 universes, only a trace of the Eternal Emperor Soldier of the 6 universes. But even so, this weapon is too exaggerated. It is not only half-step 6 cosmos, but also in human form. I don't know what unimaginable abilities this eternal humanoid Imperial Soldier will have. Quote. Whether it is on the side of His Royal Highness Xu Ning or the side of Emperor Shu Yuzhou. Everyone saw the coming of infinity, and there was another storm in their hearts. Suddenly, a beam of light enveloped the 5 people including His Royal Highness Xu Ning. Su Lang had already ventilated with Xu Ning and the others before letting them get into the car to fight. So even if the 5 were shocked, there was no resistance. In an instant, he was led by a beam of light into the infinity. Enter the boundless ship. His Royal Highness Xu Ning suddenly discovered the strangeness of this weapon. Their strength was brought together by this weapon, and it is not a simple superposition, but complements each other, produces a qualitative change, and forms a more terrifying power. Now, infinite number. Su Lang and the 2 Xing Kuanyan he clones each occupy the 3 core parts. Xu Ning and others occupy 5 sub-level core parts. Except besides, among the remaining 119,992 parts, there are also warriors stationed there. For example, Chongling is in eternal state, eating evil, Golden Crow, Phoenix and so on. Although in this battle, their strength is negligible. However, it is precisely in this level of battle that a slight difference in power will be very important. A little bit will determine the balance of victory or defeat. Therefore, Su Lang still put them in the infinity. Even if it really can't play any role, it will have infinite benefits to sense higher levels of power in advance. If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com. The One Key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million level literature. Chapter 2509. Shuyu and others are going to be stupid at this time. The man stationed in the Boundless. Whether it was Su Lang's old ministry or His Royal Highness Xu Ning and others, they were shocked. For Su Lang's old department, they have seen a brand new infinity and an unimaginable super high-level power. For His Highness Xu Ning and others, they also felt a stronger power than themselves. That level of power is already half a step in the 8 eternal realm. They have benefited a lot from this power. At this time, another pill appeared in front of them. It is the eternal restorative pill developed by Su Lang with One Key alchemy function and synthesis and strengthening functions. The 3 functions are used together. Enough for Su Lang to create the eternal realm of 6 universes and 7 universes. After all, the strengthening of the pill, the materials consumed are completely inferior to the Eternal Emperor Soldier. This is the 7 Eternal Realm Restoration Pill. Am I dizzy? This pill is of perfect quality. The old man has lived for so many years, and this is the first time I have seen such a precious pill. This is given to us by little friend Su Lang. God, he actually gave us such a treasured pill. This kind of pill, even in the inheritance of Su Lang, is extremely rare. Little friend Su Lang means this, I really admire it. Quote. His Royal Highness Xu Ning and the others looked at the rhyme flowing in front of them, and the 7 Eternal Emperor pills that seemed to contain infinite energy were all shocked and moved. And all this, in fact, it happened in an instant. Beyond the boundless number. What kind of weapon is this? This kind of breath is already close to the eternal realm of the 8 universes. How can this be possible? The inheritance that Su Lang got must be higher than that of the ancestor Do Shu, otherwise it would be impossible to explain. Too outrageous, this Su Lang is simply outrageous. Quote. The Emperor Shu Yuzhou and the others looked at the infinity, which was faintly about to step into the eternal realm of the 8 universes. Endless shock, and deep fear. Let them all die a little, and dare not make any moves. But at this moment, even more frightening things happened. Yutian sword, heavenly shield with 8 edges, sword of life, 7 treasure tree, mirror flower and water moon, purple gourd, heart-piercing lock. As Su Lang's thoughts flashed by, weapons exuding powerful aura appeared beside the infinity. They all become super giant forms. The Yutian sword like a galaxy waterfall fell into the hands of infinity. The equally large and sharp sword of life, mirrored flowers and water, hung across the waist of infinity. The eight-sided shield of the sky hovering like a black sun hovered over the head of infinity. The colorful giant stands under the dark sun, as if propping up the world. The heart-piercing lock is hung on infinity, and the 8 black jade chains are like thunder intertwined and flying. The purple golden gourd turned into a black and purple mist, lingering around the boundless ship slowly spinning. Such a shocking scene. Directly looking at Emperor Shu Yuzhou and others, their expressions changed drastically. 7-5 Eternal Peak Emperor Soldiers. 7. I have lived for countless billions of years before I cultivated one of the most common 5 Eternal Emperor Soldiers. Damn it, we can hardly contend with their combat power at this time. Quote. Emperor Shu Yuzhou and the others looked at the heavily armed infinity, all of them were almost stupid. But suddenly, another 5 powerful streamers rushed out of the infinity, turning them into 5 Eternal Emperor Soldiers. Although these 5 newly appearing weapons are not comparable to Su Lang's weapons, they are also in the 5 Eternal realm. It is the Eternal Emperor Soldier of the 5 people including His Royal Highness Shuning Den. Su Lang is now equivalent to mastering 12 pieces of the 5 Eternal Emperor Soldiers, plus the infinite number, it is 13 pieces. Such a terrifying equipment lineup made Emperor Shu Yuzhou and others tremble fiercely. His Royal Highness Shuyu, Elder Jingji looked pale. We must not be able to beat them, let's run away. He betrayed the Shuning faction. Others can surrender, but he can't. Because he is completely untrusted, he will definitely be killed after defeat. If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com. The One Key training system has the fastest update speed of the literature under the one-click training system. Chapter 2510. Everyone, hold on, we can win, His Royal Highness Shuyu. While the formation has just been perfected, let's run away. Yes, this Su Lang is too weird, we are not opponents. Quote. The remaining 7 universes are eternal, and the 6 universes are eternal, and they are also fearful in the heart, giving rise to retreat. Probably everyone except Su Lang did not expect the situation to become what it is now. Emperor Shu Yuzhou's originally good situation was immediately counter-pressed, and his situation was precarious. I cannot be reconciled. Su Lang used the terrifying secret technique, it will definitely not last long. There is also this humanoid weapon, it absolutely cannot withstand such a powerful force for a long time. As long as we don't confront them head-on, we have a chance to consume them. Emperor Shu Yuzhou was terrified at first, but he still maintained the ability to think, knowing that Su Lang was now in an explosive form. Once this time has passed, then they can turn defeat into victory. Of course, it is extremely difficult to survive this time, but Emperor Yuzhou wants to bet on this one, not to mention the inheritance. His life is now endangered. Once abandoning the war and fleeing, let Su Lang develop and grow, he will almost never stand up. While there is still a chance, he must give it a try. Your Highness, I, Jingji, swear to follow Your Highness. Elder Jingji has no retreat. Shuyu wants to fight, he must fight. Me too. Let Su Lang become the climate, we will not end well, unless we abandon everything here and run away. Where can we escape? Judging from the inheritance level that Su Lang has obtained, it is impossible without the tracking technique. Yes, even if you escaped from Dudu Universe, I'm afraid you will be hunted down to death. Quote. The other elders also responded immediately, suppressing their retreat and preparing for a battle. Well, everyone, hold on, we can win. Emperor Shu Yuzhou nodded his head, immediately took out his 5 Eternal Emperor Soldiers, and instantly launched various explosive secret techniques. Boom. However, energy burst out from Emperor Shu Yuzhou's body, rising to the sky, almost dyeing the entire world into blood. The terrifying power of the universe even spilled out from Emperor Shu Yuzhou, forming a series of invisible flames that warped time and space. His combat power is also directly increased by 1/3. This secret technique is far worse than Su Lang's swallowing clone, but it is already an absolute top secret technique among the 7 universes. This battle will win. Jingji Zhonglai and others also followed closely, bursting out powerful self-harming secret techniques. Suddenly, there are a total of 8 eternal 7 universes, such as Shuyu, whose breath is overwhelming, and the universe is shaking. Countless creatures light years away feel palpitations for it seems that the end of the world is coming, and the catastrophe is imminent. What happened? Why make me feel such a strong heart palpitations? Being so far away, I was horrified, and there must be a terrifying battle over there. Could it be that Emperor Shu Yuzhou and Shu Ning's faction fought? It must be like this, it's a fight. Quote. When countless creatures were shocked, they also guessed the truth. After all, His Highness Shu Ning has been leading people to make trouble everywhere in the past 6 months. This is a well-known thing. For this battle, the vast majority of people think that there is not much suspense, and that it must be Shu Ning's loss. After all, this is the territory of Emperor Shu Yuzhou, and Emperor Shu Yuzhou's high-level combat power is stronger. But no one knows. In the battlefield, the Jade Repair faction they favored has fallen into an absolute disadvantage. The 8-player battle against Infinity is like a boss facing the difficulty of hell, and can only fight in a way of killing. Just like this, they have to risk their lives extremely intensely. Now, 8 people including Emperor Shu Yuzhou burst out, and then formed a defensive formation instantly. This is a special method mastered by the Jade Repair School, can temporarily gather the power of everyone together to a certain extent. But the effect was far worse than that of Su Lang's Infinity. In addition to Bao Tuan defense, they are also preparing to keep some distance from Su Lang's Boundless, and use kite tactics. But at this moment, if you like the one-key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com, the one-key training system has the fastest update speed of the literature under the one-click training system. Chapter 2511, Kill 2 Eternal 7 Universes with One Sword, Emperor Shu Yuzhou, die. Su Lang's voice came from the Infinity, the world is dying, breaking a sword. The rumble sound was like thunder. It is shocking the universe like a sea of stars tsunami. As soon as this low shout appeared, the Utian sword like a galaxy waterfall had been pierced down. In an instant, countless black space cracks were cut out by Utian's sword, like black thunder lingering on the sword body. The countless defensive barriers in front of Utian's sword shattered like bubbles, without resistance. In an instant, the tip of the Utian sword slammed directly in front of the 8 members of the Shuyu faction. Block it. Emperor Shu Yuzhou only felt that a terrifying crisis had come, and instantly his hairs stood upright, screaming. The remaining 7 people were also outrageous, their hands and feet were cold, and they felt that this sword could not be resisted at all. Ah, the secret of life. The elder Jingji showed his eyes and revealed the cruelest secret technique. At the cost of everything except his fate. However, he saw the nearly 10,000 Gai crystal wall universe in his body instantly collapsed, and countless creatures within it turned into ashes. All the power was attached to the 5 eternal emperors' arms by him, and the weapons exploded. The light that bloomed at this moment, it's brighter than 1,000,000 suns exploding at the same time. The region of countless light years was irradiated to lose all its color, leaving only a piece of snow. All the creatures in this area were blinded by blindness, the souls were severely injured, and the creatures that fell on the spot did not know how many trillions. The center of the battlefield. Seeing that Jingji displayed defensive means almost at the expense of life. The Emperor Shu Yuzhou and the others were sad, but the panic in their hearts was still unabated. So horrible, the power of Su Lang's sword has far exceeded their expectations. Even if Jingji sacrificed so much defense, they didn't have much confidence. Can you stop it? The Emperor Shu Yuzhou and the others have a hideous face. While performing more explosive secret techniques and deploying stronger defense methods, they retreat. Immediately after, they saw the cascade-like sword body of the Milky Way suddenly penetrated through the incomparable light group, and instantly pierced Jingji. Under the giant Utian sword, Jingji is like an ant nailed to the tip of a long sword, insignificant and pitifully weak. Wow, the Utian sword that pierced Jingji carried the remaining horror, tearing apart time and space all the way, bringing countless visions, and killing Shang Shuyu and others. Do not, how could it not be blocked? Seeing that Elder Jingji had not completely blocked Su Lang's sword at the expense of himself and weapons, Emperor Shu Yuzhou suddenly became frightened, and his heart retreated uncontrollably and rose. Just at this moment, the Utian sword came through time and space, and the target was Emperor Shu Yuzhou himself. Your Highness, I'll stop him. A 7 eternal power who was loyal to Emperor Shu Yuzhou had a distorted expression and stepped forward, the secret of life after death. This is the same self-destructive whole card as Jingji. This means to unfold. The eternal power of the 7 universes suddenly collapsed with their weapons. The power of that vast collapse seems to have pulled the entire universe. Utian's sword was also pulled out of direction, and slammed him. Puff! The giant sword tip came out from behind, and the heavy blood spilled into the sky, crushing layers of space. In a flash, these 7 eternal powers became the second ant on the tip of the Yudian sword. Overlapped with Jingji, completely fallen. Yes, completely dead. Originally, they were the eternal powers of the 7 universes, and various means of resurrecting life and saving lives were emerging one after another. But in the face of Yudian sword's ability to break defenses and die, in the face of Su Lang's perfect plunder function, the virtual spirit universe function did not exert any effect. To die is to die. Rebirth, delusion. However, their deaths also played a huge role, weakening Su Lang's pinnacle sword to the extent that Emperor Shuyuzhou and others could resist it. Rumble. The Yudian sword pierced countless layers of defensive barriers again, and was finally blocked by Shuyu and others. Hulala. The Yudian sword that stopped advancing suddenly withdrew, but the space-time rifts that had been torn apart were densely distributed, twisting and flashing. If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com. The One Key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million level literature. Chapter 2512. Shuyu's Despair, Escape, Damn. Su Lang, the deity doesn't share the sky with you. It will make you suffer forever until the universe is annihilated. Emperor Shuyuzhou's eyes were about to split, and his eyes roared with blood red. With lingering fears, he watched the Yudian sword pass the remaining space-time cracks on the path. Fear, anger, grief, resentment and other emotions are intertwined on the face, very exciting. Shuyuzhou sighed. The remaining 5-7 universes of eternity were also pale, with a feeling of being left behind. His Royal Highness Shuyu, what shall we do now? One of the 7 eternal powers spoke, and swallowed hard. Do not give up. The sword of Su Lang has already approached the 8 eternal realm infinitely. He displays this sword, and the consumption must be very large. Look carefully, the aura of that human eternal emperor soldier has been weakened many times. Emperor Shuyuzhou tried to control his emotions and analyze the current situation. Hearing these words, the eternal power of the 7 universes probed the infinity with divine consciousness. Sure enough, I found that the breath of infinity had decayed, and it felt like it was about to die. Great, this Su Lang consumes too much, absolutely cannot perform this powerful attack for the second time. Not only that, his combat power at this time has dropped to the freezing point, and we can even besiege him. The eternal power of the 7 universes turned from worry to joy, and said excitedly. Not bad, at this time, the power of his universe is empty, even if there are 12 eternal emperor soldiers. He has no energy to use it at all. Emperor Shuyuzhou looked excited, and was about to lead everyone to kill. However, the scene that made them thunderous appeared. However, I saw a golden long sword surrounded by infinity, which turned into an illusory form, and slashed from infinity from top to bottom. Boom. The breath of the boundless number rose sharply. Some faint swords of life slashed once again, and the breath of infinity rose again. The sword of life hasn't stopped, but it is cut with a single sword. The breath of boundless is once again lifted. Immediately afterwards, the sword of life suddenly became smaller and disappeared, but the breath of boundless has still not stopped its upward trend. Because of the internal parts, all the soldiers stationed in the warriors took the medicine. His Royal Highness Shuning and the others also took the 7 eternal realm perfect pill. After the medicinal power is digested, it is transformed into the majestic cosmic power, filling itself. At this moment, Emperor Shuyuzhou and the others watched as the breath of the boundless ship returned to its peak, almost staring out. They are really unimaginable. What kind of means can be used to recover from the overdraft state to the peak state in such a short period of time? Simultaneously, the excitement and joy that the Emperor Shuyuzhou had just aroused, was directly dissipated by more intense panic. This is impossible. How did this guy Su Lang do it? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Emperor Shuyuzhou's complexion was distorted, his facial features shifted, and his mentality exploded directly. His Royal Highness Shuyu, Su Lang is invincible. Flee while Su Lang has just recovered. 7 eternal powers had a sad expression and a trembling voice reminded. Escape. Run away. Emperor Shuyuzhou also reacted, desperate in his heart, and immediately ordered. He wasn't sure whether Su Lang would resist this next sword. If not, he was about to become the ants who died under the Yudian sword just like Jingji and the others. In a flash, Emperor Shuyuzhou fled straight to the distance. The other 5 eternal emperors also ran away quickly, and they were scattered and fleeing. The space-time seal formations that enveloped the surroundings also burst out in a self-destructive manner, forming a temporary golden formation barrier. Escape. King Hua Shui Yu. Wear a hard lock. The corner of Su Lang's mouth raised slightly, and the long knife around the infinity fell into his left hand and cut it lightly. A wave of ripples ran across countless light years. There is no change in everything around. But the Emperor Shu Yuzhou suddenly burst into crimson flames. It was his robe burning, resisting Jing Hua Shui Yu's illusion effect. Then, the Emperor Shu Yuzhou, who remained awake, watched the other 5 people change direction. They rushed towards the humanoid weapons that covered the sky and sun. If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com. The One Key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million level literature. Chapter 2513. All incense and Emperor soldiers show off. What? They got illusion. Emperor Shu Yuzhou looked horrified, and he didn't expect that Su Lang's illusion technique would be so powerful. He even understood. If he hadn't possessed a strong enough defensive equipment, he would have been recruited just like the other 5. At this time, seeing that 5 of his subordinates had been hit by Su Lang's illusion, they rushed directly to the head. Emperor Shu Yuzhou suddenly became anxious. No, I can't lose them. Otherwise, I will completely lose the possibility of a comeback. This thought flashed through Shu Yu's mind, and then he stopped, turned around, and launched a powerful attack on the 5 subordinates. This is trying to awaken the 5 subordinates who have sunk into the illusion with pain. Okay, want to wake them up? Su Lang raised his eyebrows and smiled faintly at the corners of his mouth. The 8 black jade chains of the heart-piercing lock entwined on the boundless ship fluttered out. Just like hideous tentacles, kill Shang Shuyu's 5 eternal powers in the 7 universes. But, Emperor Shu Yuzhou was relatively close to his 5 subordinates, therefore, its attack fell on 5 people almost instantly. The intense pain hit the soul, however. Among the 5, only 2 of the 7 eternal powers with higher cultivation bases, better methods, and better defensive treasures faintly felt a flash of strangeness from the psychedelic of the mirror flower water moon, and they were shocked half asleep. There are 3 others who are not moved at all. Not good, we have been illusioned. The 2 masters noticed that the expressions of the 7 cosmic powers changed drastically, struggling, and all kinds of self-harming secret techniques broke out on their bodies. With the help of a temporary burst of powerful force, the 2 finally escaped from the psychedelic illusion of Jinghua Shuiyu and saw everything in front of them clearly. However, I saw myself and the other 3 people flying towards the super-giant humanoid cosmic soldier. Ahead, 8 roads carrying the murderous black jade chains have destroyed the barriers formed by the formation, and they are close at hand. Do not. The 2 awakened eternal powers of the 7 universes were terrified, and their souls were violent, and they desperately avoided in an instant. With all the means of their lives and the price of terror, they escaped from under the black jade chains at the very moment of their death. But the other 3 eternal powers of the 7 universes did not dodge and slammed directly into the black jade chain. Puff! The sound of the spear being inserted into the flesh came one after another. The body and soul of the 3 eternal powers of the 7 universes were penetrated in this way. The black jade chain clung to it like a vine, and in a blink of an eye it became a black zongzi. In the process, relying on the profound realm and powerful strength, the 3 finally felt the strangeness and woke up. Immediately after, the 3 of them saw an extremely desperate scene. He has been imprisoned by the black jade chain, the strength in his body is inexhaustible, and he cannot break free. Do not, I don't want to die. Long Yu Joksinjian, explode to me. One of the 7 eternal powers was terrified and desperate, trying to blue the eternal emperor soldier to rescue himself. At the same time, the other 2, no, the other 4 people, including the 2 7 eternal powers who were awakened by Emperor Shu Yuzhou, have the same idea. A total of 5 eternal emperor soldiers of the 5 spheres were sacrificed, and more than a dozen eternal emperor soldiers of lower level emerged. The palpitating feeling filled the world in an instant. It was a sense of destruction, as if the universe would be reduced to ashes. However, want to explode the eternal emperor soldier? A sneer flashed in Su Lang's eyes. Behind the boundless, like the 7 treasure trees that opened the world, bursts of colorful rays of light. The world is gorgeous. More than a dozen eternal emperor soldiers were shrouded in it, and they were gradually out of the control of the eternal power of the 7 universes. Among them, those eternal emperor soldiers with lower levels directly turned into streamers, and were taken away by colorful rays of light. The remaining five eternal Emperor soldiers. Although not completely out of control, but it is absolutely impossible to continue to explode. Moreover, these 5 eternal Emperor soldiers could not be used, and they were constrained in place by the 7 treasure tree, unable to do anything. My eternal Emperor soldier can't destroy himself. What are these colorful rays of light? I will be stripped of my clothes. It's over, the eternal Emperor soldier cannot explode, close to our own strength, there is no hope of getting out of trouble. It's dead this time. If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. mtlnovel.com. The One Key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million level literature. Chapter 2514, Reappearance. The 3 eternal powers of the 7 universes, who were pierced and entangled by the black jade chain, were desperate in their hearts. I saw Jingji beheaded by a sword. They know that they can never be spared. The other side. After turning around, the Emperor Shuyuzhou, who had already escaped far away, saw this scene with his divine intent, and couldn't help feeling resentment and grief in his heart. At the same time, it's unbelievable. Su Lang's offensive power is extremely perverted, and even the methods of trapping and killing are so terrifying. Of the 5 eternal subordinates of the 7 universes, 3 more are dead. As for the other 2, they immediately abandoned the 5 eternal Emperor soldiers. Then broke out all his efforts, almost at the cost of his life, fleeing wildly under the chase of the black jade chain of the heart-piercing lock. At this time, Zhou Xian, are you called Zhou Xian? Tell me, are you willing to surrender? Biqi, your name is Biqi, are you willing to submit to me? Su Lang's voice passed into the minds of the 2 escaped 7 universes. In an instant, stormy seas were set off in the hearts of the 2 eternal powers of the 7 universes. Because what Su Lang said was their real name. How can it be? How could he know my real name? Moreover, he actually wants me to surrender. These same thoughts arose in the hearts of the 2 7 eternal emperors. But the next idea was different. It's impossible, Su Lang can't let me go. He must lie to me, trying to make me give up and run. This sun is extremely slippery, absolutely untrustworthy. This thought arose in the 7 eternal powers named Zhou Xian, and he stood upside down in an instant, and continued to flee without a word. Su Lang said my real name. He must know enough about me, and he knows it very well. Then, maybe he really wants me to surrender. Yes, the ultimate goal of the Shu Ning faction is to deal with Sui Yu Zhou Yu. They need manpower. My 7 universes are eternal, a force that cannot be ignored. However, Su Lang is so cunning and unfathomable, I can't believe it. Perhaps, I can talk to him first, and even if it fails, I can delay time and let me escape further. The thoughts of Emperor Biqijo flickered, and he spoke immediately. Su Lang, what you said is true. No, what is this method? Before he finished speaking, he turned into a scream of horror. Because a horrible suction burst out from the purple gold gourd that turned into purple black clouds. Across countless distances, an extremely strange and direct effect on Emperor Biqijo's body. Suddenly, the speed of Emperor Biqijo, who was desperately fleeing, was greatly reduced, and he stopped almost instantly. Then, puff, the heart-piercing lock directly penetrates its heart, winding and winding like a poisonous snake. In a blink of an eye, Emperor Biqijo was entangled into a black cocoon. Elder Biqi, seeing this scene, Emperor Shuyuzhou also had a heart-cracking heart. The 7-5 universes have lost another one for eternity, and only Zhou Xian is left. Grief was stirred in my heart like a knife. Emperor Shuyuzhou gritted his teeth, bleeding from his mouth, but the speed did not decrease, and he continued to flee towards the distance. On his body, powerful time and space power is also permeating. After all, the time and space forbidden formation has been broken at this time. As long as the power of time and space reaches a certain level, he can escape through time and space. The other side, Brother Biqi, Zhou Xian looked at Emperor Biqijo, who was wrapped in rice dumplings behind him, and his expression changed drastically, with endless panic and fear in his heart. He didn't know what happened, but he knew that Biqi was suddenly caught, and it must be related to Su Lang's questioning. Fear echoed in my heart. Zhou Xian directly used a secret method similar to the secret of the afterlife, to squeeze out the last trace of his strength and flee towards the distance. His speed is extremely terrifying, and the power of time and space is also swinging away. Like Emperor Shuyuzhou, he wants to escape through time and space. But at this moment, the world is dying, breaking a sword. A faint voice resounded through the universe, like a master who controls everything overlooking the world, indifferent and cold. If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com. The One Key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million level literature. Chapter 2515. Shuyu who escaped successfully. It's the one used to kill Jingji before. When Elder Zhou Xian heard this voice, his heart was broken. The despair in his heart had reached the limit, so that the screams and shouts in his heart were faintly crying. That was a terrifying move that directly killed Jingji and other two eternal powers of the seven universes. Faced with such attacks, having lost his weapon, he doesn't even have the qualifications to look back. The next moment, stabbed, a sword light pierced through time and space, directly behind Zhou Xian. Do not. Elder Zhou Xian's expression was distorted with fear, but suddenly he froze. But seeing the tip of the Yutian sword pierced from his back to his chest, the majestic power directly destroyed his vitality. So far, Zhou Xian has fallen. However, the momentum of Yutian sword's advancement did not seem to be weakened at all, and it continued to kill Shuyu Zhou Emperor. Su Lang, I will definitely be back. Emperor Shuyu Zhou was grieved and roared heartbreakingly. The treasures and soldiers of the Emperor Wu Zhou suddenly exploded. Rumble, the majestic power burst out, and the endless torrent of energy formed a barrier, as if the universe would be divided into two halves. The Yutian sword just smashed behind Emperor Shuyu Zhou, pierced into the energy torrent barrier, causing a more terrifying explosion. A circular shock wave centered on the impact site and swept towards the surroundings. Just then, Emperor Shuyu Zhou was completely enveloped by the extreme power of time and space and disappeared out of thin air. The next moment, the shock wave swept over the place where he was originally, and the peaks of the planets were directly vaporized, forming a billion-meter abyss. Escape. However, it is not to be afraid. Su Lang looked at the place where Emperor Shuyu Zhou disappeared, his expression unchanged. Anyway, Emperor Shuyu Zhou escaped. The loss was not particularly large. After all, he has almost ruined his wealth. In addition, Emperor Shuyu Zhou flees too hastily. It is too late to erase the remaining time and space power. At a glance, Su Lang analyzed the coordinates where Emperor Shuyu Zhou had fled. Let's chase it. Treasure hunting flying gliders, activate the soul-searching function. Su Lang's thoughts moved, and the treasure hunting flying gliders appeared out of thin air, taking in the breath of Emperor Shuyu Zhou. Soon, a clone that had not been swallowed, just in case, was also dispatched for death. This clone came out, immediately unfold the power of the universe, stir time and space, form a channel, and then chase the past. Emperor Shuyu Zhou obviously wouldn't be so stupid to stay in this natural universe. He had already escaped through the barriers of time and space again. But he still did not have time to erase the marks. Su Lang clone continued to pursue. The treasure hunting flying glider is slower, but it doesn't matter. Anyway, it can be directly dispatched to the clone. This guy Shuyu runs really fast. With my avatar, it is estimated that it will be difficult to catch up in a short time. Of course, it is impossible for Emperor Shuyu Zhou to escape under the treasure hunting flying soul. After forming an alliance with His Royal Highness Shuning, my 240 trillion treasure hunting flying gliders will soon be spread throughout the Dudu universe and he will be invisible by then. While taking the recovery eternal pill, Su Lang looked at the four eternal powers of the seven universes banned by the penetrating heart lock. For these four people, Su Lang did not have any idea of conquering. After all, his Mingguang myriad realms could not control the existence of the seven eternal level. Stopped in place and waited for a moment. The strength of Su Lang and His Royal Highness Shuning and others in the infinite ship has recovered a lot. Then, Su Lang drove the infinite, carrying the Yutian sword, came to a trembling black jade zongzi, and stabbed it in. Puff! The black jade zongzi stiffened and completely lost everything. Soon, the black jade chain gradually retracted into the heart-piercing lock, revealing a corpse inside the seven eternal realm. Immediately after, the body also disappeared. The eternal soul, eternal Daojing, eternal life universe. The remaining three people were also killed by Su Lang using the same method. Ding! You get. The system prompt sounded 3 times in succession. Countless treasures appeared in Su Lang's storage space, including the 5 eternal emperor soldiers of the 5 eternals that were anchored by the 7 treasure tree. If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com, the one-key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million-level literature. Chapter 2516. All under Shuyu, but this is not over yet. Some 6 eternal realms haven't been killed yet. But I saw those 6 cosmos eternally spinning around in place. It turns out that these 6 eternal realms are all controlled by Jinghua Shuiyu one by one. These people are also killed. Otherwise it may leave hidden dangers. Su Lang thought this way in his heart, driving the infinity to move forward, like cutting vegetables and melons with one sword, killing all the 12 Six Eternals. So far, all the subordinates brought by Emperor Shuyu Zhou have fallen. Dead. The Shuyu faction has survived in name only. Gosh, we haven't done something half-achieved for countless years, but today we have completed it. This is incredible, it's almost like a dream. This is all relying on Su Lang's strength, this boundless title is simply terrifying. Quote. In the boundless ship, His Royal Highness Shu Ning and the others looked at the shattered world after the battle with a bit of shock. They all have a sense of unreality. Everyone, now is a great time to take action against Shuyu. Su Lang's voice suddenly reached everyone's minds, let's go to unify the Dudu universe. At this time, the 7 cosmic powers of the Shuyu faction were completely destroyed, and the 6 cosmic powers also lost more than 70%. The remaining strength, the strongest is the 6 Eternal Realm, which is already vulnerable to the Shuning faction. Taking advantage of the news of Emperor Shuyu Zhou's defeat has not spread, and the strong under his command has not escaped, it is indeed the best time to take action. It is good. Friend Su Lang, then shall we leave the boundless space and act separately? His Royal Highness Shuning recovered from the shock, controlled the ecstasy in his heart, and tentatively asked, of course can. Su Lang laughed and said, however, I hope you can catch your opponents alive and let me execute them yourself. This is more important to me. This statement came out. His Royal Highness Shuning and the others were a little surprised and very happy. Everyone knew that Su Lang's combat power at this time was relying on the infinity, which gathered the strength of all of them. After they left the infinity, Su Lang's power will fall to about the eternal 6 universes. But all 5 of them are in the 7 Eternal Realm, which is a very huge threat to Su Lang, whose combat strength has fallen. But Su Lang did not hesitate and agreed to them directly. Among them is Su Lang's confidence in his methods. But it is undoubtedly also an expression of their trust in the Shuning faction. Friend Su Lang, I'm so happy you can trust us so much. Don't worry, we will trust you unconditionally, even if there is no cosmic origin contract alter. After this battle, we are now allies. If you have any needs, I will definitely do my best to satisfy you. His Highness Shuning smiled, making the world pale, and his eyes shone with sincere light. In fact, for Her Royal Highness Shu Ning to become the leader of a faction, her mind cannot be so simple. On the contrary, she thinks a lot and thinks clearly. She knew that Su Lang's methods were unfathomable. The threat to Su Lang from their Shuning faction is far less than it seems. After all, the Shuyu faction, Emperor Shuyu Zhou, did not find Su Lang for half a year. If both parties do not trust each other, Su Lang was about to leave, and their Shuning faction absolutely couldn't stop him. At that time, not only will he miss Su Lang, an ally with unlimited potential, but he will also plant a fatal disaster for himself. Therefore, Emperor Shu Ning Zhou cleverly made the performance of trusting Su Lang unconditionally. It is the best choice to form an ally with Su Lang to help him grow. And this is also the most important step for them to face Suiyu Zhouyu next. Without Su Lang, Shu Ning Hall really had no confidence in Suiyu Zhouyu. Will any need be met? Su Lang stared at Emperor Shu Ning Zhou, raised his eyebrows, and a smile was drawn at the corner of his mouth. Hear this, see this scene. Emperor Shu Ning Zhou was shocked. Could it be that Su Lang fell in love with me and wanted me and him to become Taoists and fellow practitioners the eternal Tao? If you like the one-key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com, the one-key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million-level literature. Chapter 2517. Can any requirements be met? Then another thought flashed in her mind. If it's Su Lang, it really works. After all, Su Lang's potential is so terrifying. If he grows smoothly, his future achievements will definitely be higher than her. And it's also a good way to tie Su Lang to the chariot of the Shuning faction. The expressions of Elder Xie and others remained unchanged, but their eyes gradually brightened, and a trace of joy rose in their hearts. Obviously, Their thoughts were similar to that of Shuning, and they misunderstood that what Su Lang wanted was Shuning. Okay, yes, I will try my best to meet any needs. His Royal Highness Shuning nodded, and then said, to be honest, she could say this, and she really overcome many difficulties. After all, Her Royal Highness Shu Ning is the eternal empress above countless people. For hundreds of millions of years, she has never had such thoughts of any man, at this time. Finished talking, His Royal Highness Shuning waited for Su Lang and said, then I want you. Elder Xie and the others also stood with their heads down, their expressions calm, but their ears were quietly raised, but Su Lang's next words were beyond everyone's expectations. Really? That's great, you put the money in your body. Oh no, the origin of the universe, the origin of the core, the origin of the emperor, the treasure of heaven and earth, all lend me a use. Look, my infinity has experienced this battle, and many parts have been damaged. This needs to be repaired. Su Lang looked around everyone with open eyes and smiles, his eyes showed excitement. His system functions want to be upgraded, but he has the origin of the universe at 10 million levels. Now Shu Ning and others are right in front of him, and they are willing to give full support. Of course he will not let it go. Quote. His Royal Highness Shu Ning was stunned, his mouth was dumbfounded. Elder Xie, Elder Yu and others were also shocked, with a deep stunned look in their eyes. What? Su Lang didn't even want Shu Ning, the seven eternal Taoist companion, but reached out for money. For a time, everyone is a little unacceptable. What happened? Isn't it said that any need can be met, why don't you speak? When Su Lang saw Shuning and others not speaking, he thought that everyone was repenting, and suddenly smiled. No. Friend Su Lang, we didn't mean that. You need cultivation resources. We only leave ourselves what we need for cultivation, and we will give you the rest. This is the cultivation resource that I have accumulated over the past 100 million years. It has the origin of the universe in the core, and there are some treasures of heaven and earth, you use it first. Seeing that Su Lang was a little unhappy, His Highness Shu Ning hurriedly began to remedy it, and took out most of his cultivation resources to give Su Lang. These cultivation resources were installed in a spatial treasure by His Royal Highness Shuning and handed them to Su Lang. Yeah, friend Su Lang, don't be angry. These spiritual resources should be accepted by fellow Taoists. Haha, Taoist Su Lang can use our cultivation resources. It is our honor. I really look forward to the moment that Taoist Su Lang breaks through. Quote. Elder Yu and others also reacted and quickly offered their own practice resources. Sorry, I misunderstood you. I am very short of these spiritual resources, thank you. Su Lang looked at the space treasure handed over by His Highness Shuning and the elders, and smiled again. Then he took the space treasures, and put the treasures inside into the storage space in quantity. Suddenly, most of the net worth of the 5 eternal powers of the 7 universes has been paid for. Oh, this is awesome. There was a touch of excitement at the corner of Su Lang's mouth, and some couldn't wait to count the spoils. But he knew it was not good to count now. At least, he had to say something to Shu Ning and others. His Royal Highness Shuning, elders, I have a little dabbling about the alchemy refining device and array below. If you want to promote weapons and refine pill, please prepare materials and come to me, I will give you the practice for free. Su Lang smiled. Anyway, there is a system to do it without him, and it is not beautiful to use these promises to sell favor. If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. mtlnovel.com, the One Key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million level literature. Chapter 2518, Clean up the endgame, what? Taoist Su Lang unexpectedly has advanced knowledge in the 3 ways of alchemy and refining. In the Dudu universe, the pill array that can refine the eternal realm is already extremely rare, and it can refine usable treasures such as me, and there are almost none. Yeah, except for the treasures that have been circulated before, only occasionally will the eternal martial artist have good luck and refine some. Taoist Su Lang is not only exceptionally talented, but also excellent in fighting talent. Even the 3 ways of the pill formation are also unfathomable, which is really admirable. Quote. Upon hearing Su Lang's words, His Highness Shuning and the others suddenly brightened their eyes, surprised and admired. Although Su Lang said that he just dabbled a little, but everyone knew that Su Lang was modest, able to refine the eternally usable treasures of the 7 universes, with low attainments. And Su Lang said so easily. Looking at it this way, The 3 attainments of the alchemy array are absolutely outstanding in the Dudu universe. In addition, this was still in the case that Su Lang's combat power far surpassed the same level. He only spent a part of his energy and time to practice the 3 pill formations. Even so, his attainments surpassed everyone present, and almost no one in Dudu universe can compare. Thought of this, how can everyone not be surprised and admire Su Lang? Everyone is absurd. The time is precious, let's start with Shuyu as soon as possible. Su Lang smiled faintly and said to everyone, "It is good. Let's go now." Well, everything must be settled down. After this battle, the Dudu universe is unified. Although the strength is greatly lost, at least the inside is stabilized. His Royal Highness, Elder Yu and others nodded. Okay, Su Lang nodded, and then sent everyone out of infinity. With the departure of the 5 eternal powers of the 7 universes, the aura of the infinite immediately decreased significantly. The strength has fallen directly to the ordinary 6-plane eternal realm, which can be called 1 in 100. Friend Su Lang, keep in touch. His Royal Highness Shuning nodded to Su Lang, and the power of time and space disappeared. Elder Xie and Elder Yu also acted separately and must arrest all the remaining strong combat power of the Shuyu faction. As for lower-level wars, it is not easy to start immediately at this time. As long as the last remaining 6 universes of the Shuyu faction are over, these more weak warriors will no longer be threatened, even if they are as numerous as a cow. Knowing that the Shuyu faction had been defeated, they would immediately surrender to the Shuning faction and would not have a second choice, and His Royal Highness Shu Ning wanted to unify the Dudu universe and fight the Suiyu universe. So I don't hope that Dudu universe will lose too much in the future. Clone Dispatch. Su Lang also immediately dispatched the clone of the Infinite. The treasure-hunting flying gliders have stepped on a point long ago, knowing where there are 5 universes and the eternal warriors of the lower levels. And also found some information about these warriors. However, Su Lang would not let go of all the sinful generations. Some more self-denying eternal warriors, Su Lang will keep for His Highness Shuning. Actually, it can be regarded as a subordinate for myself. Su Lang thought in his heart, and a slight smile gradually appeared at the corner of his mouth. In the endless universe, strength comes first. With his growth rate, he will soon reach the point where Shuning and others will automatically surrender. There is no need for him to fight for it, and sooner or later everything in the Dudu universe will fall into his hands. At this moment, after the 2 stars Kuan were dispatched together, the hunt immediately began. In an almost endless vast city, there is a palace floating in the sky, and a large number of undressed half-step eternal women are dancing in the palace. The leader among them is the real eternal empress, who is extremely enchanting. At the top of the palace, an eternal powerhouse of the 5 universes is enjoying the dance below, very happy. From time to time, the people below also looked at the eternal powers of the 5 universes, with deep awe and admiration in their eyes. The eternal power of the 5 universes, in the eyes of countless creatures, is already invincible in this area. But at this moment, the 5 eternal warriors suddenly showed horror and stood up. Such a move. The expressions of everyone in the palace immediately changed, and they couldn't help but stop their movements and look up. If you like the one-key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com. The one-key training system has the fastest update speed of the literature under the one-click training system. Chapter 2519. It's all over, everything is over soon. They saw a mysterious powerhouse with unfathomable breath emerging out of thin air. This person has a long sword in his right hand and a long life lock in his left hand. The 8 black jade chains dance around like tentacles. It is one of Su Lang's Xingquan Yunhe clone. Who are you? How dare to break into my palace? You know that I am the city lord of Yongcheng Xiaoxiao appointed by His Royal Highness Shuyu. The eyes of the Wuzhou eternal martial artist suddenly shrank, and his whole body was a little cold, but he did not give in. Because he is the one who repaired Yuzhou Emperor. Ha, ha, the Emperor Shu Yuzhou in your mouth has already run away. Su Lang Avatar smiled coldly, and immediately did not talk nonsense, and directly waved the mirror to draw everything in the entire giant city into the illusion. Suddenly, the 5 eternal warriors stood in place. A black jade chain stepped forward, passing through his body and soul like a poisonous snake. As for the rest of the giant city, Su Lang's clone was taken directly into the universe of life, not one left. At the same time, Su Lang's other clone is also armed with incense weapons, using the 7 treasure tree and the purple gourd to kill the eternal strong. Have to say, there is a master and there is a servant. Emperor Shu Yuzhou was more cruel, and most of his men were not good people. Su Lang looked at it with his heart, and most of them could see the recent sins of these people. Not to mention the mistakes these people committed over a long period of time. Therefore, Su Lang killed a lot of people. In a short time, 5 eternal warriors of the 5 universes were killed. At the same time, His Royal Highness Shuning and others are still on the way. After all, they don't have the weird means like Su Lang, they can directly send the clone to the enemy's lair. Even if there are more brilliant displacement methods, they are slower than Su Lang. Just as Su Lang slaughtered each eternal warrior who repaired Jade, Zan Yi Zhou Palace, Emperor Xie Langzhou received the order from Emperor Shu Yuzhou to guard this palace temporarily. At this time, he was looking in the direction of heart palpitations. Compared to the others, Emperor Xie Langzhou knew more. He knew that Su Lang had already appeared, and he was surrounded by Emperor Shu Yuzhou and others. I also know that the people of the Shu Ning faction are constantly looking for Su Lang, and that there are plates in the Shu Yu faction, and they will soon learn about Su Lang's traces. Such a huge movement. His Royal Highness Shu Yu must have fought with the group of Emperor Shu Ning Zhou. Sure enough, Emperor Shu Ning Zhou and the others also found the trail of Su Lang and chased after him. Shu Ning faction, facing the great His Royal Highness Shu Yu, it will definitely be a complete defeat. Now the movement has almost dissipated, and the palpitations have disappeared. If you think about it, the war must have ended, and everyone from the Shu Ning faction has already been defeated and fled. Using the means of His Royal Highness Shu Yu, it is impossible to let the Shu Ning faction leave a few 7 universe powers. Ha ha ha, after this battle, no one can stop the footsteps of our Jade Repair faction uniting the capital. At that time, my authority will go further, which is really exciting. Emperor Xie Langzhou looked at the direction of the battle. Although he could not see the battle, he was convinced that Emperor Shu Yuzhou would win. It's not just him, almost all people in Dudu universe who knew about this thought so. Even some of the people under His Royal Highness Shu Ning's attitude are relatively pessimistic. After all, the Shu Ning faction is already a little weaker, and at this time it doesn't occupy a favorable position. How can it be possible to win the war? But just when Emperor Xie Langzhou imagined a better life in the future, a horrified scream suddenly reached his ears. Master Xie Lang, it's not good, it's all over, everything is over. An eternal warrior of the 5 universes appeared in a panic in front of Emperor Xie Langzhou, and the twisted face was full of fright. Emperor Xie Langzhou knew this person. Because this person was under his command, he was sent to guard the ancestral shrine of the Shuyu school. The ancestral temple was established hundreds of millions of years ago, and it enshrines the tablets of countless strong men, as well as the cards of many masters in the Jade Cultivator. Seeing this subordinate was so panicked, Emperor Xie Langzhou suddenly felt something bad. If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com, the One Key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million level literature. Chapter 2520, The Terrified and Desperate Evil Langzhou Emperor, What Happened? Just say it, what's all over? Emperor Xie Langzhou stood up, his pupils trembled slightly, staring at his subordinates. Master Xie Lang, in the ancestral shrine, the 6 eternal elders of the 7 universes and the 12 life cards of the eternal power of the 6 universes are all broken. They fell. The eternal martial artist of the 5 universes was terrified and incoherent. What? 6 eternal elders of the 7 universes, 12 eternal powers of the 6 universes have fallen. How is this possible? This is impossible, you must be lying to me. After hearing the words of his subordinates, Emperor Xie Langzhou felt as if there was a thunderbolt in his mind. His whole person was instantly dumbfounded, and his incredible emotions directly occupied all his thinking. But, he said that his subordinates were lying to him. But he knew in his heart that it was impossible, and his subordinates could not deceive him. Just, facing this incredible news, Emperor Xie Langzhou couldn't accept it at all. In the Dudu universe, only the Shu Ning faction can barely compete with the Shuyu faction, but if you want to cause such a horror to the Shuyu faction, it is impossible to call the loss of the complete destruction of high-level power. At least, Emperor Xie Langzhou couldn't imagine how the Shu Ning faction could make Emperor Shu Yuzhou and others suffer such a fiasco. Master Xie Lang, the elders really fell, and all the life cards are broken. Master Xie Lang, what should we do, what should we do? Quote. The eternal warrior of the 5 universes is still extremely frightened and desperate, trembling and crying. It can be seen that this person is about to collapse. Take me to the ancestral temple first. The heart of Emperor Xie Langzhou was filled with turbulent waves, and he barely suppressed the boiling emotions and shouted in a low voice. Even if I calm down, he still can't accept the facts, he has to see it with his own eyes. Yes, the 5 eternal warriors lead the way and lead the way. Emperor Xie Langzhou followed with a bit stiff body. At the same time, he took out his communication treasures and started contacting Emperor Shu Yuzhou, the elders of the 7 Eternals, and the 6 Eternals. But the subpoena was sent out. Emperor Shu Yuzhou did not reply at all, and neither did the 7 Eternal Elders and the 12 Six Eternal Warriors. The heart of Emperor Xie Langzhou has sunk into Bing Yuan, and his body is cold. Just then, the ancestral temple is here. This is a very old black building. Even with the formation guard, it is inevitable that some appearance will be eroded by the years. Grumbling, Emperor Xie Langzhou swallowed hard, and then walked into the ancestral temple. Eye-catching, it is the sloping tablet position, and a large number of fate cards exploded into pieces. Really, it's all broken. And it was exploded. The elders are completely dead. What kind of power is it that can completely obliterate the eternal power of the 7 universes and make their life-saving methods ineffective? Zuning's faction is absolutely unable to do all of this. There must be external forces involved. I am afraid it is a great power at the level of the 8 universes. Fool, idiot, how can Shuning, a stupid woman, attract such a terrifying power? This is the civil war in our Dudu universe. Isn't she afraid that the 8 universe might have ulterior motives? It's over, it's all over, now there is no news from His Highness Shuyu. Even if not caught, the best fate is to escape to the rest of the universe, and never dare to return to Dudu. Quote. Emperor Xie Langzhou looked at the fragments and powder in front of him, his whole body trembled, and the fear climbed onto that stiff face. He knew very well that the Shuyu faction was completely finished. Thought of this, the terrified evil Langzhou Emperor's scalp was about to explode. Escape. The only way to survive now is to escape. Quote. In the heart of Emperor Xie Langzhou, a bit of bitterness arose in a deep disbelief. Soon, he walked out of the ancestral shrine, looked at the trembling, frightened Wuzhou Eternal, and said, run away with me. What? Escape? Master Xie Lang, can everything be saved? His Royal Highness Shuyu, it is difficult for the 5 Eternal Warriors to accept this result. Obviously the situation was very good before, so how come you are about to escape from Dudu Universe in an instant? If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com, the One Key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million level literature. Chapter 2521. I didn't say that Su Lang can't kill people. His Royal Highness Shuyu has no news. Let's escape from Dudu Universe first and look for His Royal Highness Shuyu. Emperor Xie Langzhou sighed, and then took out the transmission treasure, ready to spread the news to people who can be trusted, and let them escape together. As for those who cannot be trusted, and those who are too weak, let them be deceived and passively stay behind. However, just as Emperor Xie Langzhou was preparing to send a message, time and space are boundless. A clear voice came, and immediately a beautiful woman emerged, sealing the surrounding time and space of 1,000,000 light years with her hand. The visitor was His Royal Highness Shuning. Xuanizhou Palace and Ancestral Temple are the most important places of the Jade Repair School. How could she let it go and directly set them as the first destination? Shu, Emperor Shu Ningzhou, no, how could you come so fast? Emperor Xie Langzhou and the Eternal Warrior of the 5 universes looked at His Royal Highness Shuning, who suddenly appeared, and their faces suddenly turned gray, with endless despair and horror in their eyes. Catch it with nothing, or should I do it myself? His Royal Highness Shuning indifferently looked down at the 2 Emperor Xie Langzhou. If it weren't for Su Lang to let her try to catch the enemy alive, she wouldn't be talking nonsense at this time, and the attack would just fall. We surrender. Emperor Xie Langzhou thought he was dead. Because he is the most loyal dog of Emperor Shu Yuzhou, it is impossible for His Highness Shuning to trust him. But now, His Highness Shuning didn't kill him. In a flash, he thought of Sui Yuzhou. Yes, His Royal Highness Shu Ning had to deal with Sui Yuzhou Yu, and he was short of manpower, so he was saved from death. This thought appeared in the heart of Emperor Xie Langzhou, making him greatly relieved. Thank your Highness Shu Ning for his mercy. I'll wait for my sins and do meritorious service, and I will definitely live up to the expectations of his Highness Shu Ning. Emperor Xie Langzhou and the Eternal Warrior of the 5 Universes directly knelt down, crawling on the ground extremely humble, giving up all resistance. Well, you contact the rest, let them come here, but don't tell me the news yet. His Royal Highness, Shu Ning looked down at Emperor Xie Langzhou and said indifferently, when the time comes, I will not kill him if I am willing to catch him. Yes, His Majesty Xie Weiwei Shu Ning is magnanimous, I am so grateful that I will return the kindness of His Highness. Emperor Xie Langzhou and the 5 universes were filled with eternal surprises, and they kept knocking their heads to express their surrender. But where did they know? His Royal Highness Shu Ning looks black when cut open. She said that she would not kill, but she did not say that Su Lang would not kill. Immediately after, Emperor Xie Langzhou immediately contacted the remaining 6 eternal realms and 5 eternal realms and asked them to assemble quickly, but did not say the specific reason. In the power of the branches everywhere, they all felt the battle that happened before. Therefore, they all thought that Emperor Shu Yuzhou had won the battle. At this time, they had to convene everyone to gather together and be happy. Then, they immediately went to the Xuanyi Palace. There are convenient routes to the Xuanyi Zhou Palace from various places, so they will be gathered soon. However, when they arrived, they discovered that His Royal Highness Shu Ning was floating above the Xuanyi Palace. But Emperor Xie Langzhou and the others actually kneeled on the ground, looking like a slave dog. What the asterisk is going on? How could Emperor Shu Ning Zhou be here? Emperor Xie Langzhou is a traitor, this is a trap. Many 6 universes saw this scene forever, and they were shocked and terrified, but they found that the time and space around them had been banned by His Highness Shu Ning. In the realm of eternity, a small realm higher can form the potential of crushing. What's more, Emperor Shu Ning Zhou is still the leader of the 7 eternity. All the powerful cultivators who came to the ancestral temple can hardly escape. In addition, Emperor Xie Langzhou is also announcing that the 7 elders are all annihilated, that the 12 eternal powers of the 6 cosmos have completely fallen, and the fact that Emperor Shu Yu is missing. Suddenly, everyone knows that they are defeated here. They looked at the people around them in disbelief, one by one thunderously, their mouths were speechless, and they were completely speechless. Someone was horrified and lost their soul, walked into the ancestral temple in a daze, and then fell limp to the ground. If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. mtlnovel.com. The One Key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million level literature. Chapter 2522. Go back to the Xuanyi Palace at this time. Emperor Xie Langzhou said again. The Great Highness Shu Ning is kind and willing to give everyone a chance, as long as she is caught with her hands, she will not kill. This statement came out, everyone at the scene knew that the Shuyu faction had gone. Although they were defeated inexplicably, in the face of the great horror of death, they did not have time to delve into it. They knelt on the ground to show their surrender. Is anyone here? His Royal Highness Shu Ning glanced at the many eternal warriors kneeling at his feet, and asked Emperor Xie Langzhou. Yes, no one is here. Emperor Xie Langzhou raised his head to look at the people around him, and said tremblingly. Among the people he contacted, a small part of it did not come. Some have contacted their superiors out of caution. Those 7 universes and 6 universes that fell under Su Lang's sword are eternal, and then there is no news. Therefore, they were also very upset and did not go to Xuanyi Zhougong Ancestral Hall. Others were just about to set off, and then they were killed by Su Lang's clone, or were captured alive by Elder Yu and others. Call them again, tell them the truth, then, I'll catch it, I don't have to kill. His Highness Shu Ning's expression remained unchanged, and said lightly, yes. Emperor Xie Langzhou hurriedly kowtowed his head, shouting in his heart for His Highness Shu Ning's kindness. The rest of the eternal warriors also felt that His Highness Shu Ning was really too kind. After giving one chance, he was still willing to give a second chance. Everyone knows that if Emperor Shu Yuzhou wins, it is possible to kill all Shu Ning faction. Quickly, Emperor Xie Langzhou sent the message down and waited quietly. In a blink of an eye, some eternal powerhouses have arrived. Basically, it is a 5 eternal, or 4 eternal, leading Yishui's subordinates to surrender, of course. Some are still missing, but very few have not come. Moreover, the number of these people is small, so few. Su Lang constantly monitors these people under Emperor Shu Yuzhou through the treasure hunt and flying ducks. Anyone who does not go to the Xuanizhou Palace will be intercepted immediately by his clone. In addition, Elder Xie, you and others are also hunting around. In just a few minutes, Emperor Shu Yuzhou's subordinates were either killed or went to Xuanizhou Palace to surrender to Xu Ning. Tisk tisk, the Jade Repair faction is completely finished. Dudu Universe is considered to be unified. Su Lang saw the situation in his eyes through the treasure hunt and flying. Seeing that there was no one to kill, he went directly to the Xuani Palace. He had been to Xuani Zhougong before. Dispatched and replaced by a clone, Su Lang was on the spot, driving the Infinity, and appeared on the scene. The avatar of Xing Kuanyin was also taken into the Infinity by him again. Suddenly, the power of Boundless has reached the eternal level of the 6 universes. Friend Su Lang, you are here. His Royal Highness Xu Ning saw Su Lang's boundless number appear, and a divine light shined in his indifferent eyes. Friend Su Lang, the 4 eternal elders of the 7 universes also gave in to Su Lang. See this scene. Emperor Xie Langzhou and the others suddenly burst out like ordinary people seeing a ghost, and their unbelievable and horrified emotions reached their limit instantly. Su Lang, the controller of this weird humanoid eternal emperor soldier is Su Lang. He actually holds the power of the 6 eternal realm, but even so, the 4 eternal powers of the 7 universes shouldn't be polite. Emperor Xie Langzhou and others looked at Su Lang incredulously, and various thoughts erupted in their hearts. Suddenly, a thought suddenly flashed in the heart of Emperor Xie Langzhou: why the strong man who helped His Royal Highness Xu Ning and others defeat Emperor Shu Yuzhou hasn't appeared yet. This shouldn't be. Could it be? It was Su Lang who helped His Highness Xu Ning and others win the battle. No, it's impossible. It's absolutely impossible. Emperor Xie Langzhou thought so. Even if Su Lang is extremely perverted, he still only controls the eternal power of the 6 universes. At this time, thank you, Your Highness Xu Ning. Thank you, elders. Su Lang smiled and responded to His Royal Highness Xu Ning and others. Then, I will pick some unforgivable guys to kill. If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com. The One Key training system has the fastest update speed of the literature under the one-click training system. Chapter 2523. In this battle, Su Lang Taoist fellows should be the first. This statement came out. The expressions of the eternal warriors who surrendered below suddenly changed. What? Su Lang wanted to kill someone. His Royal Highness Xu Ning promised everyone that those who surrender will not be blamed for the past and will not kill them all. But now, Su Lang actually wanted to pick someone out and kill him in front of His Highness Xu Ning. His Royal Highness Xu Ning, you promised us not to kill us. Please show your mercy, let Taoist Su Lang stop. Emperor Xie Langzhou pleaded bitterly. If Su Lang wants to kill someone, he, the guy who kidnapped Su Lang, must be avenged. But now Su Lang knew at a glance that he was not low in the Xu Ning faction. Therefore, Emperor Xie Langzhou didn't dare to show any disrespect, so he could only plead humbly again. Yes, Your Highness Xu Ning. If you agree to us, we will gather to surrender to you. Now that Su Lang wants to kill us, isn't it just slap you in the face? His Royal Highness Xu Ning, we are all eternal warriors of Dudu Universe. Su Lang is an outsider. His Royal Highness, please. Seeing Xie Lang begging for mercy, the other eternal martial artists also spoke quickly. But some people were so scared that they lost their sense and said something they shouldn't say. Some of them alluded to Xu Ning's resignation and fatness, and some secretly provoked the relationship between Xu Ning and Su Lang. At this time, one after another, the Eternal Realm warriors spoke. The original sparse voice became a little noisy. The more people who talked, the more courage in everyone's hearts. His Royal Highness Xu Ning, now that you have unified Dudu, we don't have the heart to resist, but Su Lang still wants to kill people. This is weakening our Dudu universe. This Su Lang wolf ambition is probably a spy sent by Sui Yuzhou. You must be careful. Some eternal warriors continued to speak, and began a verbal attack on Su Lang. People became more and more impassioned, and they were very angry with Su Lang. But at this moment, shut up, although I said not to kill you. But I did not promise fellow Su Lang not to kill you. Maybe you don't know, the reason why Emperor Shu Yuzhou and others will be planted this time, Taoist Su Lang is the first. Without Taoist Su Lang, our Shuning faction will surely be defeated. Therefore, you are actually the spoils of Taoist Su Lang. Elder Xie stood up, and an extremely cold voice reached everyone's ears. This statement came out. The scene is like time and space are frozen. Everyone who begged for mercy was shocked, their expressions stiff, their mouths were dumbfounded, and they could no longer make a sound. They were so shocked that the stormy waves in their hearts had rushed into their minds, dispelling their thoughts, and stagnating their thinking. After a few breaths, impossible. It's absolutely impossible. Thanks, Elder Xie, we will never believe your words. A4 Plane Eternal Realm in Silong District, even if the eternal power of the 6 planes is controlled by the secret method and eternal emperor soldiers, it cannot become the main force to defeat the Shuyu Palace. He has at most the power of the 6 universe eternal realm, and even I may not be able to defeat it. Elder Xie, your remarks are too exaggerated. Impossible, your Highness Shuning, Elder Xie is lying. It must be like this, right? Quote. The people who were silent as if they had pressed the pause button suddenly boiled again. The face of every eternal warrior was covered with endless horror and disbelief. They shouted wildly, looking at His Royal Highness Shuning in disbelief. As Elder Xie said, no word is false. His Royal Highness Shuning overlooked the crowd and said even more amazing words, even, my life was saved by His Royal Highness Su Lang. What? It's impossible, I must have a broken ear. Ha ha ha, I must be crazy, so I misunderstood the words of His Highness Shuning. What she said just now was that she saved Su Lang. Fake, it's not true, you are all acting. If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com, the One Key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million level literature. Chapter 2524, Killing the Eternal Strong is like killing pigs and sheep. Emperor Xie Langzhou and others were dumbfounded, their eyes were about to fall out. Some people even showed madness and laughed wildly. In short, with these remaining guys from the Shuyu faction, no one believed that the powerful Emperor Shu Yuzhou was defeated by Su Lang. Ha ha, believe it or not, there are people dying. And those who survived, you are very lucky, you can see the incredible heroic figure of Taoist Su Lang in the future. Elder Yu smiled coldly, shook his head at the crowd with disdain, then looked straight, clasped his fists and arched his hands at Su Lang, and bowed slightly. Everyone is absurd. Su Lang smiled, returned a bow, turned to look at Emperor Xie Langzhou and others. Don't worry, as long as you are not too evil, I will not kill. This statement came out. The remnants of the Shuyu faction below immediately knew that even if they no longer believed it and could no longer accept it, what Shu Ningzhou Emperor and others said was the truth. It really was Su Lang who rescued Shu Ning and the others and defeated Emperor Shu Yuzhou and others. As for the remnants of their Jade Repair faction, there is only one end at this time, and that is to fall into Su Lang's hands and let them be slaughtered. Su Lang kills whoever wants to kill. Thought of this, many eternal warriors could not help being frightened. For countless years, they have relied on powerful forces to do whatever they want, and they have committed many sins. They are going to be liquidated at this time, how can they escape? Among them, Emperor Xie Langzhou was completely desperate. He himself committed countless evils, was one of the confidants of Emperor Shu Yuzhou, and deceived Su Lang. This is enough for Su Lang to kill him 3 times. Of course, there are also people who claim to be more kind, and they are slightly relieved. At this time, Su Lang headed forward on the infinite. The huge mecha shrank a lot and became taller, with the Yutian sword in the right hand and the life sword in the left hand, surrounded by the 8-sided shield and 4 incense eternal emperor soldiers. See this scene. Everyone in the audience fell into dead silence. They know that the next time is the time to be judged. Whether he is dead or alive is completely between Su Lang's thoughts. The atmosphere is extremely tense, like a string about to break. It can be said that even if a single piece of hair fell on the ground now, many people would be shocked and urinated. Expand your mind. There must be no defense. Otherwise, I will kill you directly. Su Lang came to the sky above the crowd, condescendingly overlooking them. No one dared to speak, but they had all let go of their guards. Even Emperor Xie Langzhou is no exception. Even if he is desperate, his survival instinct still drives him to do so. He knows everything. Su Lang looked down at the crowd, directly unfolded his strange heart, and began to spy on people's hearts. Suddenly, The life experiences of eternal warriors emerged one by one. In the long years, these warriors have spent most of the time practicing martial arts painfully, dull and the same. The rest of the years will be the wonderful life of these eternal warriors. Su Lang is not a black and white person, let alone a virgin. These eternal realms can be cultivated to the current level, who has not got a lot of blood on their hands. As long as he does not exceed Su Lang's bottom line, he will not kill. Those who are really intolerable will regard it as a killer. Emperor Xie Langzhou is one of the people who must kill. This person is very evil, likes to devour the eyes of humanoid creatures, and eats trillions of creatures at a time, extremely vicious. Emperor Xie Langzhou, die. Su Lang's expression was cold, and with a move in his heart, Wu Bian held the Yutian sword and cut out a move broken a sword. Do not. The last trace of luck in the heart of Emperor Xie Langzhou shattered, his face twisted and hideous, and he planned to escape on the spot. But the surrounding time and space has been banned by His Highness Shuning and other strong men. Moreover, the mirror flowers on the boundless ship, through the heart lock, Qibao Miaoshu also launched together. Emperor Xie Langzhou fell directly into the psychedelic, and was further imprisoned by the heart-piercing lock. If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com. The One Key training system has the fastest update speed of the literature under the one-click training system. Chapter 2525, Executing Hundreds of Eternal Warriors Suddenly. Emperor Xie Langzhou was like a pig with 4 legs trapped, his head raised and his neck exposed, completely losing all resistance. Stabbed, under the gaze of a large number of eternal strong men. The Yutian sword pierced the head of Emperor Xie Langzhou, instantly reaping his life. Died. Emperor Xie Langzhou is dead. Su Lang. Master Su Lang killed Emperor Xie Langzhou so easily. It's terrible. Emperor Xie Langzhou is a genius that His Highness Shuyu attaches great importance to. There are few opponents in 6 eternity, but he died without resistance. It's Master Su Lang's weapons and treasures that are too sharp. If I am not mistaken, all the weapons and treasures on his body are more than the 5 eternal. Hi, Master Su Lang is terrifying. ... Each of the eternal warriors saw that Emperor Xie Langzhou was beheaded by Su Lang with a single sword, and was immediately stunned and horrified. They also raised a deep awe of Su Lang. At this time, the Yutian sword that just killed the evil Langzhou Emperor took advantage of the situation and killed an eternal powerhouse of the 5 Eternals. The death of the second eternal warrior made the fear in the hearts of the rest of the people be overwhelmed by panic instantly. All the remnants of the Jade Cultivator were trembling, praying in their hearts that Su Lang would not kill himself. There were also people who couldn't resist the pressure and rushed to flee, but once they moved, Su Lang would give priority to kill them regardless of whether they were sinful or not. Puff 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 babble. The sound of sharp blades piercing into the flesh kept coming. An eternal warrior stood there like a chicken and was hacked to death by Su Lang. In a blink of an eye, Su Lang killed hundreds of eternal warriors. From 6 eternity to 1 eternity. After the 120 eternal warriors, a 4-time eternal death under Su Lang's sword, Su Lang stopped. Gluck. Ding ding ding. ... The sound of trembling and impact came from the jaws, and the surviving warriors were afraid and trembling. See, Su Lang stopped. The pupils of the participating eternal warriors shrank, and then suddenly spread and widened, revealing endless ecstasy. I survived. I'm not dead. I didn't even die. Great, I'm not dead. Oh my God, fortunately I am addicted to study and practice, and I haven't committed an unforgivable sin. ... The hearts of the surviving eternal warriors were full of fear and joy for the rest of their lives, and some even couldn't help but exclaim. Immediately after, Great Lord Su Lang, humbly thank you for your mercy. An eternal warrior who knows a lot about things directly knelt down to Su Lang. I am willing to serve as a slave and a maidservant for the adults, to be a cow and a horse for the adults, to go through water and fire, and die without regret. Master Su Lang, please accept your servant. Master Su Lang, Sadai. ... Everyone knew that Su Lang was an outsider, and he was alone, so he needed manpower. They had been enemies with Shuning faction for many years, fearing that they would be liquidated again. Therefore, they knelt down in front of Su Lang and asked Su Lang to accept them. I don't want people. Hand over your wealth. Seeing all the remnants of the Shuyu faction kneel down in front of him, Su Lang smiled faintly, and shook his head. These eternal warriors are the best for him not to accept them. After receiving it, he will faintly become a faction, and may form a rift with Shuning and others. If you don't, you can slash their money. When it comes to employing people, these people don't dare to refuse, they still have to do their best to do things. Moreover, the relationship between Su Lang and Shu Ning and others will be closer and the trust will be deeper. In this way, the benefits are obviously more. And Su Lang's choice also warmed His Highness Shu Ning's heart. The favor of the four elders Xie, Yu, Zhang, and Cheng has also greatly increased. The remnants of the Shuyu faction were rejected by Su Lang, and their faces were pale and their mouths closed. Then they took out their savings one after another, and dedicated their hands to Su Lang. If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. mtlnovel.com. The One Key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million level literature. Chapter 2526. Improve the clone function, take them all out. Am I that kind of person? Seeing everyone surrender all their wealth without reservation, Su Lang smiled slightly, then took away a large part and kept a small part. After all, these people were also accepted by the Shuning faction. It would be better to leave some resources. Master Xie Salong is magnanimous. Every eternal warrior thanked Salong for their thanks. His Royal Highness Shuning, we have to repair the infinite, the endgame here is left to you. Su Lang turned to look at His Royal Highness Shuning and said with his hands folded, it is good. Taoist Su Lang can ask us if he has any needs. His Royal Highness Shu Ning knew that Su Lang was going through a big battle and he would definitely want to take a break, so he directly agreed. Well, I won't be polite. Su Lang nodded with a smile, and immediately disappeared from the spot. Everyone, quote. After Shu Ning watched Su Lang leave, he looked down at the remaining eternal warriors. Next, it was to completely subdue these people, and then spread the news of the disintegration of the Jade sect to the entire world. With these surrendered people from the original Jade Cultivation faction testifying, the entire Dudu universe will calm the war and chaos in a very short period of time and complete the reunification. The other side, Su Lang did not leave Dudu universe. Instead, he came to a place with very strong cosmic energy and opened the cultivation function while sorting out the spoils. Fight with Emperor Shuyuzhou and others to kill 7 eternal powers of the 7 universes and 12 eternal powers of the 6 universes. Clean up the remnants in the Xuanyi Universe Palace, kill 4-6 Plane Eternal, 27-5 Plane Eternal, 38-4 Plane Eternal. Killed a total of 139 eternal powerhouses. In addition, there are the origin of the universe and the treasures of heaven and earth presented by His Royal Highness Shuningen. Others. System, deposit all, currency. There was a touch of excitement in Su Lang's eyes and gave instructions to the system. Ding, the storage is complete, the balance is 19.12 million cosmic origin. Close to 20 million universe origin. Look at this number. Su Lang immediately understood that most of the belongings of the Shuyu faction were in the hands of Shuyu. Then he almost ran away before. And the subordinates of Emperor Shuyuzhou didn't actually have much surplus in their hands. Those guys who were killed, the total origin of the universe totaled less than 10 million. On the side of Emperor Shu Ningzhou, it is estimated that a total of about 10 million yuan was given to him by the origin of the universe, which is considered to be 70% to 80% of the net worth, full of sincerity. Of course, what we count now is just the origin of the universe. The eternal warriors of this kind of thing are extremely horrible, and basically they are used up quickly after refining it, and it is very difficult to survive. But natural treasures are easy to keep. Because in the eternal realm, there are very few talents in the 3 realms of pill formation, and it is more difficult to make use of the natural resources. The treasures obtained this time are at least 3 times more than those obtained from Emperor Shuyuzhou. Close to 20 million universe origins. You can choose a feature that costs 10 million to upgrade. Then, the one-click empowerment function can also be upgraded, but there is no need. The origin of the 1 million universe should be saved first. Su Lang thought in his heart, then rubbed his hands a little excitedly, and gave the system an order to upgrade the clone function. Ding. Consumes 10 million cosmic origins. The clone dispatch function is upgraded to level 54, the number of clones is +1, the current number of clones is 54, the number of clones is 54, and the number of twins is 54. The system prompt resounded through my mind. The 3 avatars add up, and there are already 162. And the clone function has reached level 54. If it reaches level 55, I don't know what terrifying function it will get. Thought of this, Su Lang licked his lips excitedly. Immediately after, he looked at the storage space. There are countless trophies piled up inside. The first thing that catches your eyes is a powerful eternal weapon. Others' eternal weapons are difficult to tame, even if they are reluctantly subdued, they are not assured of using them. Moreover, Su Lang is not a person lacking weapons and treasures, so he directly activates the decomposition function to decompose all the captured eternal weapons. Suddenly, the materials decomposed by these weapons formed an endless continent. On this mainland, pick up an ordinary stone, at least it is a treasure of Juyantai. If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com. The One Key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million level literature. Chapter 2527, A Leap in Quality, hehe. There are materials to upgrade weapons again, and there should be no more fighting next. I can cultivate to a higher level smoothly. In terms of weapons, you can also be promoted in advance. Quote. Su Lang thought about it in his heart, and then summoned the boundless call. The current combat power level of Infinity is half-step and 6 planes level. Although its ability is to gather the power of the major powers to reach a more terrifying level. However, it was really reluctant to withstand half a step of the battle strength of the 8 cosmos level before. After slaying the 7 eternal emperors, many of the parts on the Infinity had almost been scrapped. Fortunately, I have the weapon evolution function, which can repair weapon damage incidentally. Otherwise, I only need to repair it myself. How long will it take to repair it? Su Lang stroked the hard shell of the infinite, a smile was drawn at the corner of his mouth. Immediately after, start an enhanced reset, the target is endless. Start the weapon evolution, target infinity. Start one-click enhancement. Su Lang moved in his heart and issued orders one after another. The system executes the command instantly. Suddenly, the strengthening effect of Boundless has disappeared, and the breath has dropped greatly. Soon it started to rise again. This is because all the parts that make up Infinity are evolving. The previous Infinity, a total of 1% of the number of parts, that is, 1,200 reached the eternal state. This time, Su Lang played a big one and raised all the parts to the eternal level. 3 of the core parts have reached the 4 eternal realm. There are 30 parts in the 3 eternal realm, and there are even more in the 2 eternal realm, which is 600. The remaining more than 110,000 parts are all in the universe eternal realm. Because the higher the part level, the higher the material required for evolution. Although Su Lang harvested a lot of heaven, material and earth treasures, it was difficult for him to evolve more high-level parts. But even so, all parts of Infinity have reached the eternal state, making it a qualitative leap. Even in the absence of any strong players, with its own power alone, it has reached the eternal high level of the 6 universes. In the end, Su Lang strengthened it 3 more times, bringing its power to the half-step 7 eternal realm level. If Shuning waits for 5 people, plus more eternal realm powerhouses stationed in the Infinity, I will be able to taste the terrifying power of the 8 eternal realm once. However, my own level is still too low. Compared with the eternal realm of the 5 universes, it is simply the gap between the rocks and the giant peaks. To master the power of the eternal realm of the 8 universes, I use the power of the swallowing clone to at least reach the peak of the 6 universes. Otherwise, even with the assistance of Shuning and the others, it would be difficult for me to control it. Quote. While thinking about it, Su Lang took out Yudian sword and other weapons. After upgrading the Infinity, there are still some materials left, but they are not enough to evolve the Yudian sword and other weapons. But it can't evolve, but it can be strengthened. Su Lang activated the enhancement function and strengthened all weapons such as the Yudian sword once, making them all enter the eternal level of the 6 universes. The upgrade of weapons will stop here for now. Next, it's time to learn the 3 ways of pill formation. Su Lang's spiritual thoughts unfolded and read all the 3 classics of the pill array obtained this time, quickly. He has integrated a large amount of 3 knowledges, as if he had studied and practiced for countless years. This time just the eternal grade pill, he learned 7 kinds. There are 5 types of healing and recovery, a self-harming explosive pill, and an auxiliary cultivation pill, which is similar to the pill of Zanyu Qingqing pill. This kind of pill can increase the speed at which the eternal realm powerhouse can use the origin of the universe to perfect the crystal wall world, and the effect is good. Chu Xiaobei can use it for cultivation. The corner of Su Lang's mouth raised slightly, you can also exchange some resources with Emperor Shu Ningzhou. It is worth mentioning that, this time he also got a pill formula of the 5 Eternal Realm, 3 formations of the 5 Eternal Realm. But because the system function level of alchemy and formation is not enough, it is temporarily impossible to learn. We can only wait for later. Su Lang smiled faintly, and immediately issued instructions. System, start the 1 key alchemy function. If you like the 1 key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com, the 1 key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million level literature. Chapter 2528, Alchemy, cool, ding. Alchemy is successful, you get Zhuanyu Alchemy Pill 5. Ding. The synthesis is successful, you get Dan 1. Ding. Successful alchemy, you will get ding. The synthesis is successful, you ding. Strengthening success, accompanied by Su Lang's order issued. A series of system prompts kept appearing, as if to fill Su Lang's mind. The alchemy function and the synthesis and strengthening functions complement each other, creating a perfect quality pill for the eternal realm of the 5, 6, and 7 cosmos. Quickly, Su Lang saw an empty place in the storage space with many pills appearing out of thin air. Tisk tisk, with so many pills, I don't know how many tens of thousands of years will be required to successfully refine them if they are replaced by alchemists in the 7 Eternal Realm. And I got these pills in a few breaths, it's so crooked. Su Lang looked at the newly obtained large amount of pill, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but outline a beautiful smile. Soon, Su Lang's gaze moved away from the pill, and fell on Shouweijihai and the Wushu villain. The cosmic energy of the Dudu universe is rich and rich. The 54th level of 1 key training function is here, and it can exert maximum efficiency. In an instant, Su Lang can obtain a huge amount of cultivation base, and can directly create a half-step eternity, but it is also because the speed of absorbing the energy of the universe is too fast. As a result, the energy replenishment speed of the nearby universe is far less than Su Lang's absorption speed, resulting in a lot of reduction in energy concentration. Although Su Lang was able to fly while shifting locations, he could absorb cosmic energy like a locust crossing a border, but he is lazy. Then Su Lang stood up, his expression condensed. Start a thought. Thoughts flashed. Suddenly, a large number of eternal spirit gathering formations appeared out of thin air within the coverage of his divine consciousness. At this time, the coverage of Su Lang's spiritual thoughts is in units of trillion light years. After being promoted to the 3 Eternal Realm, his divine power has also been greatly enhanced, and his current coverage radius has reached 10 trillion light years. This range cannot be underestimated. At this time, a large number of eternal spirit gathering formations appeared layer by layer, forming a ring with Su Lang as the center, gathering the cosmic energy in the middle. The cosmic energy gathered by the outer eternal spirit gathering formation method seemed to have set off a small storm. But as Su Lang gets closer to the center, the spirit gathering array gathers and pushes again and again, so that the cosmic energy has formed a huge wave. It is real, a huge liquid wave formed by the condensed cosmic energy. The power of this huge wave is extremely terrifying, because the cosmic energy has gathered countless kinds of heaven and earth energy, mixed like chaos. When the Xian Wuj enters it, he can't control it at all, and the end is his own death. Su Lang is naturally able to withstand these cosmic energy. Even this kind of rich cosmic energy is just enough for him to absorb and utilize. Don't run around for energy. Not to mention the hard work of refining the origin of the universe by yourself. It's beautiful. Su Lang tilted Erlang's legs leisurely, half squinting his eyes. Feel the sea of cultivation that is crazy filling. Su Lang was intoxicated for a while before he started to do his next business deal with the eternal body. A total of 139 newly acquired eternal bodies. There are 139 in the universe of eternal life alone. Su Lang, who had so many crystal wall cells, had no scruples at all, and directly began to fuse part of the crystal wall world to hold the universe of eternal life. Everything is familiar to you. Quickly, Su Lang put 139 eternal life universes of different grades into the newly merged crystal wall world. This brand new world of more than 100 crystal walls is almost as big as Su Lang's own life universe. The space inside is not inferior to the ordinary natural universe at all. The key to it is the life continent and the life planet that are artificially forged by the eternal strong, very, very huge. Or, give some names to these vast continents. Well, this is called Duluo, this is called Zishan, this is called Dupo, this is called Shuluo, this is called. Hehehehe, it's funny. Su Lang smiled while naming the continents in his crystal wall world. If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. mtlnovel.com. The One Key training system has the fastest update speed of the literature under the one-click training system. Chapter 2529, 137 Eternal Bodies played for a while. Su Lang began to do business again, that is, to transfer the life planets and continents in the Crystal Wall universe in the Eternal Body. The life planets or continents in the Crystal Wall universe are naturally inferior to the Eternal Life universe. But the victory lies in the number. The Crystal Wall universe of more than 130 eternal powerhouses has reached more than 300,000 Gai in total. This number is almost 5 times that of Su Lang's Crystal Wall world, even though every one of Su Lang's more than 66,000 Crystal Wall worlds had a planet or continent. But this does not mean they are filled. In many Crystal Wall worlds, there is only one planet or one continent. How lonely. And the quality of some living planets or continents is very poor. In Su Lang's eyes, it was a pile of loose crisp stones or simply mud. This kind of life planet and life continent can be squeezed and kneaded to make them firmer. If you pinch it tightly, your body will be smaller, and you can free up more space to add new land. The first step is to transfer creatures to other places. The second step is to add new planets or continents and make improvements. The third step is to transfer the creatures back. ... After Su Lang thought about it, he just said it. First, all living beings were transferred to some of the life continents and planets that did not need improvement. Soon, it is to transfer the Crystal Wall world of the more than 130 eternal powerhouses one by one to their own Crystal Wall world, combining with the existing life continents and planets. Under Su Lang's terrifying power, these planets and continents merged with each other, forming a harder Earth. When Emperor Do Shu built the Dudu continent, he did the same, using countless planets to create this supercontinent that even Su Lang feels vast. At this time, Su Lang is in the world of crystal walls. Many new life continents or planets were born. They are all very huge, the surface of the Earth is extremely wide, and the above is full of the energy of heaven and earth. These energies are naturally drawn from Dudu universe. Most of the cosmic energy is transformed into cultivation bases by the One Key cultivation function. But a part of it was integrated into Su Lang's own life universe and Crystal Wall world. Countless creatures absorbed these energy for cultivation, which to a certain extent could help Su Lang assimilate these newly absorbed energies from heaven and earth. And the Crystal Wall universe can transform these cosmic energies into the powerful force of the eternal realm, the force of the universe. Time passed slowly. With more than 130 eternal bodies and more than 300,000 gaps of Crystal Wall universe, all the creatures and land were transferred into his body by Su Lang. At present, his 10-square life universe, the eternal life universe captured by more than 200, the more than 66,000 Crystal Wall worlds and Crystal Wall universes, are all filled with even more vast continents. There were dozens of times more creatures living on it in an instant. This made Su Lang feel that his humanity has been greatly increased. The power of incense absorbed by the Void Spirit universe is also very much, while strengthening itself, while integrating into the 4 Void Dragon Heaven realms. Now the coverage of the ethereal universe is becoming wider and wider. Originally, its enveloped range had already exceeded Su Lang's mental power detection range, and at this time it had exceeded 100 times. Once Su Lang unfolded the virtual spirit universe, in a spherical area with a radius of trillions of light years, all the power of incense will be sucked away by him, including those incredibly powerful incense creatures, of course. Su Lang is not doing that now. The countless creatures in his own body can generate more incense aspiration power every second than expand the Void Spirit universe to draw the incense aspiration power once. So there is no need to take the initiative to absorb the power of incense, at this time. The Crystal Wall universe in the eternal body is completely processed. Su Lang gave all the eternal body to the nest of civilization. Because he found that the speed of refining the origin of the universe was too slow. Even if he had so many clones of the same level, he could be divided into more than 10,000 eternal level 100 shadow clones. But the universe's origins that have been refined are still too few and too few. If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. mtlnovel.com. The One Key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million level literature. Chapter 2530. 10,000 clones are still too slow. If his current clone function is to be upgraded, it needs 100 million cosmic origins. The rest of the functions need to be upgraded, and even the cheapest one-key empowerment function requires 1,000,000 cosmic origin. If you rely on the clones to refining the origin, the speed of obtaining the origin is still too slow. Compared with the speed at which the one-key practice function can obtain the cultivation base, it is almost equal to stagnation. Of course, Su Lang thinks so. If Shuning and others knew what he was thinking, he would vomit blood. If they can help refining the origin of the universe with more than 10,000 eternal subordinates, their faces will probably bloom. Currently, Su Lang thought that the speed of refining the eternal body was too slow to obtain the origin of the universe, and decided to hand the eternal body to the nest of civilization. After eating these eternal bodies, the nest of civilization can give birth to a more powerful race of wisdom. This can greatly increase the average combat power and maximum combat power of countless worlds and intelligent creatures in Su Lang. Wisdom creatures become stronger, not only can contribute more incense aspirations. It can also enhance the human power of the crystal wall universe, making Su Lang's cosmic power even more terrifying. The point is that the nest of civilization is very special. From the beginning, she had the characteristic of devouring the strong and turning it into her own strength. Not only power, but the genes and inheritance of the strong can be stolen. Moreover, she digested the eternal body very fast, and could digest an eternal body of the same level as herself in a moment. Then, as many spores as constant sand were born, countless different intelligent races were cultivated. In short, it is to deal with the eternal body and develop its value quickly. The eternal body is left to the nest of civilization. Surely we can cultivate a large number of intelligent creatures with good talents. Quote. Su Lang lay down lazily, resting his head with both hands. Other colors of thinking came out of his eyes. At present, he has come to the upper universe directly from the lower and basic universes. It can be regarded as a small goal set in the boundless universe. It's here. His time flow will exceed countless middle and lower natural universes. Plus one key training, one key martial arts speed. His growth rate has formed an extremely terrifying crush on the creatures of the middle and lower levels. After 100 years of cultivation here, only a few minutes have passed since the middle and lower universes. What can you do for those middle and lower level creatures in a few minutes? I can't improve my cultivation level at all. But Su Lang had already improved his cultivation base. The disadvantage of the middle and lower universe is too great. In the eyes of high-level cosmic powerhouses, they are completely arbitrary objects. Relatively speaking, the middle and lower level Tianzhao can't match the growth rate of ordinary warriors in the upper level universe. After all, the difference in time flow rate is 1,000,000 times. The cosmic energy of the middle and lower universes, because of the time flow rate, also spreads slowly. Therefore, the eternal realm of heaven, material and earth treasures are scarce in quantity and not of high level. To me now, the middle and lower universes are basically useless. Even if you send your avatar to hunt those coordinates you just got, you're lazy. The clone hunted for an hour in the lower universe. I have been here for more than 1,000 years. I have been practicing for only half a year, more than 1,000 years. Perhaps I have already reached the pinnacle of the eternal state. If there is a higher realm, perhaps all have entered a higher realm. Various thoughts burst into Su Lang's mind, and he became interested in the realm above the eternal realm. The eternal state is already in existence beyond the natural universe, and it is a human-shaped universe. So, what level is above the eternal state? According to the current path of practice, the crystal wall world is filled with the origin of the universe to form the crystal wall universe. So, above eternity, is it aimed at forming a humanoid universe? The same as this endless universe, a humanoid universe with an endless crystal wall universe. This seems very reasonable, but Su Lang was not sure. Forget it. All will be good. At that time you will know what the realm above eternity looks like. In the lower universe, how to deal with the natural cosmic coordinates obtained from the Black Ice Tower and Lingyu Wanji Pavilion. Well, you can leave some more hidden universes as dangerous hiding places. The rest will be sold according to the original plan. It just happens that the Zaitai gang wants to rely on me, so let them do it. While thinking about it, Su Lang dispatched his clone to the natural universe presented by Zaitai. If you like the one-key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com, the one-key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant. Million-level literature. Chapter 2531. Ask her and talk in depth. Although those guys in Zaitai are a bit suspicious of inflammation. But it did bring some benefits to Su Lang. People who didn't have Zaitai revealed to him the coordinates of the Black Ice Terrace and Lingyu Wanji Pavilion. Su Lang couldn't get revenge so quickly. So Su Lang didn't mind giving them some sweetness. The clone just arrived at the lower natural universe. Su Lang felt that this avatar had fallen into the quagmire of time, and his movements were extremely slow, as if it had been slowed down countless times. This feeling is completely opposite to the clone in the lower universe, watching Dudu universe. Under Su Lang's gaze, the avatar made a slow motion with his left and right hands, and it took a long time to leave a message to contact Zai Station. Zaitai also indeed left a connector in this universe. After discovering that the visitor was Su Lang, everyone in Zaitai was ecstatic and immediately came to meet Su Lang's clone. At this time, seeing the avatar's field of vision that slowed down countless times, Su Lang's expression suddenly changed. Because a system prompt rang, ding. Soul refining through the heart Ju has reached the founding level. Accompanied by the sound, there are countless mysterious exercises, and a peculiar energy. Soul rising through the heart Ju is an eternal level technique that passively increases the strength of the soul. Su Lang practiced it to the founding level, and suddenly it was as if he had practiced for countless years. The benefits accumulated over the past, countless years, emerged all at once, turned into that peculiar energy and merged into Su Lang's soul. Suddenly, Su Lang felt like a sun exploded in his mind, and the extremely bright light sprayed out from his eyes, quickly. The power brought by this, soul development of the heart, was completely consumed. The light gushing out of Su Lang's eyes gradually disappeared, and his eyes returned to normal. Divine sense has increased by 1/10. This technique is really powerful. I didn't punch my eyes. With a radius of 11 trillion light years, I don't know which level it has reached. When Emperor Shu Ningzhou is finished, I will ask her and have an in-depth exchange. Su Lang thought so. A smile was drawn at the corner of his mouth. Shuning, this woman is not bad, she is very beautiful, and her three views are very upright. So Su Lang intends to become Guan Beo's friend. Next. Well, during this period of time, many people have been killed and a lot of exercises have been saved. With the function off top of the exercises, these exercises can be elevated to the eternal state. Even if the idea of the exercise method is not enough and the pattern is not enough, but reaching the eternal state, there are certain benefits. Just start with the simplest. Let me kang, what is the most exercise? Quote. A smile was drawn at the corner of Su Lang's mouth, and his spiritual thought searched among a large number of exercises, quickly. I found the lowest level exercise method, the Emperor level body building exercise method. There are also body building exercises in the eternal realm, but the effect is only to increase the overall strength of the eternal body. There is no exercise method that can increase the crystal wall world. Only the core of the universe can split the crystal wall world into two or more. The same goes for the Emperor-level body-building exercises to reach the eternal state. After placing the exercises on the Wushu villain, the system prompt came at one thought. Ding! King Kong Wandy 2 has reached the founding level. Soon, a warm feeling appeared in Su Lang's perception. Body strength has increased a little. In essence, it seems that the integration of the various crystal wall universes has become closer. Su Lang's eyes flashed, and then he continued to practice the exercises. Time passed slowly. A copy of the exercises was thrown by Su Lang on the martial arts villain, and he learned it instantly. These exercises can also be called the All Heavens and 10,000 Realms, from the Dudu universe, and each has its own characteristics and advantages. Some can even bring good income to Su Lang. Gradually, the exercises below the eternal realm were all practiced by Su Lang, and he has practiced those exercises and hasn't finished. It also uses the one-key synthesis function to synthesize these exercises with each other and turn them into new exercises to continue practicing. Suddenly, Su Lang has gained countless exercises. When all these synergy methods have been practiced, he could not remember how many 10,000 exercises he had practiced. So far, he has also noticed that his combat power has increased significantly. If you like the one-key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com, the one-key training system has the fastest update speed of the literature under the one-click training system. Chapter 2532, Wang Jingchen was hunted down, not bad. Next, continue to practice the techniques of the Eternal Realm. It's still the Eternal Realm's practice that is most suitable for me now. After all, from the beginning of creation, the Eternal technique is for the Eternal martial artist to practice. In addition, my synthesis function can also use the techniques of the 4 Eternal Realms to synthesize the techniques of the 5 Eternal Realms. Hehe, keep working. The corner of Su Lang's mouth outlines a bright smile. Immediately, while concluding the Dharma, he looked at the avatar who had contacted Xianxia. Have practiced so many exercises. But the avatar had just met the people from Xianxia. The latter was just a kneeling motion, and it took a long time in Su Lang's eyes. This tens of millions of times the slow motion is really uncomfortable. Su Lang sighed, never wanting to watch the slow motion scene in the lower universe anymore. But at this moment, he suddenly noticed that an early warning message came from a natural universe equipped with a space-time fluctuation induction array. Okay, this is one of the natural universes of the 7-member group including Emperor Xuanyuzhou. Oh, that little universe Eternal Realm said that he had mastered the coordinates of the higher universe and used it as a bargaining chip. I want to come. After he was killed by me, the chess pieces arranged in advance stabbed the matter out. Now, the power of the higher universe is here to hunt. Hehe, hit me on the head with an idea, look for death. Quote. There was a sneer in Su Lang's eyes, and he immediately dispatched an avatar to the natural universe that had sent warning messages. Then, another scene of slow motion appeared in Su Lang's perception, but I saw the avatar standing in the place where the time and space fluctuations of the natural universe appeared. Then he saw a middle-aged man with a high crown on his head gradually revealing himself from the fluctuations of time and space at an almost stagnant speed. His eyes are full of panic and despair. Okay, as the 3 Eternal Realm, it is called Wang Jingchen. For the 7 Emperor Xuanyuzhou, they are indeed masters. But why does this person look scared? Shouldn't the people who come to hunt have a hideous and excited face? Could it be that this person has become a prey and is being hunted down? Su Lang looked at the middle-aged man in surprise, thinking in his heart. Soon, he watched Wang Jingchen gradually emerge from the fluctuations of time and space with boredom for 100 years. Obviously in this natural universe it is a momentary matter. But after playing slowly, for a long time, Wang Jingchen got out of the hole. Too slow. Too slow. Can't you hurry up? I can't stand it. Ah, lean down perfectly. Su Lang finally couldn't stand the torture of this slow motion, so he leaned down perfectly, and his will fell on the clone. Anyway, this does not hinder his practice in martial arts. The angle of view changed, and he came to Wang Jingchen's body. Why I hide so deep? I will be found out. There are also 3 friends who were invaded. What happened? Damn it. With my eternal cultivation base in the 3 universes, it's probably dead. No, I don't want to die. Quote. The terrified Wang Jingchen thought desperately. Suddenly, he found a person standing in front of him, his expression indifferent, as if he had been waiting here. What? Why is there a person standing here? The breath on his body turned out to be the 4 Eternal Realm. And he is waiting for me here. Sure enough, this is a trap. The woman came to cheat me to hunt these universes and let me throw myself into the trap. Wang Jingchen was horrified, and then thought of the coquettish woman before, and his heart shuddered. Immediately, he couldn't help sighing. He was cautious and unparalleled and saw through the strategy. It's a pity that even so, other hunters came to the door. The guy who chased him was a 5-dimensional eternity. If he hadn't found out in advance and escaped early, he would have been finished. It is estimated that the 4 Eternal Realms in front of him could not resist that guy. Although he set me up. But now it's also a grasshopper on a rope, let me remind him first. I just hope he won't shoot me immediately. Wang Jingchen filled up countless thoughts in an instant, and then spoke to Su Lang clone. Just then, ha, old miscellaneous hair, let me see where you run away. An extremely irritable voice came along with strong temporal and spatial fluctuations. Immediately after, a 5 cosmic eternal realm with a hideous look and cruel look, appeared behind Wang Jingchen and in front of Su Lang. Okay, Pei Yushao. Su Lang looked at the eternal martial artist of the 5 cosmos and couldn't help but raised his eyebrows, and smiled dumbly. Haha, you and I are really destined. If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. mtlnovel.com. The One Key training system has the fastest update speed of the literature under the one-click training system. Chapter 2533, Barking Snarly, Extremely Ridiculous Pei Yuxiao. This guy. Su Lang has never forgotten. Originally, he planned to use the power of the Shuning faction to investigate the location of this guy and then kill him. Unexpectedly, I encountered Pei Yuxiao here. But after thinking about it, Su Lang roughly guessed the reason. Many natural cosmic coordinates have been auctioned off in the empty blue universe. Among them are some natural universes under Wang Jingchen's command. Pei Yuxiao obtained these cosmic coordinates and came to hunt Wang Jingchen, and then he chased here. To fix Pei Yuxiao, the Eternal Five Cosmos. Su Lang's current combat power in the state of swallowing clones, or a Star Kuan Ko clone with extreme form is enough. After all, Pei Yuxiao is just an ordinary 5 eternity, which is already vulnerable in his eyes. But to prevent this guy from escaping, Su Lang still intends to dispatch multiple Xingquanyan avatars. At this time, that's just a moment of time. Pei Yuxiao completely appeared from the fluctuations of time and space, and then met Su Lang's eyes. Su, Su Lang, you chopsticks are here. Ha ha ha, I really can't find a place to break through the iron shoes without any effort. Today I must capture you alive, and then let you sink into endless torture for eternity. Quote. After Pei Yuxiao saw Su Lang, he was taken aback for a moment, and then his eyes widened fiercely, his eyes bursting with extremely excited light. Endless surprises emerged from Pei Yuxiao's heart and rushed into his mind at once. This made him couldn't help but exclaim, and showed a wild smile. His mouth was grinning to the base of his ears. But at this moment, he found that the corners of Su Lang's mouth had reached the base of his ears, showing a weird smile. You chopsticks can still laugh. HMPH, don't say you are alone now. Even if your 2 companions come together, they will be a chicken in front of me. Pei Yuxiao laughed wildly when he saw Su Lang. His expression suddenly changed, and immediately showed a stronger sneer. Tisk tut, Pei Yuxiao, it seems that the lesson I taught you last time was not profound enough. When I saw me, I didn't want to run away immediately, but even dared to bark savagely, which is extremely ridiculous. Su Lang carried his hands on his back and looked at Pei Yuxiao indifferently. It seems that what he is facing is not an eternal warrior of the 5 universes, but a rubbish. Humph, Su Lang chopsticks, after being killed by you, I am always thinking about killing you. In order to get revenge, I ran out of wealth and have promoted the weapon to the 4 eternal realm. You who have lost your weapon advantage, want to escape from my hands, that is a delusion. Pei Yuxiao's face became more and more ferocious, it was like a cruel pervert. He has a middle universe, and the flow of time is many times higher than the bottom universe. It was during the time when Su Lang went to engage in the Black Ice Tower in Lingyu Wanji Pavilion. Pei Yuxiao spent almost all his net worth, and invited several Eternal Realm refiners in the empty blue universe, and promoted him together, at this time. With the weapons of the 4 Eternal Realm in hand, Pei Yuxiao was sure that he would definitely kill Su Lang this time, or even capture him alive. Seeing Su Lang's abominable face before him, Pei Yuxiao had countless images of torturing Su Lang in his mind. Simultaneously, Wang Jingchen, who was caught between the two, looked at Su Lang and Pei Yuxiao, who were laughing wildly at the same time, feeling a little confused. The 2 eternal emperors not only know each other, but also have deep hatreds between each other. First timing, a touch of surprise rose in Wang Jingchen's heart. The enemy's enemy is a friend, Su Lang is Pei Yuxiao's enemy, and that is his friend, the 2 can join hands. But the surprise disappeared in the next moment. Because Su Lang's strength is not Pei Yuxiao's opponent at all, not to mention a 4 cosmic eternity, even if it is 10 or 20, it can't beat a 5 cosmic eternity, but the possibility of complete destruction is relatively high. No way, the gap between the eternal realms is too big. If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. mtlnovel.com. The One Key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million level literature. Chapter 2534, Pei Yuxiao was terrified. Fellow, let's run away. Wang Jingchen's heart moved, and turned to Su Lang's voice transmission. He is the eternity of the 5 universes, we can't be his opponent. Su Lang turned a deaf ear to Wang Jingchen's transmission. Pei Yuxiao, I will give you a chance at last. kneel in front of me and sing a song of conquest, I can spare you a dog. Su Lang's expression was indifferent, calm and unhurried, with no fear at all. This statement came out. Wang Jingchen was stunned instantly. What you just said was, what? An eternal warrior of the 4 universes actually made an eternal might of the 5 universes kneel down and beg for mercy. What else to sing to conquer? This is so crazy, it's something that a lunatic can say. Let me kneel down. Su Lang, you are really as arrogant as ever. I hope you will be able to get wild after you fall into my hands. The corners of Pei Yuxiao's mouth twitched by Su Lang's words, and the resentment and shame in his heart became more and more intense. Rumble, a frightening breath erupted from his body, covering hundreds of thousands of light years in an instant. Senior Su Lang, let's run away. Hey, it's too late, now I can only do my best. Wang Jingchen was terrified, trembling all over, but did not escape. He knew that once he drove away, he would definitely be the first to be killed. Pei Yuxiao wanted to kill him without a finger. If you can't escape, you can only fight hard. As for begging for mercy, Wang Jingchen has tried it. He didn't know where Pei Yuxiao's anger came from, he insisted on killing him to vent his anger, and would not accept any surrender. For Wang Jingchen's transmission, Su Lang still pretended not to hear. Escape. Joke. It is Pei Yuxiao who should run away. But Pei Yuxiao obviously didn't know the major events in the Dudu universe. I don't even know that Su Lang's strength is soaring at this time. If he sacrifices the boundless number, the eternal power of the ordinary 6 universes can hang. Pei Yuxiao, you missed your last chance. Then go to die. Su Lang's voice was indifferent, and his thoughts immediately moved, using the Xing Quan Yun He function. For an instant, the breath of this clone who was perfectly bent over soared, promote directly from the 4 eternal realm to the 5 eternal realm. But it is not the eternal peak of the 5 universes in the extreme state. It is the eternity of the 5 universes fused by the 27 clones. The combat power is at the upper level among the 5 cosmic levels, but this has surpassed Pei Yuxiao. What? Advanced 5 eternity, how is this possible? Even if you use the secret technique, you can only reach half a step. The 5 eternity, how can you reach the current level? No, this is not true, it must be illusion. Quote. Pei Yuxiao watched his breath soaring, already far surpassing Su Lang, almost biting off his tongue. Endless horror set off stormy waves in his heart, rushing into his mind, blanking his brain, and stagnating his thinking. Calculate the timeline of the lower universe. At most, Su Lang had passed several hours in the lower universe. In such a short time, his cultivation level has soared so much. How can Pei Yuxiao accept this? Changing to be any eternal warrior is unacceptable. It takes countless years and a lot of cosmic origin for them to improve a little bit. For a few hours, for them, it is not much different from an instant. 5 eternal realm great power. And more terrifying than Pei Yuxiao who chased me. God, is this senior Su Lang hiding himself? Now is his real combat power. Because I let senior Su Lang run away before, I am really ignorant. Wang Jingchen was also shocked, and ecstasy rose in his heart again. At this time, buzzing, time and space fluctuations came from Pei Yuxiao's body. This guy wanted to escape. Function with one thought. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, and he immediately pulled Pei Yuxiao into the gray-white space of thought ceiling. Damn it, be entangled. Pei Yuxiao's soul is not possessed, his face is earthy, fear breeds in his heart, and there is no more excitement, ferociousness and cruelty before. If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. mtlnovel.com. The One Key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million level literature. Chapter 2535, Cat Juggling. He should have thought of it long ago. Su Lang is confident, he must have his cards. But he was so overwhelmed by hatred that he was not even alert. By now, everything is too late. But Pei Yuxiao felt that he had not reached a desperate situation. Although Su Lang's strength is stronger than him, it has not reached the level of complete crushing. If you find the time, you can still escape. Su Lang chopsticks, I will make you pay the price today no matter what. Pei Yuxiao's pale face rose with a strong determination and killing intent, and a flying knife appeared silently behind Su Lang's neck. Senior Su Lang. When Wang Jingchen saw that Su Lang was attacked, he suddenly exclaimed. But he was obviously not qualified to participate in the battle of the 5 cosmic levels. Moreover, Su Lang and Pei Yuxiao were in the Nianfeng space at this time, and Wang Jingchen was even more unable to interfere. Small bugs. Su Lang was so close to danger, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly, a thought flashed in his mind, and he issued an enhanced reset function. Immediately after, the xianxia 8-edged shield appeared out of thin air, as if it was there, and blocked the flying knife with a ding-dang sound. If it were the celestial and 8-sided shield of the 6 eternal realm, Su Lang's cosmic power would be difficult to activate. But at this time, the 8-sided shield of the sky had restored the level of the 4 eternal realm, and Su Lang could control it 100%. Hateful. This weapon again. Why would my sneak attack be blocked? That is clearly just the defense treasure of the 4 eternal realm. Seeing that his sneak attack was easily resolved by Su Lang, Pei Yuxiao's heart trembled. Immediately after, he immediately changed his tactics, tried his best, and displayed countless defenses. Wow, countless defensive barriers emerged, enveloping Pei Yuxiao. Are you going to fight me, attrition? Yes, in your eyes, I used the secret technique, it will definitely not last long. So, how long do you think my secret technique can last? 1 breath, 10 breaths, I'm sorry, my secret technique can be used endlessly. Su Lang looked at Pei Yuxiao, who used countless defenses to become a tortoise, and sneered, moreover, my secret technique has no side effects. This statement came out, Pei Yuxiao was shocked all over, her pupils shrunk like mung beans. Impossible, such a terrifying secret technique, you can't use it endlessly, and it's impossible to have no side effects. 5 breaths, after 5 breaths, your secret technique disappears, the sequelae breaks out, and your strength drops. It will be your death date. Pei Yuxiao roared cruelly, but it was hard to conceal the asterisk in the words. Even if Su Lang lasted for only the 5 breaths he said. It is also very possible to break his defense and kill him within this little time. In the battle of the eternal realm, you don't know how much you can do in 1 breath, let alone 5 breaths. But, just when Pei Yuxiao thought that Su Lang would hurry up and kill him, something unexpected happened to him. Oh, 5 breaths, then you count 5 breaths. Su Lang faintly looked down at Pei Yuxiao, who was shrunk in countless defensive covers. He was not anxious at all, his face was full of cat and mouse play. Hear this. Pei Yuxiao suddenly narrowed his eyes, revealing a thick surprise. What? He is so calm. Could it be that, as he said, the secret technique can be used endlessly without side effects? No, impossible, he must be bluffing. Pei Yuxiao's heart beats frantically, trying to calm her mind, her eyes fixed on Su Lang. But in his heart, he has already started to count time involuntarily. 1, 2, 3. The time of breath and breath passed. Su Lang still stood on the spot, looking at Pei Yuxiao with a calm expression, the playfulness of the corners of his mouth becoming more and more intense. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Such a terrifying secret technique cannot last forever, let alone without side effects. Wait, I have to wait. With the passage of time, Pei Yuxiao counted the past numbers in her heart. It was like a sledgehammer hitting the weakest part of his heart. He became more and more nervous, his pupils gradually contracted, and the feeling of badness in his heart became stronger. If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com. The One Key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million level literature. Chapter 2536. I gave you a chance next to. Although Wang Jingchen could not interfere in Su Lang's Nianfeng space, he could see the scene inside. Unexpectedly, really unexpectedly, this senior Su Lang unexpectedly exploded with the power of the 5 eternal realm. But why doesn't he do it? Wang Jingchen was also puzzled. Immediately, the idea of taking the opportunity to escape rose in his heart, but he was worried that he would not be able to escape, and eventually he would fall. At this time, the time of 5 breaths has passed unconsciously. Also, I haven't fallen in combat power yet. No, this is not true, this is not true. Pei Yuxiao gritted his teeth, his expression could no longer be stretched, showing panic and despair. How, do you want to wait? Su Lang's expression remained unchanged, his indifferent gaze and Pei Yuxiao's gaze were at each other, making the latter tremble all over. Keep waiting. Su Lang is so confident, I'm afraid there is no bluffing. For today's plan, we can only fight. I don't believe that this strange banned space cannot be broken. Pei Yuxiao's heart was already full of retreat, and he was thinking of running for his life, and had no idea of counterattack. Oh, are you going to fight to the death? Hehe, do you think you still have hope of escape? No, you don't. Su Lang saw Pei Yuxiao's mind at a glance, and when he sneered, he directly launched a dispatch of Xing Kuanyin and clone. In a flash, the second, third, and fourth star Kuanyin avatars also appeared out of thin air. These 3-star Kuanyin He clones are also a fusion of 27 clone incarnations or twin incarnations, possessing high-level eternal power in the 5 universes. 3 powerful clones descended. The incomparably vast aura immediately rolled down layer by layer, and the surrounding time and space were trembling and twisted. In this scene, immediately, Pei Yuxiao thunderously thundered, his mouth was dumbfounded, and the panic in his face and eyes broke out to the extreme. There are 3 eternal 5 cosmos. Every one is stronger than me. Moreover, these 5 eternal eternities actually look exactly the same as Su Lang. How is this possible? Pei Yuxiao screamed in his heart, hysterical. Wang Jingchen, who was watching from the sidelines, saw the 3 newly arrived clones of Su Lang, his legs softened on the spot, and he knelt down. Pei Yuxiao, get on the road. Su Lang's voice was indifferent, and with a pinch in his hand, the Yudian sword with its enhanced effect appeared. The other 3 avatars are also a weapon of the 4 eternal realm for one person. The killing intent gradually spread, making Pei Yuxiao's hair terrifying. Do not, I know it was wrong. Senior Su Lang, this junior has no eyes, and offended you, please forgive me. Please, please. Pei Yuxiao's eyes widened, his body was short, and he knelt down. At this moment, he finally had the same idea as Shi Yitai now in front of him. It should be a temporary creation of some super-eternal power. As the clone created temporarily by the mighty power, naturally, he wanted to make the clone as strong as possible. This could explain why Su Lang's strength suddenly soared so much, which was completely unreasonable. And that mighty 7 cosmic eternity is more than that, at least the 8 cosmic eternity is at least, and it is probably the legendary 9 cosmic eternity. Only in such a high-level realm, using the unimaginable secrets of clones, can we temporarily create 4 eternal clones of the 5 universes. If faced with a more powerful genius, Pei Yuxiao would rather die than accept, but in the face of an extremely terrifying, suspected 8 universe, 9 universes eternally powerful existence, he could not even think of any defiance. Then, kneel on the spot, humbly begging for mercy. Ha ha, Pei Yuxiao, I gave you a chance. But you are not useful, you are not sure. Then the fall is inevitable. The corner of Su Lang's mouth raised slightly, his eyes were cold, and the Yudian sword in his hand suddenly cut out. The other 3 Xing Kuanyin He clones also started together. The Qibao Miaoshu confines the opponent's weapons, the mirror flower confuses the opponent's senses, and the hard lock seals all the opponent's retreat. Do not, senior, please. Pei Yuxiao's heart was filled with endless regret, and he sent out a final begging for mercy. But half of the cry for mercy, it stopped abruptly. Because the sword light of Po Yijian has penetrated the countless layers of defense he arranged, and pierced his forehead. If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com, the One Key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million level literature. Chapter 2537, Breakthrough, the 4 Eternal Realm, Ding. You get the Eternal Soul 1, the Universe of Eternal Life 1. The system prompt sounds. Many trophies appeared in Su Lang's storage space, including Pei Yuxiao's body. The 5 universes are eternal, they are already vulnerable. Only the eternity of the 6 universes can struggle in my hands. Unconsciously, my strength has reached this point. And soon, it will reach a stronger point. Su Lang waved his hand gently, the enhanced function was activated, and the Yudian sword and other weapons were restored to the eternal level of the 6 universes. Immediately after, the avatars of Xing Kuanyin disappeared, and the avatars that Su Lang leaned over also returned to the 4 eternal realm. Senior Su Lang. Wang Jingchen knelt on the ground, crawling tremblingly, waiting for Su Lang's ruling. Wang Jingchen, you didn't take the opportunity to escape. Su Lang raised his eyebrows and immediately smiled. This person had reminded him to run away, although he said he planned for himself, but it was not bad. If you change to the rest of the people, you will definitely use him as a shield to stop Pei Yuxiao. Junior knows that Senior will win. Wang Jingchen said carefully with a thought. From now on you will be my servant. Go back and pack your things, bring people, and my people will pick you up to Dudu Universe. Su Lang smiled softly. The clone's strength dropped again, and he was demoted to buying clone. Yes, senior. Junior, no, the slave must throw his blood for the senior without regrets. Wang Jingchen was so surprised that he opened his mouth and finally made a sound, expressing his loyalty with excitement. Go ahead. Su Lang nodded lightly. Yes. Wang Jingchen knocked his head to lead. Immediately after, Su Lang's consciousness directly returned to the deity. It took a little time in the bottom universe. Many days have passed in this Dudu universe. Not only the newly placed eternal level exercises have already reached the founding level. Even the cultivation villain has completely turned golden, and his cultivation base has been saved, I don't know how much. Even if there are a large number of eternal realm formations to gather cosmic energy. Su Lang also felt that the cosmic energy concentration around his body was already much lower than before. In addition, Zaitai had also been notified by the clone, and began to pack up and salute, and came to take refuge in Su Lang. For these people, Su Lang's arrangement was to put it into his life universe or crystal wall universe to promote the development of the inner world. At this moment, sitting cross-legged, Su Lang first dealt with the spoils obtained from Pei Yushao. The weapons are disassembled, the universe of eternal life is transferred, and the eternal body is also scraped again, and all the creatures, life planets and continents in the crystal wall universe are searched away. It's a pity that the auction coordinates of Pei Yushao spent a huge amount of money, and later he invited someone to be promoted to the weapon. Therefore, Su Lang didn't get the origin of the universe. Finished processing the spoils, Su Lang's eyes finally fell on him. It's time for promotion. System. Su Lang closed his eyes and gave instructions in his heart. Activate the function of a crystal wall universe, and perfect the designated crystal wall world. The order is issued. The system starts execution immediately. Wow! The golden cultivator turned white in an instant, and all his cultivation was integrated into Su Lang's body. These cultivation bases merged with the time Dao mastered by Su Lang. Then pour into those designated crystal wall worlds and start to improve. Rumble. The qualitative transformation and sublimation are quickly completed in each crystal wall world, the inner space continues to grow, and the crystal wall becomes stronger and tighter. Because of the appearance of heaven and earth, the creatures in these crystal wall worlds reacted fiercely. But with Luoyu and Moonmouth, 2 eternal emperor soldiers, 2 crystal wall universe managers, all the chaos was quickly suppressed. Under the function of crystal wall universe, in a short period of time, Su Lang's crystal wall universe increased from 688 to 1553. Even more majestic cosmic power burst out from these crystal wall universes, filling Su Lang's body. I have entered the 4 eternal realm. Su Lang felt the power of the vast universe in his body, and there was a touch of joy at the corner of his mouth. If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com. The One Key training system has the fastest update speed of the literature under the one-click training system. Chapter 2538. I would like to have an in-depth exchange with His Highness for Eternal Realm. This level has initially stepped into the middle level of the Eternal Realm, and only 1 out of 100 eternities can appear. System. Call up the Properties panel. With a thought, Su Lang issued instructions to the system. Properties panel. Name. Su Lang Race. Human Race Qualification Level. Turbidity Realm Level. 4 Eternity Attack Level. 5 Eternity Plus Defensive Level. 5 Eternity Plus Shenfa Level. 5 Eternity Plus Endurance Level. 5 Eternity Plus Spirit Level. Realm of Wani Mastering the Exercises. The Infinite Heart Sutra. 10,000 Ways to One Infinite Profound Meaning. Eternal Level. Founding Activated System Functions. One Key Practice Function Level 54. One Key Martial Arts Function Level 54. One Key Clone Function Level 54. One Key Treasure Hunt Function Level 53. One Key Alchemy Function 19 Level. One Key Mixer Function Level 19. One Key Refinement Function Level 19. One Key Synthesis Function Level 19. One Key Empowerment Function Level 28. One Key Enhancement Function Level 14. One Key Decomposition Function No Level. The combat power reaches the eternal top level of the 5 universes. It seems that the large number of exercises practiced before has played a lot. Although the effects of these ordinary exercises are not very strong after they are upgraded to the eternal state, the victory lies in the number. Tisk Tusk, I don't know my combat power at this time, can I use the devouring clone to reach the eternal realm of the 7 universes? Quote. The corners of Su Lang's mouth raised slightly, and a slight smile was outlined. Immediately after, he picked a copy of the Eternal Realm exercises and placed it on the wushu villain and began to practice. At this time, there was movement from the transmission treasure on his body. It should be from Shuning. Su Lang raised his eyebrows, and drew out a palm-sized purple jade sign from his body. The eternal communication treasure. He killed so many strong men and gained a lot, among which there are blanks. This purple communication treasure in my hand. It was obtained by Su Lang from the hands of an eternal power of the 7 universes. After strengthening it several times, it is even more powerful. Holding the purple jade card and instilling it with the power of the universe. Suddenly, a light and shadow projected on it, exactly the figure of Emperor Shu Ning Zhou Miaoman. Friend Su Lang, I'm disturbing your practice. Emperor Shu Ning Zhou saw Su Lang sitting on the ground, as if he was cultivating, he couldn't help but feel good. This Su Lang talent is invincible and unparalleled in the world, but still able to persist in practicing hard. As soon as the war is over, I will be engaged in cultivation, not letting go of any time. His Royal Highness Shu Ning is serious. Su Lang smiled faintly, and asked, is the remnant power of Emperor Shu Yuzhou already cleaned up? Not bad. This time I was able to eliminate the Jade Repair faction, thanks to Taoist Su Lang. Emperor Shu Ning Zhou nodded, and as he spoke, there was a hint of gratitude in his eyes. If there is no Su Lang, let alone destroy the Shuyu faction, it is not certain whether she will survive. Mainly rely on your strength. Otherwise, even if I have infinity, Yutian sword, Hui sword, life sword, it is impossible to defeat Shuyu and the others. Su Lang smiled modestly and shook his head. No matter what. Taoist Su Lang has done a great job. Nowadays, the Jade Cultivation faction is not enough, and the universe is unified, but its vitality is greatly injured. In order to recover strength faster, Sha is willing to communicate with Taoist Su Lang based on the inheritance of Dusho ancestors. Emperor Shu Ning looked at Su Lang with a pair of brilliant eyes, full of expectation. Do Shu Emperor Zhou's inheritance. Yeah, alright, I am willing to communicate with His Royal Highness Shuning in depth through partial inheritance. Su Lang's thoughts turned, and immediately smiled and said, he didn't have the inheritance of super eternal power or something. Some are just various eternal exercises with one key martial arts function and one key synthesis function. The other is alchemy refining arrays or something. Using part of the eternal techniques that looked good to exchange with Emperor Shu Ning Zhou was a blood gain. Just majoring in the exercises can greatly benefit Su Lang. If you like the one key training system, please collect it in an instant. mtlnovel.com. The one key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million level literature. Chapter 2539, Fleeing Shuyu, Mysterious Man from the Boundless Universe to the Present. Su Lang's main practice has always been the Boundless Heart Sutra. This exercise is the most powerful major exercise in the Boundless Universe, and it is also the top in many lower universes. But now, this major exercise method has fallen behind. At this time, that is really good. Where is Taoist Su Lang now? Come here now. Seeing that Su Lang is willing to communicate in depth, the beautiful eyes of His Highness Shu Ning couldn't help becoming brighter. No need. Go to your Royal Highness's palace. I don't like being in the wilderness. Su Lang twitched the corner of his mouth and shook his head. The cosmic energy around here has been absorbed by him too much. Even if there is an eternal spirit gathering array method that continuously gathers the energy of the universe, it is still not making ends meet. So Su Lang plans to change places. And the palace of Emperor Shu Ning Zhou must be a place with abundant cosmic energy. It is good. That's down at the top of Luenji. Ziyu Tiangong is waiting for Taoist Su Lang. His Royal Highness Shu Ning smiled brilliantly and gave Su Lang the specific address before turning off the transmission treasure. Purple Jade Palace. Well, is it this coordinate? After reading the coordinates, Su Lang stood up and stepped out. Boom. The magnificent golden figure appeared out of thin air, and then suddenly annihilated. Su Lang within it had disappeared. Just when Su Lang rushed to the Ziyu Heavenly Palace. Dudu Universe. In a hidden middle universe. Su Lang. Damn it. Hate it. It. You mess. Don't kill you. The deity swears not to be a man. Emperor Shu Yuzhou yelled bitterly while smoothing out the unchecked temporal and spatial fluctuations. That voice is like the voice of a poisonous snake. After escaping from Dudu Universe, Emperor Shu Yuzhou moved forward, through many natural universes, covering his tracks all the way. In the end, He reached the middle universe, which only he knew about, the real universe. The flow of time in the universe is very high. Even in the middle universe, it is the top one. Normally, the high-level universe is 1,000 times the time velocity of the middle-level universe. But the time flow of Dudu universe is about 500 times that of Jijin universe. It is precisely because the time flow rate gap is not particularly large. So Emperor Shuyuzhou thinks he still has revenge kill Su Lang before he grows up. You must find a way. But, how to assassinate him? He stays in Dudu universe, I can't step into it at all, otherwise I will be discovered. And they will definitely guard me, set all kinds of traps, and wait for me to get the bait. Take it out of Dudu universe, and then kill him. But how to seduce him? Emperor Shuyuzhou's eyes flickered, and his heart became more irritable. By this time, he realized that his revenge might be so weak. At this time, Emperor Shuyuzhou suddenly sensed an extremely slight fluctuation in time and space. What? Su Lang are catching up. How is this possible? I have covered up the temporal and spatial fluctuations along the way, and left a lot of wrong information. How could they catch up so quickly? Emperor Shuyuzhou looked at the place where the time and space fluctuations came in disbelief. The power of the universe in his body surged and he was about to flee on the spot. But, a chuckle makes the figure stagnate. Emperor Shuyuzhou, don't come here without problems. You are. The expression of Emperor Shuyuzhou changed. I just felt that the voice was very familiar, but it was definitely not Su Lang or Shuning. And others. Have you forgotten Mo Wuyuan? My protector. A young and handsome, somewhat enchanting man revealed from the fluctuations of time and space. This young man was holding a white handkerchief, looking very enchanting, without the power to bind a chicken, but the aura on his body is not weaker than that of Emperor Shuyuzhou. 7 universes are eternal. This monster man's combat power has reached the first echelon of Dudu universe. And it's incredible to be someone outside of Dudu universe. Mo Wuyuan, it's you, the little thing I discovered when I tried to sneak into the Dudu universe. Unexpectedly, you grew up to this point. How did you do it? Also, how did you find me? Emperor Shuyuzhou's eyes widened, and finally recalled the identity of the man before him. If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. mtlnovel.com. The One Key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million level literature. Chapter 2540, True Inheritor. Then. He is already in the 7 eternal realm. In his eyes, this person is just an ant. After discovering that this person was trying to sneak into the Dudu universe, he casually patted 5 Eternals to deal with. The reply I got at that time was that it had been cleaned up. Unexpectedly, this person is still alive, and even reached the 7 Eternal realm. It must be known that within the dominant radiation range of the Dudu universe, there is no second high-level universe at all. So, how did the demon man in front of him reach this level in such a short time? Think carefully. This person seems as incredible as Su Langyi. Ha ha ha. Emperor Shuyuzhou, it's okay to tell you. I am the heir to Emperor Gujunzhou. Su Lang is fake. The enchanting man lightly covered his mouth and nose with a handkerchief and let out a chuckle. You are all cheated. What? Gujunzhou Emperor's mantle inheritor. Su Lang is fake. You, what are you talking about? How do you know Su Lang? There is also that infinite heritage. You, who are you? The Emperor Shuyuzhou was shocked and asked uncertainly. His heart was even more turbulent. Ha ha, formally introduce myself. I am Yu Yangli, the inheritor of Emperor Gujunzhou, the eternal warrior of the 7 universes. Emperor Gujunzhou, that is, my master, is the great power who grabbed the primordial treasure of the 9 desolate universe. That's what you think, the power that taught Su Lang. But in fact it is not the case. Master did not just grab the nascent universe of Juhuang. He hasn't found a successor in the 9 desolate universe. But in another small universe, he accepted me as a disciple and taught me how to practice. Yu Yangli looked at Emperor Shuyuzhou with a pair of long and narrow eyes, and said lightly. Hear this. Emperor Shuyuzhou couldn't help but shook his whole body and fell into a more violent shock. All kinds of horrified thoughts kept surging in his heart, like boiling water. The short-lived power in the 9 desolate universe is called Gujunzhou Emperor. But Su Lang is not the inheritor of Emperor Gujunzhou. Well, how did Su Lang be so amazing? That terrifying cultivation base increases the speed, the incomparable eternal Emperor soldier, the unstoppable terrifying sword move. Each one is definitely not something an ordinary eternal warrior can possess. Endless doubts occupied the mind of Emperor Shu Yuzhou. Soon, he slowly looked at Yu Yangli, who was standing not far ahead, and he couldn't help but feel a deep bitterness in his heart. Yu Yangli is the inheritor of Emperor Gujunzhou, and an eternal arrogant who is extremely against the sky. Even if he didn't practice in the high-level universe, he actually came from behind. Catching up with him for cultivating jade. In a short time, Emperor Shu Yuzhou encountered two eternal arrogances who were able to sling him in succession, and suddenly felt a little autistic. Soon, Yu Yangli, you obviously can't be in the Dudu universe. Then how did you know Su Lang and how did you find me? Emperor Shu Yuzhou condensed his eyes, took a deep breath, and asked. Have you forgotten those 5 universes who chased me forever? One of them is already mine. I have been following everything in the Dudu universe, and I am ready to find opportunities to intervene in your fight. After all, I also hope to enter Dudu universe to practice. But I can't believe any of you, nor can I form an alliance with any of you. Therefore, there has been no action, just observing in the dark, ready to wait for you to fight Sui Yuzhou Yu. But unexpectedly, a Su Lang appeared. I don't even understand now, why Su Lang dared to be so bold, so rashly to form an alliance with Shuning faction. As Yu Yangli spoke, his brows frowned slightly, puzzled, cautious. It is the basic quality necessary for a strong person. But what Su Lang did was really too bold and reckless. Yu Yangli had speculated on the situation of substituting himself into Su Lang. If he was betrayed after forming an alliance, his fate would be absolutely horrible, and he would almost certainly fall completely. Don't talk about the altar of the universe origin contract. The Dudu universe's lifespan is already short, and the universe will be annihilated. At that time, this contract will have a hairy use. If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com. The One Key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million level literature. Chapter 2541, The Third High-Level Universe. That's it. I never expected that an arrogant like you would be hidden in Dudu Joyu, and it has grown to this point. In addition, that guy Su Lang, if he doesn't get any inheritance as you said, then he must have a problem. Perhaps, he is not a new generation Tianzhao at all, but a terrifying old monster. Emperor Shu Yuzhou guessed here, he couldn't help taking a deep breath. An old monster who is confident to retreat in the betrayal of Shuning's faction. Its true combat power is probably not as simple as the 7 universes. Boss, it is indeed possible. It is important to know that even if I got the master's inheritance and cultivated in a good middle universe, it took many billions of years to reach the current state. Yu Yangli narrowed his eyes, revealing a sharp light. Su Lang grew up so fast, completely unreasonable. It should have been a terrifying cultivation base, but sealed it by himself, and then slowly uncovered it, creating the illusion that he was growing, unfortunately. Both Shuyu and Yu Yangli had guessed wrong. They couldn't think of breaking their heads. Su Lang was not a boss at all. The reason why he has no fear is entirely because of the function of avatar for death and enough retreat. Well, other than that, I can't think of other explanations. In addition, you said you were cultivating in the middle universe. It stands to reason that the mid-level universe of the Dudu universe has already been fully detected. We are in the hands of me and the Shuning faction. Emperor Shu Yuzhou's focus has shifted somewhat, and he is surprised. In which universe are you hiding in your cultivation? It's not in the dominance of the Dudu universe. Yu Yangli smiled. It's in the radiation range of another high-level universe. The high-level universe is a training place that every eternal warrior wants to go to. But Yu Yong left the body with inheritance and did not dare to expose himself. He tried to sneak into the Dudu universe before, but was found and hunted down by Emperor Shu Yuzhou. He was almost finished. Later, Yu Yangli didn't dare to take any risks. Before he has enough strength, he can only hide and linger in the middle universe. Now that he has reached the 7 eternal realm, he has the ability to protect himself, and the middle universe can no longer satisfy his cultivation. It coincided with the great change in the Dudu universe that he decided to be born. Another high-level universe, except Dudu and Suiyu, the third high-level universe. Emperor Shu Yuzhou showed an incredible expression. Regarding the exploration of the other high-level universes, neither he nor the Shuning faction have ever stopped. But only Suiyu Joyu was discovered. The third high-level universe did not get any clues at all. But now, Yu Yangli turned out to cultivate and grow in the middle universe of the third high-level universe. Not bad. Yu Yangli nodded. The third high-level universe is stronger than Dudu universe. Stronger. How strong is it? There are 8 cosmic powers. Emperor Shu Yuzhou took a breath. Do not know. I don't dare to take the lead. If they know my existence, I will be finished. Yu Yangli shook his head. Okay, friend Yu Yangli, you came here with me, not just to talk to me, right? Emperor Shu Yuzhou's expression remained unchanged, his eyes fixed on Yu Yangli. Nature is not aimless. Emperor Shu Yuzhou, Su Lang and Shu Ning form an alliance, and I plan to form an alliance with you. Yu Yangli and Emperor Shu Yuzhou looked at each other, their eyes flickering. Alliance. I should be your mortal enemy. Emperor Shu Yuzhou chuckled. You forgot that I chased you. There are no permanent enemies in the world, only permanent interests. Su Lang and Shu Ning will work hard with Sui Yuzhou. You and I will form an alliance, and you will have the qualifications to reap the benefits. Yu Yangli's expression was indifferent. At that time, maybe we can eat 2 high-level universes. If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. mtlnovel.com. The One Key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million-level literature. Chapter 2542, The Alliance Between Shuyu and Yu Yangli, haha. You are so arrogant. If I had not met Su Lang, then you would be the most arrogant person I have ever seen. Tell me, where did you come from the confidence to be able to take advantage of it? Never mind Shu Ning, how much do you know about Su Lang? He is a completely invisible monster. Just because of his identity, it is extremely scary to think about it. Do you know that he was not sent by Sui Yuzhou? Emperor Shu Yuzhou sneered and asked noncommittal. The possibility is too small. This point, presumably you and the Shu Ning faction have already inferred. I prefer Su Lang to be an eternal warrior who has been hiding in certain natural universes for countless years, just like me. The eternal warrior claims to be eternal, but not truly immortal. Maybe he has existed for trillions of years, his life is not much, and he has discovered the secrets of the 9 desolate universe, so he can use this to disguise his identity, come to Abeheading to show off, and be recruited into Dudu universe. The fact that there is not much Shoyuan may also explain why he took such a big risk to form an alliance with Shu Ning's faction. There was a flash of thinking in Yu Yangli's expression, maybe. Then, if he is really the ***** of Sui Yuzhou domain, maybe the battle will begin soon. Emperor Shu Yuzhou frowned and nodded. If Su Lang is really from Sui Yuzhou will almost certainly win. The Suiyu universe region, which occupies the Dudu universe region, will greatly increase its strength and may be comparable to the third high-level universe region. Yu Yangli nodded slightly, and sighed slightly in his heart. His starting point is too low. He has inheritance and talent, but his foundation is too thin. Walking in this universe, like walking on thin ice, you will fall if you don't pay attention. Ruosui Yuzhou really won. Based on my understanding of the Dudu universe, we have a lot to do when we join the third-party high-level universe. But before that, we can't wait and see the changes. Emperor Shu Yuzhou looked at Yu Yangli and couldn't hear any emotion in his tone. I know what you want to do. Yu Yangli smiled. Try it then. So, Emperor Shu Yuzhou nodded. We are now an alliance. Well, it's an alliance. I need a lot of training resources, you support me first. Yu Yangli nodded, smiled and stretched out his hand, wanting to see Emperor Shu Yuzhou. If it was before, I can support you. But now I can be said to be impoverished. Emperor Shu Yuzhou was stunned for a while, then his face gradually became pale. That's Su Lang. After listening to Emperor Shu Yuzhou finishing Su Langkang's own affairs, Yu Yang couldn't help but his eyes widened. His plate in Dudu universe only has the 5 eternal eternity, he really doesn't know this. Gee, the dignified 7 eternity, the helm of an eternal great power, was actually pitted to be almost impoverished. It is really embarrassing. But after sighing, Yu Yangli couldn't laugh anymore. He came to form an alliance with Emperor Shu Yuzhou, and one of the most important reasons was that he was interested in the money of Emperor Shu Yuzhou, rather than greedy the body of Emperor Shu Yuzhou. But now, Emperor Shu Yuzhou is a pauper. How to do? Do you want to abandon him? Yu Yangli thought a little depressed. I really have very little training resources. But there are still some of the teams trained before. Emperor Shu Yuzhou can swallow my territory in the Dudu universe in a short time. But in Dudu universe, the team I built for countless years is not so easy to eat away. Even if all my surviving subordinates surrendered to Emperor Shu Ningzhou, I still have a part of the natural universe that only I know. Emperor Shu Yuzhou saw the depression in Yu Yangli's eyes and said with a cold expression. His liquidity is indeed finished, and he has lost a lot of fixed assets, but he still has some wealth. I understand. Yu Yangli nodded slightly, and covered the smile at the corner of his mouth with a small handkerchief. Humph. Don't think of the empty glove White Wolf. Emperor Shu Yuzhou snorted coldly. The inheritance of Emperor Gujunzhou, you must share with me. Ah. Yu Yangli chuckled and waved his hand for fear. You also want to show me the inheritance of Emperor Do Shuzhou. It was at the time when Emperor Shu Yuzhou and Yu Yangli formed an alliance. Dudu Universe. The top of Luenji, the Purple Jade Palace. Boom. A vast golden figure descended and turned into Su Lang's appearance. If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com. The One Key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million level literature. Chapter 2543. Guliang, you should sit on it. It deserves to be the cave mansion of the eternal power of the 7 universes. The cosmic energy is rich, and it also possesses other kinds of strangeness, which has a great effect on cultivation. Not bad. Su Lang looked around and found that the summit of Luenji should be the innate treasure that had existed at the beginning of the universe, a treasure land or something, at this time. A figure flew out from the Ziyu Tiangong and turned into a young woman, and it was His Royal Highness Shuning. Friend Su Lang, you are here, please come in quickly. His Royal Highness Shuning looked at Su Lang, with a hint of joy in his eyes, and invited Su Lang into the mansion. Then I'm welcome, just come in. A faint smile was outlined at the corner of Su Lang's mouth. Then instead of going to the Tiangong, in the respectful gaze of the Eternal Guard, he entered the Ziyu Tiangong with His Royal Highness Shuning. Ziyu Tiangong has a different atmosphere. Everywhere you can see the formations that aid cultivation. In other words, this entire Tiangong is a dojo prepared for spiritual practice. Its main function is to enhance understanding, and secondly it can also promote the speed of refining the origin of the universe, of course. Su Lang does not need these 2 points. He only needs to put on a casual posture, and his cultivation base can rise up. Follow His Highness Shuning into the Ziyu Tiangong. The two did not stop in the main hall, but came to a more private room. The room was empty. There are only 2 futons per table. Friend Su Lang, please sit down. His Royal Highness Shuning pointed to a futon, and the position should be upper. From this point, it can be seen that she attaches great importance to Su Lang. No, no, no. Miss Shuning, it's better for you to sit on the top, come first. Su Lang smiled and shook his head, and then sat down straight. His Royal Highness Shuning smiled helplessly and could only sit on it. This is the spiritual tea made by xianxia. It has a great effect on improving the soul of the eternal warrior. I will make a pot for fellow Su Lang. His Royal Highness Shu Ning sat on the jade futon, waved out a set of good tea sets and some spring water and spiritual tea, and started making tea on the spot. This is another gift for Su Lang. In Shuning's view, Su Lang's improved combat power in a short period of time is very terrifying, and there is probably the possibility of instability on the basis, especially in the aspect of Shenhun. In the eternal state, it does not mean that there is no need to upgrade the soul. On the contrary, the importance of the soul has never been reduced. The more powerful the soul, the more terrifying power can be mastered. This is the eternal truth. In the eternal state, as the eternal powerhouse continues to grow, there will be more and more crystal wall universes in the body. That is a universe, not 100 million, not 100 billion, not 1 trillion. It's not even trillions. Without a strong enough soul, how to master the thousands of crystal wall universe? How to use the terrifying power of the universe? The spiritual tea made by washing Shenquan has a miraculous effect on the stability and promotion of the spirit. Therefore, His Royal Highness Shuning specially used it to entertain Su Lang. Haha, thank you, Your Highness Shuning. Su Lang couldn't help but smile when he watched Shu Ning's tea-making technique like flowing water. Soon, Su Lang did not disturb Emperor Ningzhou. The mist rose and diffused, making the air a little warm. Emperor Shu Ningzhou made tea very quickly, and he completed a pot of spiritual tea in a short time, and the refreshing breath permeated. This is equivalent to the treasure of the 5 eternal realm, and it is a rare spiritual tea. It is estimated that in this Dudu universe, I rarely see it. Su Lang squinted his eyes and sniffed, 3 points intoxicated, 3 points surprised, and 3 points gratefully said. This kind of spiritual tea is a specialty in the middle universe. 100 million years will produce some of the eternal quality of tea in the 5 universes. In addition, the rest of the natural universe, including the Dudu universe, cannot be transplanted. As for xianxia, it comes from the 3rd middle universe, which is also a specialty of that natural universe. Come on, Taoist Su Lang, please try it. His Royal Highness Shuning nodded with a smile, and immediately poured a cup for Su Lang himself. If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com. The One Key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million level literature. Chapter 2544, Ling Tea of His Highness Shuning, thank you. Su Lang smiled slightly, although his spirit is not as weak as Emperor Shu Ningzhou thought. But this tea is also good for him. Taking the teacup, he took a light sip under the gaze of Emperor Shu Ningzhou. Suddenly, a fresh fragrance filled the mouth, instantly spreading throughout the body, blending in, and not dispersing. Immediately after, Su Lang felt that his power of divine soul had received an extremely slight increase. Tisk tut, His Royal Highness Shuning's Ling Tea is even better than I expected. Just a bite, it makes my soul grow a little bit. Su Lang felt the fragrance between his mouth and said with a smile. For the eternal state, the training of the soul is very difficult. A sip of tea can increase the spirit of the soul, even if it is insignificant, it is extremely rare. If this kind of spiritual tea is released to the outside world, it will definitely be robbed by a large number of eternal powerhouses. It would be useful to Taoist Su Lang. I still have some spiritual teas that I have accumulated over the years, which I will give to Taoist Su Lang. Hope Su Lang Taoist fellow Wu will prosper and be promoted smoothly. His Royal Highness Shuning smiled happily, took out a porcelain bottle while waving, and handed it to Su Lang. Thank you, then I will accept it. Su Lang was not polite, smiled slightly, and took the porcelain bottle. Sweeping God's mind, there were a lot of tea and spring water from the 5 eternal realms. It takes 100 million years to harvest this tea, and it was 100 million years in the middle universe. Time converted to the high-level universe, it has been hundreds of billions of years. This shows that Shuning Temple is really full of sincerity. Put the porcelain bottle into the universe of life. His Royal Highness Shuning, now the Jade Repair faction has basically been cleaned up. Su Lang took the initiative and said, Emperor Shu Yuzhou escaped. This person is a hidden danger. Do you have very effective means to hunt down this person? His Royal Highness Shu Ning and Emperor Shu Yuzhou are in the same vein. Even the practice methods are similar. So they should know each other very well. If he wanted to hunt down Emperor Shu Yuzhou, Shu Ning might have a better way, but Su Lang got a disappointing answer. Sorry, Taoist Su Lang. Although I have a better understanding of Emperor Shu Yuzhou, but I didn't catch up in time at the time, and my methods didn't have much effect. Now, the subordinates sent to hunt down have not returned good news, but have completely lost his trace. Emperor Shu Ningzhou shook his head. It is estimated that Emperor Shu Yuzhou has hidden in a certain natural universe that only he knows, and has erased all information. It really took a lot of time to clean up and annex the remnants of the Jade Repair faction. Emperor Shu Yuzhou has indeed lost his trace. It's okay. There is no fast hunting method. It is okay to be slow, as long as it is effective. When Emperor Shu Yuzhou flees, I have already sent treasure hunting flying gliders and clones to pursue them. If there is enough time, it is feasible to catch him. Su Lang smiled faintly, but secretly said in his heart, this time will become very long. Treasure hunting flying gliders are now difficult to pursue directly across the universe. It must be in the same natural universe to be able to accurately use the soul-searching ability to hunt down. Now, Su Lang could only use his clone to find out the natural universes that Emperor Shu Yuzhou passed through while fleeing, leaving behind all the traps, before he could get closer to Emperor Shu Yuzhou. When the treasure-hunting flying glider and Emperor Shu Yuzhou are in the same world, Emperor Shu Yuzhou can be found. This process is still long in the middle and low universe. In the universe where the flow of time is faster, more time will pass, but even if you can't find Emperor Shu Yuzhou, there is no problem. The long time was enough to make Su Lang a stronger existence. At that time, it would not be easy to chase down Emperor Shu Yuzhou. Okay, the Shuyu faction perishes, but the 100-legged worm is dead and not stiff. We still have to prevent him from secretly making trouble. His Royal Highness Shu Ning nodded in thought. If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. mtlnovel.com. The One Key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million level literature. Chapter 2545. I wish he would take a head, don't be too tight. Just stare at his whereabouts. Once he appears, it is also a good time for us to deal with him. Even I wish he took a head. Su Lang smiled, and immediately changed the subject. I put the jade repair aside, and I have some requests for cultivation. Okay, strength is the big way. Emperor Shuyuzhou hid in the middle and lower universes and couldn't turn over any waves. As long as our strength is more diligent, Emperor Shuyuzhou will be unable to shake us. His Royal Highness Shu Ning nodded in agreement, and said, does fellow Taoist Su Lang have any request for cultivation? How is the ordinary eternal realm divided? Su Lang pondered and asked, his crystal wall universe is far more than ordinary people, and he doesn't know what level he has reached. There is no detailed description in the exercise books that Naxian seized. It seems that this division is a common sense that everyone knows. Friend Su Lang doesn't know this. Oh, yes, Taoist Su Lang cultivates the inheritance of great power, and it is normal that it is different from the ordinary eternal realm division method. His Highness Shuning directly filled the loopholes in Su Lang's question. Okay, please also Your Highness Shuning to elaborate more. Su Lang took a sip of tea and nodded and asked. Okay, then I will elaborate. Ordinary eternal realm. It is divided by the number of crystal wall universes perfected in the body. From the moment a warrior steps into the eternal realm, the crystal wall world in his body is fixed. Then you need the core of the universe to split the crystal wall world and pave the way for your own future. Under normal circumstances, except for the eternal warriors who have just stepped into the eternal realm, the second universe and above, there are basically no crystal wall worlds in their bodies, and they all transform into the crystal wall universe. Because the core origin of the universe is rarer and harder to obtain than the origin of the universe, it will be more difficult to split more crystal walls into the universe. Generally, eternal warriors will accumulate enough cosmic origin, refining the core origin of the universe, slashing a crystal wall world that was deliberately left, and pave the way for the next step, will continue to use the cosmic origin to perfect the crystal wall that has just been cut. World. Eternal warriors will always stand at the forefront of the path that they have blazed for. Every step they take, they must pave the road before walking. So, we usually think that the body of an eternal warrior, except for the eternal life universe, is all the crystal wall universe, and there is no crystal wall world. For the division of the realm of eternal warriors, it is also directly divided by the number of crystal wall universe, and the crystal wall world is ignored. From the beginning of a universe, it takes about 200 Gai crystal wall universes to enter the two-plane eternal state. Even if it reaches 600 Gai, it enters the three-plane eternal state. The following realms are recognized as the four-plane eternity of 1200 Gai, 2000 Gai is the eternal eternity of the 5 universes, 4500 Gai is the eternal eternity of the 6 universes, and 8000 Gai is the eternal state of the 7 universes. Further up, the 8 eternal realm is over 13,000 Gai, and the 9 eternal eternity is said to be over 20,000 Gai. While talking, Emperor Shu Ning Zhou poured himself a cup of tea, and drank it after speaking. That's it. Su Lang ticked the corner of his mouth and smiled faintly. The 9-universe eternal realm is only 20,000 Gai. This is similar to his secret speculation at the beginning, when Su Lang promoted the strength of Chu Xiaobei and other women. They deliberately cultivated a lot of their crystal wall world, reaching more than 20,000 Gai. At that time, he speculated that as long as Chu Xiaobei and other women had enough resources and time, they could at least become senior eternal powerhouses. It seems that it is possible to step into the eternal level of the 9 universes. In addition, from Shuning's mouth, we can get the exact division of the eternal realm and the number of eternal crystal wall universes in the 9 universes. Su Lang was also very happy. He has a crystal wall world of more than 66,000. This is equivalent to the sum of the number of crystal wall universes in the 3 ordinary 9 universes eternal realm. Well, with such a strong foundation, does it already have the qualifications to touch a higher realm? At this time, if you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. mtlnovel.com. The One Key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million level literature. Chapter 2546. The Inheritance of Emperor Zhou. It is said that after 9 eternity, you must perfect your life universe. The life universe is different from the crystal wall universe. It is the first inner world created by the warrior. It is the core and foundation of this human-shaped universe. It is extremely important, but because of this, the perfection of the universe of life has become more difficult. Emperor Shu Ning put down his teacup and said, I don't know how many eternal realms can appear in the endless universe. What level is your majesty Do Shu? Su Lang asked, have he never seen Ju Zhou Eternal? The ancestor of fighting repair is the eternal realm of the 8 universes. And in the eternal realm of the 8 universes, the gap between warriors and warriors is very terrifying. The ancestors of fighting repair are just the more ordinary 8 eternal realm. As for the 9 universe eternal realm, the great power who taught Taoist Su Lang. Emperor Shu Ning Zhou didn't finish speaking, and looked at Su Lang with beautiful eyes. Do not know. I haven't actually seen him with my own eyes. Su Lang smiled and lied. That's it, that kind of character. It is true that the dragon sees the head but not the end. However, 1 or 2 may be glimpsed from the inheritance. Now that we sincerely form an alliance, Taoist Su Lang is even more grateful to the next. Therefore, I decided to give the inheritance to fellow Taoists first. By comparing Taoist Su Lang, he might be able to infer the true state of that mighty power. His Royal Highness Shuning said with a smile, and neatly took out a space ring. She did not put it on the table, but cherished it and handed it to Su Lang. The space ring contains the most important core content of Emperor Do Shu's inheritance. In fact, Shu Ning didn't even think about giving Su Lang all the cherished inheritance at once. But in that battle, Su Lang saved her life and directly helped her unify the Dudu universe. Therefore, His Royal Highness Shu Ning made up his mind and directly gave Su Lang the core content of the inheritance. His Royal Highness Shu Ning has such trust, really embarrassing me. In that case, Lai Sha will also inherit and present it to His Highness Shu Ning. Su Lang smiled faintly, took the space ring, and immediately waved. A large number of exercises originally appeared in the room. Yes, not on the case table, but in the room, because there are so many exercises. All kinds, exuding bright light and endless profound meaning, the eternal realm cultivation technique that almost drew the heaven and earth avenue, piled up like ordinary pebbles in the room. Layer after layer was piled up, until the heart of His Highness Shu Ning was overwhelmed. Such a scene. In an instant, His Highness Shu Ning's expression changed drastically, as if struck by lightning. Her delicate body trembled slightly. The eternal realm cultivation method was originally. All are the original eternal level techniques. How come there are so many? This is incredible. Quote. His Royal Highness Shu Ning is also a rich woman among eternal warriors. But I saw the original of these eternal realm techniques thrown by Su Lang. Still dumbfounded by the shock, the voice trembling. Without him, the quantity is too much. The key is all the original. The exercises were originally extremely rare, and the exercises in the eternal realm were originally even rarer. Even if the inheritance left by Emperor Do Shu, there are only 4 original eternal techniques. 2 of them are in the hands of Emperor Shu Yuzhou, and 2 are in her hands. As for the rest of the exercises, they are basically passed on by word of mouth. But even if it is passed on by word of mouth, the meticulous teaching of the elders to the younger generations is not comparable to the original practice. These eternal techniques are part of the inheritance of the techniques I got. But these exercises are actually not very good, so they are just ordinary. Su Lang pointed to the original eternal level exercises piled up in the room and said with a smile, "What? So many eternal level techniques are originally part of the inheritance. Moreover, these exercises are not very good. Fellow Taoist Su Lang, don't be joking, every eternal level exercise originally cherished. So many eternal realm cultivation methods, if they are known to the rest of the higher level universe, they will definitely attract a large number of powerful enemies, and they will break the blood." Quote. His Royal Highness Shu Ning stared at Su Lang closely. The disbelief in his heart still did not dissipate, but turned into a stormy sea, constantly beating her vast breast. So many eternal techniques originally. Su Lang didn't care, as if he looked down. This is even more shocking. If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com. The One Key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million level literature. Chapter 2547. Guliang deserves to be taught by me, haha. It's really not as precious as your highness said. Su Lang smiled and shook his head. These exercises were synthesized by him using synthetic functions, and they were generally at the level of the 2 universes and 3 universes. Only a few are the eternal level of the 5 universes. As for the technique of the 6 eternal realm, he has a few natural techniques of the 5 eternal realm, that was obtained by killing many of the 7 realms masters of the Jade Cultivation faction. However, his synthesis function is not yet able to be synthesized using 5 eternal techniques as raw materials. Only after upgrading the 1-key synthesis function and getting enough 10 5-plane eternal natural exercises, can you synthesize the exercises of the 6-plane eternal realm, of course. The 5 eternal realm techniques are already very awesome. This level of exercise is probably the best exercise that the 7 eternal realm can master, and it is also the most practiced exercise in the 8 eternal realm. The techniques of the 6 eternal realm are estimated to be extremely cherished for the 8 eternal realm. Friend Su Lang, so many of the original exercises, I dare not accept it. Their value is too great. Emperor Shu Ningzhou's voice came again, with a hint of perseverance in his tone, and a strong determination. His Royal Highness Shuning doesn't have to be like this. These exercises were originally useless to me. I originally planned to use it to sell the origin of the universe. Now, in exchange for part of the inheritance of His Royal Highness Shuning. Su Lang smiled slightly. He did not dare to say that most of the exercises here, he had already practiced. Otherwise, Shuning would definitely be as if an ordinary person saw a ghost, staring at a dog, at this time. Finished talking, Su Lang gathered the original exercises from one place and turned them into a long dragon, flying towards Shuning. This hesitation appeared under Shuning Hall. But at this moment, open the universe of life. Su Lang heard some serious voices. It is good. Shu Ning shuddered, still opening the universe of life. Suddenly, the long dragon formed by Su Lang with supernatural powers just entered the body of Emperor Shu Ningzhou. Oh no, the universe of life. Wow, in a flash, the long dragon entered at the end and disappeared. Friend Su Lang, I am really ashamed. Emperor Shu Ningzhou took a deep breath, a trace of shame in his eyes. His Royal Highness Shuning doesn't have to be like this. Su Lang smiled. In this Dudu universe, Shu Ning Guliang deserves to be taught by me. Thank you, Taoist Su Lang. His Royal Highness Shuning no longer declined, but stood up solemnly and bowed to Su Lang. His Royal Highness Shu Ning first look at the original exercises. Many of these exercises, I have practiced to the original state. Su Lang nodded. If your Royal Highness has any questions, you can come and ask me. What? These exercises Su Lang Taoist fellow has already practiced many books. Moreover, they have reached the level of founders. His Royal Highness Shuning looked at Su Lang in disbelief, and couldn't help but exclaim in his open mouth. As the eternal 7 universes, Shuning's group is at the helm. She naturally knows what level of proficiency the founder level represents. That is the same level as the founder of the eternal exercise method. Even lower level exercises are fine, but it is almost impossible for eternal realm exercises to reach the founding level. But Su Lang said, he did it. And not one book, but many books. This is really incredible. If it hadn't been for His Highness Shuning to know that Su Lang was extraordinary, he would never believe it at this time. And this time, she chose to believe in Su Lang, but she also felt a little unacceptable. Oh my God, what level of genius is needed to accomplish this? Horrifying achievement. No wonder that Mysterious might choose Su Lang as the inheritor. Just this kind of aptitude and understanding is absolutely unparalleled in countless high-level universes. Quote. His Royal Highness Shu Ning looked at Su Lang, her beautiful eyes trembled, and the image of Su Lang in her heart couldn't help but become more magnificent. Shocked for a while, His Royal Highness Shu Ning finally retracted his gaze and began to check the original of those eternal techniques. But her heart was a little hard to be quiet, and she couldn't help but look at Su Lang from time to time. Seeing that Su Lang had already opened the space ring she had given him at this time, he looked at it with joy. Fortunately, I didn't hide it. What is given is the core content of Do Shu's ancestors' inheritance, not leftovers. His Royal Highness Shuning couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw Su Lang smiling. If you like the one-key training system, please collect it in an instant. mtlnovel.com. The one-key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million-level literature. Chapter 2548, Majoring in Zhoulong Xuanxin Open the Space Ring. Su Lang immediately discovered a large number of magical abilities. Let alone the rest. Su Lang saw a miniature version of the Star Sea at first glance. This xianxia is obviously very small, the size of a fist, but with a sweep of his spiritual thoughts, he can perceive a feeling of boundlessness, no end up and down. Major in exercises. It's the main practice technique of Emperor Do Shu. Sure enough, this technique is much stronger than the Boundless Heart Sutra. With his vision of practicing countless exercises, Su Lang immediately saw the level of this major exercise. The main practice is very weak, but its importance is very scary, and it is the core of martial arts practice. The lower level major practice exercises can no longer continue to practice after reaching a certain level. It's like the Boundless Heart Sutra. I'm afraid that at most I will cultivate to the 5 eternal realm, and I can't go further. So Su Lang has system assistance. Otherwise it will be difficult to break into the 4 eternal realm. As he nodded slightly, Su Lang carefully checked the miniature version of the Star Sea Vortex and learned that the main practice was called Zhou Long Xuanxin. Okay, among the Eternal Realm Master Cultivation techniques, it is definitely the top one. In addition, this Zhou Long Xuanxin is not the original technique. Moreover, the content in it seems to be slightly incomplete. Even so, this technique has reached this level. This kind of exercise is definitely not original by Emperor Do Shu himself, but a powerful creation that is more ancient and terrifying. Quote. This thought flashed in Su Lang's heart, and a flash of fire flashed in his eyes. Su Langdao's friendship is quite satisfactory, so good. This enthusiasm was seen by His Highness Xu Ning, which made her feel happy, and her smile became brighter. Su Lang is very satisfied with her inheritance. This makes her very happy. The exercises are slightly incomplete. It doesn't seem to be a big problem, but for the Eternal Realm, the smallest flaw will be infinitely magnified, and it will eventually become a terrifying moat, which can no longer be crossed. After His Royal Highness Xu Ning and Emperor Xu Yuzhou arrive at the 7 Eternal Realm, it is difficult for them to make progress. In addition to being related to resources and talents, this major practice definitely has an impact. Fortunately I have a rare ability, Fragment Repair. Quote. When Su Lang thought of this, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but outline a curve. Fragment Repair. You can repair any incomplete technique into a complete state. Even if there are only a few words left, it can be repaired directly. Zhou Long Xuanxin is only slightly incomplete, and it is naturally easy to repair. System. Start the fragment repair function. Target, Zhou Long Xuanxin. Su Lang's heart moved and directly activated the system functions. Ding. Zhou Long Xuanxin was successfully restored. Accompanied by system prompts, a strange ball of light appeared in Su Lang's storage space. This sphere of light is very similar to the Star Sea Vortex in the space ring given by His Royal Highness Xu Ning, but the sphere of light gives people a completely natural feeling. The original technique. It's the original technique. The fragment repair function is not used much, but the function is really powerful. With this hand, you can make a lot of money when you set up a street stall and specialize in the business of the Eternal Powerhouse. Those guys asked me to complete the transaction and get a complete exercise, but I also saw the exercises. They would feel very worried, and then look for opportunities to kill me. In this way, I have an excuse to kill them and plunder all resources. Quack, I didn't expect to open up another way of making money. Su Lang thought so, his mouth opened with a grin. It seems that Taoist Su Lang is more satisfied with those secret techniques than I thought. Seeing Su Lang's face burst into laughter, Emperor Xu Ningzhou couldn't help but feel happier. At this time, a system prompt appeared in Su Lang's mind. Ding. It is detected that the quality of the major exercise, Zhou Long Xuanxin, is much higher than that of the Infinite Heart Sutra. Is it replaced? Replace now. Su Lang did not hesitate and directly gave instructions. If you like the one-key training system, please collect it in an instant. mtlnovel.com. The one-key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million-level literature. Chapter 2549. After just a few glances, you'll fully learn. Ding. The main practice is successfully replaced. Ding. The basic practice speed of the current one-key practice function has been enhanced. Ding. The current one-key martial arts function basic martial arts speed has been enhanced. 3 system prompts appeared again one after another, making Su Lang's eyes shine. High-quality major exercises really can bring huge benefits. This is especially obvious to Su Lang. It must be known that his one-key cultivation rate at this time is 240 trillion times the basic cultivation speed. The speed of the one-click martial arts function is also 240 trillion times. The current basic training speed has been enhanced, and the gold content of these magnifications is even greater. One key practice is now closed, and there is no intuitive experience for the time being. But the one-click martial arts function is always in operation, and the villains inside are always practicing the exercises. Su Lang obviously felt that the speed of the wushu villain had become higher. Awesome! A smile appeared in Su Lang's eyes. With this, Zhou Long Xuanxin, my combat power will increase faster. At the same time, Emperor Shu Ningzhou also discovered the changes in Su Lang. This is the breath of Zhou Long Xuanxin. Su Lang unexpectedly changed his major accomplice to Zhou Long Xuanxin so quickly. How is this possible? That is the top-notch major practice. Being an eternal warrior who has never been in contact with it will take Dalian time to comprehend and then practice. But Su Lang seems to have learned it completely after just a few glances. Fake. Emperor Shu Ning looked at Su Lang blankly, keenly aware of the changes in Su Lang's body. The more familiar feeling is brought about by Zhou Long Xuanxin. This made Emperor Shu Ningzhou directly stunned, completely unable to believe his perception. This talent is simply terrifying. It's no wonder that Su Lang was born in the grassroots universe, and the universe that was still used as a hunting target by the mighty can be inherited by that mighty power. I can be regarded as the genius with the best talent in Do Shu's line, but compared with Su Lang, it is simply fluorescent compared with Hao Yu. Emperor Shu Ning looked at Su Lang with a trace of emotion in his eyes. The other side, Su Lang has already turned his attention to the rest of the exercises. The exercises Shu Ning gave were the core content of Emperor Do Shu's inheritance. Except for the main practice exercises, the remaining magical powers and secret techniques, although the effect is relatively ordinary in Su Lang's opinion. The strangeness is not as good as some of the secret techniques that I have now, and even less than the moves condensed from the source of the technique of Po Yi Jian. But the level of these magical secret arts is relatively high. Basically, they are magical secret arts that can only be practiced at the level of the 5 universes. There are special melee secret techniques for Eternal Realm powerhouses. When you open this exercise, you can see a lot of melee poses. Knowledge. After practicing this technique, you can better destroy the enemy's crystal wall universe in personal hand-to-hand combat. As we all know, the crystal wall universe is the cell of the eternal warrior and the source of power. Destroying the crystal wall universe can weaken the opponent until it is completely eliminated. The skill level is quite high. After practicing, it can enhance my practice foundation. Now it's time for me to be promoted to the level of Po Yijian again. After all, I am not the weak chicken who just stepped into the eternal state. While thinking about it, Su Lang put the exercises in his hands on the villain Shiwu, and asked him to work hard together and work hard. Immediately after, he looked at more exercises. Some weapons use techniques, some are magical spells, the use of Tiandi Dadao rules, and so on. For example, a complete set of fighting supernatural powers, Capture Yu Chan Yuan Shou, and Bin Yu Qian CG. Cry Soul Hidden Sky Slash, which is specifically for the soul, and so on. But these methods were all Su Lang already possessed at this time. Even if it doesn't, it can be made up for with weapons. Just like the illusion skills, Su Lang made up for it with Jing Hua Shui Yu. In terms of trapping and killing, there are purple gold gourds and heart-piercing locks, which can be overwhelming. Defensively, there is a heavenly 8-sided shield, so there is no need to worry about it. If you like the one-key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com, the one-key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million-level literature. Chapter 2550, The Secret of Death or Life. These exercises are the same. After practicing, strengthen the foundation of the technique, and then deduct a brand new breaking sword. While thinking about it, Su Lang looked at a more interesting exercise book. This exercise is called Ming Zong Wan Zhou Tong. It was the tracking technique that Emperor Shu Yuzhou used to search for him. As the core content of Emperor Do Shu's inheritance, Emperor Shu Ning also mastered it. This tracking secret technique is very good. In the same universe, as long as there is any object on the target, including breath, as a medium, it can lock the opponent's position. Even, as long as the target escapes from the current universe, the time and space fluctuations remain, the target can be directly locked. This kind of ability is already comparable to Su Lang's ability to see the soul of the treasure-hunting flying glider at this time. If it weren't for Su Lang's ability to send the clone directly out of Dudu universe, there would be no time and space fluctuations left. Moreover, he misled Emperor Shu Yuzhou to think that he was still in Dudu universe. Then, Emperor Shu Yuzhou could probably catch up with his clone. In fact, in addition to tracking capabilities, Mingzong Wanzhoutong, like Su Lang's, the mysterious method of resolve, also has a strong increase in the ability to detect spirits. Currently, the treasure-hunting flying glider's ability to find souls is still limited. Practicing this, Mingzong Wanzhoutong can make up for the tracking ability. The ability of soul detection is naturally the stronger the better. Su Lang used Mingzong Wanzhoutong as a backup exercise technique, and then looked at the two exercises below. They are The Secret of Death and Later Life, and The Secret of Life Without Life. Before that, Su Lang had seen Elder Jingji, the 25th son, used The Secret of Life and No Life. One of the 7 elders under the command of Emperor Shu Yuzhou also used The Secret of Death and Life. At this time, I saw these two exercises. Su Lang realized that this was born out of the same self-harming secret technique. The original name of this secret technique is The Secret of Death Without Life. The specific effect is to explode 100 times its own power after use. But after use, it will fall completely within one breath. Any second hand will not be effective, such as the method of surviving death. Therefore, after death, there is absolutely no way to resurrect, and even the power of the time avenue cannot be pulled back. It is precisely because of this price that is terrible. Therefore, Emperor Do-Shu divided it into two, forming The Secret of Death and Later Life, and The Secret of Life Without Life. After using these two secret arts, you will almost lose your life, but you don't need to die. Those methods of resurrection and death can be used. If you use The Secret of Death Without Life, there will be no possibility of survival, of course. Su Lang is not among them. Because he has the system function, clone for death. That is the function of the system, it does not speak any truth at all. The sequelae of this exercise. It seems that you can't be immune to vomiting the old and receiving the new. It is indeed at the cost of everything of oneself, including life, to perform the secret technique. Only in this way can we explode 100 times more power than ourselves. But I have a death replacement function, and I can use it as many times as there are replacement death clones. After I swallowed the clones, I left a few to replace the dead clones, and use these substitutes to launch Death Without Life. The combat power is exploding. In the battle in the Eternal Realm, 1 breath time is already very long. 1 clone can exchange 1 breath time, 4 clones can exchange 4 breaths. If you can't kill the enemy, you can only run away. Su Lang thought so with a smile on his face. Finally, The Secret of Death Without Life is used as a backup practice exercise method, and it is also placed in front of the other exercise methods. See here, Su Lang's eye-catching techniques have basically been counted. The rest of the exercises can only be practiced to enhance the foundation of the exercises. I have seen the exercises. His Royal Highness Shu Ning is very sincere and I am very satisfied. Su Lang looked at Emperor Shu Ningzhou and nodded with a smile. Friends of Taoism are satisfied. Emperor Shu Ning nodded, excitedly. Okay, there is another ruthless please. Su Lang smiled and said with his hands folded. If you like the one-key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com, the one-key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million-level literature. Chapter 2551. On the platform, friend Su Lang said it's okay. Any need, the little girl will do her best to satisfy. His Royal Highness Shuning heard Su Lang's relentless request, and he did not hesitate to agree directly. Thank you, Your Highness Shuning. The cultivation method below is quite special and requires a place with very strong cosmic energy. After visiting many places, I feel that Your Highness's Purple Jade Temple has the best energy concentration. Su Lang smiled and said, so, please also ask His Royal Highness Shuning to arrange a quiet room for cultivation. This statement came out. His Highness Shu Ning couldn't help but move in his heart. Su Lang is going to live in Xiutiangong. Except for the main hall of Xiutiangong, the rest of the places are her private cave mansion, almost never let others in, let alone people living in it. No problem at all, the cosmic energy on the platform is the strongest in Xiutiangong. The thought flashed in the mind of Emperor Shu Yuzhou, and he agreed without hesitation, why don't I take a fellow Taoist to take a look, if the fellow Taoist is not satisfied? No need. Just right on the platform. As long as the cosmic energy is the strongest. I don't care about the rest. A smile was drawn at the corner of Su Lang's mouth. Okay, does that fellow Taoist pass now? His Royal Highness Shuning nodded, and then asked. Well, Your Highness will take me over. Su Lang nodded slightly, then stood up, after going over, talked to His Highness again. Say something, what is it? His Royal Highness Shu Ning was a little strange, and stood up. Good thing, Su Lang smiled. Please. His Highness Shuning didn't ask much, and raised his hand to invite Su Lang to go with him. Please. Su Lang nodded and motioned to Shuning to lead the way. Soon, one after another, the two left the meeting room and flew into the sky. Although Xiu Tiangong is said to be a palace, it is better to say that it is a large group of beautiful palace buildings, and the area is not small. In a blink of an eye, under the leadership of His Highness Shuning, Su Lang came to the top of a 9-story building. This is on the Moon Tower. The Moon Tower is not an ordinary tall building, because each floor of the tall building is composed of countless eternal spirit-gathering formations. There are a total of 9 layers, forming a giant spirit-gathering formation method, which gathers the already very strong energies of heaven and earth to form a stronger cosmic energy. On the top of the Duiyu Tower, there is a large platform. Sweeping the spirit, you can see that this platform was originally a deep pond. But the cosmic energy has been condensed in the pool for countless years, first forming liquid energy, and then solidifying into a moon-white jewel-like solid crystal. These cosmic energy crystals are more compact and perfect than the energy crystals condensed by Su Lang using the eternal spirit-gathering formation method in the basic universe. Its level is almost higher than that of the superior emperor source that has been condensed from the beginning. So this is the opposite platform. Yes, really good. Standing on the opposite platform, Su Lang stretched out his hand to touch the moon-white crystal, and suddenly felt the cosmic energy that was so strong that it could not be dissipated. Friend Su Lang likes it. A smile appeared under the Shuning Hall. This pair of platforms is also a place where she often visits, but she is not here to practice, but to see the scenery. After all, she couldn't directly absorb cosmic energy to cultivate like Su Lang. Okay, this is already very good for the platform, but in my opinion, there are still some things that can be improved. Su Lang overlooked the opposite platform, his eyes gleaming with thought. Hear this. His Royal Highness Shu Ning couldn't help being surprised. It took her countless hours and painstaking efforts to complete opposite Moon Tower by letting a large number of array mage under her command work together. It can be said, this pair of Moon Towers represents the highest attainments of the Dudu Universe Spirit Gathering Array. But now, Su Lang actually said that there is still room for improvement in this pair of platforms. Taoist Su Lang did say that he has dabbled in the 3 realms of the pill formation. However, this formation was perfected by a large number of formation mages who spent countless years and painstaking efforts to constantly check for omissions. Taoist Su Lang's formation skills are so high that it surpasses the wisdom of a large number of formation wizards. If this is the case, it would be too scary. ... Emperor Shu Ning Zhou's heart throbbed, and a thick surprise rose. If you like the one-key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com, the one-key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million-level literature. Chapter 2552, I Am Enough, His Royal Highness Shuning. This has some small problems for every floor of the Moon Tower. If you don't mind, I want to improve it. Su Lang retracted his gaze on Yuelu, looked at Emperor Shu Ning Zhou, and said with a smile. This pair of Moon Towers will be where he will practice in the future. Seeing that there are defects in the Yuelu, it is natural to improve it. What? His Highness Shu Ning was shocked, secretly saying that this was too incredible. It's fine to see the problem, and improve on the spot. This means that Su Lang immediately saw through the problem and came up with an improvement plan. This kind of formation attainments. Absolutely fighting all the magicians in the universe. Emperor Shu Ning Zhou thought so, and there was a glimmer of shock in his bright eyes looking at Su Lang, but she didn't completely guess right this time. In fact, Su Lang's formation skills only have the 4 eternal realm. As for the formation masters in Dudu Universe, some can arrange the 5 eternal realm arrays, and even the 6 eternal formations. These mages are high level, but a little rough. The formation skills below the 4 eternal realm were completely inferior to Su Lang. For the formations under the 4 eternal realm, Su Lang was able to arrange all formations perfectly. In addition, using the combined formation method, he can also lay out a 5-dimensional formation. If you don't count the cost, time, and effort, you can also set up the 6 Eternal Realm array. Okay, how does your Highness Shuning think? Su Lang saw that Emperor Shu Ningzhou was a bit ecstatic, and asked with a smile again, of course can. Taoist Su Lang needs any materials, I will prepare it for you. Also, do fellow Taoist Su Lang need manpower? I will call some array masters to help Taoist fellows. Emperor Shu Ningzhou returned to his senses and immediately nodded in agreement. Thank you, Your Highness Shuning. But the material is unnecessary. I still have a lot of training materials here. Su Lang smiled and nodded, I don't need any manpower, I'm enough. What? Does fellow Su Lang plan to improve his formation against the platform by himself? However, you don't need fellow Taoist Su Lang to take care of some small problems in person. His Royal Highness Shu Ning said in amazement, as long as the Taoist points out it, then it will be handed over to the people below. The formation is highly accomplished, but doesn't it mean you have to do everything yourself, right? It takes so much time and energy. As the helm of a large faction, His Highness Shuning thought so. On weekdays, she basically delegates things to her subordinates, while she concentrates on cultivation. No need. In terms of formation, I have a special method of formation. As long as His Royal Highness Shuning doesn't mind making changes to the platform. Su Lang shook his head and said with a smile, then, I have to do it now. This statement came out, friends, please. His Royal Highness Shu Ning couldn't help feeling a little unbelievable, but he nodded, I'm right next to him. Just say what Taoist Su Lang needs. Well, Su Lang smiled slightly, and then covered the entire tower opposite the moon with his spiritual thoughts. Suddenly, all the details of the entire Eternal United formation appeared in his mind. He learned all the different formations, except for the 5 Eternal Realm. Besides, some imperfections were immediately revealed. Corresponding ways of improvement also come to mind directly, everything is as simple as calculating 1 plus 1. Immediately after, in the gaze of His Highness Shuning, Su Lang opened his hands, and countless arrays formed an incomparably complex light and shadow, covering the entire opposite moon tower. But this is just a cover. Start the one-click decomposition function. Activate the one-thought-out function. Su Lang thought, start the system function. Instant time, all the problematic formations were broken down by him. The whole building trembled fiercely against Yulu and almost collapsed on the spot. But at this moment, countless formations appeared out of thin air in those vacancies, connected with the original formations that did not need to be changed, forming a perfect whole again. If you like the one-key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com, the one-key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million-level literature. Chapter 2553, Improve the Eternal Gathering of Spirits on the Platform, the decomposition and reshaping of the formation. Just between Su Lang's thoughts. If it weren't for the powerful spirit of His Highness Shu Ning, it would be impossible to find out what Su Lang had done. In this time, the formation seems to have been perfected out of thin air, becoming more coordinated, perfect and powerful. Such a scene directly made His Highness Shuning stare at her beautiful eyes, and there seemed to be some storms flashing across her pretty face. This is over. Friend Su Lang, you are so fast. This is so fast, the formation of the platform will be perfected. His Royal Highness Shu Ning looked at Su Lang in disbelief, a small mouth opened slightly, and the crystal clear tongue was looming. Yes, I'm so fast, therefore, calling the rest of you is not really helpful. For me, there are countless arrays in one thought. Su Lang smiled slightly and seemed to have done a trivial thing. Taoist Su Lang, you are really amazing. You actually have this magical array technique. His Royal Highness Shuning looked at Su Lang blankly, murmured in his mouth. It's incredible. This pair of platforms was built by a large number of array masters who spent a lot of time, energy and wealth. But now, this kind of project, which took many years to build, was reborn in Su Lang's hands. His Royal Highness Shuning could clearly feel it. The spirit gathering effect on the platform has been increased by more than 10 times. His Royal Highness Shu Ning praised it. In fact, this formation hasn't been completely perfected yet. Because of the 5 eternal formations, I haven't fully understood it yet and cannot improve it by hand. A formation method requires the accumulation of money to improve. I cannot improve the 5 eternal formation in a short time. Su Lang shook his head and said to Shuning, yes, A formation together requires countless resources to accumulate and practice hands to gradually improve. His Royal Highness Xu Ning nodded in agreement. She didn't know that Su Lang's money was simply referring to the origin of the universe. Thought it was an array resource for training hands. Okay, Su Lang did not explain, and said, this is the end of the improvement of the platform. Next, we will start the formation and try the effect. Hear this. The little girl will not disturb Taoist Su Lang's cultivation. His Royal Highness Xu Ning thought that Su Lang was about to start practicing, so he planned to leave. His Royal Highness Xu Ning doesn't need to rush away. Su Lang smiled slightly. Look at the effect of this formation first. It is good. Seeing this, His Highness Xu Ning nodded and stayed. Soon, she saw Su Lang lightly lift his right hand. Buzzing. All the spirit-gathering formations on the platform were all activated, sending out vast fluctuations. The cosmic energy around it seems to be drawn by a strange force, and it rushes over. First, the aura within 10,000 light years, then millions, 10 million, quickly. The whole generation of Luanqi mountains formed by supergiant planets and a large number of planets. The cosmic energy all converged towards the middle. The flow of energy almost formed a torrent of liquid. It is like a long colorful river running through the sky, connecting to the opposite platform from a distance. The key point is that this scene is not fleeting and fleeting. But it exists for a long time. As long as the moon platform formation method is not closed, as long as the cosmic energy of Luanqi generation does not dry up. These rivers will always exist. Surrounded by the Luanqi generation, there are also many creatures inhabited. These creatures looked up at the long colorful rivers in the sky, all stunned. On the platform, unexpectedly, the formation of the platform has been perfected to this level. It is incredible. His Royal Highness Xu Ning felt the boundless cosmic energy and couldn't help but exclaim. The eternal formation is the same as the eternal warrior. It is extremely difficult to improve a bit, but now. Su Lang perfected the eternal joint formation in a single thought, and also increased its effect to more than 10 times. This method has exceeded the imagination of His Highness Xu Ning. At this time, messages appeared on Xu Ning's communication treasure, seeming to be relatively urgent. If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. mtlnovel.com. The One Key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million level literature. Chapter 2554. See you from the Eternal Mages. It's the formation mage under my command. They sensed the changes to the platform, and couldn't help but admonish them to see the masterpiece of Taoist Su Lang. His Royal Highness Xu Ning looked at the contents of the transmission treasure, turned his head and said with a smile to Su Lang. Oh, then let them watch. Su Lang smiled faintly, and said indifferently. I thank Taoist Su Lang for them. His Royal Highness Xu Ning bowed with a smile and immediately responded to the message and gave instructions to the guards. In a blink of an eye, more than a dozen streamers flew from a distance. This is a group of eternal warriors, but the level is not very high, all hovering around the realm of the 4 universes. It is the formation masters under Xu Ning's command. They are also figures standing in the first echelon of the formation in the Dudu universe. At this time everyone knew what was going on, and understood that Su Lang had caused all this. After arriving at the opposite platform, all the gazes of the array mages seemed to be stuck on the opposite platform, and they couldn't move away for a moment. The formation of the platform has been improved. Oh my god, I never expected that the details of the formation here could be changed like this. There have also been several brand new spirit-gathering formations in the platform, which form a perfect match with the previous spirit-gathering formations. The people who can design such a joint formation and improve the formation are absolutely far beyond me. It's Senior Su Lang, our ally of the Xianing faction, Senior Su Lang, did it alone. It's incredible. Yeah, it's unbelievable. It is beyond imagination to complete such a vast project in a short time with only one person. I feel that my cognition over the years has been completely overturned, and there are such terrible methods with the formation. Quote. Each eternal array mage looked at the brand new counter-platform, feeling the immense cosmic energy, and they were all speechless. The hearts of all people are filled with endless horror, directly crushing their worldview and life outlook. In an instant, everyone began to doubt life. In front of Su Lang's unreasonable formation method, they have studied and practiced a formation for countless years. It is ridiculously shallow. With a strong shock and horror, an array mage looked at Su Lang tremblingly, with deep awe, doubt and disbelief in his eyes. Isn't you salute to see fellow Su Lang? Highness Shu Ning frowned when seeing the mages of the formations looking autistic. The junior has seen Senior Su Lang. Junior meets Senior Su Lang. Senior Su Lang, please forgive me for being rude, and dare to ask how you did all this. This is totally unreasonable. Yes, Senior Su Lang, how could the eternal formation be perfected in such a short time? Senior Su Lang, please teach me. The junior is willing to be a cow and a horse for senior. Quote. The eternal array mages returned to their senses and bowed to Su Lang one after another, and the horror in their eyes began to turn into fanaticism and excitement. Su Lang's hands are in Su Lang's hands. If they can get this method, wouldn't they be able to complete an eternal union in an instant like Su Lang? These eternal warriors are idiots, and they will continue to study formations together in the eternal realm. For the sake of formation, they can abandon many things that the rest of the eternal strong cannot. At this time, I saw Su Lang's horrible formation method. It was like giving them a hole, allowing them to see a whole new world of formations. In this new world of Fang Dao, there are countless array Dao profound meanings they can't imagine. They are obsessed with the formation, how can they not be moved? Now, His Royal Highness Shu Ning couldn't help feeling a little surprised when seeing these eternal array mages so humble. This group of mages are professionals, although their cultivation base is not high, each has its own temperament. In other words, this group of mages are more or less proud. But seeing Su Lang is as respectful as the children and grandchildren have met the ancestor. You want to learn the formation? Su Lang looked at the large group of mages who bowed in front of him and asked lightly. If you like the one-key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com, the one-key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million-level literature. Chapter 2555, Ask Senior Su Lang to teach me. Although this pair of platforms was perfected instantly by a single thought. But how to set up the formation and how to perfect it is his own ability. In this Dudu universe, below the eternal level of the four universes, his formation skills are invincible. After all, he had learned many formations before destroying Shuyu's battle. I also learned a lot of formations when I went to Xuanyi Zhougong. In addition, the clones, the treasure-hunting flying gliders spread all over the land of the Jade Repair faction. Wherever he went, he learned all the formations below the five eternity. Go to Shuning's side, all the formations in the Ziyu Tiangong, including the formations below the five eternal eternity of this pair of platforms, were also learned. The key is, all the formations learned have reached the most perfect level, and they are not weaker than those who created the formations. Even on the basis of the current formation method learned, it can be improved to a higher level, and so he came to teach this group of mages. It was completely qualified. Senior Su Lang, please teach me. Senior Su Lang, the junior wants to learn the tricks of rapid formation, and the junior is willing to trade at all costs. Senior, please. Quote. Seeing Su Lang's question, the eternal array mages suddenly felt that there was something to play, and couldn't help asking harder, even. Someone already knelt down and kowtow. The first eternal array mage knelt down, the second, the third, not to be outdone, knelt down and begged. Everyone, get up. There is no other way to set up the formation quickly, but you are familiar with it. This, you can only rely on your own continuous practice to gradually achieve this. Su Lang looked around at the crowd and shook his head lightly. This statement came out. The mages of the array were suddenly struck by lightning, their complexions pale, and their eyes gloomy. Su Lang refused to teach them. But no one complained. This is an extremely cherished heritage. How could it be possible to beg when I just met, knelt down and begged? It is normal not to teach. But just when everyone's hearts were gloomy. If you want to set up quickly, you can only practice by yourself. But I can teach you some of the profound meaning of the formation. It's just that, I can only teach you the profound meaning of the formation under the eternal realm of the four universes, higher, and I will talk about it later. Su Lang's expression remained unchanged, and he still said lightly. This statement came out. The eternal array mages were dumbfounded, and then their faces wriggled, forming extremely excited expressions. Senior Su Lang, even promised to teach us. Oh my God, even if it's just the profound meaning of the formation of the four eternal realm, it is unbelievable. Senior Su Lang is benevolent and righteous. The younger generations will definitely be the best for the seniors, let them spur them. Senior Su Lang, please be kind. so that the younger generation can call you a teacher. The eternal array mages knelt in the void, ecstatically bowed their heads and thanked them. Some people also expected to become Su Lang's disciples. The situation in the Dudu universe is critical. I don't have much time to teach you. I can only give you some classics of formation, with my experience and notes on them. If you can't teach you, you don't have to be a master and disciple. Su Lang said faintly as he complained. Be a cow or a horse for me, let me spur. Shu Ning, this big beauty is about the same. Those eternal array mages who wanted to apprentice were rejected by Su Lang, and a touch of loss was suddenly revealed in their ecstasy. Taoist Su Lang knows everything every day. How can I waste time on you? Friends of Taoist have promised to teach you the profound meaning of the Tao. You dare to make an inch, I really don't know what to do. His Royal Highness Shu Ning could not help but yelled at the sight of these array wizards being turned down after being refused to apprentice. She knows very well that these guys are all brazen. Junior, thank Senior Su Lang for his kindness. Thank you Senior, from now on this Junior will be sent by Senior only. Oh, and your Royal Highness Shu Ning. Senior great kindness, there is no retribution in the next, and I will always keep in mind the teachings of my seniors and never let go of the formation practice. The mages of the formation were scolded by His Highness Shu Ning, and they immediately realized that they had been so excited and rude. After returning to God, he immediately thanked Su Lang, and then bowed his head to wait for Su Lang to bestow the scriptures. If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com, the One Key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million level literature. Chapter 2556, have an in-depth exchange. Well, I do manage Wanji every day. Su Lang glanced at the palace Shu Ning and smiled in his heart. Soon, he threw a large number of blank jade slips between his waves. Powerful spirits penetrated into these blank jade slips, making them burst into light. But it was Su Lang who burned the array FA's secrets inside. Burning these things is perfect for Su Lang without any difficulty. Hundreds of jade slips were burned in an instant. Inside are all the formations he has learned, supplemented by formation analysis, including principles, structures, etc. Su Lang has no reservations at all. All the formations mastered were burned into the jade slip. Anyway, this group of mages will be his subordinates in the future, and they will not suffer at all if they teach them, but it will be a good thing. Go with. After Su Lang had finished recording the array magic, he waved his hand and Yu easily fell among the array mages. Looking at the jade slips spilled over, the pupils of the eternal array mages suddenly shrank, and they were shining brightly, and they were about to compete on the spot. But then I thought that Su Lang and Shu Ning were present. Everyone suppressed the madness in their hearts, restrained their emotions, did not fight, just caught the jade slip closest to them. Everyone. These jade slips contain all the formations and detailed explanations of my 4 eternal realms and their lower realms. I hope you will study well and communicate with each other. Su Lang overlooked the eternal array mages with a calm expression. Don't hide. Yes. Junior, obey orders. The grace taught by Senior Xie Salong. The predecessor's order, the younger generation will keep in mind and never forget it. A group of eternal array mages were like 3 good students, and they immediately agreed and responded very well. Go away. Remember the words of Taoist Su Lang. His Royal Highness Shu Ning looked around the crowd and waved. Yes, Your Highness. His Royal Highness, Senior, Junior retire. The eternal array mages felt the chill in Shu Ning's words, and they shivered, and immediately turned into streamers and left the Xiu Heavenly Palace. Immediately after, His Royal Highness Shu Ning looked at Su Lang, his expression softened. Do you want to practice now? Not in a hurry, I'm progressing rapidly underneath, but for the eternal state, there are still some details that are unclear. I would like to ask His Royal Highness Shu Ning for advice. Su Lang shook his head, then said to His Royal Highness Shu Ning. He really wanted to have an in-depth exchange with Shu Ning, solve some problems that have been holding back for a long time. Don't dare to give advice. Taoist Su Lang is too serious. His Royal Highness Shu Ning waved his hand quickly. I don't know what questions Taoist Su Lang has, let's sit down and talk. Okay, His Royal Highness Shu Ning, please sit down. I absorb cosmic energy by the way. Su Lang smiled slightly and sat down cross-legged. Draw the cosmic energy. His Highness Shu Ning looked at Su Lang in surprise. She knew that Su Lang's cultivation method was probably unusual and eternal. The so-called absorption of cosmic energy is definitely more than simply storing it in life and crystal wall universe. Yes, Su Lang smiled and gave instructions to the system in his heart. Turn on the one key practice function. Boom. Place the one key practice function of the new major practice, Zhou Long Xuanxin, instantly. The appeal of horror came from Su Lang. Wow, countless cosmic energy seemed to have encountered a black hole and disappeared in an instant. Whether it is the cosmic energy that forms crystals, the liquid cosmic energy, or the energy of the mist or gas, all can't escape Su Lang's intake. This cosmic energy absorption speed is too terrifying. Such a terrifying absorption speed is countless times faster than my full extraction of cosmic energy. What the asterisk is this? His Royal Highness Shuning stared at Su Lang in shock and couldn't believe his eyes. Just a few thoughts. On the surface of the cosmic energy crystal condensed into a solid on the platform, arcs appeared, forming a vortex with Su Lang as the center. The surrounding cosmic energy also formed a super large vortex. And Su Lang is the center of the whirlpool. If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com. The One Key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million level literature. Chapter 2557. Suddenly enlightened and refreshed, seeing an extremely astonishing scene before him. His Royal Highness Shuning can be completely sure. Dudu Universe, and even Sui Yujo Domain, absolutely no one can absorb the energy of the universe as fast as Su Lang. Just when His Highness Shuning was extremely surprised. His Royal Highness need not be surprised. Underneath is just a little faster than others' cosmic energy absorption. Su Lang looked at His Highness Shuning and said with a smile, "What? Friend Su Lang, you still have enough energy to talk to me?" Palace Master Shu Ning glared, and couldn't help asking in surprise. Simultaneously, she was also a little puzzled. Just a little bit faster. I'm afraid it is not enough to describe it. It's just drawing energy. Of course it will not hinder our communication. Su Lang smiled. Otherwise, how can you ask your highness for advice? That's it. But fellow Taoist, your energy absorption speed is really terrifying, so I'm amazed by it. His Royal Highness Shuning nodded suddenly. She believed Su Lang's nonsense, completely unaware that Su Lang had already started practicing. Immediately after, the two began to communicate on this beautifully opposite platform. For the eternal state, Su Lang does have some detailed questions. After all, from stepping into the eternal state to the present, if he only experienced the time with the deity, it was really too short. Probably, only a few days. Although Su Lang killed many eternal powers, he obtained a huge amount of exercise books. But not everything, eternal warriors will be recorded in the classics. So some of Su Lang's questions could not be answered by anyone. In this time, His Highness Shu Ning, the Seven Eternal Realm, is currently the #1 boss in the Dudu universe, the #1 rich woman. Right in front of him, there is no reason to let go. It turns out, it was a very wise decision to consult His Highness Shuning. When Su Lang asks almost any question, Shu Ning's mouth can be solved directly. Regarding Su Lang's relatively superficial questions, His Highness Shuning did not have any doubts. She knew that Su Lang had only received the inheritance of that mysterious power, but did not accept the words and deeds of that power quickly. The problem that Su Lang held back for a long time was solved by His Highness Shuning, but with the deepening of the exchange, the more problems were solved. Su Lang also created new problems. He didn't intend to keep holding it in his heart, but asked it out. Then, after Su Lang's problem was solved, new questions came up and he continued to inquire and seek answers. The cycle repeated, and the communication between the two became deeper. I don't know the time of the past few incense sticks. Su Lang finally felt suddenly enlightened and refreshed. He smiled at His Royal Highness Shuning and said softly, "Thank you for dictating your heart today." What is this nonsense? His Royal Highness Shu Ning smiled and said, "It is an honor for Shu Ning to solve the doubts of Taoist Su Lang." Haha, His Royal Highness Shu Ning has no reservations about me, giving and receiving privately. Then I will solve some problems for your highness. Many of the exercises and books given to His Highness before, many of them have been practiced to the founding level. His Royal Highness might as well choose some interesting ones and teach them to your highness. Su Lang smiled brilliantly, then said sincerely, how can this be made? I have already obtained so many Taoist masters, how can I ask Taoists to teach him? His Royal Highness Xu Ning was a little embarrassed, and his words were full of hesitation and unconcealed expectations. An eternal exercise, if she wants to practice from nothing. Even if she is talented and intelligent, she needs a lot of time and effort to understand the original exercises. But if someone gives pointers, it's not the same. Many tricks can be done at one point and countless detours can be avoided. Therefore, she was really embarrassed, but she was also tempted. It's okay. Anyway, there is nothing important now. A smile was drawn at the corner of Su Lang's mouth. Moreover, it is not difficult to teach the exercises. Then it's better to be respectful than fate. Fellow Taoist, wait a minute, now I will find the original exercises I want to learn. His Royal Highness Xu Ning agreed with gratitude, and immediately selected one from the original exercises given by Su Lang. If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com. The One Key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million level literature. Chapter 2558. Pose Su Lang took a closer look. I saw that His Royal Highness Xu Ning had chosen 13 corpses. Friend Su Lang, I want to learn this 13 corpses. His Royal Highness Xu Ning originally placed the technique between himself and Su Lang, looking at him expectantly. Well, this technique is indeed suitable for you now. Even after you learn it, you can teach it to the elders and protectors. Su Lang smiled slightly. He understood the original intention of His Highness Xu Ning for choosing this exercise. Dudu Universe's next opponent is Suiyu Joyu. No one knows when the war between the two cosmic regions will begin. Now that the internal chaos in Dudu Universe has just passed, the Shuyu faction has almost wiped out its high-level combat power except for Emperor Shuyuzhou himself. So Xu Ning wanted to make up for it in a short time. The technique of Avatar is naturally the best choice. The 13 corpses technique given by Su Lang is just the top method of clone. 13 corpses was originally a godless technique, but now it has become an eternal level exercise. After practicing to the founding level, you can cut out 13 incense clones such as joy, anger, sorrow, and joy with your own incense aspiration. And the combat power of these 13 clones is very strong, of course. Similar to the deity's combat power, it was used to deceive Emperor Shuyuzhou. Actually, if Xu Ning trains him to the founding level, he can cut out 13 6-plane level clones without lack of incense aspiration. The 13 corpses were a small level lower than the deity's combat power, but this was already extremely terrifying. Originally, Su Lang also planned to practice this exercise. However, cutting out the 13 corpses requires a huge amount of incense and aspiration, and the same is true for the clone who wants to cut out the 13 corpses. However, the incense aspiration power was stored by Su Lang in his own virtual spirit universe, and he used it to upgrade the incense hoard, and there was no extra incense aspiration power to cut 13 corpses. But His Highness Xu Ning and others are different. They do not major in the way of incense, nor do they have any channels to consume a large amount of incense power. For countless years, I don't know how much incense power has been stored. Now these incense aspirations are just used to kill 13 corpses. Also ask Taoist fellow Su Lang to teach me. Seeing Su Lang's approval, His Highness Xu Ning's eyes lit up. It is good. Bring your head over. The corner of Su Lang's mouth raised slightly, sketching out a smile. Why turn your head? His Highness Xu Ning was dumbfounded for a moment, a trace of puzzlement flashed in his eyes. Do not ask. Come here quickly. The smile on Su Lang's face grew stronger. It is good. His Royal Highness Xu Ning suppressed the doubt in his heart, nodded, and moved forward a bit. Come here a little bit more. Come up, bow your head. Su Lang grinned and directed Xu Ning to change his posture. At last, His Royal Highness Xu Ning took the pose Su Lang wanted. Okay, it's easy for me to reach out and touch your forehead. Su Lang nodded slightly, then, in the shock of His Highness Xu Ning, covered her forehead with his right hand. What is this going to do? His Highness Xu Ning was more confused and nervous. At this time, rumble. This is. Xu Ning suddenly felt a torrent of water poured into her body. The hot feeling stimulated her body and mind, and the doubt in her eyes instantly turned into a blazing light. It is the profound meaning of 13 corpses. No, it should be inheritance to be precise. The most perfect, direct inheritance to the founding class. But if it was just the means of empowerment, although it would surprise Xu Ning, it would not shock her. After all, to reach the 7 eternal realm, empowerment methods are more or less mastered. It shocked her, excited her, and it was incredible that she felt that she had actually mastered 13 corpses. It's like studying and practicing for countless years, mastering the exercises, and reaching the level of the founders of the exercises. How is it? How do you feel? Su Lang asked with a smile in his eyes. How did this happen? I have directly mastered an eternal technique, and my proficiency has reached the level of the founder. Unbelievable, incredible. Xu Ning felt the profound meaning of the exercises in his soul, and his beautiful eyes trembled slightly. If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com. The One Key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million level literature. Chapter 2559. You can report to Yongquan countless years of cultivation career. She couldn't even dream that there were such initiation methods in the endless universe. Suddenly, friend Su Lang. Xu Ning raised his head and stared at Su Lang blankly. To use this means of empowerment, you must pay a great price. In her concept, such a terrifying means of empowerment cannot be used as soon as it is used. Otherwise, what is the point of penance? And there is no price to pay for this method. Then, a high level eternally obtained, wouldn't it be able to create countless powerful subordinates? In the long years, relying on this method to rule a large number of high-level universes and even the top-level universe is completely possible. Cost. Su Lang shook his head, smiling without saying a word. He performs the empowerment function without any cost. The only restriction is that each empowerment can only be used 560 times a day. This has been extremely abnormal. Enough to create a large number of eternal pride in a short time. Just like Chu Xiaobei and others. Su Lang will not waste the number of empowerments per day, but will give priority to them. However, even so, the geniuses who received his empowerment could hardly keep up with him. No way. His speed of improvement is really abnormal. At this time, Su Lang smiled and shook his head. Seeing Xu Ning's eyes, it became a default. Friend Su Lang, your kindness, the little girl will always remember it. Xu Ning's beautiful eyes stared at Su Lang with slightly reddened eyes, and it was hard to conceal the slightest touch. She knew in her heart. Su Lang definitely wanted Dudu Universe to recover its high-end combat power as soon as possible. This kind of initiation method with huge sequelae will be performed at any cost. Such a great favor. Xu Ning didn't know how to return. The most valuable fighting cultivator inheritance in her body was also given to Su Lang, so what else can she give? All we can give is a promise. His Royal Highness Xu Ning is serious. This kind of empowerment actually has no sequelae. Su Lang smiled lightly. His Royal Highness has any other exercises that I want to learn, take advantage of it now, let me know. Hear this. Xu Ning naturally didn't believe it if there were no sequelae. She automatically replenishes the secret technique of initiation performed by Su Lang. After paying a huge price, she can initiate more than one secret technique within a certain time limit. That's why I said take advantage of it now. Take a deep breath. Okay. His Royal Highness Xu Ning nodded with dazzling gaze. Little girl is brazen, trouble Taoist Su Lang. Come on. Su Lang smiled slightly. After choosing the exercise method, get together. It is good. His Royal Highness Xu Ning nodded solemnly, immediately chose the exercise method, and put his head together again. Su Lang stretched out his right hand to cover her smooth forehead. Time passed by. His Royal Highness Xu Ning continued to withstand Su Lang's rapid indoctrination again and again. A lot of exercises and profound meanings filled her soul, making her feel the most fulfilling in her life for the first time. Simultaneously, the gratitude to Su Lang has become stronger, and the trust and favorability are directly full. After instilling a lot of exercises, Su Lang finally let out a sigh and slowly retracted his right hand. It's over. If you don't finish, His Highness Xu Ning will have to doubt life again. Father Su Lang's secret technique time limit is over. Next, you must face extremely serious side effects. His Royal Highness Xu Ning raised his head, his whole face was radiant, as if being moisturized, but the worries in his eyes could not disappear. His Royal Highness Xu Ning need not worry. There are really no side effects. Su Lang smiled, shook his head and said, I know it. Today Su Lang Taoist confidant gave a generous offer, and the little girl will definitely report back in the future. His Royal Highness Xu Ning unswervingly believed that she owed Su Lang too much, and she would satisfy any request from Su Lang in the future. Quote. Su Lang was silent for a while, and then smiled, I look forward to it. Report to Yongquan. It's okay, the little girl won't disturb the Taoist fellow's practice. Xu Ning nodded heavily, then stood up and bowed to Su Lang. If you like the one-key training system, please collect it in an instant. mtlnovel.com, the one-key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million-level literature. Chapter 2560, Xu Ning gathers all the might. Well, see you later. Su Lang nodded slightly and closed his smiling eyes. His Royal Highness Xu Ning stared at Su Lang for a while before disappearing slowly. Well, it's the most boring practice time again. It's been a long time since I went to see Xiaobei and Rushui in the universe of life. Su Lang propped his chin with his hands, transformed into a temporary clone, and descended to the Dantian life universe. The other side, His Royal Highness Xu Ning left the opposite platform and returned to the main hall of Xiu Tiangong, immediately summoning all the elders and guardians. She felt that Su Lang's great kindness would definitely not be repayable by herself. Only the entire Xu Ning faction can repay. At this time, part of the elders and guardians returned to the Xu Ning faction, and immediately rushed to Xiu Tiangong after being summoned. There are also some areas of the Jade Cultivation faction that have just been defeated, but they can also use their clones to participate in the council, quickly. The elders and guardians gathered in the main hall of Xiu Tiangong. Old Xie, what do you know about your highness calling us? It's probably because of the gathering spirit formation technique on the platform that we called us. I received news that Taoist Su Lang's formation skills surpassed all formation mages in the Dudu universe. It's true. It is said that those stragglers in the formation mage begged Su Lang to accept them as disciples, but they were rejected. Well, even so, they have also been gifted by Taoist Su Lang, and they have gained countless valueless lineage inheritance. They can get a part of Taoist Su Lang's inheritance, and they don't know how many lifetime merits they have cultivated. This statement is bad. This is Taoist Su Lang's great benevolence, and it has nothing to do with the old guy's own practice. Quote. Everyone was talking in secret, thinking that His Highness Xu Ning summoned them to announce that Su Lang's formation was extremely accomplished. Just when His Highness Xu Ning spoke, everyone was instantly stupid. Everyone. I got the inheritance of Taoist Su Lang. Furthermore, Taoist fellow Su Lang did not hesitate to bear the sequelae of horror, and he used mysterious methods to empower me, allowing me to master 99 and 81 eternal techniques. The key is that all eternal techniques are directly at the founder level. His Royal Highness Xu Ning is not a procrastinating woman, so she opened the door directly and directly exposed Su Lang's kindness to herself. This statement came out. All the eternal emperors in the audience were shocked and unbelievable, as if they were struck by lightning. Their mouths were open and their pupils trembled. The dead silence lasted for a while. The expressions of the eternal might finally returned to a little vividness. His Royal Highness, this is serious. His Royal Highness, forgive the sins. I am not questioning your highness, but it is really incredible. This is incredible. Using mystery initiation methods, direct initiation of 9 or 90 or 80 eternal techniques. The most important thing is that all the exercises have reached the founder level, which is beyond my imagination. Taoist Su Lang has actually achieved this level, such an unreserved contribution. This kind of kindness is too great. I actually thought about how to get fellow Su Lang to agree to exchange inheritance. I am guilty, I am guilty. Quote. The stormy waves in the hearts of the elders and guardians rushed into their minds, and their facial features were about to shift with excitement. Friend Su Lang has great kindness to me and Xu Ning faction. From then on, I will not allow anyone to doubt or distrust him at all. How respect do you respect me, how respect you must respect him. His Royal Highness Xu Ning looked at the eternal powers in the hall and said solemnly. She is not a naive little girl, she also thought about what Su Lang would do to her. But what if it really has a purpose? What if Su Lang wants to fight the universe? A life-saving grace during the war with Shuyu faction. 81 eternal methods of the founder level. There is also an infinite array of inheritance. Just these few things made them Xu Ning faction need to give everything in return. Not to mention, today's Dudu universe is really too weak in front of Suiyu universe. The addition of Su Lang gave Dudu universe the capital to fight Suiyu Joyu. If you like the one-key training system, please collect it in an instant. mtlnovel.com, the one-key training system has the fastest update speed of the literature under the one-click training system. Chapter 2561, this is really a good idea if it weren't for Su Lang appeared. His Royal Highness Shu Ning knew that even if the fighting was unified in the universe, and the loss of combat power was small, there would be more defeats and fewer wins in the face of the Suiyu universe. The eternal powers clearly understand this. Your Highness, rest assured. I will respect Master Su Lang from the bottom of my heart. He gave us hope. The grace of Master Su Lang is worth our lifetime to repay. Quote. All eternal powers bowed and said sincerely. Seeing this scene, His Royal Highness Shu Ning also nodded. At this time, the voice of Minghua Protector calmed the audience. His Royal Highness Shu Ning, Master Su Lang can be said to be the most extraordinary genius in the entire Dudu universe. His Royal Highness Shu Ning is also a rare genius in the Dudu universe region, and has a high level of cultivation. If your Highness and Master Su Lang initiate the Eternal Avenue, they will definitely benefit from each other and go further. Guardian Minghua stepped forward, saluted, and said excitedly. Hear this. The elders and guardians all fell into contemplation. Yes, His Royal Highness Shu Ning and Lord Su Lang are a perfect match. I didn't think so before. Well, if His Royal Highness Shu Ning and Master Su Lang become Taoists, they will not only enhance the friendship between the two sides, but also support each other on the path of eternity and go further. Good idea, this is really a good idea. Ha ha ha, I agree with this marriage. Quote. The elders murmured, their eyes gradually brightened, and they even clapped their hands in admiration. Their eyes were full of affirmation when they looked at the guardian of Minghua. His Royal Highness Shu Ning, who was sitting at the head, was a little at a loss. She was born to inherit the school of Shu Ning. She has worked hard for this goal since she was a child. How can she waste time because of her children's love? I didn't even think about Taoist friends. But at this time, this question was even raised by the elder guards. His Royal Highness Shu Ning was really caught off guard. His Royal Highness, what do you think? Elder Xie saw that Shu Ning was in a daze, so he asked expectantly. This. His Royal Highness Shu Ning recovered, with a cold expression on his face. This matter is too rush. Oh, it's really anxious. Master Su Lang came to Dudu Universe for too short a time, and the time spent with His Highness Shu Ning was not too much, so it was a bit abrupt to propose to become a Taoist companion. Yeah, it is true. His Royal Highness Shu Ning should get along with Master Su Lang to increase the relationship, so that the day will come. Master Su Lang is cultivating on the platform now. His Highness Shu Ning can definitely go there together. Ha ha ha, I agree with this proposal. Quote. All the elders and guardians of the law, you said and I said, the old faces all smiled. When talking, everyone looked at His Highness Shu Ning from time to time, full of joy. I still want to think about it, you guys. His Highness Shu Ning thought in his heart. A hint of helplessness and a hint of cowardice flashed through his eyes. His Royal Highness Shu Ning, look. Elder Xie stepped forward again and asked with a smile on his face. Well, I got it. This time Taoist Su Lang gave me many exercises, and he said that he can give it to others. His Royal Highness Shu Ning nodded insignificantly, and immediately changed the subject, so I plan to give you some exercises. Originally, everyone did not agree with His Highness Shu Ning's change of subject. But the second topic raised by His Highness Shu Ning was really shocking. So that everyone thundered and stunned. What? Su Lang is actually willing to give his inherited techniques to more people. It must be known that it is an eternal inheritance that is extremely cherished. Who got it and didn't hide it? Being able to exchange inheritance with one person is almost the limit, and it is impossible for one's inheritance to spread widely. But Su Lang did so. Give them the eternal skills in the inheritance. This is too generous, right? Could it be that Su Lang only gave the corners and corners of the inheritance? At this time, a more shocking news came from His Highness Shu Ning. Everyone, what Taoist Su Lang gave me is the original technique. If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com. The One Key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million level literature. Chapter 2562. Respect of all power. This sentence is like the second thunder blasted in everyone's ears. The original technique. The original eternal technique. Master Su Lang actually gave us the original exercises. Oh my god, I can't believe my ears. The eternal technique is the original. What a treasure it is. Quote. The eternal powers were stunned, and their eyes were about to fall out. In their cognition, even when teaching disciples, they rarely produce the original exercises, mostly burned versions. not to mention the time to exchange inheritance with others. But Su Lang gave the original exercise. Everyone, do you know how many original exercises Taoist Su Lang gave me? His Royal Highness Xu Ning looked at the dazed elder guards, smiled and shook his head. Here, 10, you fart, 10 is a lot for you, certainly not much for Master Su Lang. That is, Master Su Lang directly instilled 81 founder-level eternal techniques into His Royal Highness Xu Ning. Yes, if you get the original eternal technique, you may not reach the level of the founder. So, Master Su Lang must have given much more exercises than the 81 books. This inference is beyond my imagination, but it is indeed closer to the truth. It is incredible. Quote. All the eternal powers, look at me and I look at you, while guessing, while exclaiming. His Royal Highness Xu Ning, how many original exercises did Master Su Lang give? Someone couldn't help but stepped forward and asked. 490, all are the original exercises. Xu Ning took a deep breath and said with beautiful eyes, hiss. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but breathe in cold air at the same time, and one after another eyeballs protruded out. It's all here. Originally, this can't be handed over to everyone, you need to rely on your accumulated contributions over the years to exchange it. But these exercises were given by Taoist Su Lang, and indicated that they can be given to you. Then you don't have to trade contributions in exchange for it. His Royal Highness Xu Ning looked around the crowd and waved his hand. 490 eternal exercises originally appeared. Suddenly, the exercises of a ministry were originally like all kinds of rare and exotic treasures, suspended there, blooming with incomparably bright light. Goo, suck, hiss, quote. Seeing the original 490 eternal exercises with my own eyes, the eyes of all the eternal powers seemed to be glued to it, and they could not be removed for a moment. After a while, His Royal Highness, please take the place, thank you Master Su Lang. The grace of Taoist Su Lang's gift is unforgettable. I have lived all my life, for countless years, no one has treated me so well, woohoo. Quote. The guardians of the elders paid the utmost respect to the original 490 eternal exercises and bowed one by one so that they folded themselves in half. The deity will thank Taoist Su Lang for you. Now you come forward to choose the exercises, don't be greedy. His Royal Highness Xu Ning nodded and asked everyone to come forward to choose the exercises. Subordinates save it. The guards of the elders were solemn and excited, and one by one they stepped forward to choose the exercises. They were extremely excited, but the action is very careful. When you touch the original eternal technique, you are cautious and extremely gentle, like treating the most cherished treasure. In the original 490 exercises, the eternal powers are dazzled. It seems that every exercise is what I want most. After a long time, His Royal Highness, your subordinates have chosen it. The subordinates have also been selected. There are 3 books in total. This exercise just made up for my shortcomings. I really appreciate Master Su Lang. Quote. The eternal powers finally chose the original exercises and returned to the original place one after another. Basically everyone chose 3. This is the limit. No matter how much you have, you will have a big eye and a small belly. Okay, now that you have chosen, go back and participate in the research. His Royal Highness Xu Ning knew that everyone couldn't wait to learn about the exercises, so he got up and left the meeting. If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. mtlnovel.com, the One Key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million level literature. Chapter 2563, Not seeing for 3 days is impressive, yes. Your Highness Xu Ning, the guardians of the elders salute respectfully. Immediately he was very excited, and he had to leave the Xiu Heavenly Palace with the exercises he had chosen. The original eternal technique, they can have a good understanding. But at this moment, His Royal Highness Xu Ning, subordinates have important things to announce. Emperor Minghua suddenly stepped forward to salute. What's the important thing about Minghua Law Protector? His Royal Highness Xu Ning looked at Emperor Minghua Zhou and asked. The rest of the elders and guardians also looked at Emperor Minghua Zhou, wondering what could happen to him. Return to your highness. Master Su Lang was deceived by Emperor Shuyu Zhou because Mingwu leaked information, and the danger is all around. Although Master Su Lang is safe and sound, he even helped me defeat the Shuyu faction. But Mingwu's guilt cannot be exposed. Emperor Minghua said with a serious expression, subordinates think that Mingwu should be handled by Master Su Lang. This statement came out, everyone was stunned. It turned out to be about that idiot Mingwu. Mingwu is a genius of Minghua. But if you make a big mistake, Minghua will not cover it up. At this time, Minghua brought up the old things again. It was to completely solve the grievances that Su Lang might have against the Shuning faction because of Mingwu, indeed. It's too cheap for Mingwu to be in purgatory now. This person is narrow-minded, causing Master Su Lang to be deceived into the Jade Repair faction, and destroying our alliance with Master Su Lang for important matters. We should be severely punished. It's the best choice to leave Mingwu to Master Su Lang. Quote. When all the elders and guardians heard the words of Emperor Minghua Zhou, they nodded in agreement. Everyone is right, although Taoist Su Lang never asked about this from beginning to end. But we really need to give Master Su Lang a satisfactory explanation. Come here, go to purgatory and bring Mingwu up. His Royal Highness Shuning nodded in agreement, even a little upset that he had forgotten Mingwu. Yes, Your Highness. The guards who got the order saluted and took their orders, and immediately went to purgatory to raise people. Time moves forward a moment. On the platform, Su Lang descended to the Dantian universe as an incarnation and met Chu Xiaobei and others. Brother Su Lang, you finally came to see us. HMPH, I'm almost used to cultivating by myself. Someone is a sea king outside and he doesn't know how many fish he has raised. Chu Xiaobei, Ji Rushui, Marong Shenxian, Yuqing, Yuji, Bai Yelan, Xiaoning, Su Ling and Xin, come around. The women surrounded Su Lang. It seems that they have already negotiated Tohandle, Su Lang, so they are all a little arrogant. But as they said, the girls stopped, the arrogant faces on Chao's face couldn't hold on, and they turned away, showing excitement and longing. Since the last meeting, although the deity of Su Lang only experienced a few days. However, Chu Xiaobei and others have worked hard for tens of millions of years because the time of the Dantian universe has accelerated once. Sorry, it's been a long time since I came to see you. Su Lang smiled, stepping forward to hug one by one, feeling their softness. The girls burst into tears and were reluctant to let go. After a long time, Su Lang coaxed them well. The next link, just check the body one by one. After some inspection, Su Lang discovered that all the girls had reached the level of eternal void. You only need to instill the Tao of time, and you can be promoted to a true eternal warrior, a humanoid natural universe. Great, finally reached this point. Su Lang's eyes were filled with joy, and he immediately smiled at Chu Xiaobei and the other women. Everyone, line up, let me infuse them one by one. Brother Su Lang, you perfusion, is it serious? Ji Rushui blinked mischievously, her beautiful eyes full of teasing. Aha, Rushui, where did you learn your driver's license? Su Lang glanced at Rushui in surprise. He has learned to drive. I haven't seen it for 3 days, which is impressive. HMPH, I'm a scholar of ancient literature. Ji Rushui smiled proudly. These are naturally learned from the book. If you like the one-key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com, the one-key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million-level literature. Chapter 2564. There is a saying that choosing a day is worse than hitting the sun, that's it. Su Lang smiled, and immediately looked at Chu Xiaobei, Marong Shenxian, Xiaoning and other women. We are all senior scholars of ancient literature. Chu Xiaobei, with bright eyes and white teeth, raised the corners of his mouth slightly and said with a smile, you can't help us with that silly talk. The women with disfigured appearances and different research attitudes all smiled and nodded, thinking that they had achieved great driving skills. Oh, quite confident. Su Lang raised his eyebrows and smiled lightly. Then how about some of your questions? Just ask, the girls said with a soft smile. It is good. This statement came out. The girls blushed immediately. It seems that you understand. Su Lang squinted his eyes with a smile, and asked again, then do you know the term, old way? Tui, Marong Shenxian took a mouthful with a flushed face. The rest of the women were also blushing, and they obviously knew it too. Does this know? Su Lang raised his brows. Then I said one you definitely don't know. What is it? Yuji pursed her delicate lips, and asked curiously. The word is well organized. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, revealing an unpredictable smile. Be organized. What does this word have to do with that? I don't think it's clear. Maybe the husband and the others just said it casually. Quote. After hearing the word well organized, the women fell into deep thought. After a long time, did not come up with an answer. No way. The girls can only admit defeat and ask Su Lang to explain. Then, Su Lang quietly explained it in the ears of the women, and suddenly all the women blushed. Seeing this scene, Su Lang smiled and changed the subject, asking them to line up and wait for perfusion. After some operations, Su Lang instilled the power of the Tao of Time into the girls, and finally let them all step into the realm of eternity. Although it is only an eternal warrior with a crystal wall universe, it is also eternal. This is the eternal state. It's great, it's great. I can live the same lifespan as brother Su Lang. We now have the capital to go with life and death. Quote. What makes the girls the happiest is not the powerful power they have gained, but the lifespan, which is that they can accompany Su Lang for a longer time. Xiao Bei, like snow. You have just stepped into the eternal realm. You must consolidate your cultivation as soon as possible and go further. You hold these universe origins, and you must cultivate hard. Su Lang was also very pleased, and then continued to cheer up the girls, and gave out many cosmic origins to everyone. Brother Su Lang, don't worry, we will definitely work hard. The eternal realm of one universe is just the beginning. We will try our best to catch up with the footsteps of your husband. Quote. The goddesses are solemn, and their eyes are firm. Okay, next, I will infuse you with some eternal realm techniques and perform a time acceleration. Su Lang nodded. He believed that everyone could keep practicing. Soon, Su Lang instilled more eternal techniques into the girls, and left a lot of refining pill to promote the perfection of the crystal wall universe. Soon, he wants to withdraw his mind. At this time, brother Su Lang, Ji Rushui stumbled, and then blushed and asked, a regular perfusion, when will it come? This statement came out. Su Lang suddenly froze in place. This matter seems to have been delayed for a long time. I said before that everyone is too elementary, but they are busy dealing with Emperor Yuanmingzhou. As a result, this deal with Su Lang reached the eternal state. Too elementary can't bear the impact of the eternal realm at all. So he dragged it down again. The original delay was not long, only a few days. But the bad thing is that Su Lang used time to accelerate his inner world, making everyone wait for tens of millions of years. Is this good, bad? Well, there is a saying, it is better to hit the sun than to choose a day. Su Lang pondered for a moment, and suddenly his eyes opened, watching the women's eyes become more intense. If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com. The One Key training system has the fastest update speed of the literature under the one-click training system. Chapter 2565. How dare you insult Master Su Lang immediately after. Su Lang waved his hands and placed countless arrays around the opposing platform, and then sent a clone in the infinity to guard the surroundings. After doing these chores in one go, the most important moment comes. In the increasingly popular atmosphere, bursts of sweet laughter came soon. I don't know how long after that, Su Lang returned from the tender hometown, then enveloped the cubic universe with divine consciousness, and begin to display the avenue of time. This is to increase the time velocity of the Dantian universe alone. Let Chu Xiaobei and other women and the old people grow up faster. Su Lang had already done this kind of thing before, but last time, he accelerated all the crystal wall cells in his body. In this time, just speeding up the Dantian universe. The difficulty is reduced too much. The acceleration effect is far stronger than the last time. This time just speeding up the cubic universe has already reached the level of one thought for 1,000,000 years. A time to breathe. Tens of millions of years have passed in the cubic universe. This is also the limit of Su Lang's current time avenue. I don't know how much time has passed. Su Lang used the Sword of Life and Restoration Medicine to restore the power of the universe many times. But in the end it was unable to make ends meet, and the power of the universe was on the verge of drying up. Chu Xiaobei and other women finally consolidated their cultivation base and took a precious small step forward. The power of the universe dries up and can only rest. Su Lang took a deep breath with a pale complexion, and after explaining to Chu Xiaobei and other women, he began to meditate and adjust his breath. By the way, absorb cosmic energy and transform it into cultivation. Simultaneously, in purgatory, this is a horror prison dedicated to holding eternal prisoners. Ever since being imprisoned, Emperor Mingwu Zhou has been suffering all the time, extremely miserable. He also didn't know anything about the outside world. It hurts, my soul, my eternal body. Emperor Ming Wuzhou was in a terrifying tearing power, and the eternal body was constantly torn apart and quickly healed. Where the card was missing, his soul also suffered the same sharp pain. Bearing this endless torture, Mingwu's heart was filled with despair. If it was before, he also felt regret for leaking information. At this time, after being tortured by terror, the regret in Emperor Mingwu Zhou's heart disappeared. Only a deep despair and resentment towards Su Lang is left. Su Lang chopsticks, it's all because of you. Without you, I wouldn't be where I am now. Why does the endless universe have your existence? I hate it, I hate it. If there is an afterlife, I will definitely step on your head and make you more painful than me. Emperor Wuzhou of Ming Dynasty had blood, red eyes and a savage face, and he let out a hysterical roar. At this time, shut up, you dare to insult Master Su Lang, you really do not live or die. A cold and fierce anger came, and immediately a whip shadow fell fiercely on Emperor Mingwu Zhou. Happiness. The long and hard whip slammed on Mingwu's body, making a very penetrating sound. What? Who is smoking me? Mongrels, you are all bastards, you have the ability to kill me. Emperor Mingwu Zhou let out a scream, but the scolding in his mouth kept on. Humph, I don't know what is good or bad. Go, take him out. A warrior of the Five Eternal Realm emerged, and it was him who beat Mingwu with a whip. As the guard of the main hall of Xiu Tiangong, he also heard all the deeds of Lord Su Lang. His admiration for Su Lang reached the culmination. How could he let Mingwu abuse Su Lang with foul language? Idiot stuff. It's no wonder that Minghua's guardian wants to exterminate relatives righteously. This dead thing is really stupid. Another guard emerged, waved his 5 fingers and turned into a rope, binding Mingwu tightly. Smuggle. Too awful, you must not die. Seeing that he was tied up, Mingwu scolded again. This time the 2 guards looked at each other, and a sneer flashed in their eyes at the same time. Immediately after, bang bang bang, the 2 guards showed their magical powers together and stunned Emperor Mingwu Zhou into a faint. If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com. The One Key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million level literature. Chapter 2566. Give this person to fellow Su Lang. It's quiet now. If this guy hadn't been handed over to Master Su Lang to deal with him personally, I would want to perform those 99.99 million tortures on him. Stop talking, just walk around, don't waste time. The 2 guards laughed and talked, and directly escorted Mingwu out of purgatory and hurried towards Xiu Heavenly Palace. After the fainted Emperor Mingwu Zhou woke up, I found myself lying on the ground of the main hall of Xiu Tiangong. Sitting on the top, His Royal Highness Xu Ning, the left and right sides are full of unfathomable elder protectors with a breath of prison and abyss. The Purple Jade Palace Hall. I was taken here, I understand, this is my final judgment, ha ha ha. Since the final trial has come, it means that Su Lang's has been determined to have fallen. Yes, who can escape in the pursuit of the Shuyu faction? Ha ha ha, Su Lang bastard, you are one step ahead of me to die, so refreshing. Emperor Wu Zhou's thoughts turned sharply, and his eyes brightened, revealing a grinning smile. He laughed and shouted cheerfully, and his voice reverberated in the hall. But then, Emperor Mingwu Zhou felt something was wrong. Because everyone looked relaxed, and the eyes looking at him were full of disdain and sneer, as if they were looking at a clown. What? Why do they look at me like this? Su Lang is dead, shouldn't they be very sad? That is a huge loss. They should also be very angry about my remarks. Why is it the way they are now? Emperor Mingwu Zhou's eyes widened, and his heart was suddenly filled with a trace of evil. At this time, a chuckle came. Haha, this jumping clown thought that Lord Su Lang had fallen. What a stupid guy, giving him 100 brains may not think of what amazing deeds Master Su Lang has created. I really don't know what expression he will look like when I see Master Su Lang. The elder guardian sneered and discussed a few words, then stopped talking. But for this short discussion, let Mingwu Zhou Emperor finally know the truth. Su Lang is not dead. Moreover, everyone seems to be planning to hand him over to Su Lang. How can this be? Su Lang is just a mere eternity in the 4 universes, how can he escape from the hands of the Jade Cultivator? False, it must be false, I never believe it. Emperor Mingwu Zhou made a low cry in disbelief, and his whole body was shaking. Mingwu, you leaked Master Su Lang's trace, causing Master Su Lang to be in danger. Fortunately, Lord Su Lang himself has a high level of cultivation and rich methods. Not only did he make Jade Repairs go round and round, but he also brought together our forces to destroy the Jade Repair faction. If you change to the rest, you have already died in Shuyu's hands. Although Master Su Lang is fine now, your sins are unforgivable. Today, I will hand you over to Master Su Lang and let him handle it personally. An elder stood up and looked at Emperor Mingwu Zhou with a serious expression. His voice was as cold as a bitter wind blowing from the ice hell. No, it's impossible. You are all lying. Su Lang can't survive, it's impossible. Not to mention destroying the Jade Cultivation faction, this is even more a fantasy, foolish dreams. Quote. Emperor Mingwu Zhou trembled violently, his pupils shrank suddenly. A thick disbelief rushed into his mind with the stormy waves in his heart, making him almost unable to think. Come here, take this person down and hand it to Taoist Su Lang. His Royal Highness Shuning didn't bother to look at Mingwu, who was about to collapse, and waved lightly. Yes, everyone responded together, and immediately shot at the same time, rushing to Emperor Mingwu Zhou. Even His Highness Shuning flashed through the idea of escorting Mingwu himself. After all, escorting Emperor Mingwu Zhou over to meet Su Lang. In any case, it is a great thing to be familiar with Su Lang. Elders, Guardian, Mingwu made such a big mistake because of lax discipline. Therefore, I was still allowed to Mingwu to Sha. By the way, Sha also apologized to Master Su Lang. Emperor Mingwu stood up and solemnly bowed his hands to Shuning and everyone. If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com, the One Key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million level literature. Chapter 2567, This idiot is at your disposal. This statement came out. Everyone immediately stopped arguing, glanced at each other, and nodded. Mingwu is indeed a more suitable candidate. If this is the case, let the Mingwu Guardian it. His Royal Highness Shu Ning nodded slightly and immediately stood up. Yes, Your Highness Shuning. The Guardians of the Elders saluted and retired. The Mingwu incident was just a small episode, and they were still thinking about the original technique given by Su Lang. Emperor Mingwu took Mingwu in his hand, bowed to Shuning, and flew towards the opposite platform. On the way, Emperor Mingwu Zhou has been stunned, murmuring the word, impossible, from time to time. Not long, Emperor Mingwu took Mingwu to the opposite platform. An unforgettable sight appeared before my eyes. Countless cosmic energies form a colorful sky river, surrounding Su Lang to form a terrifying vortex. Su Lang is like a black hole, absorbing cosmic energy frantically. Hiss. This kind of energy absorption speed is too fast. Even if I try my best to absorb the energy of the universe, I can't compare to Master Su Lang's 1/10,000th. As expected of that mighty inheritor, it's terrifying. Emperor Mingwu saw Su Lang absorbing the energy of the universe, his face was full of shock. Do not say anything else. The absorption speed of this cosmic energy alone is unique in the Dudu universe. At the same time, he is still alive, he really is alive. This is not true. How could he escape from Emperor Shuyu Zhou's hands? How powerful the Shuyu faction is, he cannot escape, let alone help Shu Ning defeat the Shuyu faction. This is an illusion. Yes, I must have an illusion. These are fake, ha ha ha. Quote. Emperor Mingwu Zhou looked at Su Lang, who sat cross-legged on the opposing platform. His entire face was dull, and he burst into a burst of laughter. Shut up. Emperor Mingwu slapped Mingwu's face with a slap, causing Mingwu to vomit blood, and Wuya was speechless. This is to prevent disturbing Su Lang's practice. After all, such a dynamic way of cultivation must be very important and cannot be affected by it. Okay, that's it, then. After smoking Mingwu, Emperor Mingwu planned to retreat with Mingwu and waited for Su Lang's round of cultivation to end before going forward. But at this moment, Mingwu Protector, what can you do with Emperor Mingwu Zhou? Su Lang's questioning voice resounded in the ears of Emperor Mingwu Zhou. Emperor Mingwu was taken aback. During such an important cultivation process, Su Lang could still speak distracted. Master Su Lang is now practicing. The next thing doesn't matter, we should wait for the adults to finish their cultivation. Emperor Minghua's thoughts flowed in his heart, and said respectfully, don't be surprised, I'm just absorbing energy. It's not a retreat that cannot be disturbed. What's the matter with Minghua Protector? You can come up and tell. Su Lang smiled and waved to Emperor Minghua Zhou. This statement came out. Emperor Minghua Zhou was shocked. It's incredible to be able to speak randomly in such a dynamic practice. However, Emperor Minghua also believed in Su Lang, and flew onto the opposite platform with Ming Wu, who was sullen and dull and stiff. Puff. Say nothing. Emperor Minghua directly pressed Ming Wu to kneel in front of Su Lang, and his body also crawled, unable to straighten up. Minghua Protector, why is this? Su Lang looked at Emperor Minghua Zhou and Ming Wu who was kneeling in front of him, and asked lightly. Master Su Lang, it was the idiot Ming Wu who leaked information about you, and Shuyu's plan to deceive you succeeded. This idiot is unforgivable. Leave it to you. Emperor Minghua folded his hand and said with respect. That's it. Su Lang nodded slightly, a chill flashed in his eyes. Ming Wu was the person who connected with him, but he leaked information, which is undoubtedly a kind of betrayal. Even Ming Wu's betrayal did not cause serious consequences. But this still cannot be easily forgiven. The person has been brought here, so I will leave. Emperor Minghua made another quick gesture and said goodbye to Su Lang. Bye. Su Lang nodded, and then watched Emperor Minghua Zhou leave, quickly. Only Su Lang and Ming Wu Zhou were left on the platform. Suddenly. If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com. The One Key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million level literature. Chapter 2568. Deal with Ming Wu Zhou Emperor, I do not believe. You can't be that strong. This is an illusion, this is a nightmare, you die for me. Emperor Ming Wu Zhou let out a heart-piercing roar, killing Su Lang like a irrational beast. He could not accept the facts at all. Treat all this as a dream. But the next moment, snapped. Su Lang knocked him to the ground with a slap in the face, half of his head slumped. No, this is not true. Even if Emperor Ming Wu Zhou suffered a terrible blow, he still couldn't accept reality. The blood and tears of despair rolled down, making him look extremely miserable. It's really hopeless. In that case, let's get free soon. Su Lang shook his head faintly, and with a thought, the Yutian sword that turned into a hairpin disappeared instantly. When he reappeared, he had already nailed Emperor Ming Wu Zhou's eyebrows. Ding! You have the Eternal Soul 1, the Eternal Life Universe 1, the Eternal Daojing *1. The system prompt came that Emperor Ming Wu had completely fallen. A period of cause and effect ends here. Immediately after, store the origin of the universe. Decomposition of weapons, pills, formations and other finished treasures. Transfer the life planet or continent in the Crystal Wall universe, transfer the Eternal Life universe. Then the scoured eternal body is given to the nest of civilization to be swallowed to produce countless evolutionary spores, quickly. The spoils were picked up by Su Lang's light car. Next, continue to cultivate. Su Lang glanced at the mysterious villain in the mysterious space and slowly closed his eyes, at the same time. Jijing universe. Because of the time flow rate, a period of time has passed in the Dudu universe, but only a moment has passed in this middle universe. Yu Yangli, the inheritor of Emperor Shuyu Zhou and Emperor Gujun Zhou, formally exchanged their inheritance. Wonderful, wonderful. It deserves to be the inheritance of Emperor Gujun Zhou, it is so amazing. When I learn to do these exercises, I will definitely have the opportunity to reach the 8 Eternal Realm. Yu Yangli, thank you so much this time. After reading the inheritance given by Yu Yangli, Emperor Shuyu Zhou couldn't help clapping his hands in praise. His face was full of excitement, and his mouth almost burst into laughter. In the inheritance given by Yu Yangli, the most powerful is the third secret of Gujun. The first secret, called the word secret, the heroic spirit called. Using this secret, you can use some medium to summon the dead strong. The medium is mostly the mark left by the strong in the long river of time and space. For example, in this real universe, can summon the strong who have existed in this universe and have passed away. The second secret, stealing the word secret, stealing everything. Using this secret, you can gather incomparably mysterious power and steal what the enemy has. Including but not limited to the enemy's cosmic power, incense power, vitality, weapons, spells, and even the complete exercises in the opponent's mind. The third secret, the forging secret. This secret is the secret of eternal level refining. Special innate treasures born in the universe can be used to forge eternal weapons with terrifying characteristics. In addition, There are also very systematic and perfect forging techniques for ordinary eternal soldiers. It should be noted that refining is extremely rare in the eternal realm. Basically, there is no complete set of refining classics and inheritance, but now Emperor Shu Yuzhou saw it. Humph. Relatively speaking, your inheritance is not so good. Bright tracks and 10,000 universe eyes, the secret of death without life, cry soul hidden in the sky, capture Yu Zan Yuan Shou, Bing Yu Qian CG. These exercises are just average to me. Yu Yangli casually threw the inheritance given by Emperor Shu Yuzhou into the universe of life, revealing a touch of unhappiness in his eyes. He originally thought that the inheritance of Emperor Do Shu could be compared with the inheritance of Emperor Gujun. But it turns out, Emperor Do Shu missed the solitary Emperor Zhou. Yu Yangli, my family's inheritance is indeed a bit worse than yours. But you didn't suffer any loss in this transaction. I have completely shared the remaining basic disk in Dudu Joyu with you. So many natural universes can slightly satisfy the desires of some of your high-level masters of the universe. Emperor Shu Yuzhou smiled and threw a jade slip again between his waves. If you like the one-key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com, the one-key training system has the fastest update speed of the literature in the instant millions. Chapter 2569, Shuyu and Yu Yangli support each other. This jade slip contains more natural cosmic coordinates. Before that, he has given Yu Yangli many natural cosmic coordinates. This second jade slip is equivalent to compensation. Ha ha, you still owe me. Yu Yangli took the jade slip, swept away his spiritual thoughts, and said indifferently. Then what compensation do you want? Emperor Shu Yuzhou's expression remained unchanged. I don't want to repay me now. Humph. Don't talk about it. Yu Yong twitched the corner of his mouth and changed the subject. Su Lang and the Shuning faction form an alliance, and they are now in a period of weak trust. It is a good time for separation. Well, we really shouldn't miss this great opportunity. The 2 pawns you eroded me just came in handy. Emperor Shu Yuzhou smiled. I'll leave it to you for this matter. I want to first understand the inheritance of Senior Gujun. After getting that Gujun third secret, Emperor Shu Yuzhou was thinking about comprehension all the time, and couldn't wait long ago. I don't bother to handle this kind of thing myself, just leave it to my subordinates. And our strength is the key to victory. We must hurry up and improve our strength, otherwise all conspiracies and tricks will be wasted. The time flow rate of the upper universe is too advantageous. Yu Yangli shook his head and said with a gloomy expression. You mean, we two support each other and speed up each other's time? Emperor Shu Yuzhou frowned, and the smile on his face was replaced by a deep seriousness. The eternal strong can use the avenue of time to accelerate, decelerate, and stagnate the time around the body and the inner world. But the time experienced by his own deity alone is consistent with the timeline of the natural universe where he is currently located. Simply put, the eternal strong cannot speed up time for himself and increase his cultivation speed, because although the eternal powerhouse is in existence beyond the universe and possesses his own time avenue, it is a human-shaped universe. But precisely because of this, the eternal strong, like the natural universe, cannot change their own time. The timeline of any natural universe cannot be changed by itself. The eternal strong cannot change their timeline by themselves. To change your time, you can only rely on external forces. For example, if an eternal strong person enters the middle universe from the bottom universe, his time becomes faster. This is dependent on the external force of the time velocity of the middle universe. It is the time power of the middle-level natural universe that acts on the humanoid universe of the eternal powerhouse and changes his time, of course. The eternal powerhouse wants to speed up time for himself and obtain a rapid cultivation speed, not necessarily to go to a higher level of natural universe. There is one more option. That is, the cultivator enters the crystal wall universe or life universe of another eternal strong man, then this eternal power is a tool. Man consumes the power of the universe and accelerates the time of the crystal wall universe or the universe of life, thereby changing the practitioner's own time. For example, Su Lang accelerated his Dantian universe so that Chu Xiaobei and others could obtain a faster time flow. This is the reason Yu Yangli used this method to reach this point since he got the inheritance of Emperor Gujun Zhou. Rely on the power of his eternal protector to accelerate his cultivation, otherwise he has inherited it to the present. Even if he slowly moved to the middle universe halfway, he could hardly reach the current level of Emperor Shu Yuzhou. After all, Emperor Shu Yuzhou is also an eternal arrogant. Can he rule half of the high-level universe? But it happened to be caught up by Yu Yangli. It is Yu Yang's plan to rely on another eternal strong man to speed up his time. He and Emperor Shu Yuzhou will act as tools for each other, speed up the time and increase the speed of cultivation. But the conditions for this cultivation method are relatively harsh. First, a strong trust between both parties is required. Therefore, this approach is very risky for both parties. Secondly, this method is very scary for the consumption of tool man. This can be seen from Su Lang's acceleration of the consumption of the Dantian universe. That was the sword of life that was used dull, and the restorative pill was knocked out. If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. mtlnovel.com. The One Key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million level literature. Chapter 2570, the two accelerate each other and so. Emperor Shu Yuzhou hesitated. Shu Yu, hesitate and lose. We are already allies now. If we are still on guard against each other, what is the point of forming an alliance? Not to mention, you are the one who is in trouble now, not me. Yu Yang frowned slightly, and said with some impatience. The risk is too great. Emperor Shu Yuzhou also frowned, but was interrupted before he finished speaking. Emperor Shu Yuzhou, the day when we were really wary of each other was also after the plan was successful, right? As Yu Yangli spoke, he turned around and pointed his head at Emperor Shu Yuzhou. The atmosphere became a little silent, but it came alive soon. Yeah, you are right. Planning to fight the universe is our first goal. And for me, the most important thing is revenge against Su Lang. Come on, you and I accelerate each other, and integrate our respective heritages. Emperor Shu Yuzhou stood up with a solemn expression and agitated tone. It is good. Then you speed up for me first. Yu Yangli turned around and nodded with a smile. Emperor Shu Yuzhou's expression stagnated. Why didn't you speed up me first? As a tool man, the risk is greater. After all, you want to take the other party into your own inner world. If the other party does things in your stomach, it will be a big trouble. Moreover, when the tool person's time accelerates, the main force of the universe will be on the verge of exhaustion. Therefore, it is very dangerous to let the other party into your body. You hesitated again. It seems that you are already scared by that Su Lang, and you are afraid of everything. To be honest, I regret coming to you to form an alliance. I should join Su Lang and the others to get you together. Yu Yangli sighed, and shook his head with disappointment. In fact, he really thought about forming an alliance with Su Lang and Shuning, but in the end they both gave up. When he first knew about Su Lang, Yu Yangli didn't like Su Lang. But in a blink of an eye, Su Lang teamed up with Shu Ning to make Emperor Shu Yuzhou almost annihilated. This made Yu Yang pay more and more attention to Su Lang in his centrifugation, directly reaching the level of extreme fear. He considered it for a moment, and working with Su Lang, a mysterious and unknown powerhouse, would have even more terrifying risks. It is better to cooperate with Emperor Shu Yuzhou who knows the roots and knows the bottom, at this time. Yu Yangli's words made Emperor Shu Yuzhou a touch of anger. But Shu Yu returned from sullen anger, but did not speak. Obviously, I also know that this is Yu Yangli's radical method. Never mind, I will suffer a bit more. Give you speed up first. Yu Yangli shook his head and took a step back. It is good. You don't have to consume all the power of the universe. Emperor Shu Yuzhou's complexion remained unchanged, and he was delighted, and said, lest I see you weak, I can't help but. You don't need to teach. I will definitely have reservations. Yu Yangli interrupted the words of Emperor Shu Yuzhou indifferently. Emperor Shu Yuzhou closed his mouth with a smile on his face. Immediately after, Yu Yangli opened the channel of the world in his body. Okay, you can come in. Then I will go in. Emperor Shu Yuzhou nodded, turned into a slender streamer, and got into Yu Yangli's body. Yu Yangli frowned slightly. It is relatively reluctant to accommodate an equally powerful 7-universe eternal in the internal world. So he felt a little bloated. If it weren't for the purpose of exploring further and following the steps of the master, why should I do this? Yu Yang sighed slightly. The reason why he sought cooperation with Emperor Shu Yuzhou was that he wanted to have a high-level universe for cultivation. Also, in order to use the high-level universe as a springboard, expand the tentacles, explore the farther universe, and find the traces of the Emperor Gujunzhou. Master is an obsession in his heart. Wow, a large number of elixirs emerged. All are eternal realm pill. If Emperor Shuyuzhou met, he would be shocked. Of course, if Su Lang watched these pills, he would only nodded slightly. After throwing out the pill, Yu Yangli took out a transmission treasure and called for a young man in blue robe. If you like the one-key training system, please collect it in an instant. mtlnovel.com. The one-key training system has the fastest update speed of the literature under the one-click training system. Chapter 2571. Don't think about it, now it's my turn, master. The blue-robed man saluted respectfully. Follow the plan above. Yu Yangli threw out a golden kit and waved his hand. Yes. Subordinates retire. The man in the blue robe respectfully took his order and disappeared immediately. Immediately after, with a thought in Yu Yong, the eternal pill that was scattered around hung up one by one, and they continued to revolve around him. The operation of these pills is very mysterious, it seems to be a special kind of formation. With the pill revolving, a large amount of medicinal power emerged, rushing toward the middle. Time Avenue, open. Yu Yong sat cross-legged on the ground, surrounded by pills, and suddenly opened the avenue of time. Rumble, endless cosmic power consumption. In the crystal wall universe where Emperor Shuyuzhou was located, the flow of time instantly accelerated by countless multiples. This guy really speeds up me. Emperor Shuyuzhou looked up at the sky, his eyes flashed, and he looked down at the third secret of Gujun in his hand, and more inheritance secrets. It is during this period of acceleration from Yongli. He must learn all these secrets, even if it's just an introduction. Time passed slowly, maybe 10 breaths, maybe 20 breaths, not sure how long after. Chh, hih. Sitting cross-legged in the void, Yu Yangli was short of breath, sweating profusely, and seemed to collapse. At the beginning, with the pill to help out, he can maintain a trace of calmness and decency, but now, by his side, the eternal grade pill has been consumed. No way. If this continues, the power of the universe will dry up. Yu Yangli looked pale, and quickly stopped urging Time Avenue. The consumption of the power of the universe suddenly stopped, and began to slowly recover. Immediately after, come out to me. Yu Yangli shook his whole body, repelling Emperor Shuyuzhou from the world in his body. Buzzing, a wave of time and space flashed. The figure of Emperor Shuyuzhou appeared in front of him. Seeing that he was still thinking, he seemed to be stuck somewhere. Forget it, now it's my turn to enter your body. Yu Yangli frowned slightly, and there was magical power in his voice, interrupting Emperor Shuyuzhou's thinking. It's over. Emperor Shuyuzhou seemed to have recovered his senses, with a trace of surprise on his face. If not, Yu Yangli said impatiently, don't you let me hold on for a quarter of an hour. Sorry, I am greedy. In a quarter of an hour, it must be impossible. Unfortunately, you can't guide me when studying the exercises, otherwise I will have a better grasp of the third secret of Gujun. Emperor Shuyuzhou smiled, and immediately revealed a touch of regret. Maintaining the flow of time consumes all my energy, and also guides you, what you want to be beautiful. Yu Yangli sneered, quickly opened the passage and let me in. Good, don't be in such a hurry, just take a moment and adjust your state. Emperor Shuyuzhou nodded, smiled and comforted. Humph. Yu Yangli snorted again and adjusted his state. Ready. Then I opened the channel. Seeing that Yangli had a ready-to-go posture, Emperor Shuyuzhou asked. Take these pills. Hurry up and hold on for a while. Yu Yangli glanced at Emperor Shuyuzhou, and threw out a handful of eternal pill with some pain. Tisk tusk. This pill, not bad. Don't worry, I will push the flow of time to the fastest speed and stick to it for a longer time. Emperor Shuyuzhou caught the pill that Yu Yangli threw over, and immediately nodded with a smile. Don't open the channel yet. Yu Yangli looked at Emperor Shuyuzhou a little displeased, his voice indifferent. This is open. Eating people with soft mouths and short hands, Emperor Shuyuzhou had a very good attitude, and immediately opened a channel to the crystal wall universe. Immediately after, without a word, Yu Yangli entered the crystal wall universe of Emperor Shuyuzhou. It was when Shuyu started to accelerate time for Yu Yong. Dudu universe. Ziyu Tiangong is on the opposite platform. The time elapsed in the real universe is not long. But in the Dudu universe, hundreds of times have passed. At this time, Su Lang was dozing off boredom on the platform. Suddenly, if you like the one-key training system, please collect it in an instant. mtlnovel.com. The one-key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million-level literature. Chapter 2572. Breakthrough, 5 Eternal Realm, ding. Broken Yu Tianpan Yin has reached its founding, accompanied by the appearance of system prompts. A large amount of power pours into the soul and body, completely blending with the two. Suddenly, Su Lang seemed to have practiced this exercise for hundreds of millions of years, reaching the level of the founder directly. Okay, this eternal technique has reached the founding level. Su Lang's expression moved, and a flash of joy flashed in his eyes. Saiyu Tianpan Yin is a practice in the inheritance given by His Highness Shuning. This is a melee type of practice, created specifically for the personal melee of Eternal Realm powerhouses. Su Lang's own defenses, weapons, magical powers, etc., are very abnormal in the Eternal Realm. It's just that the fist technique is a little worse, although basically not used. But you can use this thing, but you can't do it. After all, what if you have to fight hand to hand in case of special circumstances? Therefore, Su Lang practiced this exercise at that time. This technique is not bad. In addition to allowing me to master better eternity melee methods, the strength of the eternal body has also increased. Su Lang felt his body and nodded in satisfaction. Immediately after, he probed his divine mind into the storage space and locked a secret eternal law, the secret of death without life. This technique is very scary. It is the full version of the fusion of the secret of life and death, and the secret of life but not life. After performing this secret method, able to increase one's own strength by 100 times, lasting a breath of time. After the ordinary eternal state is displayed, there is no doubt that he will die, and no method can be saved. But after Su Lang played, he triggered a death substitution and sacrificed a clone. It's okay to be a clone, and half an hour later, he is a hero again. For Su Lang, this secret technique is simply a plug-in, so at that time he regarded this exercise as one of the exercises that must be practiced. Another is, Ming Zong Wan Zhou Tong, ranked 2nd, system. Activate the one-click martial arts, 10 hard martial arts function, and practice the secret of death without life. After Su Lang locked the technique with divine mind, he immediately issued instructions. Suddenly, inside the mysterious space, the 10 martial arts villains who had just stopped began to get busy again. Well, don't poke the needle, come on, work hard. Su Lang smiled and cheered up the little cultivator, and immediately looked at the little cultivator. After changing his main practice to Zhou Long Xuanxin, his basic practice speed has been improved. Coupled with the one-key practice function, the magnification against the sky has already increased his practice speed to an unimaginable level. After this period of practice, Su Lang absorbed countless cosmic energy, and completely lost all the energy ice crystals accumulated on the platform for countless years. With his accumulated cultivation base, he can finally perfect more crystal wall universes and reach a higher level. It's not easy. Su Lang smiled slightly, and immediately gave instructions to the system. System, activate the function of a crystal wall universe, I want to break through. The voice just fell. The sea of repair is immediately emptied. The cultivating villain turned pale from being golden. Almost endless cultivation bases, fused with the avenue of time, merged into the crystal wall world of Su Lang. These crystal wall worlds have been infused with cultivation bases, and they have begun to sublimate rapidly and become a real crystal wall universe. 1, 2, 100 million, 200 million. More and more crystal wall worlds are transformed into crystal wall universes. The crystal walls become more tough, the inner space becomes more extensive, and the energy becomes stronger. In the process, Luo Yujing Xiaoluo, the nest moon moth of civilization, went all out to maintain the order of these crystal wall worlds, so that Su Lang was greatly relieved. In a short time, Su Lang's crystal wall universe rose rapidly from more than 1,500 Gai, and soon broke through the 2,000 Gai mark. Finally, stay at the number 2,166. The power of the universe is pouring out of the newly perfect crystal wall universe, which is majestic and vast. The original crystal wall universe has also benefited from this promotion, all of which have been slightly improved, resulting in more cosmic forces and higher quality. Achieved. 5 Eternal Realm. My daily combat power has reached the 2nd echelon of Dudu universe. But if you use the swallowing clone or something, defeating the 7 eternal eternity will not be a problem at all. Su Lang squinted his eyes slightly, and an intoxicated smile was outlined at the corner of his mouth. If you like the one-key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com, the one-key training system has the fastest update speed of the literature under the one-click training system. Chapter 2573, The True Power of the Six Universes, a Tremendous Strength. This is the charm of spiritual practice. Feel the brand new power carefully. With a thought, Su Lang called up his attribute panel. Properties panel. Name, Su Lang race, human qualification level, turbidity realm level, 5 eternity attack level, 6 eternity plus defensive level, 6 eternity plus Shenfa level, 6 eternity plus endurance level, 6 eternity spirit level, realm of universality. Master the exercises. Zhoulong Xuanxin, 10,000 laws into one infinite profound meaning, eternal grade, founding activated system functions. 1 key practice function level 54, 1 key martial arts function level 54, 1 key clone function level 54, 1 key treasure hunt function level 53, 1 key alchemy function 19 level, 1 key mixer function level 19, 1 key refinement function level 19, 1 key synthesis function level 19, 1 key empowerment function level 28, 1 key enhancement function level 14, 1 key decomposition function no level. The true combat power has reached the 6th eternal realm in all directions. However, the increase in stamina level is not as large as before, only increased by half a small level. This means that the effects of the previous exercises have been completely released, and for me now, the effects have become weaker. At least, it's the same with respect to endurance. In addition, the lack of endurance should also be related to the number of my crystal wall universe. After all, the basic crystal wall universe of the 6 eternal realms should be based on 4,500 Gai. And the number of my crystal wall universe now is only more than 2,000 Gai, which is half the difference. This half, it is very, very difficult to make up for it with exercises. At the beginning, I worked tirelessly to practice countless exercises before I could barely achieve the current results. Su Lang silently analyzed his situation. The so-called knowing oneself, knowing the enemy, never end. The confidant should also be photographed in front of the confidant, which is obviously more important. Although there are life swords and various medicinal aids, but that is a foreign object after all, I still have to practice some eternal realm forging exercises, focusing on the kind that increases energy reserves. Su Lang's eyes flashed with thoughtful light, but the expression on his face was more relaxed. For the rest of the eternal realm, it takes time and energy to find a much-needed eternal technique. But for Su Lang, one-click synthesis of this function can basically solve the problem. This time I got the inheritance from Shuning, plus the techniques obtained by killing Jingji and others. Together, there are a lot of body-building exercises. Although the main increase energy reserve has not reached 10 books, I still have the function of the top of the exercises to use. With these two system functions, it is almost 100% sure to obtain the much-needed exercises. Quote. While thinking about it, Su Lang took out all the exercises he had recently obtained. There are basically no original exercises, but copies of other methods. Although it looks very strange and similar to the original, it is actually a bit worse. It's still better at the beginning. Let's first turn all these exercises into the original. Su Lang clicked the corner of his mouth, picked up a technique, intercepted some of its content, and activated the fragment repair function. Suddenly, the magical system function comes into play. The part of the practice content intercepted by Su Lang directly complements the practice and forms the original of the successful practice and appears in the storage space. Next, Su Lang smiled slightly, using the same method to repeat, completing all the exercises again. Soon, then choose the favorite eternal body building exercises. But the selected number is not enough, only 5. 5 left. This needs to be selected from the exercises I have practiced. Well, it must also be the natural non-success method. Su Lang smiled and quickly selected 5 exercises. These 5 exercises were originally just 2 elementary exercises, but they were forcibly promoted to the eternal state by the top of the exercises. Compared with the normal eternal realm cultivation method, it is a lot worse. But it can be used as a synthetic material. If you like the one-key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com, the one-key training system has the fastest update speed of the literature under the one-click training system. Chapter 2574. Synthesize more advanced eternal techniques, the same as to intercept part of the exercise content. Use fragment repair function to perfect the original text. Suddenly, 10 eternal realm forging exercises as raw materials were assembled. System. Start 1 Key Synthesis, the Function Synthesis Method. Su Lang locked the original 10 exercises with his spiritual mind, and gave instructions to the system in his heart. Ding! The synthesis is successful, you will get the Eternal Realm Technique, Shen Yu Hu Zi. Accompanied by system prompts, an original exercise suddenly appeared in the storage space. This technique originally looked like a chaotic diamond, and it would feel like being buried at first glance. Shen Yu Hu Zi, a good technique. Compared to all the body forging techniques obtained, including the inheritance of fighting cultivation given by Xu Ning. But this one is still not enough, we have to do more eternal body building exercises. In addition, the rest of the exercises can also be synthesized. Otherwise, now that the effect of the exercise technique has been released, there won't be such a big increase in the next upgrade. While thinking about it, Su Lang used the same method to create the original eternal exercises. Fortunately, no one was watching around. Otherwise, the custody will scare away people's eyes, quickly. Su Lang combined all parts of the eternal exercises he mastered into more advanced eternal exercises. There are thousands of them. These exercises are not low level, and they will definitely have more significant effects. And there are so many, enough for me to practice for a while. Su Lang looked at the large number of new eternal techniques in the storage space, with a touch of joy on his face. At this time, he changed his expression and looked at the Dantian universe. It turned out that Chu Xiaobei and the others were summoning him, all of them screaming. "Scumbag, after so many years, don't you come to see us?" This sentence is the one most spoken by the women. The corners of Su Lang's mouth twitched, and a strange feeling appeared in his heart. For him, it was only a short time since the last time the bed was shaken. But for the women in the Dantian universe, a long time has passed because of the acceleration of time, and so they took the initiative to make an appointment. It seems that the frequency of acceleration time will be increased in the future. Su Lang thought so, and immediately revealed a touch of excitement. Immediately after, he summoned Chu Xiaobei, Ji Rushui, Mirong Shenxian, Su Linger, Xiaomei, all on the opposite platform. Women with different research attitudes surrounded Su Lang, and the atmosphere gradually heated up. A thought is formed. With a move in Su Lang's heart, a large number of formations spread out and surrounded the surroundings. Next, it's the shaker. Oh no, it's time to shake the moon tower. It was also when Su Lang waved against the moon tower, accumulated cultivation base and practiced exercises. Emperor Xu Ningzhou sat in meditation with his eyes closed in his training room. She was combing through the 81 eternal exercises taught by Su Lang. Suddenly mastering so many eternal techniques, and the proficiency reached the founding level, she must sort it out. The initiation method of fellow Su Lang is really terrifying. 81 eternal exercises, if I do my own practice, I don't know how much time it will take. Emperor Xu Ningzhou recalled the scene on the platform, and once again admired Su Lang's hot big hands. Because the empowerment has made Shuning instinct, so she quickly completed the combing of the new power and mastered it thoroughly. Now, Xu Ning's combat power has already faintly stepped into the eternal realm of the 8 universes. But she is not complacent. Instead, he took out the original eternal exercise technique gifted by Su Lang, selected one, and began to comprehend. Su Lang and Shuning are different from Shuyu and Yu Yangli. The latter is in the middle universe, and time is extremely urgent, so they immediately adopted a strategy of mutual acceleration. But Su Lang and Shuning have plenty of time, so Xu Ning did not immediately let the rest of the eternity accelerate time for himself. Under normal circumstances, she would only choose to ask the elders to help her speed up the time when she encounters intractable and intractable diseases that cannot be resolved after consulting with the elders. After all, it takes too much time to accelerate the eternity of the 7 universes, at this time. If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. mtlnovel.com, the One Key training system has the fastest update speed of the literature in the instant millions. Chapter 2575, Yu Yangli Kaizixian, how do you understand this? Well, it's a bit difficult to understand, please write it down first. I also need to write it down here, remember a little more, and then go to Taoist Su Lang to solve the problem. Quote. His Royal Highness Xu Ning is like a schoolmaster in self-study at night. He learns by himself while taking notes while thinking about asking the teacher to ask questions. At this time, there was a slight movement in the jade card of her transmission. Okay, His Royal Highness Shuning frowned, very dissatisfied with someone interrupting her study. But she is a mature leader. Still temporarily put the study aside, took out the jade card of communication, and swept it away with spiritual thoughts. This look, suddenly, her brows furrowed deeper. The message was sent by Elder Xie, said to find a servant of the five eternal realm claiming to be a senior eternal emperor inheritor. And that senior eternal emperor was the one who passed the Dusho universe and hunted the 9 desolate universe. In other words, it refers to the one who passed on to Su Lang. What? The eternal meaning of these 5 universes is that I am Su Lang's servant. Emperor Shu Ningzhou was surprised, and immediately prepared to ask more details. But at this time, Elder Xie came over again, as if knowing what Shu Ning wanted to ask. In Elder Xie's subpoena, there was the answer Shu Ning wanted. His Royal Highness Shu Ning, the 5 eternal warriors said that they have been servants for a long time. It's certainly not Master Su Lang who received his command after entering Dudu universe. As far as I know, Taoist Su Lang did not accept any martial artist as his subordinate. He has always been alone. Then I asked the 5 eternal eternity whether his master was Taoist Su Lang. He said, no. Seeing Elder Xie's message, His Highness Shu Ning frowned and doubts flashed in his eyes. Is it possible? Is this a chess piece buried by Emperor Shu Yuzhou himself? The purpose is to divorce our relationship with Taoist Su Lang. His Royal Highness Shu Ning passed the message to Elder Xie with his handwriting. Buzzing. There was another movement from transmission treasure. No, Emperor Shu Yuzhou himself determined that Su Lang was the inheritor. Before he planted a certain battle, he had been confident and had the chance to win. It would never be possible to place this piece in advance. The text of Elder Xie's message emerged. His Highness Shu Ning nodded slightly, agreeing with Elder Xie's speculation. At this time, I tested it. The 5 Eternals did not lie. It's just that he doesn't know who his master is or what he looks like. He only knows that his superior is called Mo Wuyuan, the protector of the inheritor, an eternal warrior who has died. The message from Elder Xie came again. There is no evidence of death. His Royal Highness Shu Ning interrogated and asked, what else did you ask? This 5 eternal eternity has been delivering news to the outside world. The big and small things that happened in Dudu universe have basically been passed on by him. Including the recent internal strife in the Dudu universe, Taoist Su Lang helped me wait for the unification of Dudu. Elder Xie preached, His Royal Highness, what do you think of this matter? This 5 eternity is indeed a bit weird. But with just a few words, we must overthrow the identity of Taoist Su Lang. How easy it is. The identity of Taoist Su Lang was confirmed after a long investigation. If it weren't for that powerful inheritance, how could Taoist Su Lang have such a powerful method? His Highness Shu Ning preached. Friend Su Lang waits for me. I want to believe that Taoist Su Lang is not malicious. It's just that, knowing that Taoist Su Lang's identity may be fake, I can't help but feel a little uneasy. Elder Xie showed a sense of helplessness in his tone. Why, let's investigate it secretly. Friend Su Lang has a life-saving grace to me. Even the Shu Ning faction has a life-saving grace. In addition to this, there is also the kindness of gifting the practice inheritance. If his identity is really fake, there must be his own reasons. I don't want to investigate secretly, that's distrust of him. I would rather ask Taoist Su Lang to confess and ask him. A trace of hesitation flashed in His Highness Shu Ning's eyes, and finally the message said. If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com, the One Key training system has the fastest update speed of the literature in the instant millions. Chapter 2576. Su Lang can practice in any posture. She is not a naive girl who knows nothing. She has seen too many conspiracies. On the surface, there is no clue, but in fact, there are too many people who are secretly malicious. Take the nearest elder Jingji. Who could have imagined that this conscientious and dedicated 7 eternal elder was actually the undercover agent of Shuyu? But, His Royal Highness Shu Ning was unwilling to regard Su Lang as a conceited person, and went to investigate him secretly. She would rather go to Su Lang and ask in person. As for the consequences, she didn't think about it. Anyway, she would have died without Su Lang. Even if there was no such battle, it was estimated that he would die in Shuyu's conspiracy and Jingji's betrayal. His Royal Highness, please calm down. Perhaps the people behind the 5 eternity have long known the existence of Taoist Su Lang, and then laid this chess piece. Putting honestly and asking rashly, it might damage our relationship with Taoist Su Lang. In this way, the subordinates will go down to investigate the 5 eternity and see if they can get more clues. Elder Xie said through the message. I went to find fellow Su Lang, even if I didn't ask him, I would like to see him. His Royal Highness Shuning hesitated, did not deny Elder Xie, and stood up straight. Yes, Your Highness. Elder Xie took the lead. Seeing that the situation in the Dudu universe has improved greatly, the 5 eternal eternity suddenly appeared, alluding to the false identity of Su Lang. If Su Lang is really a fake inheritor, what is his true identity? What is the purpose? Thoughts could not help but surfaced. A shadow was cast over the heart of Elder Xie. We can only investigate first. Elder Xie sighed. He didn't want to think about Su Lang's other purpose. But the basic qualities of the strong made him have to investigate. Soon, Elder Xie looked forward, and a 5 eternal kneeling there, covered with various spell arrays. These spell formations can reveal the inner thoughts of the caster to a certain extent, which is a bit similar to Hexentong. And this array of text charm is more domineering than his Shintong. It can directly force the caster to reveal their true thoughts, of course. There are also restrictions. Elder Yixi is in charge of this array of spells, and at most it will be effective for the 5 Eternals. Say, do you have any accomplices who have encountered the same as you? How did you become the servant of the air? Specific time, detailed passage. Elder Xie looked cold and began to ask. On the platform, countless formations have surrounded the entire opposite moon tower one layer after another, isolating the outside investigation. Also isolated the great movement inside. The platform is cut off by the formation. Friend Su Lang, what is this doing? His Royal Highness Shuning left the quiet room and came to the opposite platform, looking at the sky full of formations, with doubts. The formation in front of her can isolate her detection. But the defense is not strong. Shu Ning's palace can be slapped out with a slap. But she didn't do that, it was impossible to do that. It should be practicing. His Royal Highness Shuning looked around the cosmic energy that was constantly gathering around him, thinking in his heart. If it is not for cultivation, how can it be possible to maintain such a terrifying rate of cosmic energy absorption? She could not even dream of it. Su Lang can maintain his cultivation state in any posture. Since fellow Su Lang is cultivating, then I will wait outside. His Royal Highness Shu Ning sat down on the spot, took out the exercises and wanted to participate in the research, but found that he couldn't enter. Then, he could only hold his chin, a pair of beautiful eyes staring at the formation in a daze, motionless. On the platform, Su Lang had discovered the arrival of his Royal Highness Shuning. The formation can isolate the prying eyes from the outside, but it will not prevent him from observing the situation outside. But his opponents are so powerful that they can't get out of it. Time passed slowly. Outside the building on the moon, it seems that Taoist fellow Su Lang's cultivation will last a long time. His Royal Highness Shu Ning sighed while looking at the formation and the sky full of energy. Immediately after, there were a lot of thoughts in her mind that couldn't stop. If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com. The One Key training system has the fastest update speed of the literature in the instant millions. Chapter 2577. Leave with a smile. Leave it alone. Fellow Taoist Su Lang is really a fake inheritor. If so, why did he enter Dudu universe for? To seize this universe. But he clearly knew that the lifespan of this universe was already exhausted. It doesn't matter if he is alone or from other high-level universe. This should not be done for a high-level universe that is about to annihilate. If it is only in exchange for my inheritance, there is no need to give me so many benefits. I didn't even talk about those eternal exercises. Why did he use that mysterious and powerful empowerment method on me? That is not necessary at all. The more I think, the more His Highness Shu Ning discovered that Su Lang was malicious to him. The probability was really very small, almost non-existent. Because there is no motivation. The only motivation was probably that Su Lang wanted to use the flow of time to cultivate in Dudu universe. Friend Su Lang is a person with a secret. But he has no malice against me and the Shuning faction. The best explanation for his secret is from that person's inheritance. Perhaps Elder Xie is right. Maybe someone has known the identity of Taoist Su Lang, so he lays chess pieces for another purpose. His Royal Highness Shu Ning thought so, then smiled and turned to leave. She did not ask. On the platform, she left. Also, although she can't see me, I can see her. This is a bit like a scene in a love education film. Quote. Watching His Highness Shuning leave, Su Lang smiled in his heart, and immediately continued to work hard and quench. At the same time, Elder Xie has already read the eternal life experience of the 5 universes over and over again. Then there were some gains. He knew the whole process of the eternal warrior of the 5 universes before becoming the inheritor. Because the mysterious inheritor is not very strong, he has the inheritance against the sky, and is worried about being discovered, so he plans to sneak into the Dudu universe. But it was discovered by Emperor Shuyu Zhou. Although the inheritor did not reveal that he possessed the heaven-defying inheritance, he was still hunted down by Shuyu as a thief. The result is the fall of the protector Mo Wuyuan, but also harvested 2 chess pieces, buried in Dudu universe, monitoring the big and small things happening in Dudu universe, right now. He also knew the second 5 eternal warrior is a chess piece, and had sent someone to catch it. The experience of this chess piece is not a fake. Then, Taoist Su Lang and that mysterious person, one of them must be the true inheritor. According to the previous survey of Taoist Su Lang, the probability that he is a successor is very, very high. And now, this mysterious person who suddenly appeared may also be an inheritor. If this mysterious person is not the inheritor, then there is almost only one explanation, and that is that he acted in a scene. Mo Wuyuan is the victim of this play. The 2 chess pieces are the product of this play. He is posing as the inheritor. But what is the purpose of his impersonation? No, at that time, he shouldn't have the idea of impersonating his identity at all. He just failed to sneak into the fight and then flee. Really confusing. Quote. Elder Xie frowned and couldn't help rubbing his forehead. He is biased towards Su Lang in his heart, unwilling to think about Su Lang in a bad direction. Otherwise, it is estimated that Su Lang has already been regarded as a bad-hearted person. Suddenly, a flash of light flashed through his mind. Could it be that Taoist Su Lang and that mysterious person are both inheritors? The predecessor at the time left 2 inheritors. One is in the 9 Desolate Universe region, and the other is in the other universe region. Elder Xie thought so. His eyes finally lit up. At this time, report, people have been brought here. 2 eternal powerhouses of the 5 universes escorted another slightly embarrassed 5 universe to eternally. It came just right. Elder Xie nodded. Replace the person in the formation with him. Yes, 2 eternal guards of the 5 universes took the order and pushed the second chess piece from Yangli into the formation. If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com. The One Key training system has the fastest update speed of the literature in the instant millions. Chapter 2578, Second Piece. Wow. A large number of erase spells flew into the air, and soon will be wrapped in Yangli's second chess piece. The first chess piece was rejected, and then escorted away by 2 guards of the 5th universe. What is your name, what identity? Elder Xie looked down at this person and asked lightly. The question is similar to that of the first chess piece. The second chess piece tremblingly told everything he knew. But he knows more than the first pawn. Do you know the birthplace of the man behind you? Elder Xie asked indifferently after listening to the warriors in the formation. But he was a little excited in his heart. Yes, the younger generation knows where the Lord is inherited. It is a basic universe. Taking the Dudu universe as a reference, the coordinates are. The warriors in the formation did not conceal anything, and immediately told some of them in full. Why are you so frank? The people behind you don't need to hide. Elder General Xie asked after sitting down. Return to senior. It's the junior master who made the juniors not need to hide. The master just wants to enter the Dudu universe to practice, but Su Lang pretends to be the master. The junior can be regarded as a messenger. As for whether what the younger generation said is true or not, seniors can tell at a glance. The warrior in the formation looked at Elder Xie with a calm expression. Humph, I don't know who the pretender is. We formed an alliance with Taoist Su Lang on the front foot, and you jumped out on the back foot, and before that, it was under Emperor Shuyu Zhou. Elder Xie looked down at the warriors in the formation with disdain, waved lightly. Come on, take it down and wait. Yes. The 2 guards of the 5 universes took their orders and escorted the warriors away from the formation. The latter was pale and obviously terrified. Obviously he understood the meaning of these 2 words. This person is not lying. It also gave a specific coordinate. As long as I investigate, I can definitely find out something. Of course, the people behind these 2 chess pieces should have been found out to let me know. I'll tell His Royal Highness Shuning about this matter before making a decision. Elder Xie thought silently. After finding out that Su Lang and that person might be inheritors, he was not at all urgent. Soon, he took out the transmission treasure and informed His Royal Highness Shuning of the interrogation result. Both Taoist Su Lang and that person might be inheritors. This speculation is more in my mind and more reasonable. Send someone to check the coordinates. After receiving the message, His Highness Shu Ning quickly replied to Elder Xie. After obtaining the order, Elder Xie immediately set off in person to investigate the basic universe. At the same time, in the real universe, Yu Yangli had already left the crystal wall universe of Emperor Shu Yuzhou. The two sat facing each other in the void, and the latter looked pale and looked very weak. Ha ha, you said that I persisted soon, you seem to be faster than me. Yu Yangli looked at the somewhat collapsed Emperor Shu Yuzhou, and said with disdain, "Humph, that's because when I dealt with Su Lang before, I used a secret method and had sequelae. Otherwise I will definitely hold on longer than you." Emperor Shu Yuzhou glanced at Yu Yangli displeased. Tisk tut, I was forced by that Su Lang to use a secret method, but I don't know such details. I didn't expect Su Lang to be so powerful. Yu Yangli's expression moved, gradually becoming serious. Then Su Lang has a humanoid eternal soldier. This cosmic soldier is very terrifying, and can bring together the power of many eternal realm powerhouses. At that time, almost half of their feet entered the 8 eternal realm, and there were various 5 eternal soldiers to help. Faced with such an enemy, I and all of my subordinates can only escape, but unfortunately only I escaped. Emperor Shu Yuzhou recalled the great battle not long ago, with a hint of resentment in his eyes. In that battle, his subordinates were completely wiped out, and the great power vanished. This is undoubtedly the greatest shame in his life. If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com. The One Key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million level literature. Chapter 2579, Yu Yangli and Shuyu's Plan, Humanoid Eternal Soldier. Gather the power of multiple eternal powers to reach half a step in 8 cosmic eternity. 7 universes and 8 universes can't be compared at all, this weapon is so terrifying. The seriousness on Yu Yangli's face turned into deep jealousy. It's really scary. However, the weapon itself is only the 5 universe and eternal realm. After carrying half of the eternal power of the 8 universes, it is good not to break on the spot. The weapon is more mysterious than the ordinary eternal warrior, but it is definitely more difficult to repair. With the manpower of the Shuning faction, I don't know how many billions of years can it be completely repaired. Emperor Shu Yuzhou analyzed, a sneer flashed in his eyes. The best refiner of the Shuning faction is Jingji. Now that Jingji has fallen, the craftsman of the Shuning faction, the strongest person with craftsmanship, is only eternal. That's it, as long as the humanoid soldier cannot be used. Otherwise, we may not add up enough for others to fight. Yu Yangli nodded and slowly breathed a sigh of relief. However, they never expected it. Su Lang has already repaired the infinite. Not only is it repaired, but it has also been upgraded to a higher level, becoming more powerful than before. Suddenly, there is movement from the transmission treasure. Yu Yangli's expression moved, he took out the transmission treasure to check, and he smiled immediately. What news? Emperor Shu Yuzhou frowned and asked. My second chess piece was caught. A scheming smile appeared on Yu Yangli's face. You deliberately. It should be noted that you only have 2 5 eternal pawns in total. Emperor Shu Yuzhou squinted his eyes and asked. Of course. Yu Yangli nodded, then shook his head. If you don't pay anything, why should they believe me? Then now, your plan is estimated to have been successful, right? Emperor Shu Yuzhou asked with a smile on his face. Thanks to 10. Zuning's faction knows of my existence, and will definitely have suspicion for Su Lang. They have just formed an alliance and don't even have time to sign a contract on the origin of the universe. The trust between them must be very low. Then Su Lang pretending to be my identity is a fake, and it will be revealed soon. At that time, the alliance between them will exist in name only. Yu Yangli laughed, his eyes full of confidence. Well, you are right. Although Su Lang fought side by side with Shu Ning and others, this is not enough for them to form an indestructible trust. Emperor Shu Yuzhou also nodded in agreement. Just. The two couldn't think of it. In the Shuning faction, Shuning and Elder Xie, who knew about this, were unwilling to believe that Su Lang was a villain. Shu Ning directly chose to believe in Su Lang. Elder Xie also came up with a third possibility to rule out the possibility that Su Lang was malicious. Now, Su Lang and Shuning have a rift. Then how do you plan to go this next step? Emperor Shu Yuzhou looked at Yu Yangli and asked with some excitement. Our ultimate goal is to capture the Dudu universe and even plan the Suiyu universe. So Su Lang's combat power cannot be lacking, he must fight against Suiyu Zhouyu. At present, the Shu Ning group has distrusted him. My next step is to personally contact the Shuyu group and form a secret alliance with the Shu Ning group. Now Shu Ning and Yi faction are definitely investigating me in secret, and will not tell Su Lang about me for the time being. This is a great opportunity for me and the Shu Ning faction to contact privately. After I form an alliance with Shu Ning faction, Su Lang will become a ****** in the dark. At the right time, I will unite Shu Ning to pay him. After killing him, I will unite you again to kill the Shu Ning faction. Strategies are so simple, but they are certainly useful. Yu Yangli raised his chin to Emperor Shu Yuzhou, with a confident smile on his face. Haha, wonderful, wonderful. Upon hearing this, Emperor Shu Yuzhou burst out laughing. He knew when the right time Yu Yangli said was exactly after Suiyu universe was defeated. Therefore, they must also ensure that Dudu universe can win. If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com. The One Key training system has the fastest update speed of the literature under the one-click training system. Chapter 2580, Bugs Chicks, not enough if not. All tactics will come to nothing. They can only retreat and choose to venture into the third-party high-level universe, starting a new round of war in the universe, and fishing in troubled waters. Hee, I am a little eagle worm chicken, I don't have enough teeth, I don't have enough teeth. Yu Yangli waved his hand humbly and said with a smile, next, I will go to meet the people of Shuning School. It must be successful. Emperor Shu Yuzhou nodded solemnly. It definitely will. Yu Yangli showed a confident smile, and immediately disappeared into the fluctuations of time and space. Call. Yu Yangli, if everything succeeds, and we are the only one left, that will be the day when you and I are enemies. I really don't want to get there. Emperor Shu Yuzhou looked at the place where Yu Yangli disappeared, and sighed in his heart. If the plan is successful, the best result is to occupy Dudu and Suiyu at the same time, one for each. But who occupies Dudu and who occupies Suiyu is another big question. After all, Dudu universe is a high-level universe that is about to come to an end, and its value is definitely far less than that of Suiyu universe. Soon, Emperor Shu Yuzhou shook his head, put aside the distracting thoughts in his mind, and didn't think too much. After all, whether it will succeed or not is unknown. They didn't know the intelligence of Suiyu Zhouyu, and no one knew how strong Suiyu Zhouyu was. It was also when Yongli and Shuyu finished their discussions, when Yu Yangli began to act. Dudu universe. The moon tower in Ziyu Tiangong has stopped shaking for a while. Su Lang entered the cultivation state again. But in fact, he didn't care about anything at all. Both cultivation and martial arts took over systematically, and he himself lay there bored. It's really boring. By the way, as I said before, it can help Shuning and the others upgrade their weapons, refine pills and formations. There's nothing to do anyway, just let them come over. Dudu Zhouyu and Suiyu Zhouyu don't know when they will fight, and there is nothing wrong with preparing early. Moreover, taking advantage of this wave of refining weapons and pills, I can earn a wave. Su Lang sat up while he was thinking, and immediately took out the jade card of transmission to send a message to Shuning. The other side, Shu Ning quickly received Su Lang's message, and after reading it, she was delighted. Su Lang unexpectedly invited all important members of Shuning's faction to go to the opposite platform to promote weapons, refine pills and formations for everyone. This matter was mentioned by Taoist Su Lang before. He has a very high level of attainments in refining alchemy through refining tools and arrays. Now, he wants to take action personally to promote our weapon. Hehe, Taoist Su Lang is really good for me. Her Royal Highness Shu Ning was very happy, and she felt that her trust had received positive feedback. It is extremely difficult to be promoted to the Eternal Soldier. It was very, very difficult for the Eternal Emperor. So that an Eternal Emperor can basically only use weapons 1 or 2 levels lower than himself. The promotion of an Eternal Soldier is extremely difficult. However, it is hard to believe how much Su Lang has to pay for the promotion of weapons for all important members of the Shuning faction. Not to mention, Su Lang is not only talking about the promotion of weapons, but also the refining medicine and formation. The sincerity and goodwill contained in it are even more difficult to measure. Thank you, Taoist Su Lang. Let's get in touch with important members. After being happy, Shuning Palace immediately replied to Su Lang. Immediately after, she used the fastest speed to send the message to the hands of every core member. Okay, Master Su Lang actually wants to wait for me to refine the alchemy formation and promote the weapon. Hey, this is another kind of kindness that is hard to repay. Even if Master Su Lang is really not a successor, you don't need to care. He can treat us so heartily, how can I have a grudge against him? Elder Xie thought so, a trace of ashamed rose in his heart. Originally he planned to investigate in person, but now he immediately decided to send a small character to investigate. The other Elder Guardians didn't know about Yu Yang's chess pieces, so they were all pleasantly surprised. If you like the one-key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com, the one-key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million-level literature. Chapter 2581, it seems that His Highness Shuning is very anxious. They had seen Su Lang's weapons and medicine. Regarding the formation, I also knew that the strongest group of formation mages in the Dudu universe were willing to bow down in front of Su Lang. Since Su Lang said that he would promote weapons for them, refine the alchemy and refine the formation, he would definitely be able to do it. The thought of weapons that he could not be promoted for many years will soon become stronger. Thinking that I would immediately get the perfect pill that I cherished, and the extremely powerful formation. How can they not be excited? How can they not be excited? Soon, it's crashing. The core members of Shuning faction came to Xiu Tiangong. This includes all elders and protectors, as well as most of the 5 eternal realms. They handed over the matters in their hands to their subordinates and put Su Lang's matters in the most important position. Old thanks. Lao Zhang. Haha, everyone is here. Master Su Lang invites, how can you not come, ha ha ha. If anyone doesn't come to the big good thing this day, it would be really stupid to get home. Seniors, I have brought all the belongings with me. After upgrading the weapon, I will give the rest to Master Su Lang as a reward. Hey, the young man can be a human being, and the road is quite wide. Quote. Everyone talked, everyone's old face smiled like a blooming chrysanthemum. At this time, a Meowman figure appeared in front of everyone, and it was His Royal Highness Shuning. Meet Your Highness Shuning. Everyone immediately stopped discussing and saluted. Why are you so late? His Royal Highness Shuning glanced at everyone, all follow. Talking. She flew directly towards the opposite platform. Hurry up, hurry up. Elder Xie and the others looked at each other, secretly saying that we have come so fast, it is still too late. It seems that His Highness Shuning is very anxious. Everyone immediately followed, because the platform is in Xiu Tiangong. After a few breaths, everyone followed Shuning Hall to the outside of the opposite platform. The formation is removed. Last time, so many formations were clearly arranged. It's impossible to dismantle the array mages under my command so quickly, at least it will take thousands of years. Taoist Su Lang's formation skills are really too deep. His Royal Highness Shuning looked at the opposite platform that was not wrapped by the formation, his eyes fell on Su Lang, and various thoughts surged in his heart. Simultaneously, Su Lang was also looking at His Royal Highness Shuning. The last time Shuning came to him, it seemed that something was going on, but he was working hard and didn't have time to see her. This meeting is just right to ask. At this time, Su Lang and Shuning glanced at each other and smiled. Shuning brought a group of elders, guardians, and the 5 eternity to Su Lang to meet, and Su Lang immediately returned the salute. I want to come here, you all understand the purpose of my calling everyone here. Pill refining, refining tools, refining formations, you can choose whatever you want, you bring your own materials. Su Lang looked around at the crowd, a faint smile was drawn at the corner of his mouth. I've waited to thank Master Su Lang. Master Su Lang's kindness, I will remember it all my life, but it's useful, I don't care if you command. Friend Su Lang has the grace to save our lives, to calm the civil strife in Dudu, and in addition to the grace to teach exercises. The great kindness has not yet been repaid, and Taoist Su Lang must be troubled to make alchemy and refine formations. I am so ashamed. Quote. The Eternal Emperors all saluted and thanked them with excitement. You don't have to be polite. We are allies, we can give back to each other, allies who trust each other. Su Lang smiled faintly, and said to Shuning, now, let's start with His Royal Highness Shuning, promote the weapon first. His Royal Highness Xu Ning was surprised and took out his weapon, a long sword that was crystal clear as ice. This long sword was seen by Su Lang, and it was an eternal emperor of the 5 universes. This sword appeared before when dealing with Shuyu and the others with the infinite, but only as a backup weapon. Later, Su Lang's Yutian sword and Shangwo Emperor soldiers showed their mighty power, and this long sword was useless. The little girl has seen Master Su Lang. The crystal long sword trembled suddenly, and a girl with bright eyes and white teeth emerged and saluted Su Lang. She is the spirit of this sword. Knowing that Su Lang is going to promote her, she is even more excited than Xu Ning. If you like the one-key training system, please collect it in an instant. mtlnovel.com. The one-key training system has the fastest update speed of the literature under the one-click training system. Chapter 2582, promoted to the Imperial Soldiers of the 6 Universes, OK. Su Lang nodded slightly and looked at Xu Ning. His Royal Highness, please give me the weapons and prepared materials. The more materials, the better, regardless of the type. This statement came out. Everyone suddenly looked surprised. What? The more materials, the better, regardless of type. Refining device is not cooking, how can it be done? But it is difficult for everyone to express their doubts. I know your doubts. My promotion method is more wonderful. It can turn all treasures into a kind of promotion force and act on any item. Su Lang saw through everyone's thoughts and showed an unpredictable smile. What? There is this kind of promotion method. Unheard of. There are such wonderful methods in the endless universe. But since it was said from the large population of Salong, it naturally exists. Not bad, I really want to open my eyes immediately. Quote. The eternal emperors whispered to each other, their faces full of wonder. Friend Su Lang, this is the material in the collection. His Royal Highness Xu Ning also took out all the materials he had stored at this time and handed them to Su Lang. Immediately, a pair of beautiful eyes looked at him directly, full of expectation. I will not disappoint His Royal Highness Xu Ning. Su Lang smiled and nodded, put the materials into the storage space, and then held the crystal long sword. He glanced at the girl Qi Ling, who immediately understood and returned to his body. Immediately after, under the gaze of His Royal Highness Xu Ning and the Eternal Emperor Zhou. System, start one-key enhanced function. With a thought, Su Lang issued instructions to the system. One-click enhancement is the method he wants to use. The level of the one-key refining function is currently not large enough, and it can only refine the 4 Eternal Emperor soldiers. Accompanied by the order, countless materials disappeared, turned into mysterious power, poured into the crystal long sword. Boom! The breath of the crystal sword suddenly soared. From the ordinary 5 eternal realm to the level of the 6 eternal realm in an instant. The strong breath filled. All the people present were speechless and dumbfounded. The whole scene is like time has stopped, including Xu Ning, all motionless, with a dull face. Immediately after, it was as if time was still being lifted. Everyone looked at the people around them, making incredible sounds. Did you see that? Is it true? Did my eyes break? Oh my God, an eternal emperor soldier of the 5 spheres can be instantly promoted to the eternal state of the 6 spheres. I originally thought that Master Su Lang would spend a lot of time in the promotion of weapons. I never expected that he was promoted in an instant. Unbelievable, it's unbelievable, the old man has lived for so long, I can't imagine such incredible things in the endless universe. Friend Su Lang's method has surpassed my cognition, and I don't know what level of secret method it is. In my opinion, I am afraid that the secret methods of the eternal level of the 9 universes are very difficult to achieve. It's incredible, my eyes burst just now. Quote. The eternal emperors were stunned and rumbling. The aftermath of the uncontrollable force because of the excitement caused all sorts of phenomena around him. Fellow Taoist Su Lang. Promoted so soon, what is your method? It's too exaggerated. His Royal Highness Xu Ning took a step forward in shock, her voice trembling slightly. No need to ask, these 2 words are unclear. Su Lang smiled and shook his head, and handed the crystal long sword back to His Highness Xu Ning. Thank you Taoist Su Lang. His Royal Highness Xu Ning caught the long sword with both hands, bowed in excitement and thanked him. Thank you Lord Su Lang. The young girl's spirit also revealed from her body, offering a big gift to Su Lang to thank her. You don't have to be polite, it's just a gesture of help. If you gather the materials again and come to me again, I can promote him to the level of the 7 universes. Su Lang smiled brilliantly at Xu Ning. Of course, the materials needed may be hundreds of times more. If any material is fine, it shouldn't be a problem. His Royal Highness Shuning nodded his head, his eyes were full of surprise and excitement. Okay, then now, next one. Su Lang smiled and nodded, and immediately looked at the others. If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. mtlnovel.com, the One Key training system has the fastest update speed of the literature in the instant millions. Chapter 2583, The Elders are ecstatic. Su Lang's voice fell. Everyone immediately looked at each other, and they all saw the heat in the other's eyes. Almost everyone can't wait to step forward and promote their weapons. It's just that everyone's status are different from Su Lang, so most people don't dare to move. Looking at each other excitedly for 3 seconds, Elder Xie stepped forward and came to Su Lang. Elder Xie was originally called Xie Zan. He raised his hands and feet in favor of the alliance with Su Lang from the very beginning, and he also fought with Jingji. Xie Zan has seen fellow Su Lang. Xie Zan bowed his hands to Su Lang with a sincere expression. Elder Xie doesn't need to be polite. Su Lang smiled and stretched out his hand. Please give me the weapon. It is good. Xie Zan saw that Su Lang was so simple, and his feelings surged. He immediately took out his weapons and presented most of the materials he had collected throughout his life. In order to promote his weapon to the eternal level of the 6 universes, even if all his wealth was given to Su Lang, he would not blink. It was only because he had to refine the alchemy and formations. After a while, he left very few eternal grade materials. Okay, these materials are enough. Su Lang accepted the materials provided by Xie Zan and nodded with a smile. Immediately after, in the eyes of everyone, Su Lang held Xie Zan's weapon in his left hand. Xie Zan's weapon is an eternal long knife with a thick blade and sharp blade. It combines 2 characteristics in one, which is very good. System, start One Key enhanced function. While giving instructions, Su Lang pressed his right hand against the surface of the long knife. Suddenly, the system function is activated, and countless materials disappear, turning into mysterious power into the long knife. Almost instantly, the long knife trembled fiercely, and an uncontrollable and powerful aura burst out of his body, making the 6 Eternals present feel a deep chill. I saw the second Eternal Emperor Soldier of the 5 universes and was promoted to the 6 universes for a moment. Everyone was not as stunned as the first time, but like a volcanic eruption, exclaiming fiercely. Promoted. Elder Xia's weapon has been promoted to the 6 Eternal Realm. God, I didn't expect Master Su Lang to have promoted 5 Eternal Emperor Soldiers one after another. Master Su Lang completed the promotion of the second weapon without resting. This is truly breathtaking. ... The Eternal Emperors talked with excitement, and their gazes towards Su Lang were full of admiration and admiration. Xie Zan, Master Xie Su Lang, thank you Master Su Lang for helping me promote the weapon. Xie Zan was also extremely excited and bowed to Su Lang, his eyes reddened with joy. Little Master Xie Salong's support. Qi Ling immediately appeared, and he also bowed to Su Lang and thanked him respectfully. Don't be polite, catch your weapon. Su Lang smiled and threw the 6 Eternal Realm long knife to Xie Zan without nostalgia. Thank you Lord Su Lang. Xie Zan caught his weapon and thanked Su Lang again. He seems to want to talk more and express his gratitude, but considering that there are many people waiting behind, he returned to the original place, and then he kept stroking with the weapon, ecstatic. Soon, Elder Yu stepped forward, solemnly saluted, first took out a huge amount of materials, and then presented his weapon, a long bow. It's rare to use a bow as a weapon. Elder Yu must be very good at shooting. Su Lang smiled and said a few words to Elder Yu, and then used the same method to promote his weapon. Then it was Elder Zong's turn to grow old. The weapons of the 2 are guns and halberds, both of which are long weapons, so the 2 often exchange experiences and fight against each other. Quickly, this spear and halberd were also promoted to the 6 Eternal Realm by Su Lang, becoming more and more invincible. Looking at the spears and halberds that were promoted to the 6 Eternal Eternity in their hands, Elder Zhang and Cheng Chen wanted to fight almost instantly. But in front of Su Lang, they were very restrained and decided to fight in a remote place where no one else was. Next, it was the turn of the Guardians to step forward. Minghua Protector is naturally the first. Su Lang's speed was so fast that after promoting Minghua and other Guardians, he successively promoted all the guards. If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. mtlnovel.com, the One Key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million level literature. Chapter 2584. Let's wait and see. Finally, it was finally the turn of those 5 eternal warriors. These warriors who can almost dominate a middle-level universe and dominate hundreds of natural universes are just little brothers here, and in front of Su Lang, they have become younger brothers. The younger brothers saluted Su Lang respectfully one by one, and the attitude was so humble and humble. Su Lang smiled and treated him equally. In a short time, the weapons of the eternal powerhouses of the 5 universes were strengthened once. These 5 eternal warriors are generally wealthier than Pei Yuxiao. Many people have 4 eternal weapons, and some have only 3 eternal weapons. Su Lang all helped them raise their weapons to a small level. Then these 5 eternals were grateful and couldn't wait to bend down and hug Su Lang's thigh. Su Lang smiled faintly, waved, and drove them all back to their original positions. Then, including His Royal Highness Shuning, everyone's eyes focused on Su Lang again. Weapon is almost promoted. Next, I plan to refine alchemy for everyone. But the formation method only refines the 4 eternal realms, and the eternal pill is only refined for the 5 eternal pill. The eternal realm pill that I have is not too many, nor is it too few. You can choose one and give me the materials. Su Lang looked around at the crowd, turned his head to look at Shuning, and threw out a piece of jade slip. Let's start with His Royal Highness Shuning. What kind of pill and formation does His Highness want? Everyone turned their eyes and looked at Shuning and the jade slip. The jade slip contained the pills and formations mastered by Master Su Lang, but I don't know how much he mastered. At this time, Shu Ning probed into the jade slip with divine mind. His expression suddenly changed, revealing deep surprise. Because there are too many formations and medicines recorded in the jade slips. All kinds of formations, all kinds of pills, My Royal Highness Shu Ning was dazzled. It should be understood that Shu Ning is a great power who rules half of the Dudu universe, and has very broad knowledge. She is well aware of the difficulties of eternal realm alchemy and formation. A general eternal realm alchemist, there are only more than 10 or 20 kinds of eternal pill that can be refined, and the formation master is similar. But in Su Lang's jade slip, there are hundreds of eternal realm medicines recorded. There is a record of the pill that no one has ever seen in the Dudu universe. Except for pill. The 4 eternal formations recorded in the jade slips are also very many. Maybe the entire dough was added by all the eternal array wizards in the universe, and the 4 eternal arrays he mastered might not be comparable. Seeing Shuning glance at the jade slip, he stood there astonished. All the eternal emperors suddenly understood that the things recorded in the jade slip were absolutely shocking and unbelievable. Even His Royal Highness Shuning is so shocked. Master Su Lang's array Dao Dan Dao is definitely not weaker than Qi Dao. I know the formation. Master Su Lang's formation can crush all eternal formation mages in Dudu universe. Master Su Lang's alchemy is sure to be the best, and no one can beat the Dudu universe. We are so lucky to be able to form an alliance with Lord Su Lang. Yes, if we hadn't made an alliance with Lord Su Lang, we would have missed a great opportunity that we would never encounter in this lifetime. I don't know what eternal medicine Shu Ning will choose. Haha, let's wait and see. Quote. The eyes of the eternal emperors kept switching back and forth between the jade slip and Su Lang in the hands of His Royal Highness Shuning. Everyone couldn't help but communicate with people around him, exclaiming. But they did not know. Su Lang only learned so many pills and formations not long ago. They were all learned from the classics of the alchemy array that were obtained by the eternal powerhouse of the eternal power of killing jade. Su Lang has almost all the eternal realm pill in Dudu universe now. Even if you don't master it, it doesn't matter. At this time, friend Su Lang, this is the pill and formation that I chose. His Royal Highness Shu Ning selected the medicine and the formation, took a deep breath, portrayed a jade slip and handed it to Su Lang. When submitting the jade slip, his eyes were filled with excitement and expectation. Well, let me Kang. Su Lang smiled and nodded, took the jade slip, and dived into his spiritual thoughts. If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com, the One Key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million level literature. Chapter 2585, Alchemy and Formation first reflected in the Divine Mind. It is the elixir that can increase the speed of eternal warriors' cultivation, such as Zanyu refining pill. The cultivation speed of the eternal warrior first depends on the foundation, that is, the number of crystal wall cells when they first enter the eternal realm. If the number of crystal wall cells is not enough, it takes countless costs to condense the core of the universe, cut out more crystal wall cells, and pave the way for themselves. If the number of crystal wall cells is sufficient, it will naturally go smoothly numerous times. The second factor in the cultivation speed of the Eternal Warrior depends on the main cultivation technique. However, the major exercise method generally only determines the upper limit of the realm, which has no major impact on the speed of perfecting the crystal wall universe. The third factor is the external environment. That is, the flow rate of time in the universe. The fourth factor is the pill that promotes practice. When the origin of the universe is sufficient, using pills like Xuanyu Refining Clear Pill can complete the perfection of the crystal wall universe faster. The more elixir, the higher the efficiency of improvement. As the current master of the Dudu universe, Xu Ning had a lot of the origins of the universe to Su Lang, but he could still use it. What she lacks now is this kind of medicine. If the number of pills is sufficient, Xu Ning is sure to step into the eternal realm of the eight cosmos, at this time. In addition to the pill, there are some formations in the jade slips depicted by Xu Ning. These formations are not very high level, mainly because their effects are rather strange and rare. It's like Su Lang's eternal level united formation based on the boundless virtual world. A set of formations is only an eternal level. However, it is possible to arrange an illusory world similar to the boundless imaginary world in the life universe, speeding up the development of the inner world. The collision and fusion of the wisdom of countless creatures in the inner world will produce many new ideas. This is also beneficial to the eternal strong. Of course, the most direct gain is the power of humanity. There is no eternal strong man who does not value the power of humanity. These pills are very simple. I will be able to refine it for you soon, wait a moment. Su Lang holds the jade slip portrayed by Xu Ning, and a confident smile is outlined at the corner of his mouth. Thanks to fellow Su Lang. Xu Ning smiled happily, and gave Su Lang the alchemy materials and formation materials he had prepared, just a lot more. As the Eternal Seven Universes, he is also the master of the Dudu universe. For eternity and its lower levels of alchemy formation materials are naturally very complete. Therefore, it fully meets the requirements of Su Lang. Give the materials to Su Lang. Xu Ning looked at him directly, the expectation in her beautiful eyes getting stronger. Okay, I'm starting to refine alchemy. Su Lang nodded, and gave instructions to the system in his heart. Start 1 key alchemy, 1 key refining, 1 key synthesis, 1 key strengthening. All 4 system functions are activated. Ding. Alchemy is successful, you get Xuanyu Alchemy Pill 5. Ding. Successfully refining the formation, you will get the eternal formation of the Void God 1. Ding. The synthesis is successful, you get. Ding. Strengthened successfully. System prompts keep appearing. The materials in the storage space quickly turned into a large number of pills and formations. Those medicinals have been upgraded to 5 plain medicinal pill by 1-click synthesis and strengthening functions, and the effect has increased dramatically. It was also when Su Lang used the system function to refine the alchemy array. His Royal Highness Xu Ning, all the eternal emperors of the universe, watched Su Lang unmovingly. Seeing that he didn't do anything, it was a little strange. Master Su Lang didn't start. Maybe it has already started, but I can't see it later. Master Su Lang's methods are beyond my expectation. We just need to wait quietly. Yes, Lord Su Lang never disappoints. Quote. The eternal emperors saw Su Lang motionless, but they did not doubt his alchemy attainments, of course. They also don't think they will see results soon. So everyone is ready to wait patiently. But at this moment, it's refined. His Royal Highness Xu Ning, this is the pill and formation you want. Su Lang suddenly spoke, and took out a large amount of pills and formations, and sent them to Xu Ning. Such a scene. Suddenly, all the people present were dumbfounded. If you like the 1-key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com. The 1-key training system has the fastest update speed of the literature under the 1-click training system. Chapter 2586. The Reverence of All Eternal Power. What? Is this done? It seems that I just took a breath. How could it be so fast? Could it be refined in the universe of life? Using the avenue of time to accelerate time. But isn't it necessary to devote yourself wholeheartedly in alchemy, especially when refining Eternal Realm Pill? Master Su Lang has spare time to display the path of time. The key is that Master Su Lang has also refined the formation at the same time. Oh my god, you see, They are all eternal level medicines of the 5 universes, and they are all of perfect quality. Hiss, the eternal pill of perfect quality, this is the first time I have seen it. I've seen it. Last time I was lucky enough to take the perfect eternal pill given by Taoist Su Lang during the war. At that time I thought he got it from the inheritance at that time, but now it seems that he refined it himself. I know Master Su Lang's alchemy attainments must be terrifying, but I never expected it to be so terrifying. This is completely beyond my imagination. I am really eye-opening today. Quote. Including His Royal Highness Shuning, everyone was shocked. So far, the 3 attainments of Su Lang's pill formation have exceeded the cognition of everyone present. In the opinion of Shu Ning and others, Su Lang's 3 attainments in the pill are I am afraid that only the top universe can be contended. His Royal Highness, please accept the pill and formation. Seeing Shu Ning's shock, Su Lang reminded him. Good. His Royal Highness Shu Ning returned to his senses slightly, and immediately took those pills and arrays into his hands, cherishing and placing them in the universe of life. Immediately, she saluted Su Lang very gratefully. There was also a hint of admiration and respect in his eyes. Su Lang smiled at her, then turned to look at Elder Xie. The latter hurriedly stepped forward, unexpectedly giving people a feeling of pitifulness, and all the eternal emperors felt that they were dazzled. This is the catalogue of jade slips. His Royal Highness Shuning threw the jade slip in his hand to Elder Xie. Hiss. You actually have so many eternal pills and formations. Elder Xie looked at the jade slip with far more pills and formations than he had imagined, and couldn't help taking a breath. When the other eternal emperors saw this scene, they also looked at each other, staring at each other and secretly marveling. His Royal Highness Shuning and Elder Xie were shocked by the jade slips. I want to come to Master Su Lang's alchemy and formation skills. I am afraid it is even more powerful than imagined. Next, Su Lang refined the pill and formation for Elder Xie. Immediately he gave the rest of the people alchemy and formation. Every eternal emperor will give a lot of materials. These materials are completely beyond what is needed for alchemy and array refining, plus the function of alchemy and array refining would have saved a lot of materials. So all the extra will belong to Su Lang. Quickly, everyone present got the medicine and formation that they wanted. One by one, his fingers trembled with excitement, his face was full of excitement and excitement. Su Lang is even more respectful. It was also when Su Lang made alchemy for Shuning and others. An eternal warrior named Shu Hu appeared in a remote grassroots natural universe. Shu Hu was sent by Elder Xie, responsible for investigating the clues given by Yu Yangli's 2 chess pieces. The information obtained from the previous interrogation, this person has already known part of it through Elder Xie. Suspected another inheritor similar to Master Su Lang. Moreover, this suspected inheritor seems to have malicious intent towards Master Su Lang and provoke the relationship between our Shuning faction and Master Su Lang. HMPH, how can there be so many inheritors in the world? Besides, this sneaky guy didn't come out before, but it just came out after Emperor Shu Yuzhou's defeat. He must have a ghost. Shu Wu emerged from the fluctuations of time and space, and thoughts flashed in his mind. The Shuning faction has been at a disadvantage in the struggle with the Shuyu faction. But with Su Lang's help, the Shu Ning faction had almost no loss, and they defeated the Shuyu faction and unified the universe. Shu Wu also received a lot of benefits, and he naturally defended Su Lang from the heart. If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com, the One Key training system has the fastest update speed of the literature under the one-click training system. Chapter 2587, The Shame of Yu Yangli. He knew that Elder Xie must also think so. Otherwise, Elder Xie won't come personally. Let the Law Protector investigate the matter. How could you send him to this for eternal realm? I want to see what this shameless guy looks like. Shu Hu sneered in his heart, and immediately began to explore his surroundings. At this time, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him without warning. This person has a very good skin, a deep cultivation base, and an extremely vast aura. It is precisely Yu Yangli. Who? 7 Eternal Realm. Shu Hu was horrified, cold sweat broke out on his forehead, only to feel that his life and death had been in the hands of the person in front of him. Who are you? Yu Yangli frowned deeply looking at the eternal martial artist in front of him. Only he himself knew about his universe before, and now there is an additional Xie Zan. But how come the 4 universes are eternal? Xie Zan treats him so contemptuously. This has reached the point of humiliating people. Thought of this. In Yu Yang's renunciation, a strong humiliation and anger could not help rise. I almost wished to immediately pinch the ant-like eternal warrior of the four universes to death. But he didn't, because he wanted to provoke the relationship between Xuning faction and Su Lang, and secretly form an alliance with Xuning faction. This lord, the younger one, is Shu Hu, under the command of Elder Xie Zan, the elder of Dudu Universe, Kijo Eternal. It is not the first time that Shu Hu has dealt with Kijo Eternal. He calmed down quickly, saluted Yu Yangli, and reported his identity. He understands that the other party's initiative to contact Elder Xie in disguise will definitely not ruin the relationship rashly. Therefore, the opponent should not kill him. Shu Hu, why did Xie Zan send you the four eternal realm over here? Yu Yangli's eyes were cold, and his tone was like a cold wind, lingering and scraping, making people stand upside down, grown-ups. The little one doesn't know, only that Elder Xie has important things to deal with. Shu Hu held his mind and said respectfully, important things? What is more important than me? Yu Yang's anger rose in the midst of his centrifugation, but he did not show it, his face was cold. That's it. Yu Yangli's voice was indifferent. When Elder Xie has time, I can wait for him. Elder Xie entrusts this matter to the junior. His old man specifically explained that he wanted the little one to bring back information that satisfies him. Otherwise the younger one won't have to go back. Shu Hu couldn't help but squeeze a cold sweat for himself when he said this. What he faces is the eternal 7 universes, he can be killed by a finger. But Elder Xie was really disappointed about this matter, and even was very dissatisfied with the people behind the scenes, and it was true to his account. What? Then Xie Zan dared to be so scornful to me. I came here personally, but he only sent one eternal warrior of the 4 universes, and he planned to use this ant to negotiate with me. A shameful shame, this is a shameful shame. This ant, I will smash his corpse into thousands of pieces. No, I have to calm down and I can't kill this person, otherwise all plans will most likely fall through. Damn it, I have to endure such humiliation. When I kill the Xuning faction in the future, I will make Xie Zan pay the price. Yu Yang snarled in resentment, still cold on the surface, no change. He pondered for a moment. I know. In this case, I will show some sincerity first to let you know that I am the real inheritor. Yu Yangli's emotionless voice sounded. Soon, he grabbed Shu Hu and sank into the fluctuations of time and space. When it appears again, Yu Yangli had brought Shu Hu into a star field. There is no life in this star field. Because there are 6 terrifying powers permeating here, making any existence below the eternal realm unable to survive. This star field is where my master left and inherited. The inheritance has been taken away by me with the help of the protector, but there is still a lot of mystery left. Take some of these profound meanings. Xie Zan knows what level of inheritance it is. At that time, he will understand that Su Lang is just a fake. Yu Yangli's voice was cold, and 6 peculiar powers were absorbed in the wave of his hand, which was integrated into Shu Hu's body. If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com. The One Key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million level literature. Chapter 2588. Angry Yu Yangli. These 6 peculiar powers. The 6 inheritances from Emperor Gujun Zhou are the 6 secrets of Gujun. What Emperor Shuyu Zhou got from Yu Yangli was only the 3rd of the 6 secrets, which were called Secret of Calling Words, Secret of Stealing Words, and Secret of Forging Words. Except for the other 3 secrets, they are Gen ZMI, Dan ZMI and Yan ZMI. 3 pill formations. Occupying 3 of them is an area where Emperor Gujun Zhou is very proud. His attainments in the 3 realms are unpredictable. Therefore, it can be summarized as the 3rd of his 6 major inheritances. Inherited by Yu Yangli, he regarded it as the 3 mysteries of the world's strongest alchemy array, proud of it, and despised all the other alchemy array masters and weapon masters. Yu Yangli believed deeply. As long as Xie Zan, Xuning and others looked at the incomplete profound meaning, they could see the tip of the iceberg in his inheritance. Then they will clearly realize that Su Lang is a counterfeit, not an inheritor. It was an old monster who relied on time to slowly reach the present day. Except for the cultivation base, everything was mediocre. At the same time, he will realize that Yu Yangli is the real inheritor, and Su Lang has a ghost. To choose one of trust between the 2, he will inevitably choose Yu Yangli. In this way, The plan will proceed smoothly. At this moment, Shu Hu received a trace of the 6 major inheritances. He immediately got a glimpse of mystery from it, and he was shocked and stood sluggishly. He greedily comprehended those mysteries, as if the dry and cracked earth encountered long-lost rain. Ha ha, the mere ants dare to covet the inheritance of the deity. Sooner or later, I will let you taste the most painful taste in the endless universe. Yu Yang thought in his centrifugation, a vaguely murderous intent appeared, but he did not say what was in his heart, and even his expression did not change. He waited for Shu Hu to appreciate some profound inheritance before he spoke. Shu Hu, this inheritance has always been a secret that has not been passed on, even if it is just a trace of mystery. But you are lucky, I won't care about you too much. It's just that you understand these inheritances, and you should understand that I am the mighty inheritor. Yu Yangli looked at Shu Hu indifferently, and interrupted Shu Hu coldly. Yes, my lord, after reading these inheritances, I know how shallow I am. Your inheritance is absolutely unparalleled in the world. No, there is no one of the same level in the universe. Shu Hu returned to his senses and saluted respectfully. However, in his words there is only the respect for inheritance, and there is no mention of Yu Yangli's identity. Obviously, Shu Hu was not overwhelmed by these inheritances, and immediately regarded Su Lang, who had great favor with Shuning, as a counterfeit and a foe with ghosts. Yu Yangli's eyes narrowed, revealing a deep chill. Shu Hu trembled all over and lowered his head. He only felt that he was jumping horizontally at Gimin Pass, and he might be finished at any time. He regretted it a little bit. But Shu Hu knew in his heart that Yu Yangli would not kill him. You must truthfully report Xie Zan after you return. I will let people wait here for your news. Go away. When Yu Yangli saw Shu Hu's confessional appearance, it took a long time to suppress the urge to kill, and he drew coldly. Small, get out of here. Shu Hu bowed his hand and immediately unfolded the power of time and space, and the barriers of the natural universe disappeared. Damn idiot, I have seen the 6 great heritages, but I still stick to my previous knowledge. If you don't want to hate the relationship, the deity will kill you on the spot. Yu Yang's blue veins violently jumped away from his forehead, and strong anger and killing intent rose in his eyes, almost gushing out. He cursed a few words angrily. He just opened the avenue of time and space, shuttled through the universe one by one, and returned to the real universe. Taking a breath in the bottom universe is a great loss for Yong Li. This time I went to the bottom of the universe in person but didn't see Xie Zan. The other party only sent ant-like characters. The key is that Shu Hu is still confident, not humble and respectful at all. This can't help him not be furious. Traveling all the way, passing through natural universes, Yu Yangli soon arrived at the Jijin universe. If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com, the One Key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million level literature. Chapter 2589. There is also a 7th secret in the inheritance of Ji Yu Jun, friend Yu, how? Then Xie Zan understands that Su Lang is a fake. When Emperor Shu Yuzhou saw Yu Yangli, he immediately finished asking. Only then did he see that Yu Yangli was very upset, and his body was filled with indispensable anger. Suddenly, the Emperor Shu Yuzhou's heart was stunned. I didn't see Xie Zan. Zuning's party didn't pay enough attention to me, and only sent a for eternity here. This is simply a shame. Yu Yangli took a deep breath and slowly explained the ins and outs of the matter. It's hateful. I don't know what Xie Zan and the others think. Then Su Lang Miscellaneous helped them unify the cosmos. They still don't know what they are making. They still don't understand it. Father Yu Yangli is relieved of his anger. This time I only blame Shu Ning and Xie Zan for their stupidity. Emperor Shu Yuzhou looked like the enemy, and while insulting Su Lang and Shu Ning faction, he comforted Yangli. Okay. Yu Yangli looked slightly awkward and nodded slightly. Next, what does fellow Taoist plan to do? The thoughts flowed in the heart of Emperor Shu Yuzhou, and he asked actively. I left my subordinates over there. If Xie Zan doesn't come, I won't appear. I want to see if they can sit still after seeing the inheritance. Yu Yangli raised his chin proudly and said coldly. Haha, then they must be unable to sit still. The 6th secret of solitary Jun, just the 3rd secret is so good, even I am amazed. In other words, when will fellow Taoist enlighten me on the remaining 3rd secret? The eyes of Emperor Shu Yuzhou burst into light. He knew that all of Yu Yangli's inheritance was the 6 secrets of solitary Jun. Calling, stealing, and forging were just the 3rd secrets. Humph. The 3rd secret I gave you, among which the secret of calling words and the secret of stealing words are the most valuable inheritance. The value of forging words secret is also very high. In time, you will be able to recast the Eternal Universe Soldier, and it is far stronger than the previous weapons. Yu Yangli frowned and snorted, and said very dissatisfied. Haha, too. Unfortunately, all my eternal soldiers were destroyed by Su Lang in that battle. That ****** chop, I will tear him up by myself one day. When Emperor Shu Yuzhou thought of the weapon he destroyed when he fled, his mouth twitched in distress. That Su Lang is definitely an old monster who has lived for countless billions of years. On your own, it is impossible to deal with him. We must join forces to kill him. Finally, you can tear his arm or thigh with your own hands. It's pretty good. Yu Yangli glanced at Emperor Shu Yuzhou and hummed. Call. To this day, after listening to your analysis, I understand it. That Su Lang is a monster with a stronger cultivation base than me, and he could escape from me silently at that time. In the subsequent battle, it is estimated that he also hid his strength and used the power of Shuning and others in weapons. But that humanoid eternal weapon can't withstand too strong power, and he doesn't want to expose his power, so I can escape successfully. Emperor Shu Yuzhou said slowly, his brows gradually frowned. Don't worry too much, no matter how strong Su Lang is, he won't be able to easily crush me. Otherwise, there is no need to pretend to be my inheritor and engage in these moves. As Yu Yangli spoke, a touch of confidence rose in his eyes. It makes sense. By the way, that Gujun's 6th secret, what is the last 3rd secret? Emperor Shu Yuzhou mentioned the 6 secrets of Gujun again, and said with a smile, I'm just curious and want to know a little about it. Also, let me tell you. The remaining 3 secrets are Dan ZMI, Gen ZMI, and Jian ZMI. As the name suggests, you should be able to think of their characteristics. Yu Yangli said indifferently, but only he knew that there was still a 7th secret in the Gujun inheritance. The 6 remaining mysteries of the inheritance in the bottom universe were all arranged by him. With this kind of cherished inheritance, how could he allow the remnants of mystery to stay in a bottom universe for tens of billions of years? As early as the beginning, Yu Yangli cleaned it up. Let's talk about the 7th secret. After so many years, he himself has only reached the level of semi-introductory, not really an introductory. This 7th secret was really terrible, he didn't even want to reveal his name. If you like the one-key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com. The one-key training system has the fastest update speed of the literature under the one-click training system. Chapter 2590. Just in these few days, Pan word secret, formation word secret, and sword word secret. Emperor Shu Yuzhou smiled and nodded. It turns out that it is the inheritance of alchemy, formation and kendo. These 3 inheritances are definitely strong. Especially the sword word secret, it must be an extremely terrifying attack and kill technique. But he intuitively felt that these 3 inheritances were not as good as the secret of calling the word and the secret of the word stealing. Okay, after you and I cooperate more deeply. These 3rd secrets, I can't exchange them with you, as long as you give a certain price. Yu Yangli nodded slightly and glanced at Emperor Shu Yuzhou. I have some exercises from Su Lang. These exercises are very good, they are definitely the kind at the bottom of his box. Emperor Shu Yuzhou said with a smile, should we have another happy transaction now? Let's talk about it later. Yu Yong flickered in his eyes and said lightly. Then talk about it later. Emperor Shu Yuzhou smiled, I won't let you down anyway. Yu Yangli stopped paying attention to him, took out a piece of the origin of the universe, and continued to perfect his own crystal wall world, at the same time. Fight in the universe. After Su Lang refined the pill and formation for the eternal emperors, everyone respectfully resigned and left. The Dudu universe has just been unified, and they still have a lot to do. On the contrary, His Highness Shuning hesitated for a moment, did not leave immediately, and stayed on the excuse of exchanging experience. On the platform, Su Lang maintained the state of absorbing the energy of the universe. The cosmic energy in all directions turned into a terrifying torrent of energy, pouring into his body. His Royal Highness Shuning placed a jade futon opposite him, sat cross-legged on it, looking at him. For those exercises, how has your Royal Highness Shu Ning's enlightenment recently? Su Lang looked at the beautiful His Royal Highness who was close at hand with a deep chest, and asked with a smile. The 81 exercises are fully resistant to the empowerment of Taoist Su Lang, and you can directly master it. Now, Sha has completely integrated it. All those exercises surpass the rest of the exercises that have been studied for countless years. The initiation method of Taoist Su Lang is really incredible. Every time I think about it, I feel like a dream. The underside of Shuning Hall was exclaimed, and the light in his eyes said with radiance. Ha ha, Su Lang laughed, if there is a chance, I can infuse His Highness once or more times. No, no, the little girl has already received endless benefits, how dare she be so brazen? How is Taoist Su Lang's practice with those exercises? His Royal Highness Shu Ning waved his hand in embarrassment and said immediately. She knew that Su Lang's aptitude was incomparably against the sky, and she had completely mastered the cultivation technique, Zhou Long Xuanxin, almost instantly. But the main practice and the rest of the secrets are two different types of secrets, and so. His Royal Highness Shu Ning thought that Su Lang would probably not learn it all at once like practicing, Zhou Long Xuanxin. Gong La, the exercises given by His Highness are profound. It's been so many days before I cultivated, broken Yu Tianpan seal, to the founder level. Su Lang's expression moved and said with a smile. Oh, what, you have already cultivated, broken Yu Tianpan yin, to the founder level. Yes, just in these few days. His Royal Highness Shu Ning nodded his head with a normal expression. And then suddenly changed his color, staring at Su Lang dumbfounded. These days, I have practiced an eternal realm technique from scratch to the level of the founder. Shouldn't the time to practice eternal exercises be measured in billions of years? Well, just these few days. I basically didn't move the other exercises. Now I am practicing a book of The Secret of Death Without Life, and I haven't finished it yet. Su Lang smiled lightly, then lowered his head slightly after speaking. It really took a few days to practice an eternal realm technique, and I have also practiced to the level of the founder. It turns out that the major exercises and other exercises are similar in his eyes, and they can be practiced while talking and laughing. His Royal Highness Shu Ning thought blankly, suddenly found something, and exclaimed, Su Lang, you said you were practicing The Secret of Death Without Life. If you like the one-key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com, the one-key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million-level literature. Chapter 2591, How about I teach you there is the secret of death and no life. It can explode 100-fold combat power at the cost of complete death and never recover. Because of this exercise has long been divided into The Secret of Death and Later Life, and The Secret of Life Without Life. Even Shu Ning only knows that these two exercises were born out of The Secret of Death Without Life. But I don't know how to merge the two exercises to restore the secret of death or life. The same goes for Emperor Shu Yuzhou, and so. Su Lang took out The Secret of Death but No Life, which shocked His Highness Shu Ning. Friend Su Lang, how did you get The Secret of Death Without Life? His Royal Highness Shu Ning stared at Su Lang blankly, and the questioning voice trembled slightly. It is to combine the two exercises into one. Well, there are some difficulties, but overall it is simple. Su Lang smiled naturally. His Royal Highness Shu Ning sat on the futon, almost turned into a statue. Her current mood is probably like a junior high school student sitting in a university class. The teacher above pointed to the calculus problem and said that this problem is a bit difficult, but it is actually very simple. It's really not that hard. How about I teach you? Seeing Shu Ning dull, Su Lang asked tentatively. No, I can't learn. Junior high school student Shu Ning shook his head blankly at teacher Su Lang. Okay, then I will give you the secret of death and no life. This technique originally belonged to Emperor Zhou, but now it can be regarded as returning to the original owner. Su Lang smiled, and immediately took out a black treasure that was covered with spikes. This is a concrete object of the mystery of The Secret of Death Without Life, not the original exercise. But it looks very similar to the exercises, and so, at first glance, His Highness Shu Ning recognized it as the original technique, and his heart jumped fiercely. At the second glance, he recognized that it was not the original exercise. But even so, she was very shocked. His Royal Highness Shu Ning, please accept it. Su Lang handed the thorny treasure to Shu Ning. It is good. With gratitude in his eyes, His Highness Shu Ning caught the treasure handed by Su Lang and took back the universe of life. But this exercise is too domineering, she will not be able to make up her mind to practice for a while. At this time, suddenly she looked stagnant, and then looked at Su Lang blankly. Taoist Su Lang, you said, you are already practicing the secret of death and life. Yes, Su Lang nodded slightly, this technique is pretty good. It can explode 100 times the power. But the side effects of this technique are really terrible. Once you use it, you will definitely die. Why don't you think fellow Su Lang should revise The Secret of Death and Later Life, and The Secret of Life Without Life? Although the effects of these two exercises are much weaker, the side effects are also much weaker. His Royal Highness Shuning said a little excitedly. Nothing. If you encounter a mortal situation, with this secret technique, you can also make the enemy suffer a big loss. Maybe I can have a jade fragment with the enemy. Su Lang smiled and shook his head. He didn't say that he had 55 lives, and he refreshed every half an hour. Okay, friend Su Lang is right. It's the little girl who is so cowardly. She was shocked by the sequelae of this technique. After hearing Su Lang's explanation, His Highness Shu Ning felt reasonable, so he decided to practice. This exercise is more difficult to practice. It's better to wait for your Royal Highness Shu Ning to finish my training, and then you can practice again. I can take you with me when that happens. Now you should focus on cultivation and improve your crystal wall universe. Su Lang smiled and shook his head. Anyway, in the future, Shu Ning will be infused with exercises or something. It is enough to infuse her at that time, and she does not need to waste time practicing now. Okay. Shu Ning thought for a while and nodded obediently. Suddenly she felt like she was back in her childhood, with the guidance of a famous teacher in her practice, and she could do great things in a single day. She hasn't tasted this feeling for many years. In Dudu Universe, she was one of the people with the highest cultivation base, and no one could give her any guidance. Now, someone who can point her to her appeared, called Su Lang. It was also when Su Lang and His Royal Highness Shu Ning had a one-to-one exchange on the platform. Chapter 2592, Shuhu Si Shiezan Dudu Universe. Somewhere in the abyss, a figure emerged in a time and space fluctuation. It was Shuhu, finally came back. Report the news to Elder Shiezan. Shuhu turned and flew towards the bottom of the abyss. He passed through the icy cave, through the magma sea, and came to an underground space full of endless pressure. This is where Shiezan resides. As soon as he entered here, Shuhu heard bursts of laughter echoing in this space. It was Shiezan's laughter. The voice was full of excitement, called ecstasy. What's wrong with Elder Xie? To be so happy, almost gaffs. This is really rare. I don't know what good things happened to Elder Xie. Shuhu was shocked in his heart, then flew forward, fell in front of a group of palaces, and encountered two guards. The two guards also looked into the depths of the palace group in a shock, wondering why Elder Xie was so abnormal. Shuhu stepped forward and showed the waist card given by Shiezan and entered the palace smoothly. On the way, he met an eternal warrior of the 5 universes. The 5 universe eternity also smiled, with a grin at the corner of his mouth. Senior Mo, why are you so happy? Also, Elder Xie, is he going to make a breakthrough? Shuhu was very surprised to salute the eternal emperor Na Mo and asked. Shuhu, it's your kid. It's okay to tell you. Today, the old members of our Shuning faction who are more than 5 cosmic eternity have received the gift of Master Su Lang and his old man. Master Su Lang is gentle and approachable. If you want to come, you will also be able to take care of you. Look forward to it. Eternal Emperor Mu patted Shuhu on the shoulder to speak. His wild smile remained unchanged. What? Bonus of Master Su Lang. I don't know what gift it is that makes Elder Xie so ecstatic. Shuhu was very surprised, but he was very polite and did not find out what the gift was. After bidding farewell to the Emperor of the eternal surname of Mo, he headed briskly to the hall where Shiezan was. Elder Xie is so happy. He was naturally very happy. Quickly, Shuhu came outside a hall. Haha, hee, it's great, great. Master Su Lang is really a nobleman of my Shuning school. Standing in the hall, Shiezan couldn't help but let out a giggle of laughter. Suspended in front of him were 6 eternal long swords, a large number of eternal level perfect pills, and many eternal level perfect formations. It feels like Shuhu is outside the hall. Xie Xuankai reluctantly took the treasure in front of him back to Life Universe, but the smile on his face was still hard to conceal, and it was a bit exaggerated. "Come in, little tiger." Xiezan turned his back to the door and faintly shouted. But his faint voice was actually louder than usual. "Yes, elder." Shu Hu was a little confused, and Xiezan called him Xiaohuzi. What a close name this is. He came into the hall and saw Xiezan's back and head. Xiezan did not turn around. He didn't want to be seen by Shu Hu's smile that he couldn't help, that would damage his image. Shu Hu, of course, did not dare to check Xiezan with his spiritual thoughts, and when he entered the hall, he bowed and held his fists. There was a long silence in the hall. Xiezan can manage his emotions well. "Sent you to investigate the bottom universe, can you have news?" Xiezan asked faintly, still not turning around. There is big news." Shu Hu raised his head and said respectfully, "There is actually a 7 eternal power in the bottom universe." This statement came out. Xiezan was obviously stunned. Soon. 7 eternity. That guy turned out to be a 7 universe eternal. But it is also reasonable. After all, he can personally control 2 5 eternal realm martial artists. Xiezan said lightly, "What happened after seeing that person, please elaborate." Yes, when the little one saw that person was obviously a little angry. Because the small cultivation base is too weak, there is no qualification to talk to him at all. But he still held back his anger. Later. Shu Hu has no details, and will talk about everything after he saw Yu Yong. Chapter 2593, It's far worse than Master Su Lang quickly. Xiezan listened to the whole process of Shu Hu's meeting with Yu Yangli. That person didn't do anything to you, he wanted to come up with another plan. According to what he did, he wanted us to have a suspicion against Taoist Su Lang and build a good relationship with us. HMPH, it's really a dream to want to provoke our relationship with Master Su Lang. Xiezan backed his hands, narrowed his eyes, revealing a hint of irony, and immediately waved his hand. "Shu Hu, you said he gave you the remnants of the 6 inheritance." "Yes, the elder. The remnants of the inheritance of the 6 paths are on the subordinates, and the subordinates will be released." Shu Hu nodded, and immediately cast a spell to release the remaining heritage, forming 6 translucent twisted smoke. He himself is just a carrier. Yu Yangli did not incorporate the legacy of the legacy into his body. Is it the 6 ways of inheriting the leftovers? Don't say anything else, just the 3 inheritance of the pill formation. I want to see if it can compare with Master Su Lang's attainments. As Xiezan said, he carefully checked the remaining 6 inheritances, and after confirming that there were no problems, he waved his hand and took it into the sea of consciousness. Rumble. The inheritance of the 6 paths remained in Xiezan's sea of knowledge, forming a torrent of upright and spreading. Suddenly, Xiezan's face moved, a flash of surprise flashed in his eyes, but a trace of disdain soon appeared. "My elder, how is this inheritance?" Shu Hu asked cautiously. In his opinion, the inheritance was naturally extremely terrifying, but his pattern was too low, his knowledge was not deep, and he did not dare to judge himself. Inheritance is indeed excellent, even better than the inheritance left by our Majesty Do Shu. However, the 3 inheritance of the pill formation is far worse than Master Su Lang. Xiezan nodded slightly, then shook his head and smiled. "What?" The little one dares to ask. That person's 3-path inheritance of the pill formation should be the 9 eternal realm. But even so, it cannot be compared with Master Su Lang, so what level of inheritance should Master Su Lang be? Shu Hu raised his head in horror and asked in disbelief. He has personally experienced the remnants of inheritance, and he has an extremely deep impression in his heart. Even if his asterisk is on Su Lang's side, the fact that the 3 ways of the pill formation are very powerful is a fact of iron. I don't know the level of Master Su Lang's inheritance, but I can be sure that these 3 inheritances are completely inferior to Master Su Lang's inheritance of the pill formation. Do you know why I was so happy before that I was a little gaff? Xiezan looked straight, showing a touch of reverence, and asked Shu Hu faintly. This, the little one doesn't know. Shu Hu was very shocked. Xiezan was so sure that the 3 inheritances were inferior to Su Lang. Then this must be a fact. Master Su Lang has been promoted to Eternal Zhou Bing for me. Promote from the 5 eternal level to the 6 eternal level, Xiezan said, showing excitement, took out his long knife and stroked it. The long knife came out. The feeling of invincibility immediately filled all of Shu Hu's senses, making him dumbfounded. It's really the Six Eternal Realm. When your subordinates went to investigate the grassroots universe, you just set off, Elder. When your subordinates return in such a short time, your weapon, Elder Su Lang, has been promoted to the Six Eternal Realm. This is too unbelievable. Shu Hu stared his eyes and shouted in shock, his eyes protruding. Exactly. Master Su Lang was promoted to my weapon in an instant. Xie Zan could not help but show his shock again when he thought of the shaking moment. In an instant the promotion of the 5 Eternal Emperor soldiers to the 6 Eternal Realm. Shu Hu exclaimed in amazement, his voice was extremely sharp, and the sound was broken. If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com, the One Key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million level literature. Chapter 2594, cannot be compared at all, yes, in an instant. In addition, Master Su Lang has also refined a high-level Eternal Emperor pill for me, Eternal Formation. All these treasures refined by Master Su Lang are of perfect quality. Xie Zan nodded heavily and smiled. I was very happy originally and planned to reward you with something, but I was actually reluctant to reward others with the treasures refined by Taoist Su Lang. This statement came out. Shu Hu stood there, like a sculpture. What? A high-level eternal pill of perfect quality? Still have a formation? Xie Zan was reluctant to give it away. This is really something human can refine. And still the same person. Shu Hu only felt that he was in a dream, otherwise how could he have heard such an outrageous thing? Ha ha, is this stunned? Actually, this is not the true strength of Lord Su Lang. When you came, you met Xiao Mo, do you know why he was so happy too? Xie Zan chuckled lightly, and looked at Shu Hu, who was dumbfounded, feeling very interesting. Mo, a certain senior. Isn't he happy because you are happy, Elder? Shu Hu returned to his senses and said in a daze. He suddenly stiffened and remembered what Senior Mo had said to him. Ha ha, I remembered, yes, he also received the favor of Master Su Lang, he was promoted to weapons, and he received a perfect quality pill and formation. All the existences of my Shuning faction above the eternity of the 5 universes have been gifted by Master Su Lang. Everyone's weapons have been raised to a small level, and everyone has received many immortal pills, and cherished the incomparable formation. Xie Zan's words sounded like deafening thunders in Shu Hu's ears. The point is that Master Su Lang completed these things in less than a quarter of an hour. It's less than a quarter of an hour. Promote weapons and refine the pill formation for all members of the 5 Eternal Realm and above. Shu Hu's eyes stared like fish eyes, his mouth was stunned, his voice trembling, stammering, and his brain was almost blank. I have seen the 3 inheritances of Yu Yangli's pill formation. He thought this must be the inheritance left by the world's most powerful pill array master, but now Yu Yangli's inheritance of the pill array is compared with Master Su Lang. No, it can't be compared with the 3 attainments of Master Su Lang's pill formation. Master Su Lang's 3 attainments in the pill formation have far surpassed the eternal martial artist who left behind the 3 inheritance. Shu Hu murmured blankly, his eyes burst into light, and the whole person was completely regained, full of worship. Yes, Master Su Lang's own attainments have already surpassed that person's master. It can be seen that the inheritance of Master Su Lang is definitely more terrifying. If my previous inference is correct, that person and Su Lang are both inheritors. A smile appeared on Xie Zan's face. Then, Su Lang must be a real passerby, and that person is not even a named disciple. What the elder said is reasonable. Shu Hu nodded in agreement, and smiled. That person is just a named disciple, who has gained a bit of inheritance, but he said that Lord Su Lang, the direct disciple, is a fake. It's really funny. Okay, that person is waiting for my reply. Xie Zan smiled and asked. Yes, Elder. Shu Hu nodded and replied. If I don't reply to him, he will definitely not give up. Xie Zan's face showed a hint of playfulness. In this case, I will let him understand that he is just a clown. The little one is willing to go again for the elders. Shu Hu clasped his hands together, willing to take over this errand. No, if you let you go this time, he might kill you. It's the same for the others. Xie Zan shook his head, so this time, I will go personally. Elder Xie is compassionate. Shu Hu was moved and bowed. Go down. Efforts to stand out and enter the eyes of Master Su Lang, the benefits are endless. Xie Zan nodded slightly and waved his hand to let Shu Hu leave. Chapter 2595. Let Xie Zan do the things over there, yes. Shu Hu saluted and retired. Xie Zan was the only one left in the hall, although His Royal Highness Shuning is not very interested in this matter. But I should still tell the truth and seek her opinion. Thinking about this, Xie Zan immediately sent Shu Hu's experience and his own guesses to Shuning. Soon, he stood there and waited silently. On the platform, His Royal Highness Shuning, who was extremely shocked because Su Lang practiced the exercises so quickly, was a little bit unconscious at this time. Suddenly, Xie Zan's call came, and the transfer treasure sent a buzzing vibration. You got news. Look who posted it. Su Lang's expression moved and reminded. Ah, oh, I will watch it. His Royal Highness Shu Ning nodded, took out the transmission treasure, and said, it was sent by Elder Xie Zan. Is there anything important? Su Lang's expression remained unchanged, and he asked softly. Well, it's about that person. And you have some relationship with Taoist Su Lang. That person claimed to be the mighty inheritor, and said that Taoist Su Lang you are a fake, but this is obviously slander. Elder Xie Zan has found out the truth and is about to meet the jumping clown. His Royal Highness Shu Ning handed the transmission treasure to Su Lang, and said, Elder Xie Zan is in the transmission jade card in the whole process, and Taoist Su Lang will know it. This statement came out. Su Lang suddenly felt shocked. What the hell? The mysterious power that passed by Dudu Zhouyu really left the inheritors, and he came to him. But, Xie Zan found out that the man was a jumping clown. Why is this? With all kinds of questions, Su Lang calmly accepted the transmission treasure, and his spiritual thoughts penetrated into it, quickly. Su Lang understood the cause and effect, the ins and outs. That guy is really very likely to be an inheritor. After all, his 3 inheritance of pill formation is not as good as mine, because I have a system. Normally, the 3 inheritance of the pill formation array he got is definitely the top one in the eternal realm. But Xie Zan waited for me but didn't know that my 3 attainments of pill formation came from the system, and only thought that I learned from inheritance. In this way, Xie Zan will think that I am the real inheritor. Even if that person really gets the inheritance of that mysterious power, it is only a small part of it, and his identity is far worse than me. People slander me, aren't they just jumping clowns? Ha 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 ha, I didn't expect such an interesting thing to happen without my knowledge. Su Lang looked at the message in the transmission jade card, and various thoughts arose in his heart, with a hint of playfulness on his face. Friend Su Lang, how do you think Xie Zan guessed? His Royal Highness Shu Ning looked at Su Lang and asked softly, that person has part of your master's inheritance. I haven't seen that person's inheritance with my own eyes, so I can't confirm it. Su Lang smiled, and handed the jade card of transmission back to Shuning. Let Xie Zan investigate more information. To be frank, he was naturally very interested in the inheritance of that mysterious power. After all, it is more powerful than the inheritance of Emperor Do Shuzhou. Once it is obtained, the benefits are endless. In addition, Su Lang did not deny his identity as a inheritor, because he needs this identity to maintain a relationship with the Shuning faction. After all, he is a group of people who can get it right. When the time is right, explain to Shuning and the others. Also, then I will let Xie Zan go and meet the guy who hides his head and shows his tail. His Royal Highness Shu Ning nodded, took the jade card and sent a message to Xie Zan. Let Xie Zan do the things over there. Su Lang smiled, come on, let's continue to exchange experience. On the other side, the abyss underground. His Royal Highness Shu Ning asked me to see him. Well, Master Su Lang also knows about it. If this is the case, I will meet that jumping clown to let him know how ***** he is in front of the true inheritor. With a move of Xie Zan's heart, the majestic cosmic power surged out, time and space avenue. Open, rumble, the immense power of time and space emerged, gradually wrapping Xie Zan. Chapter 2596, Yu Yangli full of confidence in a flash. Xie Zan then shuttled to another natural universe. He did not stop, and continued to drive towards the target natural universe, quickly. In the bottom universe where Shu Hu and Yu Yangli met, Xie Zan emerged from time and space fluctuations. This is the universe that guy has inherited. Xie Zan looked around, shaking his whole body. The powerful 7-universe eternal realm aura spread unscrupulously, announcing his arrival in a high-profile manner. Immediately after, he stood there, waiting quietly. The emptiness of the universe is on a planet a few light years away. A bald warrior with slender eyebrows in the 4 eternal realm felt Xie Zan's powerful message, and immediately appeared horrified. He quickly took out the treasure of trans-universe communication and contacted Yu Yangli. In the real universe, Yu Yangli is working hard to cultivate, filling his crystal wall world that is about to be completed with the origin of the universe. As a genius, he has gained a profound heritage, so he has a solid foundation. His crystal wall world is more than 20,000 gao, and he does not need to cut the natural universe to pave the way for himself to cultivate to the level of the 9 universes. The Emperor Shu Yuzhou on the side was also cultivating, but from time to time he would take a glance at Yang Li, a little envious in his heart. There's news. Emperor Shu Ning has sent someone there. It is the 7 eternal eternity, it should be Xie Zan. Yu Yangli suddenly stopped practicing, took out his jade card for communication, and said while checking it. Xie Zan, they are here. Haha, it seems that the Taoist friend's strategy is about to succeed. Next, I will secretly form an alliance with the Shuning faction, keep Su Langmeng in the drum, and wait for the day when I will kill the donkey. Hearing Yu Yangli's words, Emperor Shu Yuzhou immediately stopped cultivating, showing excitement, as if he could get revenge right away. Humph, although my strategy is not very sophisticated, I don't worry that Emperor Shu Ningzhou and others will not be fooled. Xie Zan, this mess, now you know that I am the only disciple of Master Gujun. To send a 4 eternal realm here before, it was a humiliation to me. If he doesn't apologize to me this time, I will definitely give him some color. Yu Yangli sneered a few words with a sneer on his face, but he didn't let Xie Zan's plan go. After all, the flow of time in the bottom universe is very slow, and 10 million days will pass in the upper universe after 1 day's drying. This is something Yu Yangli cannot bear. And so, Yu Yangli will not only not hang Xie Zan, but will take Xie Zan to a middle universe to meet him. Because this time the discussion may consume a lot of time, as for why not let Xie Zan go to a certain middle universe to wait in the beginning. Naturally, I wanted Xie Zan to see the remaining 6 paths of inheritance, and let Yu Yang slip away by the way. Be careful now, should I follow you and wait for you in the next universe? Emperor Shu Yuzhou looked at Yu Yangli and said seriously. Haha, I need. Yu Yangli smiled arrogantly, took out the jade card of transmission and sent a message to his subordinates. Okay, then I am here waiting for good news. Emperor Shu Yuzhou nodded helplessly, and continued to take out the origin of the universe to practice. Don't worry, this will definitely happen. Yu Yangli smiled faintly, and then hurried towards the open middle universe under Dudu universe. Going to the other side's site to discuss, this is an expression of goodwill, and it is also showing one's confidence. In that bottom universe, Yu Yangli's subordinates received the news that it turned out to be for him to meet the 7 eternal powers, lead the powers to visit the remaining heritage, and inform the location for further discussion. Suddenly, the long-brow bald warrior was shocked and his face pale. When you meet the eternal power of the 7 universes, you will be killed if you are not careful. But there is no way. In this endless universe, strength is everything. He is unable to resist, then. The long brow and bald warrior sighed, shuttled through the space, and quickly appeared in Xie Zan's spiritual thoughts. Who are you? Xie Zan frowned slightly when he saw the eternal power of these 4 universes, and asked. Return to senior. The little one is arranged here by the host to receive adults. The long brow bald warrior saluted tremblingly, and said cautiously. If you like the one-key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com, the one-key training system has the fastest update speed of the literature under the one-click training system. Chapter 2597, Xie Zan's sneer, ah. Come with me. Xie Zan's expression became cold, very unhappy. If it hadn't come to see Yu Yangli not only meant for Shuning, but also meant for Su Lang, he would definitely turn around and leave, let the guy dry out. Senior, calm down. The master really has something to do. He asked the young man to lead the adults to first visit the remaining profound meanings of the 6 inheritances. The martial artist with long brows and bald head hit the drum in his heart, and he was soaked in cold sweat. Let's go. Xie Zan looked cold and said lightly. Yes, senior, the younger one will lead the way. The long brow and bald warrior sighed in relief and respectfully led the way ahead. With the footsteps of the eternal realm, he quickly reached the place where the 6 remaining inheritances were. Is this the remnants of the inheritance of the 6 paths? It looks like something, but that guy must have arranged it himself. How could he let this remnant inheritance stay here for tens of billions of years? Xie Zan looked at the remnants of the 6 ways of inheritance and said with a sneer. The long-brow bald warrior lowered his head, afraid to speak. Soon, Xiezan carefully explored the remaining inheritance of the six paths. Relative to the point Shu who brought back, obviously there are more profound meanings remaining here, and it can better reflect the powerful inheritance of Emperor Gujunzhou. But I have seen Su Lang's methods. In Xiezan's eyes, these inheritances are just like that. Tell me, what is your master's name? Xiezan withdrew his gaze from the inheritance and looked at the bald warrior. Senior. It's not that I won't tell you. The Lord's name taboo is not something that a small person can know. The bald warrior said cautiously, after the master ordered the younger to take the senior to visit the remnant heritage, he will give the cosmic coordinates to the senior, and the master is waiting for the senior. Talking. When Xiezan frowned, the bald warrior took out a jade slip and respectfully presented it to Xiezan. Humph, you have to change places and put on airs. Xiezan snorted softly. Shen Nian leaned into the jade slip, and immediately saw the densely packed characters. The coordinates of the natural universe are naturally not simple three-dimensional coordinates, but an extremely complex compound coordinate. Of course, for the eternal realm, its difficulty is no different from 1 plus 1. After analyzing where the universe is, Xiezan suddenly had a heartbreak, and his face was surprised. Isn't this empty universe? Kongtan universe, like Kongqing universe, is an open middle-level universe under the command of the Shuning school. It is not difficult to get this kind of cosmic coordinates, especially for the eternal powers of the 7 universes. This guy chose to meet here. It seems that I have confidence in my own strength. Xiezan directly ignored Yu Yangli's kindness and sneered repeatedly in his eyes. At this time, Senior, the task of the junior has been completed. This is the time to retire. The long brow and bald warrior bowed anxiously. Oh, since you have seen me, come with me. With a wave of his hand, Xiezan suppressed the terrified long brow bald warrior in the universe of life. Originally, he would not care too much about this small role. But in his opinion, Yu Yangli slandered Su Lang and sent the 4 eternal eternity to wait for him, which also meant to be contemptuous. Therefore, he doesn't mind letting Yu Yang be less of a subordinate. And Xiezan's reaction has exceeded Yu Yangli's expectations. Yu Yangli thought that after Xiezan knew that he was the inheritor, he would be very polite to him. How could he have thought that Xiezan would not buy it at all? Next, let's go to Kongtan universe to meet you who are hiding their heads and revealing their tails. Xiezan's face was cold, and he stepped out into the fluctuations of time and space. The other side, Yu Yangli has arrived at Kongtan universe. Because the time flow of the middle universe is hundreds to thousands times faster than that of the bottom universe, he has waited for a while. Why hasn't that guy sent me a message? It stands to reason that Xiezan has been here for a while, and the remnants of the 6 paths of inheritance should also be visited. Could it be that Xiezan killed my subordinate? No, it's impossible. He already knows the truth. He must be allied with me. It is impossible to kill my subordinates. But why is there no news? Yu Yangli sat in a courtyard, frowning slightly, showing a little impatience. Waited for a while, the news still didn't come. Yu Yangli took out the jade card of communication and prepared to send a message to his subordinates. But at this moment, you don't need to send a message. An indifferent and vicissitudes of voice came, your bald subordinate is in my life universe. Who? Xiezan. Yu Yangli looked at the courtyard, but saw a figure emerging from the time and space fluctuations. It was Xiezan. If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com. The One Key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million level literature. Chapter 2598. Yu Yangli almost jumped up. What is your name and surname? Xiezan did not answer Yu Yangli's words, but asked indifferently. Elder Xie Xuangxi, really you dare to ask, why did Elder Xie imprison my subordinates? Seeing Xiezan's expression cold, Yu Yangli immediately took his subordinates into custody, and asked. This is different from what he imagined. Xiezan knew that Su Lang was a fake and bad-hearted person. Shouldn't he be treated with a smile on Yu Yang? How could it be the current attitude? Could it be, is he showing up for me? But it shouldn't be, he knows my identity, how could he do such an unwise thing? In the end what happened? As Yu Yang thought about it, a sense of badness arose. Humph, do you dare to ask why I imprisoned your subordinates? Your true identity and purpose are basically clear to me. Why do you say that I am? Xiezan snorted coldly, without taking a seat, standing there, condescendingly overlooking Yu Yangli. Hear this. Yu Yangli almost jumped up. What? Does he know my identity and purpose? It is not difficult for him to know that my true identity is the inheritor of Emperor Gujunzhou. But he knows my purpose. My ultimate purpose. His attitude is so cold, because he has seen through me and the Shuyu alliance. Planning a high-level universe. Impossible, it is absolutely impossible. Quote. Stormy waves rose in Yu Yong. He couldn't believe that his ultimate goal had been seen through. Because he never divulged any thoughts in this regard from beginning to end. He also turned on the defense methods to detect thoughts and thoughts all the time, and it was impossible for Xie Zan to see through, at this time. Yu Yangli tried his best to control his emotions and expressions, maintaining a normal state, and his expression remained unchanged. Why did Elder Xie say this? He looked at Xie Zan and said, I don't talk to the unknown. Xie Zan looked at Yu Yangli with his hands behind his back, and said lightly. Under the wing Yu Yangli. Zhu Zhou Eternal Lone Jun Zhou Emperor Disciple. Yu Yong narrowed his eyes, why don't Elder Xie sit in and speak? The Eternal Solitary Emperor of Zhu Zhou. It turns out that the great power of the 9 universes who passed by Dudu Zhouyu is called Emperor Gujunzhou. Xie Zan nodded thoughtfully, and immediately sneered, however, Yu Yangli, if you say that you are a disciple of Emperor Gujunzhou, you are purely putting gold on your face. Say the first 2 sentences. Yu Yangli listened and nodded slightly, thinking that Xie Zan should be more courteous. But the latter sentence changed his complexion, and raging anger rose in his heart. Elder Xie, you is a disciple of Master Gujun. In this Dudu Zhouyu, the only disciple. You actually said that I put gold on my face. You read the remaining profound meanings of the 6 inheritances, don't you understand? Or, you can't see the levels of the 6 inheritances with your eyesight, thinking I am fooling you. Yu Yangli stood up, his calm face gradually becoming gloomy. Ha 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 ha, the remaining profound meaning of the inheritance of the 6 paths can be seen even in the eternal 4 universes. Xie Zan laughed and said, that is indeed the handwriting of Emperor Gujunzhou. Now that I know, then you said I was putting gold on my face. Yu Yangli frowned deeply and asked in a cold tone, whispering sound. The frog at the bottom of the well. You think you are a disciple of Emperor Gujunzhou, but you are not at all. You just got the fur that Emperor Gujunzhou has learned throughout his life. You are not qualified to claim to be his disciple. After looking at the remnants of the inheritance of the 6 paths, I became more and more sure of this fact. Xie Zan looked at Yu Yangli pityingly, and smiled, the real inheritor is someone else. What? Impossible. I am the only inheritor of Master Ji Yu Jun in Dudu Zhouyu. He gave me all the mantle, I am his close disciple. Xie Zan, you are talking nonsense, this is all made up by yourself. Yu Yangli narrowed his eyes, his eyebrows were erected, staring at Xie Zan in anger. If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com, the One Key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million level literature. Chapter 2599, You are just a name, ah. Do you think someone at my level would make up stories to lie to you? Tell you, you are at most the named disciple of Emperor Gujunzhou, and the true inheritor is Lord Su Lang. Xie Zan looked at Yu Yangli disdainfully, chuckled, and said. The real inheritor is Su Lang. Me, I'm just a registered disciple. Impossible, it is absolutely impossible, that Su Lang is a fake. That Su Lang is an old monster that has survived countless years in Dudu Zhouyu. He will pretend to be me in order to seek a breakthrough and go to Dudu Universe to form an alliance with you. He is fake, I am the real, I am the disciple of Master Gujun. Yu Yangli showed disbelief, and immediately stared at Xie Zan, shouting decisively. Do you think my judgment must be wrong? HMPH, I've already said it, I've seen the remnants of your 6 paths of inheritance, and I am more sure about this matter. Your inheritance is 1,000 miles away from Master Su Lang. Xie Zan hummed coldly, and looked at Yu Yangli disdainfully, as if looking at a frog in the bottom of a well. What? Me, my inheritance is 1,000 miles worse than him. This is impossible. Who am I? I am a disciple of Master Gujun. And he Su Lang is just an old immortal in Dudu Zhouyu. The anger in Yu Yang's centrifugation was boiling, almost gushing out from the 7 orifices. Shut up, you ignorant. I've already said that you are not a real disciple of Emperor Gujunzhou, you are just named. The inheritance you get is just fur, a little fur. Just the 3 attainments of Master Su Lang's current pill formation, its magic is more than the fur you get. Xiezan saw Yu Yangli's remarks, his expression suddenly cold, and his contempt and disdain became more and more unconcealed. Do not. Yu Yangli squeezed his fists and roared, you are slanderous, you are talking nonsense. Whispering sound. Spoof. Nonsense. Have you seen the miracle that someone can promote the 5 eternal Emperor soldiers to the 6 eternal level with a wave of hands? I have seen it, and I saw Master Su Lang promote my weapon from 5 eternal to 6 eternal. Xiezan's expression suddenly became extremely excited. He took out his big knife, stroked it and said, it only took a breath of time. This statement came out, like thunder, it exploded in Yang Li's mind. Xiezan's words are really false. In one breath, promoted to eternal weapon. This is as ridiculous as a mortal achieves eternity in an instant. However, with the big sword of the 6 eternal realm, Yu Yangli was speechless, and he lost the ability to judge for a while. Through the Emperor Shuyu Zhou, Yu Yangli is very clear about Xiezan's combat power, and he also knows that his long sword is only the 5 eternal realm. But now, what Xiezan took out was still the knife, but the realm of the long sword was already the eternal realm of the 6 eternities. Even Dudu has a fast flow of time in the universe. But all of his plans for Yu Yangli are also in full swing, and no time will be wasted. It's a good deal. Dudu universe has passed less than half a decade. Even if this half a decade is all spent on upgrading weapons, it is impossible to do it. Yu Yangli looked at the 6 eternal Emperor soldiers in Xiezan's hands, his whole body dumbfounded, his brain was almost blank. At this time, Qi Dao is just one aspect of Master Su Lang's expertise. In terms of Dan Dao and Formation Dao, his attainments are as profound and unfathomable. Look at these things and you will understand. Xiezan smiled coldly, and took out the pill and formation plate refined by Su Lang. This is the Eternal Emperor pill of the 5 cosmos level. It's the kind of pill that can speed up the speed of cultivation. There is also an eternal formation at the 4 universe level. Pills and formations are perfect quality. No, it's impossible, how could he have such a terrifying pill formation? This is fake, you are lying to me, I don't believe it. Yu Yangli looked at the pill that Xiezan had taken out, his eyes widened, and his body was shocked. He was a little incoherent. If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com, the One Key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million level literature. Chapter 2600. You want to see Master Su Lang, okay, haha. These pills and formations, Master Su Lang did not spend much time refining them, but in fact, this is not the limit of the 3 attainments of Master Su Lang's pill formation. Because, Master Su Lang did not upgrade my weapon alone, refine the pill and formation. He has favored all the warriors of our Shuning faction above the 5 eternal realm. Xiezan was excited, speaking quickly, his eyes gleaming, and his face radiating reverence. Impossible. Fake. This is fake. There is no such a terrible pill formation in the world. You say that Su Lang is the inheritor, so his cultivation time is not particularly long. How can he give consideration to both cultivation base and 3 attainments? Ha ha ha, I understand, you are lying to me, your play is really exaggerated. Yu Yangli shook his head fiercely, with a sullen smile on his face. Lie to you, you have obtained the fur that Emperor Gujun Zhou has learned throughout his life. Then you should know how terrifying the existence of that great power is. Master Su Lang, as his true inheritor, closes the door and passes it personally. Would he not give him a treasure to speed up time? Even I know to speed up the time for the direct descendants in the universe of life, so that they can grow faster. Xiezan looked at Yu Yangli with a ferocious face and smiled disdainfully. Xiezan, you are lying to me. Everything you say is made up. The evidence you showed is all perjury that you carefully prepared. Yu Yangli narrowed his eyes. You and your Shuning faction have been bewitched by Su Lang with unknown means. Perjury. As the registered disciple of Emperor Gujun Zhou, Master Su Lang's nominal junior disciple, I will patiently tell you so much. Xiezan looked at Yu Yangli with pity. Well, you can't accept the facts at all. Fact. What I saw with my own eyes is the truth. What you said is a shit. I want to see Su Lang, I want to confront him, and I want you to know that I am the disciple of Master Gujun. Yu Yangli's eyes suddenly turned red, staring at Xiezan like a ghost. The inheritor of Ji Yujun is the identity he is proud of and his greatest confidence. He simply couldn't accept that he was just a named disciple, and only inherited the fur inherited from Emperor Gujun-zhou. If this is the case, it will be an extremely serious blow to him. In addition, if he can't prove that he is the real and only inheritor of Emperor Gujun-zhou, his follow-up plan will also be difficult to unfold. So meeting Su Lang is imperative. Do you want to see Master Su Lang? Okay, let me pass it through for you. Prior to this, I suggest you think about your apology to Master Su Lang. Xie Zan looked at Yu Yangli calmly and said lightly. In Xie Zan's view, although Yu Yangli was disrespectful to Su Lang, they were all based on ignorance. This person is Su Lang's nominal junior brother, and also a seven-plane eternal realm. This is very important in the battle with Suiyu universe. If Yu Yangli is willing to correct his mistakes, Xie Zan feels that he is a person who can absorb. Therefore, Xie Zan agreed to help Yu Yangli Tongchuan. Humph, I will let you know that you are all wrong. Yu Yangli's eyes were bloodshot, and he said word by word. Do not, in the end you will only understand that you are wrong. Xie Zan smiled and shook his head, and said, let's go, come with me to Dudu Universe to meet Master Su Lang. Go to Dudu Universe, do you think I'm stupid? How do I know that you are not coveting my inheritance, then fabricating lies, setting up an ambush in Dudu Universe, and then urging me to pass? Yu Yangli's expression changed, and he said with great fear. Ha 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 ha, fear of your inheritance. I've already said that the inheritance you get is just fur, and Su Lang is the true inheritor. By the way, I forgot to tell you one more thing. Master Su Lang gave us 490 eternal exercises original. In order to prevent greed and chew, I only picked 2 here, and I will show you. After listening to Yu Yangli's words, Xie Zan laughed for a long time, and showed contempt to take out the original 2 eternal exercises. If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com. The One Key training system has the fastest update speed of the literature under the one-click training system. Chapter 2601, Yu Yangli full of resentment in an instant. 2 eternal exercises with endless miracles originally appeared in front of Yu Yangli. The original eternal technique. Yu Yangli widened his eyes and gritted his teeth. 490 pieces. Impossible. You don't want to believe it, but this is the truth. Xie Zan smiled and shook his head. After all, where do you want to see Lord Su Lang? Qingling Universe. Yu Yangli said without hesitation. Qingling Universe. It's the bottom universe that you claim to have inherited. I understand, if you are in danger, you can summon a strong presence there, right? Xie Zan gave Yu Yangli a deep look. Guess what you want? Yu Yangli smiled coldly. You know, you are going to meet Master Su Lang in person. Xie Zan said disdainfully. It's not necessarily whether Master Su Lang sees you. Humph, so what? Yu Yangli's expression remained unchanged, but his heart was extremely angry and humiliated, whispering sound. All I said, Su Lang is a true inheritor, and he has a better grasp of the word secret. Xie Zan glanced at Yu Yangli with pity, the latter's expression changed, and he could barely control his anger. Oh, I'll pass it to you. You return to the spirit universe and wait for Master Su Lang to arrive. Xie Zan retracted his pitying eyes, took a step forward, and disappeared into the ripples of time and space. Damn it, it stands to reason that the relationship between the Shuning faction and Su Lang is not reliable. What the did Su Lang use to bewitch Shuning so much? Yu Yang was about to split his eyes, clenched his fists, and expose the veins in his arms, as if they would burst open at any time. At this moment, he almost wanted to kill Kongtan Universe completely and completely destroy it to vent his hatred. But he still forcibly resisted the killing intent and didn't start the killing. Soon, with anger that cannot be vented, Yu Yangli unfolds the Tao of time and space to go to Keeling Universe. On the way, he also wanted to inform Emperor Shuyu Zhou about this. The first is to share information without reservation, which can pull in the relationship with Emperor Shuyu Zhou and make the alliance between the two more reliable. Second, I want to express my resentment and get affirmation from Emperor Shuyu Zhou, but Yu Yangli immediately realized that he had been shaken, and he needed to get affirmation from Emperor Shuyu Zhou. This immediately raised him with even more terrifying anger and stubbornness. I am the inheritor, it is a fact. Su Lang's **** will definitely be broken by me. At that time, the Shuning faction will know how ridiculous their perception is. Jumping Beam Clown. Just wait. Yu Yangli snorted a few words in incomparable resentment, rushing towards Qiling Universe frantically. Kongtan Universe is closer to Qi-Ling Universe than Dudu Universe. This is one of the reasons why Yu Yangli chose to meet Xie Zan here, quickly. He arrived at Qi-Ling Universe. Qi-Ling Universe is the place where Emperor Gujun Zhou left his inheritance, and he left some means at the beginning, including a dead power that was passed down by guards. Master, someone pretends to be your disciple. Today the disciple will reveal his mask. Yu Yangli looked around the void, his eyes revealed a touch of firmness. Soon, he shuttles through the void, stimulating the arrangement that already exists, turning them into a semi-activated state that can be activated at any time. The other side, Xie Zan also arrived at Dudu Universe from Kongtan Universe. After returning to Dudu Universe, he did not stay at all, and immediately went to the Ziyu Temple to see Su Lang. On the platform, a short table is placed in the center. There are some spiritual fruit and spiritual tea on it, burning a spiritual incense with magical effect. Su Lang and Shuning sat opposite each other. The two had stopped talking and practiced separately. The cosmic energy like a galaxy waterfall surged around Su Lang. Shuning was surrounded by the pure and clean origin of the universe with different colors. Report, His Royal Highness Shuning, Master Su Lang. Elder Xie Zan begged to see you outside Ziyu Tiangong. A guard of the 5 eternity rank came to the far side of the platform and reported it cautiously, for fear of disturbing Su Lang and Shuning. If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com. The One Key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million level literature. Chapter 2602. What do you think about this? Xie Zan is back. Let him in. Su Lang opened his eyes and smiled. He hadn't practiced at all. He was taking a nap, and he was no longer sleepy when he heard the guard report. For the inheritor of the mysterious power. He is very interested. Xie Zan came to see you this time. He must have brought back information. Yes, Lord Su Lang. The guards admired Su Lang very much. He also received the favor of Su Lang and possessed the weapons of the 4 eternal realm. After receiving Su Lang's order, he turned to call Elder Xie Zan. Shu Ning also quickly withdrew from the state of cultivation. At this moment, Xie Zan had already flown over from outside and landed on the edge of the opposite platform. I have seen His Royal Highness Shuning, Master Su Lang. As soon as Xie Zan landed, he immediately bowed his hand to Su Lang and His Royal Highness Shuning. Why Elder Xie is so polite, come sit down. Su Lang and His Royal Highness Shu Ning looked at each other and smiled at Xie Zan. Being disrespectful, Xie Zan smiled, came to sit down with a few feet, and talked. Don't worry about it, Elder Xie. First taste these spiritual fruits. They are all cultivated by myself. You have not eaten them before keeping them. Su Lang smiled and waved his hand, pushing a plate of spirit fruit in front of Xie Zan. Xie Zan didn't pay much attention to the items on the case before, and when he took a closer look at this time, his face suddenly became surprised. But I saw that the spirit fruit turned out to be an eternal treasure of the 5 universes. It is full of Taoism that can be called perfection, and a fruit is like a world, full of rich energy. This spirit fruit is very beneficial to the Crystal Wall universe. His Royal Highness Shuning said with some aftertaste. She had already eaten it and tasted a very wonderful taste. You're welcome, then. Xie Zan nodded gratefully, picked up a spirit fruit and took a bite. He felt that his body was light and fluttering, his thoughts were clear and transparent, and his thoughts were like light. Master Su Lang is really extravagant. It's worthy of that solitary and powerful disciple. Xie Zan thought so, and immediately started talking about business while eating the fruit, quickly. He went to Qi-Ling Universe, saw the remaining profound meanings of the 6 paths, and then went to Kongtan Universe and Yu Yangli to talk about the whole process of meeting. In addition to my own experience, Xie Zan also expressed his own knowledge and opinions. The inheritance that Yu Yangli got is indeed very powerful, but it's far worse than Lord Su Lang. Then he was eloquent and vowed again. I think he does have something to do with Ji Yu Jun Da Neng. He is probably a named disciple. Haha, the named disciple, compared to the personal biography of Master Su Lang, it's far behind. But he still doesn't believe in evil, and he has to see Master Su Lang to prove that he is a personal pass. He really doesn't hit the south wall and doesn't look back. When Xie Zan said this, he looked at Su Lang. Master Su Lang, what do you think of this matter? His Royal Highness Shuning also looked at Su Lang to see his decision. In Su Lang's mind, Thoughts were colliding. Unexpectedly, I was promoted to everyone before, and refined the pill formation, which made them more sure of my identity as a successor. Even Xie Zan thinks so thoroughly, and it lies in Yang Li's face with my deeds in front of him, haha. Well, this identity can continue to be disguised. Yu Yangli wants to see me, and I want to see him too. Quote. Su Lang thought so in his heart, smiled without saying a word, nodded to Xie Zan, and said, since you are suspected of being my junior, then see you. Okay, if he can figure it out and follow Taoist Su Lang to receive teachings, then that would be the best result. His Royal Highness Shuning also nodded and said with a smile. Then, when is Lord Su Lang going to leave? Xie Zan asked expectantly. He wanted to see Yu Yangli being hit by the facts. After eating these spiritual fruits and drinking these spiritual teas, let's discuss exercise. The high-level universe has a fast flow of time. Don't worry, let him prepare carefully. Su Lang smiled and looked at the mysterious black space. The secret of death without life will soon reach the founding level. Chapter 2603. The founding class has the secret of death without life, also. Elder Xie and His Highness Shu Ning nodded with a smile. Su Lang is so confident, in their opinion, it is natural. Just when Su Lang was about to look away from the mysterious black space. Ding! The secret of death without life has reached the founding level. The system prompt sounded in Su Lang's mind. Immediately after, there is a large amount of incomparably mysterious exercises and profound meanings pouring into the soul and body, completely blending. Tisk tut, what are you talking about? The secret technique of multiplying combat power, get it? Su Lang recalled the secrets of death and life in his mind, and a faint smile was outlined at the corner of his mouth. Master Su Lang thought of something good. Elder Xie saw that Su Lang was slightly lost, smiled immediately and couldn't help asking. This statement came out. His Royal Highness Shuning also looked over, her beautiful eyes filled with curiosity. It is indeed a good thing. I have fully understood the secret of death without life. Su Lang looked at the two of them, and showed a gentle smile. Well, have reached the founding level. Hear this. His Highness Shuning and Elder Xie couldn't help but their expressions changed drastically, and they were dumbfounded. Especially Elder Xie, his eyes were almost bursting, and his chin was about to fall. His Royal Highness Shu Ning had at least personally experienced the horror of Su Lang's exercises in this aspect. I also exchanged exercises with Su Lang for a period of time. But Elder Xie experienced this kind of thing for the first time. This is true. Master Su Lang, you have restored the secret of death without life, and you have trained it to the founding level in such a short time. Elder Xie looked at Su Lang incredulously, as if an ordinary person had seen a ghost. A few days ago, Su Lang helped them defeat the Shuyu faction. It was also the secret of death and life, and the secret of life without life, that I got at that time. Just these few days, Su Lang unexpectedly reduced these two exercises into the secret of death without life, and even practiced to the founding level. This is beyond the imagination of Elder Xie. However, he did not know. In the past few days, Su Lang has practiced many eternal level exercises. The secret of death without life is just one of them. But even so, Elder Xie is already very autistic. He has never practiced many eternal techniques in his life. The eternal technique that I just got from Su Lang hasn't been able to understand much. But Su Lang has already practiced the eternal technique to the founding level, at this time. Faced with Elder Xie's incredible exclamation, Su Lang just smiled faintly and did not speak. Of course it's true. The training talent of Taoist Su Lang in the exercises is definitely the top in the endless universe. Seeing that Elder Xie was as shocked and lost as the previous one, His Highness Shu Ning suddenly smiled. It's incredible. I can only say that it is indeed Lord Su Lang. Elder Xie took a deep breath, but the storm in his heart was hard to suppress. Simultaneously, he also had deep emotion in his heart. As the eternal power of the seven universes, he is also the arrogant of eternity, but compared with Su Lang, it is like a bright moon compared with fluorescence. At this time, since I have learned the technique of the secret of death without life, then teach this technique to the two. This technique is originally from Emperor Do Shu, and this is also considered to be the original owner. Although the side effects of this exercise are too terrifying, in the case of death, at least people will not be powerless. While talking, Su Lang looked at His Royal Highness Shuning and Elder Xie. Will fellow Su Lang use that kind of empowerment? His Royal Highness Shuning was surprised with a hint of worry, but that kind of empowerment is so mysterious, it must have a big side effect. Elder Xie looked at Su Lang in the same way, and the empowerment method in his heart was also beyond recognition. According to common sense, the side effects must be extremely serious. It's like the secret of death without life, with a 100-fold increase in combat power, and the side effect is complete death. That means of empowerment is more than a 100-fold increase in combat power. Will not. There are no side effects. Su Lang smiled and shook his head. In the past few days, he has not wasted the number of empowerments each day. Chapter 2604, it's just a small effort every day. He would infuse many confidants such as Chu Xiaobei Ji Rushui with many secret techniques and would never waste any number of times. In addition, it will also consume the power of the universe to speed up the flow of time, allowing everyone to practice faster. Is there really no side effects? There was a glimmer of expectation in His Highness Shuning's eyes. No, Su Lang smiled helplessly. If so, how could I instill so many exercises on you all at once? Yes too. His Royal Highness Shu Ning nodded suddenly, then troubled Taoist Su Lang, I am grateful for the two of you. Thank you Taoist Su Lang. Elder Xie stood up, bowed and saluted. Don't be so polite, it's just a small effort. Su Lang smiled, and immediately stretched out his hand to cover Shuning's forehead, activated the empowerment function, and instilled the exercises. Rumbling, a large amount of the profound meanings of the exercises poured into the soul of Shuning, making him suddenly enter the state of concentration. Su Lang did not stop, turned around and gave Elder Xie initiation. The two initiations were completed in one go, without a trace of stagnation. After initiating the secret of death without life, for the two. Seeing that both of them were familiar with the profound meaning of the exercises, Su Lang turned his attention to the void spirit universe. These days, in addition to accumulating cultivation, the incense aspiration power has also been accumulated continuously. Su Lang's whole body is more than 66,000 Gai of Crystal Wall World. Each of them is more than the creatures living in the ordinary 5 Eternal Warriors Crystal Wall universe. And among these creatures, at least half are intelligent creatures born in the nest of civilization. The nest of civilization can accelerate their growth and increase the speed of their bodies and minds many times. This is equivalent to accelerating time in disguise. And the multiples are very scary, with 10,000 times the base. The key is, the nest of civilization also masters the power of time, and can accelerate time for the intelligent creatures born by itself. Add the two together, the intelligent creatures born in the nest of civilization have developed much faster than ordinary creatures, and the incense aspirations generated by them are countless times greater. In addition, in these days, Su Lang accelerated the world in his body more than once. This allows the intelligent creatures living in the crystal wall world and the universe of life to experience a longer time. In these times, every second, there is a huge amount of incense and desire power collected by the ethereal universe, and nothing is wasted. If it is for the rest of the eternal power, even if it is possible to collect incense and aspirations, it is difficult to collect the thoughts and emotions of every living being. It is even more difficult to collect the thoughts and emotions of every creature in every crystal wall universe in the body. Therefore, the normal eternal strong man does not care about other things. All his energy was spent on collecting the incense aspiration in the body, and the incense aspiration collected was countless times worse than Su Lang. Usually, the eternal warriors will allow the existence of incense and fire in the body. The creatures in their bodies can give birth to powerful incense and even world consciousness. Unlike Su Lang's internal world, even the thoughts and emotions of the creatures will be swallowed by the virtual spirit universe. How can it form incense? In just a few worlds, Su Lang turned it into a laboratory and residence for the monk Xinzheng, allowing the monk Xinzheng to develop orthodox Mahayana Buddhism. By the way, he also left evil devouring in these worlds. In these few worlds, incense is allowed to exist. But as long as Su Lang thinks about it, the avenue of incense in these worlds can disappear instantly. Closer to home, these days, Su Lang has collected a lot of incense and willingness. In addition to the 7 treasure tree, the heart-piercing lock, the purple gourd, and the 4 void dragon veins worlds of mirror flower and water moon have absorbed part of the incense power. The remaining incense will be very much. Most of them turned into the virtual spirit universe itself, causing it to expand to a greater extent. But as long as Su Lang is willing, he can let the virtual spirit universe squeeze out those incense aspirations. So much incense willingness. Would you like to complete a 5th incense imperial soldier? Su Lang touched his chin, then shook his head. Forget it, I can't think of any wonderful weapons for the time being. Chapter 2605. Your Royal Highness Shuning accompany me at this time. Both His Royal Highness Shuning and Elder Xie opened their eyes, full of understanding. Su Lang's empowerment technique allows people to directly reach the founder level, and they only need to be familiar with it briefly. It seems that the two have already sorted out the secrets of death and no life. Su Lang stood up while talking. If this is the case, then I will go and meet the nominal junior brother, Yu Yangli. His Royal Highness Shuning nodded happily and stood up. I will go with Taoist Su Lang. After Su Lang was promoted, he did not show his own combat power. Xu Ning and others had no idea that Su Lang had already broken through the 5 eternal realm. I don't even know that Su Lang already possesses the true combat power at the top level of the 6 universes. In the hearts of His Royal Highness Shuning, Elder Xie and others, Su Lang was still the eternal power of the 5 cosmos. But Yu Yangli is an eternal state of the 7 universes. Therefore, His Royal Highness Shuning was not relieved that Su Lang would see Yu Yangli by himself. Go down too. Xie Zan also stood up, giving people a sense of following each step. Then Yu Yanglishuan met in Keeling Universe because he was worried that we would be disadvantageous to him. If you all go, that kid will definitely be scared. Let's go with your Royal Highness Shuning. Su Lang smiled, and said, we will bring a communication tool that can transmit video and audio, so that Elder Xie and everyone can see it all. Hear this. His Highness Shu Ning nodded in agreement. Xie Zan hesitated and nodded. Elder Xie, go and gather all the mighties. It would be great if Dudu Universe also had Taoist Su Lang's virtual world formation. In that case, sharing information would become very convenient. It's a pity that the masters of the formation are too far behind the Taoist Su Lang. I don't know how many tens of thousands of years can they be deployed. His Royal Highness Shuning nodded to Xie Zan, then smiled at Su Lang, his eyes full of praise. The battle with Suiyu Universe region may start at any time. If Thidudu Virtual Realm is established, it will definitely bring great benefits to the war. If the materials are abundant and the timing is right, I can take the time to set up a virtual world formation for Dudu Universe. Su Lang smiled and nodded slightly. Although Dudu Universe is many times larger than Boundless World, but his current cultivation base is no longer what it used to be, and it takes little effort to set up a Dudu Virtual World. I will let the warriors under my command collect materials. Xu Ning said immediately. It seemed that she very much hoped to see the establishment of Dudu Zuji. The more materials the better. Su Lang smiled happily. If he arranged Dudu Virtual Realm, he could earn a lot of materials from it. Xu Ning nodded vigorously, and immediately said to Xie Zan, this matter will trouble Elder Xie. Yes, Your Highness. Xie Zan immediately took the order, then let me retire first. Okay, you go. Xu Ning nodded slightly, and watched Xie Zan leave with Su Lang. Quickly. Su Lang and Shuning were left on the platform. Let's go. Su Lang turned and looked at Shuning. Okay, you enter my body and I will take you there. Xu Ning showed a smile and opened his life universe. It is good. Su Lang didn't refuse, and turned off the one key practice function, turning into a thick stream of light and entering Shuning's body. After going in, it's bloated. Friend Su Lang, your power seems to have reached the eternal top level of the 6 universes. His Highness Shuning's expression changed drastically, but he felt that the load was far more than expected. Through this, she also sensed Su Lang's true strength now. This made her very surprised. Ah ha ha, not long ago, it happened to break through from the 4 eternal eternity to the 5 eternal realm. But for various reasons, my true combat power has reached the peak of the 6 universes. Su Lang smiled faintly and said, what? Friend Su Lang, you actually have the power of the peak of the 6 universes with the eternal realm of the 5 universes. His Highness Shuning's eyes were wide and beautiful, and the dumb face appeared again. Having leapfrog combat power, this is not uncommon at the middle and low levels of warriors. Xu Ning used to often leapfrog, but after reaching the eternal realm, the true combat power has never been overstepped. At best, it is much stronger than the same level, and can crush ordinary warriors of the same level. If you like the one-key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com, the one-key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million-level literature. Chapter 2606. No, am I not here to protect you? Even she is like this. This is especially true for the rest of the Eternal Realm. Like Su Lang, it was the first time she had seen the existence of the peak combat power of the 6 universes in the 5 Eternal Realm. Before that, Shuning had never heard of it. Okay. Su Lang touched his chin and said with a smile, probably I have learned more than 1 billion points. Quote. His Highness Shuning opened his mouth, and then said nothing. Let's go, Your Highness Shuning. Seeing that Shuning was a little dazed, Su Lang reminded him. Oh, good. His Royal Highness Shuning recovered, and quickly unfolded the power of the universe, and disappeared into the ripples of time and space. In her body, life in the universe, Su Lang unfolded his spiritual thoughts, overlooking the Earth. This is a universe of life that has been developed for many years, with a huge galaxy of life. This galaxy is very strange. In the middle is a vast planet of life, surrounded by a circle of sun, a total of 3. In addition to the orbits of the 3 suns, some smaller planets of life surround them. Besides, there are some smaller suns. His Royal Highness Shuning likes the sun. Su Lang smiled blankly and looked at those life planets. However, there is a very prosperous cultivation civilization above, but the strongest is only half an eternity. Those who can reach the eternal state should have been put into the Dudu universe by Shu Ning. Then Shu Ning hurried. Su Lang looked at the scenery inside her. Not long, a force of time and space acted on Su Lang's body, releasing him from the universe of life. Here we are. Su Lang looked around, feeling the concentration of cosmic energy, and knew that he had come to the bottom universe. Well, this is Keeling Universe. His Royal Highness Shuning was next to Su Lang, looking ahead. I feel a little danger. It's okay, I am here. If Yu Yangli does his hand, he will know the consequences. Su Lang patted Shuning's shoulder, a faint smile was drawn at the corner of his mouth. Okay, no, isn't I here to protect you? Shu Ning nodded first, then reacted immediately, staring at Su Lang with wide beautiful eyes. Protect each other, protect each other. Su Lang smiled brilliantly and patted Shuning's jade back again. Go. Okay. Shu Ning was slapped on the back by Su Lang, but there was no resistance in his heart. If you change to someone else, she probably has been chopped off by her many times. Soon, the two flew forward, and there was the eternal aura of the 7 universes, which was obviously where Yu Yangli was. On the road, His Royal Highness Shu Ning took out a transmission treasure to open it, and projected the surrounding scenes onto Dudu universe without any dead ends. Outside Ziyu Tiangong, Xie Zan and other great powers have gathered in a pavilion. There was a light curtain in front of everyone, and the pictures above were exactly what Su Lang and Shuning had seen and heard in Keeling Universe. Master Su Lang and His Royal Highness Shuning have arrived at Keeling Universe. Xie Zan said with a serious expression, although it is not easy to encounter danger with the abilities of His Highness Shuning and Lord Su Lang, I can't take it lightly. Old Xie was right. Elder Yu nodded solemnly. In the event of an accident, I will immediately support it. The surrounding elders and guardians nodded one after another, cheering up. At this time, there was a burst of light in the withered void in the picture. Qi Ling in the universe. Su Lang and His Royal Highness Shuning walked side by side. There was a burst of light in front of him. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a looming eternal formation. This eternal formation has a very high level, reaching the eternal level of the 7 universes. What a strong formation! His Highness Shu Ning looked at the formation, with a solemn look in his eyes. It's the eternal joint formation of the 7 universes. It has the triple functions of defense, concealment, and attack. Now this formation is in a semi-activated state, and peak power can burst out at any time. It seems that Yu Yangli is very important to us, or is he too timid? Su Lang used the formation method to identify and see through the details of the formation method, and said lightly. Chapter 2607. It's time to repair the fragments again, should it be the latter. I have never heard of this man for so many years, so it can be seen that his hiding skills are really good. His Royal Highness Shuning said with a little playfulness. At this time, you two are here. A figure walked out of the ripples of time and space, and it was Yu Yangli with an expressionless face. He just activated all the reserved means to form a semi-activated state, and Su Lang and Shuning came. How? Su Lang looked at Yu Yangli and said lightly, are you worth all of us coming over? Talking. He has already called up Yu Yangli's attribute panel, and thoroughly reviewed his true combat power and the techniques he has mastered. Have to say, this Yu Yangli is indeed powerful, much stronger than Emperor Shu Yuzhou, and his combat power is also top in the Seven Eternity. Ah, you are Su Lang, right? It's really shameless that an old immortal who has lived for countless years pretends to be a 5 eternal eternity and deceives people everywhere. Yu Yangli sneered, looking at Su Lang with disdain and full of jealousy. Yu Yangli, right, medicine can be taken randomly, but you can't talk nonsense. Shuning looked at Yu Yangli with a cold expression, her voice indifferent, alluding to Yu Yangli taking the wrong medicine. This is His Royal Highness Shuning, right? Yu Yangli looked at Shuning, his expression was a little awkward. I will let you see the true face of Su Lang. I said that. His Royal Highness Shuning frowned. Don't talk when you are ignorant, let alone disrespect Taoist Su Lang. You will see the truth. Yu Yangli squinted his eyes, and then scanned the communication treasure in her hand, and those fellow Taoists under your command will also see it. Humph. Shu Ning snorted coldly, too lazy to say more. Su Lang, you claim to be a disciple of Master Gujun, let me see how much you master his elders. Yu Yangli turned his head to look at Su Lang, and said with a bad expression. I should ask you this sentence. I deliberately waited for some time in Dudu Universe, so that you can be prepared. Now, take out what you prepared and let me see what you have inherited. Su Lang held his hands behind his back, his expression calm. Ah, 2. Break through you, no extra preparation is required at all. Just the remnants of the 6 inheritances are enough to reveal your true identity. Yu Yangli sneered, then waved his hand, and strong temporal and spatial fluctuations came. Rumble. There are ripples in time and space. The remaining profound meanings of the 6 inheritances in another star field were transmitted. Suddenly, 6 powerful and strange powers filled this void. This is the remnants of the 6 inheritances. His Royal Highness Shuning swept across, detecting the remaining profound meanings of the 6 inheritances, and suddenly his face was shocked. From the remaining profound meaning, she peered into the leopard and saw the tip of the magnificent iceberg. The remaining profound meanings of these 6 great inheritances are the same as Xie Zan said, absolutely more powerful than the inheritance passed down by Emperor Do Shu. At the same time, Su Lang was overjoyed in his heart, and hurriedly used his divine mind to probe the remaining profound meanings of the 6 great inheritances, quickly. Just looked at all the remaining profound meanings thoroughly. Hey, it's the turn of the fragmented restoration, again. Su Lang's expression remained unchanged, but his heart was full of smiles. Immediately after, he activated the system function and began to repair the 6 heritages. How is it? Seeing my 6 heritages with my own eyes, I understand that Su Lang is fake. When Yu Yangli saw shock under Shuning Hall, and saw Su Lang speechless, he laughed suddenly. Soon, he looked at Su Lang who was smiling and silent again, with a thick sneer on his face. It's time to expose this guy's true face. But, next, Shuning's words surprised Yu Yangli. These 6 inheritances are indeed powerful. Compared to the inheritance of our fighting ancestors, it is stronger. However, compared to Taoist Su Lang, it is still far behind. As Elder Xie Zan said, Yu Yangli, all you get is the fur. Taoist Su Lang is the true inheritor. His Royal Highness Shuning shook his head and said calmly, Wah, what? Su Lang's inheritance is stronger than mine. This is impossible, he doesn't have any inheritance at all, he just lives longer and is more capable. Yu Yangli showed horror and said in disbelief, His Royal Highness Shuning, don't be deceived by him anymore. If you like the one-key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com, the one-key training system has the fastest update speed of the literature under the one-click training system. Chapter 2608, Then let him show it, Yu Yangli. What I said is the truth. The 3 attainments of Taoist Su Lang's pill formation are far from what you can imagine. It's not even comparable to the inheritance of the pill array among your 6 great inheritances. His Royal Highness Shuning calmly looked at Yu Yangli who was anxious and depraved, and said in a calm tone. That is, this Yu Yangli's 3 ways of pill formation are not worthy for Su Lang to carry shoes. This guy is really stubborn. It's just that he is suspected to be Su Lang's nominal junior brother, otherwise who will give him a good face. How stubborn Yu Yangli is now, how embarrassing he will be when he understands the truth. I can't help but want to laugh when I think of that scene. In Dudu Universe, Xie Zan and the others could not help but talk after watching the slow-moving video and audio screen in the transmission light curtain. The faces of everyone were different. Some sneered at Yong Li. Some smiled and shook their heads, full of playfulness, looking at Yu Yangli as if they were looking at an ignorant clown. Qi Ling in the universe. After listening to His Highness Shuning's words, Yu Yangli clenched his fists and trembled slightly. No, it's not like this. His Royal Highness, you must be wrong. Su Lang's 3 attainments in the pill formation can't be stronger than mine. What's more, even though his 3 attainments are really great, they are not inherited by my master. Yu Yangli looked angry and shouted deeply. Xie Zan is like this, and Shuning also respects Su Lang's 3 attainments. He was crushed by Su Lang by the method that Yu Yangli was so proud of. This was a great shame to him. Yu Yangli, you are the one who is wrong. You didn't know you were so wrong. It should be known that in Dudu Universe, there was only one eternal warrior who was stronger than the ancestor Do Shu, Emperor Gujun Zhou. The inheritance of fellow Taoist Su Lang naturally comes from Lord Gujun Zhou. His Royal Highness Shuning slowly shook his head, and finally revealed a touch of impatience on his calm face. Do not, only the 3 attainments of the pill formation can't prove that he is a disciple of the Master. Master has passed on my 6 major inheritances, and the 3 pill formations are only 3 of them. And these 3 realms are not unique to his elders. The endless universe is so big, and there is more than one master of these 3 realms with profound knowledge. Su Lang said that he is the direct disciple of Master Gujun, so can he master the other 3 inheritances? Yu Yangli let out an angry roar, and quickly analyzed. Finished talking, he stared at Su Lang, a sneer and hatred appeared in his eyes. The other 3 inheritances, in addition to the sword word secret, although I have not seen the other 2 inheritances, I have seen Taoist Su Lang show them. But I know, it's definitely not comparable to the little inheritance you got. His Royal Highness Shuning frowned at Yu Yangli, shaking his head and said. His Royal Highness Shu Ning is right. Master Su Lang must have mastered the 3 inheritances beyond the pill array. Well, the 3 ways are called the secret of the word, the secret of the stealing and the secret of the sword. We have all seen the secret of the sword. The secret of the sword. Yes, we have seen that, when the great power of Emperor Shuyuzhou was killed, Master Su Lang used a sword trick called Po Yijian. Yeah, that sword is extremely powerful and restrains everything. It is the complete version of the sword word secret. Quote. Xie Zan and others gathered in front of the light screen and nodded one after another. Recalling the time when Su Lang drove the boundless ship, wielding the Yutian sword to slash the eternal scenes of the 7 great 7 universes, he couldn't help but admire him. Whispering sound. This is just your guess. If Su Lang really knows how, then let him show it. Yu Yangli seemed to see the hope of exposing Su Lang and sneered loudly. This statement came out, whether it is His Royal Highness Shu Ning, or Xie Zan and others in the Dudu universe who watched the entire journey through the communication treasure. His eyes immediately converged on Su Lang, who was smiling and silent. Yu Yangli could not see Xie Zan and others. But when he saw His Highness Shu Ning look at Su Lang, he thought that His Highness Shu Ning was also suspicious, and he wanted to see if Su Lang could display the inheritance. If you like the one-key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com. The one-key training system has the fastest update speed of the literature under the one-click training system. Chapter 2609. I can't use the thief sword, but he didn't know. Neither His Royal Highness Shu Ning nor Xie Zan and others doubted whether Su Lang could display the inheritance. From their perspective, Su Lang must have mastered several other inheritances, and, through the remnants of the inheritance, they can feel that the inheritance is terrifying. Therefore, they just want to see Master Su Lang show it with their own eyes and increase their knowledge. I don't know if the thoughts of Shu Ning, Xie Zan and others are known to Yu Yangli. Will he spew out old blood? At this time, seeing Shu Ning look at him, Su Lang suddenly smiled with a pair of beautiful eyes full of water. Through the fragment repair, he has successfully used the inheritance leftovers revealed by Yong Li and restored the most perfect inheritance. The 6 major inheritances, summoning the stealing sword, and pill formation, all appeared in the storage space in the original situation of the eternal technique. Su Lang, you can still laugh. Didn't you say that you are the disciple of Master Gujun's inheritance? You quickly display the 3 inheritance. When Yu Yangli saw Su Lang smiling and not speaking, he immediately gritted his teeth and shouted. Ah, I'll tell the truth. Calling the word secret, stealing the word secret and sword word secret, I can't use it. Su Lang chuckled and said lightly. This statement came out. His Royal Highness Xu Ning, Xiezan and other elders, and guardians suddenly changed their expressions and were extremely shocked. What? Master Su Lang would not display those 3 inheritances. How is this going? Is it really like what Yu Yangli said? Su Lang was not personally passed on by Emperor Ji Junzhou. But this is impossible. From any point of view, Su Lang is more likely to pass it in person, while Yu Yangli is just named. What is going on? Why does Master Su Lang say that he will not display those 3 inheritances? It shouldn't be. Even if those 3 inheritances are difficult, they won't make Master Su Lang unable to use them. You pay attention. What Master Su Lang said is that you can't use it. It doesn't mean you didn't learn, it should be for another reason. Yes, that's it. Lord Su Lang has learned the 3 inheritances, and there is a reason why he can't display them. Xiezan and others are all oriented towards Su Lang, so they are all trying to make a reasonable reason. And Yu Yangli, hearing what Su Lang said, his expression changed drastically, his originally writhing, somewhat sad face suddenly stretched out, full of endless ecstasy. Ha ha ha, Su Lang, you finally admit it, right? You won't call the 3 inheritances of stealing swords at all. As for the inheritance of the 3 paths of the Pillar A, it is only you fake it with the 3 profound accomplishments. His Royal Highness Shuning, you see, Yu Yangli, is the only personal disciple of Master Gujun. Yu Yangli shouted in ecstasy. But then, he found out that His Royal Highness Xu Ning was not angry, let alone his expression changed greatly. Xu Ning just looked at Su Lang calmly, just wanting to hear Su Lang continue. Suddenly, Yu Yang stagnated in his centrifugation, and secretly said that Su Lang's miscellaneous pieces were actually bewitched by the price of Shuning to this level. The truth is so obvious. Shuning is still facing Su Lang. A strong sense of frustration and shame appeared in Yang Li's heart. He claims to be the strongest eternal arrogant of the Dudu universe, and his charm is the same. But now, he was crushed by Su Lang again. Yu Yangli only felt suffocated in his heart, and he was very uncomfortable. No, can't let Su Lang quibble. Yu Yangli stared at Su Lang fiercely, his thoughts turned, and he sternly scolded, Su Lang, you fake. Say, what is your purpose for sneaking into Dudu universe by pretending to be me? If you want to do something bad to Dudu universe, I will be the first to refuse to agree with Yu Yangli. If you only want to cultivate with the help of Dudu universe, just confess everything and confess everything. Then paying some price to make up for the loss of my reputation, and to compensate His Royal Highness Shuning and others, I can barely forgive it. When saying this, Yu Yangli used magical powers to form a deafening Dao sound with the power of the universe, resounding through the spiritual universe. And the reason why he said the next few words, it was entirely because he still wanted to make up for the previous plan. Chapter 2610, but I have the original plan. He won't meet Su Lang. Instead, he secretly convinced His Highness Shuning faction to use Su Langmeng as a tool in the dark, but now, it is impossible to keep Su Lang in the dark. But Yu Yangli still wanted to make Su Lang a tool to deal with Suiyu Zhouyu. He wants to keep Su Lang in Dudu universe, and even to ease the relationship, slowly. Otherwise, now he is feuding with Su Lang, and the consequences are definitely not what he wants. Faced with Yang Li's lengthy rebuke, Su Lang smiled again and shook his head. This simple action directly attracted the attention of everyone, including His Royal Highness Shuning and Xiezan. Everyone is waiting for Su Lang to speak. Yu Yangli, can't you wait for me to finish talking? You have said so much now, it will be particularly embarrassing and shameful later. Su Lang looked at Yu Yangli with his hands behind his back and looked at Yu Yangli indifferently, as if he was watching an ignorant junior. This kind gaze instantly made Yu Yangli angry, and he almost cursed on the spot. But he still held back. In order to make a big plan, you must be patient. Su Lang, you still want to quibble? Okay, I'll give you a chance to see if you can talk about the small flowers and the golden lotus. Yu Yangli took a deep breath and covered his anger with a sneer. Yu Yangli, you are wrong again. The facts are not told by mouth. I show you one thing and you will understand it all. Su Lang smiled and shook his head, and immediately when he was faintly raising his mind, he took out 6 small flags. The 6 flags are of different colors, blue, red, yellow, black and white. Seeing it as a small banner, it is the size of a palm, but when looking at it intently, it seems to have seen 6 vast natural universes. Inside, it is full of incomparable mysticism. Even looking at Xu Ning's cultivation base, he couldn't help being dizzy. This is summoning the 6 inherited techniques of the stealing sword pillar A. No. Yu Yangli looked at the 6 banners dumbfounded, and he could see the details of the 6 banners at a glance. The original exercises of the 6 inheritances of Emperor Gujun Zhou. After recognizing the nature of the flag, Yu Yangli hugged his head like crazy and let out an incredible roar. The whole universe trembles with his voice. Ripples in time and space, earth, fire and geomancy emerge one after another, faintly turning into chaos. The original exercises of the 6 inheritances. Yu Yangli only got the profound meaning that Emperor Gujun Zhou had burned with supernatural powers. The original exercises, he could not imagine, but now, Su Lang actually came up with the original exercises of the 6 inheritance. This is tantamount to a thunderbolt in the sky, hitting his soul so hard that his 3 souls and 6 souls almost went halfway on the spot. Could it be, he is, the real, direct disciple of Master Gujun? I'm Yu Yangli, just a registered disciple. No, it's impossible. The protector left by the master at the time clearly stated that I was the only inheritor found by the master after traveling through many universes. But these techniques are not fake originally. What the ***** is going on? What is going on? Yu Yong let out a hysterical roar in his eccentricity, and his mentality almost collapsed. At the same time, the original exercises of the 6 inheritances. Taoist Su Lang really is the real Gujun personal biography. Before Taoist Su Lang has given me 490 eternal cultivation originals, he has more. It is estimated that all the mantle of Emperor Gujun Zhou has been passed on to Taoist Su Lang. His Majesty Shuning's pink mouth outlines a smile, and a pair of beautiful eyes reveals a bright smile. On Dudu Universe's side, Xiezan and others also nodded and smiled. Sure enough, great talent Su Lang is a direct disciple of Emperor Gujun Zhou. These 6 inheritance techniques are originally iron-proof. Yes, the original exercise is basically the only one. There is only this one in the endless universe. It is difficult for even the founder to create the second original exercise. Tisk tusk, look at that Yu Yangli, who was yelling before, can't speak at this time. This is a big blow to him. I hope he can accept the facts. It is also good to be a named disciple of Emperor Gujun Zhou. Haha, if there are seniors like Master Su Lang, I would be eager. Chapter 2611. What the hell, and the 7th secret. Xiezan and others talked a lot, very happy. In their view, Yu Yangli will always accept this fact for a longer or shorter time after experiencing this blow, then. This Yu Yangli would definitely follow the brother Su Lang, and he had joined Dudu Universe in a disguised form. Dudu Universe has another powerful 7 eternity. Facing Suiyu Universe, it has more confidence. Qi Ling in the universe. Yu Yangli stared at the original 6 inheritance techniques that Su Lang had taken out, and his whole body was shaking. This is a nightmare, right? I am the inheritor of Master Gujun. I said that Su Lang was a fake, but in the end he was a real disciple, and I only registered by name. Yu Yangli's lips trembled, and his heart was filled with the feeling that the clown was actually me. That shame made him almost want to escape on the spot, and then hide for 100 million years without coming out. Little brother, what's wrong with you? Su Lang looked at Yu Yangli, who was suspicious of his life, and smiled lightly. Is it autistic? Isn't it impossible? Yu Yangli was trembling and cold, and covered his heart with one hand. Well, don't do this. Although you don't pass it personally, you are still a named disciple. Don't worry, with my brother covering you, you will be able to walk sideways. Su Lang squinted his eyes and looked at Yu Yangli kindly. Do not, I'm a direct disciple. The Taoist protector Shi Yu Zhou said that only disciples recognized by the master can inherit the 7th secret. Yu Yangli roared angrily, and was stunned immediately, as if thinking of something. Immediately, it burst out with an ecstatic expression like a drowning person seeing the straw. Suddenly, yes, the 6 inheritances are only part of the inheritance, and there is also the 7th secret. Yu Yang's eyes were bright, and he exclaimed, Su Lang, I control the 7th secret, you can control the 7th secret. This statement came out. His Royal Highness Shuning, Xiezan and others who were looking at the light screen of the transmission cast their lips together. Master Su Lang has come up with the original 6 inheritance techniques, so it is definitely a disciple who passed it on. But this Yu Yangli still refused to accept the facts, it was really stubborn. The 7th secret. The 7th secret is naturally a bit, but I don't believe you when you say you have it. Unless you show it, well, you must show the profound meaning. The other methods may be disguised. Su Lang said with a faint expression, but he was surprised and happy in his heart. What the hell? In the 7th secret, and it sounds more powerful than the previous 6 inheritances. Gee, hurry and lie. At this time, Yu Yangli had seen the original exercises of the 6 major inheritances, and he believed that Su Lang was also a disciple of Emperor Gujunzhou. His current requirements have been lowered, and he has become a level that prevents him from degrading to a memorable level. Rather, he wanted to be like Su Lang as a true disciple of Emperor Gujunzhou. Therefore, he was eager to be recognized, he didn't think too much at all, and immediately agreed, "It is good. I will show you the 7th secret I inherited now." Words and words secret. Yu Yangli gritted his teeth, his eyes were blood red, and with a wave of his right hand, a large gray smoke emerged, turning into a small illusory banner. In fact, what he showed was a little bit of the remaining profound meaning of the 7th secret, that is, a strand of thoughts that contained the profound meaning. The reason why he did this was actually imitating Su Lang, turning the remaining mystery of the 7th secret into a banner, so as to show that he also has an orthodox identity. Yes, in his opinion, the exercises of the 7th secret must have looked like a banner originally. Now, Yu Yangli's remaining profound meaning emerged. Su Lang's spiritual thoughts immediately explored the past, but His Highness Shuning restrained himself and did not explore the profound meanings. In her opinion, this is not her own thing, and she cannot see it without Su Lang's permission. Pretty good. Chapter 2612, The 7th Secret of Gujun, The Secret of Words and Words the Other Side. Su Lang leaned out his spiritual thoughts and immediately saw the illusory banner clearly. The remaining profound meaning given by Yu Yangli is really only a tiny bit, less than 1 in a billion. Even if Jojo Eternal saw it, he couldn't figure out anything, at best, he could only understand the conception of the exercise. But for Su Lang, the remaining meaning is the remaining meaning, there is no difference between 1 billionth and 99%. Start the fragment repair. Goal, the 7th secret of Gujun's secret of words and words. Su Lang was expressionless, restrained his ecstasy, and gave instructions to the system. The next moment, ding, the 7th secret of Gujun, the word secret, has been repaired successfully. Accompanied by system prompts, the technique of Yanzibi originally appeared in the storage space. The original appearance of this exercise is a gorgeous folding fan. The fan bones are composed of countless characters, which is very strange. This is the secret of words. The profound meaning is the top application of the power of the universe. With the power of one's own universe and the force of the natural universe, blend with the natural universe in which you are incarnate. The secret technique is practiced to a high and deep level, and you can assimilate multiple natural universes, that is, a small universe, turn it into your own use, and become your home field. Su Lang's spiritual thought swept over the folding fan, and understood the basic effect of the secret of words. The Eternal Warrior controls all the cosmic avenues, including the Time Avenue, and can display the power of the universe, which is known as the human-shaped universe. But its core is the universe of life created since Emperor Wu's level. The surrounding crystal wall universe and imperfect crystal wall world are just auxiliary and source of power. The universe of life is imperfect, and the humanoid universe of Eternal Warrior is not perfect. But, even the eternal power of the 7 universes, the 8 universes, and even the 9 universes cannot perfect the universe of life. Because the origin of the universe to be consumed is really terrifying. At this stage, the Eternal Warriors walk on the natural universe, and the natural universe is their foothold. Turning your foothold into your own home court can of course bring extremely powerful benefits. The magic of the secret of words and words is definitely the strongest secret technique that Su Lang has come into contact with. That is to say, the secret of death without life, barely can be compared with one, but the price of the latter is life. In terms of word secret, there are no side effects. At this time, how is it? Su Lang, you see, I have the 7th secret. So, what about you? Where is your 7th secret? Yu Yangli stared at Su Lang, squeezing his fist and said, there is no 7th secret, even if you take out the original 6 secret exercises, your identity will not match me. He didn't want to crush Su Lang all the time. Ah, Yu Yangli, do you think I have the original 6 secret exercises? Do I not have the 7th secret exercises? Come on, let you see what the 7th secret technique originally looked like. Su Lang smiled and shook his head, lifted his right hand, snapped his fingers, and the secret technique of words and characters that looked like a folding fan suddenly appeared. As soon as the folding fan came out, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. Even Su Lang, who had already seen it, couldn't help but continue to appreciate it. This is the original technique. His Royal Highness Shuning stared at the folding fan in surprise. This technique originally didn't see any profound meaning when I saw it, and I had to figure it out day and night to see a trace. That's why she went to see the folding fan. As expected of Lord Su Lang. This 7th secret is also the original technique. Tisk tusk, now all the truth is revealed. Ha ha ha, Xie said a long time ago, Su Lang is a real personal biography, Yu Yangli is not as good as Su Lang. Xie and the others looked at the original folding fan-like exercises, talked and laughed with each other, and the atmosphere was extremely relaxed. No, the original technique of the 7th secret. How could it be? How could he even have the 7th secret technique originally? I'm really inferior to him. Master values him more, value him more. No, Yu Yangli trembled like thunder, and at this moment his brain was completely occupied by horror. Immediately after, a strong sense of shame emerged from the bottom of my heart. He had previously transformed the remnants of the 7th secret into a banner to show his orthodox identity. But now, the 7th secret technique was originally a special folding fan. What a shame. This is definitely the most shameful experience he has in countless years. Yu Yangli can't wait to disappear in place. Chapter 2613. You finally recognize reality, Yu Yangli. Do you understand now? You are not a direct disciple of Master Gujun. Although you also have the 7-character secret inheritance, it is not the most perfect. The Taoist protector Xiu Emperor Zhou said to you that possessing the 7th secret is a disciple of Master Gujun. But he didn't say that those with imperfect inheritance are just named disciples. Su Lang looked at Yu Yangli calmly, and said lightly, in addition, the true inheritor does not need the protection of the Taoist protector. Su Lang's words were like a series of thunders, leaving Yu Yong, who was already deeply shocked, to shatter the last hope. In the eyes of Yong Li, Su Lang possesses the original 7 secret techniques, which are more perfect than the inheritance he has obtained, and he is definitely a true disciple of Emperor Gujun Zhou. Then what he said must be true. I'm just a named disciple. The real personal transmission does not require support. This is not only a trust in the talents of direct disciples, but also a test of direct disciples. Only registered disciples, only the weak, need the protection of Taoist protectors. A huge wave of grief surged in Yu Yang's ecstasy, only feeling cold in his heart. He has always been the most arrogant identity, in front of Su Lang is nothing. In grief, a trace of jealousy breeds, like the spark of a prairie fire, it will ignite and burn in Yangli's heart. Why it came out like this? Why am I just a registered disciple? Why am I weak in the eyes of Master? Why am I not as good as Su Lang? Obviously my talent is even higher, and his Su Lang is only in the 5 eternal realms so far, leaving me 2 realms. Master, how can I be inferior to him? I am not convinced. Yu Yang's heart-piercing cry was almost mad, but on the surface, he gradually became calm, because Yu Yangli has regarded Su Lang as the enemy of his life. He wants to defeat Su Lang and prove himself. Otherwise, there will be a crack in his mood, and the follow-up is likely to be devastated. Only by defeating and beheading Su Lang, can we sweep away the haze and reach the top again. After making a decision in my heart, Yu Yangli began to think about how to confront the enemy. A lot of ideas lie in Yangli's heart that breeds and collides, forming various plans. At this time, Yu Yangli, now you finally recognize reality. In fact, there are some things I haven't told you yet. For example, from Taoist Su Lang, I have seen empowerment methods that are countless times more powerful than the 7 Great Heritage. His Royal Highness Shuning said while looking at Su Lang, that should be the inheritance that can only be obtained by direct disciples. This statement came out, Yu Yangli's expression remained unchanged, but his heart was shocked and unwilling. Original. In addition to the 7-character secret inheritance, there are other inheritances from the personal disciples. Means of empowerment. After seeing the 7-character secret, Xu Ning praised it so much. What kind of secret technique is that? Thought of this. In Yu Yangli's resentment, unwillingness, and jealousy, that trace of greed became stronger. He almost wanted to do it on the spot, beheading Su Lang here to seize the inheritance. Through the Taoist protector, Yu Yangli knew that Emperor Gujun Zhou was a person who believed in the principle of the weak. He killed Su Lang to seize the inheritance and was able to prove that he was better than Su Lang, and he could naturally become a personal disciple. He never expected that everything was fake. Su Lang is a more real pretender than real. Yu Yangli himself was originally a direct disciple of Emperor Zhou, a successor, at this time. Xu Ning Hall's words made it more jealous in the midst of the renunciation, and he could hardly help. But he finally suppressed the impulse in his heart. He is very strong and has reached the peak of the 7 eternal realm. Moreover, Su Lang did not agree with his previous speculations. He was not an unfathomable old monster who had lived for countless years. It's a real 5-universe eternal realm. Such combat power. In front of him Yu Yangli, it was simply vulnerable. However, His Highness Shuning beside Su Lang was not weak. Even if he can't compare with him, he can completely escape with Su Lang. Not to mention, Su Lang has that strange humanoid eternal emperor soldier, which can greatly increase his combat power. And fighting in the universe. The 7 Eternals and 6 Eternals are all paying attention here. Chapter 2614. Su Lang and Yu Yangli brother, friend and brother Gong. Once a fight occurs, Xie Zan and others will be able to support them immediately. At that time, even if he has many arrangements for Yu Yangli, how can he call Emperor Shu Yuzhou? In the end it couldn't be beaten. At this time, Yu Yangli. At this point, there is nothing to say, right? Su Lang, who had been laughing without saying a word, opened his mouth and asked with a smile. No, no more. You are the master's direct disciple, I am just named. Yu Yangli lowered his head and raised his hand to express his fate to Su Lang. Junior brother Yu Yangli, I have seen senior brother Su Lang. Isn't the disciple who can get the original practice teaching the first disciple of the master, senior brother? Well, it seems that you finally realized your mistake. Su Lang nodded slightly. His face was kind, looking at Yu Yangli's gaze as if he was looking at a child who can be taught. His Highness Shuning on the side, Xie Zan and others on the side of transmission treasure were all happy. Now Yu Yangli admits his fate and calls Su Lang his senior. So Yu Yangli's joining Dudu universe is almost a certainty, really. Next, Yu Yangli lowered his head again. Big brother Su Lang, senior brother was because of the reputation of the teacher before, so he suspected brother, please forgive me. Now that the misunderstanding is resolved, the younger brother is willing to follow the older brother and listen to the teachings. Yu Yangli took a deep breath, a smile appeared on his face, and the haze seemed to be swept away. But in fact, he was trying his best to endure it. Ha ha ha, the eldest brother is like the father, and the brother is the same to the brother. Su Lang looked at Yu Yangli and said with a smile, from now on, I will treat junior brother well. Thank you, big brother. On the surface, Yu Yangli was grateful and bent over. But the anger in his heart suddenly expanded 100-fold. Su Lang even said that the eldest brother is like a father, taking advantage of him. Okay. Su Lang held one hand on his back, nodded slightly, his eyes filled with kind smiles, but he sneered. Although he secretly used his shintong, it had no effect. But from Yu Yangli's property panel, Su Lang suddenly discovered that this guy mastered some of the techniques of Emperor Do Shuzhou. These exercises are the core exercises of the Dusho inheritance and are the top secrets of the Dudu universe. Why can Yu Yangli learn these exercises? Xu Ning gave it. Naturally impossible. That was given by Emperor Shu Yuzhou. This can also explain to a certain extent why Yu Yangli would run out after the defeat of Emperor Shu Yuzhou to provoke the alliance between Su Lang and Shuning faction. At this time, it's really gratifying that Taoist Su Lang and Taoist Yu Yangli met each other. His Royal Highness Xu Ning smiled with great joy, and then said, but the bottom universe is not a place to talk. Let's go to Dudu universe to talk about it, can. Su Lang smiled and nodded without objection. 1 minute in the bottom universe, 10 million minutes have passed since the Dudu universe. That time wasted is really distressing. And here is Yu Yangli's home court. Even if you want to take action against Yongli, you must go to Dudu Zhouyu. Best, wait until all the 7-character secrets of Emperor Gujun Zhou are finished before doing it. The younger brother is all up to the master. Yu Yangli bowed his hands again, looking forward to Su Lang's head. Although he wanted to ventilate with Emperor Shu Yuzhou and revise the next plan, it was obviously not a good time now. Doing any unnecessary things now will arouse doubts from Su Lang, Shuning and others. In future plans, Yu Yangli wants to become Su Lang's most trusted person, and finally launches a backstab to turn things around in one fell swoop. That's good. Su Lang glanced at Yu Yangli, then looked at Shuning. His Royal Highness, let me enter your body. Okay. His Royal Highness Shuning agreed without even thinking about it, and opened his own life universe. The corner of Su Lang's mouth turned into a stream of light into Shuning's body. Ah, the 5th celestial grade waste who eats soft rice is really a shame to the teacher. Yu Yang murmured in disarray and resentment, but he was still smiling on the surface. Friend Taoist Yu wants to know the coordinates of the Dudu universe. His Royal Highness Shuning glanced at Yu Yangli and nodded slightly. Then, let's go one step ahead. Chapter 2615. See if he confesses to us talking. She has disappeared in the ripples of time and space. Su Lang, I must find a chance to kill you and seize the inheritance. Yu Yang roared in eccentricity, and immediately waved away all the remnants of the inheritance. Then the various formations and various methods that were arranged in advance were closed. At last, only then did the power of the universe be used to set off the avenue of time and space and disappear from the same place. Master Su Lang and His Royal Highness Shuning are back. Haha, Master Su Lang also brought back a junior, the eternal junior of Qizhou. Then Yu Yangli is very strong. Any one of us can't beat him single to one. Well, no matter how strong you are also Master Su Lang's junior, so you don't want to show respect to Master Su Lang. Ahem, don't talk about it, everyone. Although Yu Yangli intended to provoke the relationship, the misunderstanding has now been resolved. Yes, Yu Yangli is our good helper in dealing with Sui Yuzhou. In the Dudu universe, Xie Zan and others saw Shuning and Su Lang begin to return, and they all smiled. It didn't take long. Near Dudu universe Ziyu Tiangong, a group of time and space ripples appeared, and His Highness Shu Ning appeared from it. Immediately after, Su Lang retreated from her body. The two hovered side by side in the air, overlooking the vast Dudu continent. Taking advantage of Yu Yangli has not kept up. Yu Yangli colluded with Emperor Shu Yuzhou. Su Lang looked at His Highness Shuning and secretly passed on. He has mastered most of the core techniques of the Dushou inheritance. This statement came out just as the happy Highness Shuning was suddenly poured cold water. Yu Yangli actually colluded with Emperor Shu Yuzhou. No wonder he would have 2 eternal chess pieces under the eyes of Emperor Shu Yuzhou. No wonder he would jump out and say that Su Lang is a false inheritor after Emperor Shu Yuzhou's defeat. It should be known that Su Lang appeared in Dudu universe half a year ago. Friend Su Lang, this is true. She still asked with a glimmer of hope. Naturally it is true. I can see the exercises the other party has practiced, and even if the other party hides it deeply, it will not escape my observation. Su Lang nodded slightly, and then the corner of his mouth twitched. For example, His Royal Highness Shu Ning has just started an incense technique, the record of the heavenly capital. This statement came out. His Royal Highness Shu Ning was shocked. She did practice Tiandu Jinshaolu, which is to collect incense power and prepare for 13 corpses. Although this exercise is not very good, it is indeed unique to her. It stands to reason that except for herself, no one else would know, but Su Lang could see it. Hiss. This is another kind of inheritance secret technique obtained by Taoist Su Lang. It's incredible to be able to see directly what kind of exercise the other party has mastered. His Royal Highness Shuning thought that Su Lang had seen everything about him, and a layer of goosebumps appeared on his snowy skin. Am I right? So, Yu Yangli does have a very close relationship with Emperor Shu Yuzhou. Su Lang patted Shuning's jade shoulder, and then smiled slightly. If that kid takes the initiative to confess, it's fine. If he dares to hide it, it means he still has a ghost in his heart. Indeed, we don't ask about this, just as we don't know, to see if he confesses to us. His Highness Shuning's heart was reduced by half because of Yu Yangli's joy of joining, and his heart was occupied with more calmness. At this time, a ripple of time and space appeared, and Yu Yangli took a step from it. Big brother Su Lang. When Yu Yangli saw the two of them, he immediately saluted, His Royal Highness Shuning. Well, stand behind you. Su Lang pointed to the back of his side indifferently, that is where the little brother should stand. Yes, brother. Yu Yangli's expression was not unusual, and he stood obediently behind Su Lang's side. But there was still a trace of hatred rising in his heart. For countless years, only others have served as his followers. When did he become someone else's brother? What's more, it's still a little asterisk 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 in the Five Eternal Realm. Shall we go to the platform? His Royal Highness Shuning looked at Su Lang and asked calmly. Chapter 2616. You deserve to be Su Lang's junior, just go there. It just so happens that Xie Zan and other elder guardians are also near Xiu Tiangong, for everyone to gather together. Su Lang smiled and nodded, and then flew forward. His Royal Highness Shu Ning immediately followed, giving people a sense of following each step. Humph, the only 5 universes are eternal, so Shu Ning listened to him like that. Yu Yangli followed Su Lang closely. His expression was as usual, but his heart was cursed. In his opinion, an eternal woman like Shu Ning is definitely the dream of countless eternal warriors, and the top choice for Taoists. But now, they are so close to Su Lang. At this time, Xiu Tiangong appeared in front of him. Xie Zan and other 4 eternal elders of the 7 universes, as well as a dozen eternal protectors of the 6 universes, were suspended in the sky waiting. Seeing Su Lang and Shu Ning arrive, everyone immediately saluted. I have seen His Royal Highness Shu Ning, Master Su Lang. Everyone regarded Su Lang as being at the same level as Shu Ning. Its status is the same as Shu Ning, and it is the highest in the entire Dudu universe. You don't need to be polite. His Royal Highness Shu Ning and Su Lang returned the salute together. Soon, Su Lang turned his head and glanced at Yu Yangli faintly. The latter understood Su Lang's meaning. This is to let him come forward to see him. Just like a junior, wait until the adults have finished their greetings before they can come out to speak. This is simply a shame. But there is no way, he is now to be a good junior. Under Yu Yangli, I have seen all the elders and protectors. Yu Yangli bowed his salute sharply, and couldn't fault it. I'm waiting to see fellow Yu Yangli. Friend Yu Yangli, at a young age, is already the eternal pinnacle of the 7 universes, which is really amazing. Yeah, Taoist Yu Yang is just around the corner to step into the eternity of the 8 universes. It's amazing, ha ha ha, you deserve to be Master Su Lang's junior. He really shows talent. Well, only a good person like fellow Taoist Yu Yang can be able to be the younger brother of Master Su Lang. Quote. Xie Zan and others all smiled and praised Yangli in reply. In these words, the first 2 sentences, Yu Yangli is really comfortable to hear. But, almost the words that followed made him feel stagnant, and a deep humiliation, shame and anger spontaneously arise. Original. These elders and guardians praised me, all to flatter Su Lang. Yu Yangli thought angrily, damn it. You people, I will never let go of any of you in the future. But he didn't know. In the eyes of Xie Zan and others, although what they said meant flattering, they were also facts. Su Lang was already very powerful, and Yu Yangli was naturally stunned by following him. At this time, Xie Zan and others were polite and praised Yu Yang for a while, and mentioned Su Lang many times. This caused Yu Yangli to explode almost in place. However, he had to suppress the anger in his heart, smiling on the surface like a chrysanthemum. Where, the elders and guardians have praised. The road to practice is endless. The 8 eternal realm requires countless years of accumulation, but seniors have a greater chance of being promoted than me. Yu Yangli slapped haha and said humble words again and again, but his heart was so sad and angry that he almost wept blood. Oh, Yu Daoyu is too humble. Yes, don't belittle yourself. Yeah, fellow Taoist has top aptitude, and there are seniors like Master Su Lang, so why worry about the eternal realm of the 8 universes? Tisk tusk, wait until fellow Taoist asks you senior brother Su Lang to give you pointers, it will directly save countless years of hard cultivation. Quote. Seeing that Yu Yangli was so humble, Xie Zan and others immediately quit, and they all spoke up. It is bound to make Yu Yangli aware of his excellence. Thank you Ning for protecting the elders. I will definitely practice earnestly, and I will ask Master Su Lang for more advice, and I will be promoted to 8 eternal eternity as soon as possible. Yu Yangli's face could hardly be stretched, but he finally endured it. After speaking, he quickly retreated to the back of Su Lang, for fear that Xie Zan and others would continue to praise him. Seeing this, Xie Zan and others were a little surprised, saying that Yu Yangli still doesn't like others to praise him. Or is this person not sociable and unwilling to talk more? If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com. The One Key training system has the fastest update speed of the literature under the one-click training system. Chapter 2617. The kid looks good at this time. Everyone, let's go in and talk. Su Lang smiled slightly and said to Xie Zan and others, "It is good. His Royal Highness, please, Lord Su Lang, please." Seeing this, Xie Zan and others nodded immediately and stood on the side waiting for Su Lang and Shuning to leave first. Su Lang and Shuning nodded, and the two entered Ziyu Tiangong and went straight to the opposite platform. Yu Yangli, Xie Zan and others followed closely. Quickly, everyone came to the opposite platform. The spirit gathering formation here has been on. A long time has passed since Su Lang and Shuning went to Keeling Universe. Therefore, a large amount of cosmic energy was accumulated on the platform, forming a crystal platform like a mirror. On the platform, Su Lang and Shuning sat opposite each other on the short futon. Xie Zan and others sat down in the first place one after another. Yu Yong thought for a while, sat down beside Su Lang. "My little brother looks good." Su Lang glanced at Yu Yangli and smiled in his heart. This is really great for fellow Taoists to look forward to Lord Su Lang. Taoist Yu is so good, and Taoist Su Lang can overpower him, but Highness Shu Ning can't do it. It's really reassuring to have Master Su Lang. Xie Zan and the others thought about it when they saw Yu Yangli following Su Lang behind him. At this time, Su Lang stretched out his hand and swiped his long sleeves across the desk, and a pot of precious spiritual tea appeared on the empty table. The refreshing fragrance of tea permeated. All the people present were shocked, and there was light in their eyes. Even Yu Yangli, the eternal descendant of the 9 universes, was no exception. "What kind of tea is this?" His Royal Highness Shu Ning blinked with beautiful eyes and asked curiously. "This is the perfect quality Eternal Realm Enlightenment tea. It is very helpful to practice exercises. Let's try it." Su Lang smiled faintly, and the teapot flew up between waving his hands, automatically making more than 10 teacups and falling into the hands of everyone. Yu Yangli also got a cup of enlightenment tea. Perfect quality Eternal Enlightenment tea. With a drink, you can definitely have an epiphany, and the speed of practicing eternal techniques has skyrocketed more than 10,000 times. Yu Yangli looked at the spirit tea in his hand, and was amazed. "I didn't expect Master to leave him such a good thing. This tea is really delicious. Did fellow Su Lang refine it by himself?" His Royal Highness Shuning held the teacup and sniffed. His face was intoxicated. "Okay." Su Lang nodded slightly. "I refined it myself when I was free." "Sure enough." His Royal Highness Shuning smiled and took another sip. He refined it himself. How is it possible? How could he refine the eternal perfect quality enlightenment tea so cherished? Yu Yangli was holding a teacup and was taking a sip. Hearing this, his heart was shocked and his complexion was stagnant. He didn't want to believe that Su Lang could refine such treasured spiritual tea. But look at the expressions of His Royal Highness Shuning, Xie Zan and other elder guardians. Before adding, Xie Zan and Shuning mentioned Su Lang's alchemy attainments. He knew that Su Lang's alchemy attainments might be so advanced. Thought of this, Yu Yong felt uncomfortable for a while. The spiritual tea in his hand was not fragrant. Next, everyone tasted the spirit tea quietly. After a drink, "Friend Su Lang, can you take the liberty to ask, when Ji Yu Jun Da Neng left you a legacy, did he mention his future schedule?" Shu Ning put down the teacup. Miso looked at Su Lang. "Ancestor Dusho, did you leave with Gujun Danning?" This statement came out. Xie Zan and others looked at Su Lang. The whereabouts of Emperor Do Shu has always been a mystery, and they all wanted to know the truth. "I'm afraid I will disappoint His Highness Shuning." Su Lang shook his head indifferently. "Master Gujun didn't leave me any information about his whereabouts, and I didn't even see his deity." Hear this. His Highness Shuning, Xie Zan and other elder guardians nodded. But at this moment, brother, you don't know. Master only left you the inheritance, did not tell anything else." Yu Yangli looked at Su Lang in astonishment. "Or, brother, don't you want to say?" Chapter 2618. "I don't know where Master is going." The words came out. The scene was suddenly quiet. What happened? Why did Emperor Gujun Zhou let Yu Yangli know where he was going, but not Su Lang? Su Lang is clearly a direct disciple. Everyone looked at Su Lang, and their hearts were full of puzzlement. If Su Lang hadn't come up with the original 7-character secret technique, everyone would definitely doubt it. But now, the identity of Su Lang Gujun's personal disciple cannot be shaken. Therefore, everyone is even more puzzled. I really don't know where the master is going. Su Lang shook his head calmly, and immediately looked at Yu Yangli. Junior brother knows. Anyway, if he does not admit it, no one can deny his identity. So there is no need to argue at all. Just admit it generously and let them have a headache. At this time, Su Lang asked Yu Yangli, Shu Ning, Xie Zan and others who were extremely surprised. Brother really don't know. Yu Yangli looked suspiciously at Su Lang. This shouldn't be it. Brother is a personal pass, I'm just a named disciple, how can I know the reason that brother does not know? Friend Yu Dao, do you really know the whereabouts of Gujun? I don't know where did Ji Yu Jun Da Neng go? Does Emperor Do Shu follow his old man to leave? Growing up, he asked uncontrollably. In fact, they didn't know whether Emperor Do Shu Zhou left with Ji Yu Jun or was killed by Ji Yu Jun. But now, I can only ask if I will leave with Ji Yu Jun. This matter. Yu Yangli frowned slightly and looked at Su Lang, looking like his horse's head. It's all one's own, speak out. Su Lang smiled faintly and nodded to Yu Yangli. This statement came out. His Royal Highness Shuning, all the elder guards looked at Su Lang very moved. Su Lang did not treat them as outsiders at all. Even if it is a secret from the division, I am willing to let them know. Since it is the order of the senior brother, then I will say it. In fact, the information left by the master is not very detailed, only that he went to the Lingshu fragmented domain. And to go here to participate in a great battle between many high-level eternal strong men. This battle seems to be very important. Fighting Emperor Zhou should also go with master. I don't know what I'm fighting for. I only know that this battle is extremely dangerous, and master is also prepared to never return. Perhaps, because of this, the master will leave the inheritance. Yu Yangli said slowly, I just don't know, why didn't master tell Su this time? In the first few sentences, Yu Yangli still said very calmly, but at the last sentence, he stopped abruptly before finishing. Thoughts surfaced in his mind and collided. His eyes widened and his expression became a little stiff. First of all, Emperor Gujun Zhou has a great battle to participate in. Secondly, I don't know the reason for this battle for the time being, I only know that it is extremely dangerous. Even if the 9 universes are eternal, it is very likely that they will never go back. In the end, Ji Yu Jun chose to tell him the incident, but did not tell Su Lang. This is not to let Su Lang get involved, but to protect Su Lang. And he Yu Yangli, as a named disciple, I know the whereabouts of the master, and I know that there must be extraordinary reasons for that battle. So there will be an idea to find out. Then he will pursue it and step into a dangerous place. Yu Yangli really thought so. There were 2 reasons why he asked Emperor Shu Yuzhou to cooperate. The first reason is to have a high-level universe for cultivation. The second reason is to use the high-level universe as a springboard to explore the farther universe. He wants to follow the traces of Emperor Gujun Zhou in the location of Lingshu Broken Domain. Su Lang didn't know the whereabouts of Emperor Gujun Zhou, so he would not have such thoughts. It will only cultivate peace of mind, grow peacefully, and pass on the inheritance of Emperor Gujun Zhou from generation to generation. Master values Su Lang more, he is protecting Su Lang. And I'm just a registered disciple, or it's an idler he laid out. Yu Yangli was so brainy, the whole person seemed to have just been struck by lightning, his eyes staring, dementia. If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com, the One Key training system has the fastest update speed of the literature under the one-click training system. Chapter 2619, Master Gujun still loves you at the same time. His Highness Shu Ning, Xie Zan and other elders, Ming Hua and other guardians also, understood the truth. This, Lord Su Lang is indeed the descendant left by Ji Yu Jun. Ji Yu Jun Da Neng is unwilling to take Master Su Lang into danger, so he concealed his whereabouts, and only hopes Master Su Lang can grow up smoothly. As for Yangli, the qualifications for cultivation are indeed very good, but they are far behind Su Lang's adults, so after being discovered by Ji Yu Jun Da Neng, he was casually assigned as an idler. This xianxia is useless, and it is a surprise to be useful. Yu Yangli, what a pity. Quote. His Royal Highness Shuning and others looked towards Yu Yangli, and some pity could not help but rise in their hearts. Just forget it is an idler. The key is that he appeared in front of Su Lang, a real personal biography, and revealed his identity by himself. What a blow this has to take. Wow, this group of people are unfathomable brain remediation. A little detail has allowed them to make up so many things. Su Lang put away a smile without saying a word, showing a serious face. Said that he did not gloat for misfortune, nor did he show mercy to Yang Li, and respect him. But this expression, but still stabbed Yang Li's heart. I'm not only a named disciple, but also an idler randomly assigned by Emperor Gujun Zhou. It's Su Lang who is personally passed on, and he is the disciple who is deeply loved by the respected master, and that he cares about and protects. Why do you treat me like this? Yang Li's wide-open eyes gradually turned red, and the grief was hard to conceal. Master Ji Yujun was the person he respected most, and he was determined to pursue it. But now, the truth is revealed. Ji Yujun didn't care about him at all, he only used him as a tool man, and he was a kind of dispensable idler. This is really too shameful. Yang Li, who felt like a knife twist, inevitably raised a bit of resentment towards Emperor Gujun Zhou, at this time. Ahem, junior brother, don't need to care too much. Look, you and I are both in the Dudu Joyu. Master must know that we will meet, and then you will know the truth, so as to avoid chasing down dangerous places. So, Master Gujun still loves you. Su Lang's gentle and magnetic voice came, comforting Yang Li's injured heart. In fact, Su Lang didn't bother to do this. But Yang Li is a very good thug, who will be very useful when dealing with Suiyu Joyu, and so. Even if Yu Yong didn't confess that he was in collusion with Shuyu, Su Lang didn't want to see him blackened. If Yang Li becomes black, he will inevitably tear his face on the spot, and this good tool man will be lost. Now. Su Lang's words really worked. Yes, Su Lang and I are in the same universe, and we will meet each other when we grow up. Then I will exchange information with Su Lang to let me know the danger of going here. So, Master didn't tell Su Lang about this, probably because he knew I would tell him, so he didn't leave relevant information to Su Lang. Yang Li thought so, the resentment in his heart dissipated a lot. But then, new questions appeared. Since Master is to protect Su Lang, why should Su Lang be able to learn about this indirectly? This thought came to Yang Li's mind and lingered. And His Highness Shu Ning and others obviously also noticed this detail. It's weird, isn't Emperor Gujun Zhou trying to protect Lord Su Lang? Why should he have a chance to know the truth? Ji Yujun is able to put the personal biography and the named disciple in the same universe, what is it for? Could it be that Emperor Gujun Zhou's original intention was not to conceal Master Su Lang, so that he could cultivate and grow carefree? Quote. His Royal Highness Shu Ning, Xiezan and other elders, Ming Hua and other guardians, everyone, you look at me, I look at you, and finally Su Lang and Yang Li, all with eyes full of confusion. These people are starting to brainstorm again. Brain repair is good, I like smart people who can repair brains, and I fill up the loopholes in my rhetoric. Come on, everyone, hurry up and come up with the truth. Su Lang also looked confused on the surface, but smiled in his heart. If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com, the One Key training system has the fastest update speed of the literature under the one-click training system. Chapter 2620, No, I want to listen at this time. It was like Su Lang's secret encouragement worked. I understand. Xiezan suddenly slapped his thigh, his eyes showed the light of Mingwu, and his tone was a little excited. What do you understand, Elder Xie? Yang Li's bloodshot eyes stared at Xiezan immediately. Elder Xie, what did you think of? Say it quickly, it's so sad. Hurry up, tell me why Ji Yujun did this. Quote. As they grew older, Elder Zhang and others looked at Xiezan enthusiastically and urged. Even His Royal Highness Shu Ning looked over with interest. Tisk tusk, Elder Xie never disappoints. Su Lang glanced at Xiezan in surprise, and smiled happily in his heart. This, although I want to understand. But if you say it, it may not be good news for Taoist Yang Li. The excitement on Xiezan's face gradually disappeared, and his voice became a little low. Not good news for me. One in Yu Yang's ecstasy, what happened secretly, it was me again. Then don't say anything. Su Lang raised his eyebrows and said in his heart that if Yang Li was blackened, the loss would be great. Then don't talk about it. Xiezan nodded in a groan, I just guessed it, old man. See this scene. The guardians of the elders all have some regrets. But at this moment, say, you said, what have you figured out? Suddenly, Yu Yangli stood up very angrily, and walked in front of Xie Zan with red eyes staring at Xie Zan. It's about him. The rest cannot listen, but he can't. Now that he knew there was a more reasonable explanation, he had to listen to Yu Yangli. Junior brother. Su Lang frowned and faintly shouted. No, I want to listen. Elder Xie, but you say it's okay. No matter what you guessed, I can accept it. Yu Yangli tensed his face and interrupted Su Lang, and said in a cold tone. I cross, this guy has to listen. Su Lang twitched the corner of his mouth and said helplessly, if that's the case, let's talk about it. Just say it. The big deal is that when this respectful brother is about to become black, his friendly brother will coax him again. Since Master Su Lang has spoken, then I will speak. Xie Zan nodded to Su Lang, then looked towards Yu Yangli. Please listen to fellow Yu Yangli, don't be angry. I am not angry. Yu Yangli suppressed the irritability in his heart, say it quickly. Ah, then I said it. Xie Zan coughed and nodded slightly. The other elders, the protector, and His Royal Highness Shuning all set their ears and listened carefully. The same is true for Su Lang. I wonder if you have noticed a few details. The first detail, Ji Yujun Daneng did not leave an advocate for Master Su Lang. This is obviously in contradiction with the previous speculation that Lone Jun is going to let Master Su Lang practice carefree. If you really want Master Su Lang to cultivate and grow carefree, and to inherit the Taoist tradition, you must leave a guardian to protect it. Why did you not leave the protector? It's for Master Su Lang to survive crises by his own strength. This is to hone Lord Su Lang's fighting talent to the greatest extent. Xie Zan said this, and stopped temporarily to let everyone have time to think. Elder Xie is right, there is no guardian, it is indeed for Master Su Lang to grow up alone and hone his fighting talent. Obviously, Emperor Ji Yujun Zhou did not intend to cultivate Master Su Lang as a flower in a greenhouse. His Royal Highness Shuning, the elder guardians nodded one after another. Okay, Su Lang also nodded slightly, and the dark path brain made up well. Then what does this mean? Yu Yangli was impatient, did not think for himself, and did not want to think for himself. On behalf of Gujun Daneng, Master Su Lang will be cultivated as a real strong man, rather than a simple inheritor. Xie Zan looked towards Yu Yangli, a trace of pity flashed in his heart, and then Yu Yang shuddered in the centrifugation, gritted his teeth and asked. Chapter 2621, It's good now, then. Xie Xuanyi pointedly said, then there is a Taoist protector for fellow Taoist. This statement came out, suddenly it was like a thunderbolt in the blue sky blasting in Yangli's ears, making him tremble all over, like an electric shock. His Royal Highness Shu Ning and all the elders' guardians were also shocked. Yes, Master Su Lang does not have a protector. Ji Yujun can hope that he can hone his fighting talents to the greatest extent and become a real strong man. Ji Yujun Daneng never thought of cultivating Asudo strong man, who can only inherit the Taoism. His direct disciples must be top eternal talents with cultivation and fighting talents. The Taoist Yu Yangli has a Taoist protector, and his growth process is safer and his practice speed is faster. This is to cultivate a quick master. The role of Taoist Yu Yangli is to tell Master Su Lang who has finished his training with Gujun's great power, and by the way, become Master Su Lang's protector and helper. Yes, Master Su Lang has to work hard before he can finish his training. The cultivation level will be a little behind. After the training, safety becomes more important. This requires Taoist Yu Yang to protect him for some time. It can make Ji Yujun know that there are tigers in the mountains and go to Hushan. That battle absolutely conceals the secrets of Tianda. He hopes that Su Lang can face the danger and go to him. The guards of the elders sighed with emotion, and you said all the thoughts of their brains. This sentence, it was like a burst of thunder in Yang Li's brain, making his eyes burst, and his heart was full of grief and anger. It turned out that he was not Shanzi, but he was just a tool man prepared by Master for Su Lang. He is worse than being an idler. Master, why are you doing this to me? I am also your disciple, why do you want me to be Su Lang's protector? I am not reconciled, I am your disciple, I am not a quick master, not a tool for Su Lang. Yu Yangli trembled constantly, screamed hysterically, and almost collapsed on the spot, losing control. His Royal Highness Shu Ning, All the elders sighed after seeing this scene. Xie Zan shook his head. He didn't want to say it, but Yu Yangli wanted to listen. Now it's all right, and it's heartbreaking again. At this time, junior brother. In my opinion, this is not a fact, but a rather biased guess. Seeing that Yu Yangli was about to split, Su Lang was about to blacken, and he immediately offered relief. This statement came out, everyone suddenly changed their expressions and looked at Su Lang. Yu Yangli was already jealous of Su Lang, and he almost blurted out, "You are so fake." But he still held back. Finally changed to, "Brother, do you really think so? How do you explain Master's arrangement?" Yu Yangli stared at Su Lang with bloodshot eyes. This personal disciple, who made him jealous, turned out to be someone who wanted to comfort him. He wanted to see what Su Lang said. In fact, Master did not expect so many twists and turns. He just wants us to protect each other. You have a high level of cultivation, and my fighting ability is perfect. After I recognize each other, I can make up for and help each other, so that I can reach a higher realm faster. Su Lang looked at Yu Yangli friendly and smiled faintly. Hear this. His Royal Highness Xu Ning and Xie Zan and other elder guardians all had a meal, and then nodded slightly to show that these words make sense. Really. Master really didn't think about nurturing me to be you, brother, your protector. Yu Yangli stared at Su Lang with wide eyes, and asked in disbelief. Of course, you think, if you are really the protector arranged for me by the Master, why didn't he tell you from the beginning that you are the protector for me? Instead, he wants to give you the status of a disciple. Don't he know that after you know that you are a protector, you will have a huge psychological gap, which will easily make me wait? With a faint smile on his face, Su Lang shook his head and said helplessly. Chapter 2622, What a mindset is this? This statement came out. Yes, if Master Gujun tells me directly, I am your protector, and when I come into contact with inheritance, I will recognize my position. But the Master didn't do that, so he treated me as a disciple and wanted me to wait for each other to protect each other. Yu Yangli seemed to see the blue sky aside from the clouds, suddenly cheerful, and most of the anger and resentment in his heart dissipated again. His Highness Xu Ning, Elder Xie Zan and others also brightened their eyes. Master Su Lang is correct. Yes, this is the real intention of Ji Yu Jun Da Nang. Yes, it is only natural for the brothers to protect each other. How can the brothers be the guardians of the way for the brothers? My guess before waiting was indeed too biased. I'm really sorry for Yu Yang's departure from fellow Taoist. Xie Zan and others, you look at me and I look at you, and immediately apologized to Yangli. It's okay, no problem. I know Master won't do that, Master has me in his heart. Yu Yong went up and down, showing a slight smile, bowing his hands in return. Soon he looked at Su Lang. This brother-in-law had repeatedly suppressed him when he met each other, but now he spoke for him and relieved his knot, which made him change his mind. The resentment and jealousy in his heart still exist. Because no matter what he said, he did not get the most perfect inheritance, without the original exercises. He was just a registered disciple, no matter how he lowered Su Lang. In the end, he probably still wants to be Su Lang's little brother and become his support. There is this thorn in my heart. Yu Yangli, who considers himself extraordinary, cannot completely look away. But at this moment, Master's intention, I have already seen through it. Su Lang suddenly looked straight and said, so, I didn't plan to swallow these exercises alone. This statement came out. What? Yu Yangli trembled, looked at Su Lang dumbfounded, and exclaimed uncontrollably. He was jealous and indifferent to Su Lang, and regarded him as an enemy. In his opinion, Su Lang would definitely conceal how much he would conceal him, stomping him firmly under his feet to maintain his noble status as a personally transmitted disciple. But at this time, Su Lang was willing to share the original techniques left by Emperor Gujun Zhou with him. This has completely exceeded Yu Yangli's imagination. Master Su Lang is willing to share the original exercises with Taoist Yu Yong. The technique is not comparable to ordinary inheritance, it is the most perfect inheritance. Hi, Lord Su Lang, what a mind-boggling is this? Master Su Lang is so admirable. His Highness Shuning and the others also changed their expressions, very surprised. Among them, His Highness Shuning was even more surprised. Because she knows more. Su Lang knew that Yu Yangli was secretly colluding with Emperor Shu Yuzhou, but he was still willing to share the original technique. That was the original technique of Emperor Jojo Eternal Gujun Zhou. That even represents the identity of a direct disciple. But Su Lang didn't care. This mind is definitely the only one seen in her life. Friend Su Lang did this. Could it be to influence Taoist Yu Yangli, let him disperse his grievances, and take the initiative to explain the collusion with Emperor Shu Yuzhou? His Royal Highness Shuning thought so, and then looked at Yu Yangli, but saw that Yu Yangli was staring at Su Lang. Just then, this is the original technique of the 7 secrets of inheritance. With a wave of his hand, Su Lang took out the original 7-character secret technique and placed it on the case table. Yu Yangli's gaze was instantly absorbed by the 7 inherited techniques. Even His Royal Highness Shuning and others couldn't help but look at them. Shuning was actually right. For Yu Yangli, Su Lang really intends to fight for it. After all, Yu Yangli was in collusion with Shuyu, and if Yu Yangli turned, it would be easy to get Emperor Shu Yuzhou. In addition, these exercises originally came from Yu Yangli's body. The exercises were originally such things. Su Lang only needs to remember the slightest incomplete meaning of the exercise. Both can use fragmented repair to create exactly the same brand new exercises. So giving all the exercises to Yu Yangli is no big deal. Even if Yu Yangli refused to return, he got the original exercises, and he couldn't understand anything in a short time, and Su Lang didn't have any loss at this time. The 7 inheritance mysteries were originally placed on the case table. I won't let junior brother choose, just accept them all. Su Lang pointed to the original exercises on the case table and smiled faintly. Chapter 2623, Yu Yangli stunned what? No choice. Accept all directly. As soon as this statement came out, everyone present was stunned instantly. Su Lang was willing to share the original exercises with Yu Yangli, which was already extremely kind. Even if you just share one of the original exercises, you can't fault it. But now, Su Lang wanted to share all the original exercises with Yu Yangli. It is important to know that Yu Yangli was very inconsistent with Su Lang before. Su Lang is willing to do this. It is really great for Yongli, who has just met the named junior brother. What, this, give me all. Yu Yangli looked at Su Lang dumbfounded, his face full of stagnant horror. He couldn't believe his ears at all. He was jealous and hated Su Lang before, and was extremely greedy for the perfect inheritance of the 7-character secret. He was always thinking about Su Lang and seize the inheritance. Even if Su Langjai kindly said that he wanted to share the original exercises with him, the greed and jealousy in his heart had not all disappeared. Because he thought Su Lang just wanted to give him a bit of sweetness and win him over. Share it, this is just a painted pie. Actually, it all depends on Su Lang. But now, Su Lang unexpectedly wanted him to keep his mind so that the original 7-character secret inheritance technique that made him misbehave many times was given to him. This is simply a big pie. Dwang slammed on Yu Yangli's head. This heavenly pie is not a painted pie, but a real pie that you can eat right in front of you. Yu Yangli, who was hit by the pie, was extremely shocked and confused, and directly wondered if he was dreaming. Oh my god, it will be given to fellow Taoists. Such a good brother, please give me a dozen. Master Su Lang is so kind, I have lived all my life, and I have never seen such a generous person. Friend Yu Yangli has such a senior brother, it's so lucky. Quote. His Royal Highness Shuning, Elder Xie and others looked at Su Lang and Yu Yangli in a daze, with awe. Of course it's true. Do you think I would make fun of this kind of thing? Su Lang smiled indifferently. Accept it, junior brother Yu Yong, I hope you won't disappoint my kindness. He bit the word failure harder, which was a hint to Yu Yangli. Except for His Royal Highness Shu Ning knew that Yu Yangli had colluded with Emperor Shu Yuzhou. Although the rest of the elders and guardians did not know this, they also heard the meaning of Su Lang's words. Everyone looked at Yu Yangli, waiting for him to speak. I understand, brother Su Lang. Yu Yangli recovered from the confusion, took a deep breath, suppressed the ecstasy, and respectfully agreed. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind like a storm. The 7-character secret technique was originally obtained like this. But what should I do after I get it? He is now in an alliance with Emperor Shu Yuzhou, and has formulated a detailed strategy against Su Lang. After getting the inheritance, do you continue to lurch beside Su Lang and continue to implement the plan? Or do you find a chance to escape and fly away with the inheritance? Or maybe, letting Su Lang shed all his suspicions, and truly identify with the relationship with the brothers. It's the moment of crazy thinking in Yongli. What do you understand? Su Lang's faint voice came, and a pair of eyes stared at Yu Yangli faintly. If this level is achieved and Yu Yangli is unwilling to surrender, then it is completely hopeless and must be killed. What? What do I understand? Of course. Upon hearing Su Lang's words, Yu Yangli felt a little inexplicable at first. Of course, to live up to Su Lang's kindness, everyone should work together to maintain the relationship between brothers and sisters. But then, he tasted the flavor of Su Lang's words. What does he know? He knows that there are still some bad thoughts in my heart. Or does he want me to surrender to him in public? He first gave me all the original inheritance techniques, and then he was so strong, he wanted to give me a red date to kill another big stick. But he said in public before that he should protect each other. How could he oppress me so quickly? Yu Yong felt aroused in his renunciation, and his tone doesn't look like he wants to smash me. Suddenly, of course what? Su Lang's voice came again. He retracted his gaze to look at Yu Yangli, with a faint disappointment in his eyes. Chapter 2624, You made the right choice. See this scene. Yu Yangli finally had a flash of inspiration and thought of the main points. Yes, he is suspecting that I colluded with Emperor Shuyu Zhou. I have a chess piece under Shuyu's command, and Shuyu has just been defeated and fled. I will appear, he will definitely doubt it. No, he should have been determined. Back to my original choice, should I choose to repair Jade or Su Lang? In Yu Yang's centrifugal thoughts, countless thoughts collided, and he made a choice in a blink of an eye. Of course, kill Shuyu. I have formed an alliance with Shuyu secretly, I know where he is. Yu Yangli took a deep breath, lowered his head and arched his hands and said, Senior brother, I was so dazzled by the surprise, I didn't react for a while. I hope senior brother forgive me. As he said, there are no eternal enemies in the world, only eternal interests. Before the alliance, he and Shuyu were also enemies. And this time, the obvious benefits of choosing Su Lang are even greater, and much greater. First of all, Master Ji Yu Jun alone is a huge bargaining chip. If he chooses to deviate from Su Lang, the personal disciple, he is deviating from Emperor Gujun Zhou. If Emperor Gujun Zhou knew, he would clear the door. At that time, it will be useless for him to escape from Yu Yong. Secondly, by joining Su Lang, you can directly get countless benefits, such as inheriting the original exercises, such as the high-level universe time flow rate. The advantages and disadvantages are clearly laid out in front of you. How to choose is actually very clear. You made the right choice, good. Su Lang looked at Yu Yangli, who bowed his head and arched his hands, with a smile on his face. Hi, fellow Yu Yangli really formed an alliance with Emperor Shuyu Zhou. It's no wonder that just after Yu Yangli was defeated, fellow Yu Daoist appeared. This is not a coincidence. Haha, Yu Yong didn't know the identity of Lord Su Lang before he left the Daoist fellow. Those who don't know are not guilty. Now it is great for the prodigal son to turn around. Now that fellow Yu Yangli has abandoned the secret to the Ming, the Emperor Shuyu Zhou is still in the dark, and we will let him taste the taste of being stabbed back. Quote. Elder Xie Zan, the law protector and others looked at each other, exclaiming, and then showing surprised smiles. At this time, junior brother accept the original inheritance technique. While Su Lang waved his hand, the Kiban exercises on the short table originally appeared directly in Yu Yangli's arms. 6 small flags, a folding fan, this is what Yu Yangli dreamed of. Looking at these 7 treasures in his arms, Yu Yangli suddenly felt a sense of dream. Master asked me and senior brother Su Lang to support each other. But after all, he only regarded me as a registered disciple, and didn't pass on the original practice to me. But now, senior brother Su Lang has personally handed it to me. Senior brother Su Lang's benevolence really makes me ashamed. I was wrong. Yu Yang's emotions were like waves surging in his ecstasy. As he sighed, deep regret arose. He regretted that he was greedy and jealous because of the 7 great inheritance techniques, insulted Su Lang, and even murdered in secret. Fortunately, it is not too late to look back. Junior brother, now tell me the story of you and Emperor Shuyu Zhou. Su Lang asked with a smile, knowing that Yu Yangli and Shuyu must have a conspiracy to form an alliance. Yes, brother, I have known Dudu Universe many years ago and tried to sneak into it. Later, after I formed an alliance with him, I formulated a series of plans. The original plan was to expose brother Su Lang's fake identity, and secretly form an alliance with the Shuning faction, treating senior brother Su Lang as a donkey to grind and kill him. Donkey. After dealing with brother Su Lang with the help of the Shuning faction, we will attack the Shuning faction again. Yu Yangli arched his hand at Su Lang, and then with a trace of regret, he told everything about it. After listening to Yu Yangli's words, Shu Ning and others took a breath in secret. Although the plan designated by Yu Yangli and Emperor Shuyuzhou was simple, it was very useful. The only surprise was that Su Lang's identity exceeded Yu Yangli and Shuyu's imagination. Su Lang is not a fake inheritor, but a real inheritor, even more true than Yu Yangli himself. Then Yu Yangli's divorce plan fell through. Chapter 2625. The younger brother who exposed the pink handkerchief. Originally, I was pretentious, but I was not reconciled, and suddenly a direct disciple appeared. On my head, in addition to the original greed for the 7 great inheritance techniques, and the jealousy that senior brother Su Lang shouldn't have, I have a bad mind that lurks down and makes chaos secretly. But now, I know what's so extraordinary about me. I really can't compare to senior brother Su Lang. Thanks to senior brother Su Lang who influenced me with his generous heart and made me understand my mistakes. Senior brother Yu Yangli, he was dissatisfied with his brother before, and he repeatedly slandered him. Please punish him. As Yu Yangli spoke, he bowed deeply to Su Lang, full of confession. It's okay to know the wrong and wish to correct it. I look forward to your performance. Su Lang smiled and nodded, but he was a little embarrassed in secret. He actually didn't have much generosity and righteousness. The 7-character secret technique originally came out of Yu Yangli's body, and this technique belonged to Emperor Gujunzhou. A profound causal relationship has been formed between him, Yu Yangli, and Emperor Gujunzhou, and the 3 are intimately connected. Su Lang was very curious about Emperor Gujunzhou, the Lingshu fragmented realm, and the battle that the 9 universe power also participated in with a mortal heart. With Yu Yangli's line and a good business relationship, he can get in touch with the battle that Emperor Gujunzhou participated in quickly and conveniently. Su Lang is willing to take the initiative to throw an olive branch and give Yu Yangli a chance, and it is precisely on this point. Thank you, brother. The younger brother must follow the example of the younger brother and reform. Yu Yangli was moved when he saw Su Lang let go of his fault gently. Naturally, a pink handkerchief appeared in his hand, and he rubbed his eyes with his fingers. He immediately became stiff, his movements were stagnant, and he quickly retracted the handkerchief. I don't know why. Yu Yangli liked pink and handkerchiefs since she was a child, so she got a pink handkerchief. But under normal circumstances it is impossible for him to use it in front of others. Even the last time I talked to Shuyu, I used a white handkerchief. Only in the place where he can dominate everything, such as the natural universe under his control, in his own life universe, can he turn himself into pink as he pleases and use a pink handkerchief. But even so, he always feels bad. At this moment, Yu Yangli accidentally exposed the pink handkerchief. And it's still in front of the newly recognized brothers, and a group of abilities of the same level. He suddenly felt that he was swept by embarrassment. In fact, the Eternal Emperor Zhou used a handkerchief for nothing, it was completely past. But the key is to expose the color. Although he took it back quickly, everyone had already seen the pink handkerchief. In the eyes of everyone, although the handkerchief is considered a weapon, but for the Eternal Realm, it is just the most common item, and it can wipe things without any threat. And when Yu Yangli took it out, he really wanted to wipe something. Therefore, everyone knows that the handkerchief is probably the handkerchief that Yu Yangli usually uses. Yu Yangli actually used a pink handkerchief, which is really novel. Pink handkerchief. Friend Yu Yangli actually used a pink handkerchief. Men's handkerchief, it doesn't matter, but the pink handkerchief. Quote. Surprising thoughts arose in everyone's hearts, and their gazes towards Yu Yangli gradually changed slightly. The handkerchief was given by the next friend just now. That friend is very important to me. Now that I am meeting with my senior, he must be very happy to know that, so he couldn't help taking it out. Yu Yangli looked at the Eternal Emperors with different eyes and explained with a smile. Oh, that's it. It was given by Yu Yangli's friend of Taoist friend. It looks like that friend must be a delicate and beautiful lady. When will fellow Yu bring that confidant to meet your senior brother? Quote. Xie Zan and the others suddenly realized, they nodded and discussed. The embarrassing group of Yu Yang could only nod their heads in agreement, and then secretly worry about where to find a confidant. Chapter 2626. Brother, I understand, Tisk Tusk, In order to avoid social death, even this trick is used. Su Lang also felt a little funny in his heart, but he didn't expect Yu Yangli to have such a side. But it is not something that a benevolent brother can bear to do so that he can get into an awkward situation. Ahem. Su Lang coughed lightly, attracting everyone's attention. It's over. Does senior brother Su Lang want me to bring that confidant who doesn't exist at all? Yu Yang shuddered in his centrifugation, and drummed up. But what Yu Yangli worried about did not happen. On the contrary, it was far beyond his expectations, as far as I know. Su Lang smiled slightly. Pink is also called a macho color. Only a real macho and a warrior can control this color. This statement came out. Everyone suddenly felt that this was so strange. But why does it sound a bit reasonable? The problem seems to lie in the character, Meng. This, brother, what's the explanation for this? Yu Yangli's expression moved, and he asked hurriedly. The rest of the people also looked at Su Lang, wondering what the secret was in it. This involves the spiritual core of Meng. The spiritual core here has changed from brave, steel, and rugged, to bravely show one's truth. For men, pink is usually difficult to show bravely, so it's called a macho color. Those who dare to control pink are macho. Su Lang looked straight, and said very seriously. Hear this. Everyone was taken aback, and then suddenly realized. So there is such a mystery in this. Pink, masculine color, represents a man's indomitable bravery. Master Su Lang is really righteous, knowing the truth we don't know, and he deserves to be a true eternal arrogant. Quote. Everyone, look at me and I see you, nodding their heads in agreement. It turns out that pink is a macho color. It turns out that what I like has always been macho sex, but I regard it as a shame that cannot be made public. Brother, I understand, I understand. Yu Yangli's eyes widened, staring at Su Lang closely, with a sense of understanding and surprise in his eyes. Immediately after, his pink handkerchief resurfaced in his hand, twirling his fingers. Not only that, his brilliance flashed, and a man's robe turned pink. Quote. Xu Ning, Xie Zan, Ming Hua and others stagnated and felt something was wrong, but after hearing Su Lang's reasoning, they couldn't tell what was wrong. Yu Yangli looked at Xu Ning, Xie Zan and the others, then looked at Su Lang, and then at himself. He also felt that something was wrong. At this time. Junior brother, macho looks need to be controlled with courage and ferocity in order to embody their spiritual core. Your custard's appearance is not good. Su Lang looked at Yu Yangli with a serious face, and said seriously. Yes, exactly. Everyone's eyes brightened, and they looked at Su Lang with admiration. That's it. Thank you brother for your guidance, brother, I have realized it again. Yu Yangli exclaimed excitedly with a stunned expression on his face. Next moment. His face and physique have undergone some adjustments, and his overall style has changed drastically. He has changed from a small cream into a brave physique, and his face is like a sharp and rough man. This immediately formed a sharp contrast with the pink robe and the pink handkerchief held by the two fingers. Appeared, this is the feeling, the spiritual core of the macho. Xie Zan slapped his thigh and exclaimed. The people around were also whispering, full of surprise. Thank you brother Su Lang for teaching me. From now on, junior brother will control this macho look all the time. Yu Yangli had a serious expression on his face and saluted Su Lang with great determination, and even a hint of Taoism appeared when he spoke. This is a skyrocketing mood. I didn't expect fellow Yu Yangli to get such a chance. Before Yu Yang was a Taoist friend, hiding in Tibet, walking on thin ice, now he has broken through himself. Friend Yu Yangli is also worthy of being Su Lang's junior and senior fellow. His savvy is too high and he is admirable. Greeting to congratulate, really gratifying to congratulate. Quote. Xie Zan and others immediately got up and congratulated Yu Yangli. Chapter 2627, Pink Macho Brother, this is all thanks to the brother. Without the teachings of senior brother, it is impossible to have an epiphany. Yu Yangli stood up and replied, and finally saluted Su Lang deeply. Quote. Su Lang smiled without saying a word, looking like an expert. But looking at the younger brother, who was all pink and had a tough face, was shocked and astonished. What the hell? Just talk casually, is this cheap junior really enlightened? Su Lang looked at Yu Yangli carefully and found that his mental outlook had changed a lot. The radiant face was inlaid with two energetic eyes, full of courage and perseverance to face everything. Although he is wearing a pink dress, he is still holding a pink handkerchief with asterisk 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 on his right hand. But it can make people see his upright and courageous spirit at first sight, which is shocked, admired and valued. It is impossible for any contemptuous thoughts to arise, even the enemy. This guy seems to have really become a macho. Pink macho, amazing. Su Lang thought so in his heart, and nodded to Yu Yangli, motioning him to sit down. Yu Yangli understood Su Lang's meaning and immediately sat back to his original position. The surprise in his eyes could not be concealed, at this time. Junior brother, in addition to the 7-character secret inheritance, does the master give you the rest of the exercise inheritance? Su Lang smiled and asked Yu Yangli, this is the time to poke wool from this pink macho junior. Of course, Su Lang would not treat the pink macho junior badly. Originally, he didn't know how many eternal techniques he had, and he could make up for his younger brother by just taking out some. Brother, all the exercises other than the 7-character secret inheritance are here. After listening to Su Lang's words, Yu Yangli took out his inheritance with a wave of his hand without saying anything, put it into the space treasure, and stuffed it into Su Lang's arms. As expected of the pink macho junior, refreshing. Su Lang smiled in his heart, and nodded to Yangli with approval. Immediately after, Su Lang used his spiritual thoughts to scan the large number of inheritances in the space treasure, and quickly read them all. The quality of these inheritances is certainly not as good as the 7-character secret inheritance. But in general, they are all very advanced eternal techniques, which will be of great benefit after practicing. Among them, there is the Wuliang Liu Juntian Chaos Sutra, majoring in the practice of Emperor Gujun Zhou. This is a major exercise technique that is more advanced than the perfected Zhou Long Xuanxin. Before that, Su Lang had always turned off the one-key practice function, and he hadn't revealed the main practice. Therefore, Yu Yangli did not know that his major at this time was not Wuliang Liu Juntian Chaos Sutra, but Zhou Long Xuanxin. Otherwise, Yu Yangli would definitely have to doubt, and then he would need some explanation. Great, with this main practice method, my basic practice speed will rise again. Su Lang thought in his heart, almost laughed out loud, and immediately changed his main practice to the Wuliang Liu Juntian Chaos Sutra. On the surface, he did not move, nodded slightly, and accepted those exercises. Then he took out a lot of eternal exercises originals, piled up a sharp hill on the short table. This is the original eternal technique. Yu Yangli was shocked, there are so many. Xie Zan and the others were also extremely shocked, their eyes straightened. Even if His Royal Highness Xu Ning had obtained Su Lang's 490 original exercises, he couldn't help covering his small mouth in surprise when he saw the more original exercises. These eternal techniques are the original. Some are the inheritance left by Master Gujun, and some are I snatched from others. Since I have said that I want to share it with my younger brother, these exercises can be practiced casually by my younger brother. For some of these exercises, I can also directly empower you, so that you can master the exercises faster. Su Lang pointed to the original exercise technique that was piled up in small hills, and said to Yongli with a smile, "What? So many of the original exercises are not only left by the master, but also from brother Su Lang's own collection. But junior brother, I have a dull talent. I can't practice so many exercises in a short period of time. I can comprehend the 7-character secret exercises. So you should ask the senior brother to take back these exercises." When Yu Yangli saw that Su Lang had even taken out his private goods, he was immediately moved. But in the end he refused, because he has limited time and energy and can't practice. Also, you want to practice the exercises, come to me for it. Su Lang smiled slightly, nodded, and immediately looked at His Royal Highness Xuning. Chapter 2628, Deduction of Perfect Zhou Long Xuanxin. His Royal Highness Xuning couldn't help but wonder when seeing Su Lang looking at him. The others looked at His Royal Highness Xuning, and also looked at Su Lang. As such that, didn't I exchange some exercises with your highness before? Those exercises are not the main inheritance I got, but some exercises with relatively low value. But the inheritance given to me by His Highness Xu Ning is the complete inheritance of Emperor Do Shuzhou. There was a trace of apology in Su Lang's expression, therefore, about the exchange of inheritance, I actually broke the contract. This statement came out, everyone was taken aback. Immediately afterwards, Xie Zan and others immediately changed their expressions. Master Su Lang must not say this. The original value of the eternal technique you gave us has exceeded the inheritance of Emperor Do Shu. Yes, that is the original 490 eternal exercises. What's more, Master Su Lang has already obtained part of the inheritance of fighting cultivation from Emperor Shu Yuzhou's subordinates, and the part we paid is not a complete inheritance of the exercises. Master Su Lang, please take back what we said before, we owe Master Su Lang. Quote. The guardians of the elders spoke with each other, with agitated expressions. Friend Su Lang, you not only gave us 490 eternal exercises, but you also instilled the profound meaning of 9981 exercises into the little girl. This is no longer comparable to the inheritance of Emperor Do Shu. His Royal Highness Shuning stood up, and saluted Su Lang with a solemn expression. Watching the scene before him, Yu Yangli, the pink hunk, only felt a little surprised, and didn't care about Su Lang giving some exercises to Shuning. In his opinion, apart from the 7-character secret, the other inheritance is actually not important. Besides, senior brother Su Lang is the person he respects most now. What he is most interested in is Su Lang's indoctrination methods. This kind of magical technique of infusion of profound meaning has appeared many times in Xiezan, Shuning and other populations. Every time they talk about it, their faces are filled with wonder. At this time, thank you for your understanding, Your Highness Shuning. Su Lang got up, bowed to everyone, and said, but a breach of contract is a breach of contract, and this matter must be compensated. Talking, Su Lang took out a group of miniature star sea vortex and placed it on the table. This is Zhou Long Xuanxin. It is the profound meaning of Zhou Long Xuanxin technique. I also practiced Zhou Long Xuanxin, but why does the profound meaning of this exercise give me some different feelings? It's really different. I feel that the profound meaning of Zhou Long Xuanxin is more perfect. What is going on? Quote. Xiezan and others looked at the miniature nebula on the case table and exclaimed. Friend Su Lang, this is. His Royal Highness Shu Ning seemed to have guessed something, but he didn't dare to be sure, so he looked at Su Lang with some doubts. Before I asked His Highness Shuning for the main exercise, Zhou Long Xuanxin, to watch. As a result, I found that this method had a slight flaw, so after enlightening it, it took a while to complete it. Although this nebula-like, Zhou Long Xuanxin, exercise method is not the original exercise method, it is no longer different from the original exercise method. Su Lang looked around at everyone, smiling, this is my compensation to His Highness Shuning. The scene before him, Su Lang's words, made everyone's expression stagnant and dumbfounded. What? Taoist Su Lang actually deduced the flaws of Zhou Long Xuanxin to perfection. His Royal Highness Shuning widened a pair of beautiful eyes, and his gaze at Su Lang was full of disbelief and surprise. After disappearing from Do Shu, the Zhou Long Zan Xin, handed down has a flaw, which is something that every generation of Do Shu descendants knows. These flaws seem trivial, but they actually have a huge impact on the cultivation of the eternal realm. After Do Shu, the eternal power of the 8 universes never appeared in Dudu universe again, and most of the reasons were due to this. Unexpectedly, it would be difficult for His Highness Shuning and the Elder Guards to break through to the 8 eternal realm. But for countless years, generations of struggles and inheritance struggled, tried hard to deduct, but all failed. No one has the ability to complement and perfect it. But today, Su Lang actually deduced this major exercise to perfection. Chapter 2629. Everyone sit down, all sit down, it's incredible. Master Su Lang actually performed Zhou Long Xuanxin to the perfection. Then, Zhou Long Xuanxin is not the original of Emperor Do Shu, but a more powerful creation. It is really shocking that Master Su Lang can perform it and perfect it. Yes, Master Su Lang, in his current realm, has deduced and perfected the major exercises above the 8-dimensional level, and his understanding of exercises is incredible. In addition to Zhou Long Xuanxin, Master Su Lang also instantly restored the secret of death without life. Your lord is definitely the eternal powerhouse with the highest talent in the history of the endless universe. Master Su Lang has deduced Zhou Long Xuanxin to perfection. For us, this is a great kindness that is absolutely hard to repay. Yes, the perfection of Zhou Long Zan Xin means that our chances of breaking into the eternal realm of the 8 universes will be greatly increased. Quote. Xiezan and others looked at Su Lang in amazement, with shock and respect in their eyes. At this time, The little girl thanks Taoist Salong for her great kindness. His Royal Highness Xu Ning burst into gratitude, and Meow Man's delicate body was short and knelt down to Su Lang. His Royal Highness Xu Ning is not allowed, Su Lang thought, and his whole body strength surged out, trying to support the body of His Royal Highness Xu Ning. However, His Royal Highness Xu Ning also gushed out the power of the universe, resisting Su Lang's power, and knelt on the ground. Now it's not fighting desperately. Su Lang only has the power of the top level of the 6 Eternal Realm. How can he support Xu Ning, a master of the 7 Eternal Realm? Beijing Master Xie Salong for kindness. Protectors such as Xie Zan, Elder Yu, Cheng Cheng, Elder Zhang, and Yu Hua also knelt down to Su Lang with solemn expressions. Suddenly, the people in front of Su Lang were all short. Brother, this is too powerful. With my own efforts, Zhou Long Xuanxin was promoted to perfection in a short period of time, and it has won the highest respect and gratitude of everyone in the Xu Ning faction. I don't know when I can be as powerful as senior brother. The pink hunk Yu Yangli looked at Chi Zhou Da Neng on his knees and looked at Su Lang in shock, with a look of looking up in his eyes. Xu Ning, all elders protect the law, get up quickly. If I don't get up again, I will use the secret of death without life. Su Lang shook his head and smiled bitterly when he saw that his strength could not support Xu Ning and others who were kneeling. Talking, there really was a violent and unclear breath emerging from him. Master Su Lang must never. His Highness Xu Ning and the elder guards changed their expressions and got up one after another, and walked towards Su Lang in a hurry. That's right, Su Lang smiled brilliantly, raising his hands and pressing down, sit down, everyone. Everyone didn't dare to go against Su Lang's wishes and sat down one after another. The complete meaning of Zhou Long Xuanxin has been handed over to His Highness Xu Ning. Su Lang flicked his right hand, and the miniature nebula suddenly fell into Xu Ning's hands like a small cloud. Thank you Taoist Su Lang. Xu Ningzhen took the miniature nebula very seriously, her beautiful eyes gleaming brightly. Since I met Su Lang, all the opportunities have come. First, he forced out the traitor Jingji, saved her life, helped her unify the universe, instilled 91 eternal exercises to her, and gave her the original 490 eternal exercises. Now, she has also deduced and perfected the main practice Zhou Long Xuanxin, so that her 8 cosmos can be expected. In it, everything is a great grace that is difficult to repay. Xu Ning really doesn't know how to repay it. I have seen a lot of exercises, and perfecting the major exercises is just a matter of effort. Su Lang smiled and waved his hand. Also, we are our own, please feel free to ask me if you have any questions in the future, don't be embarrassed. Hear this. The gratitude in the eyes of His Royal Highness Xu Ning and the elder guardians grew stronger. At this time, Su Lang looked at the pink hunk Yu Yangli again. The same is true for junior brother. In terms of cultivation techniques, please ask me if you have any questions. Yes, thank you brother. Yu Yangli nodded excitedly. Chapter 2630. Just follow Master Su Lang's words. Yu Yangli had already identified with the senior brother Su Lang. And he knew that the gap between himself and Su Lang could not be filled by his cultivation. Although Su Lang's cultivation base is low now, but in Yang Li's eyes, Su Lang was much better than him. Therefore, asking Su Lang for questions is not a shameful thing, but a normal thing. And Yu Yang also happened to have countless questions about exercises that he wanted to ask Su Lang. Throughout his life in the practice, he basically practiced on his own, and after his cultivation level surpassed the protectors, he has been cultivating on his own without anyone communicating with him. He was willing to communicate with Emperor Shuyuzhou before, and it was true that there were too many backlogs, but he couldn't find the same level of warriors to exchange experience and solve problems. At this time, with Su Lang, a senior fellow, and still a super genius, how could he not ask for advice? Okay, now, let's discuss about Emperor Shuyuzhou. Su Lang nodded, looked around everyone, and said lightly, Emperor Shuyuzhou must die. The question is, how should this guy die? Emperor Shuyuzhou dared to be an enemy of senior brother Su Lang, and he has hunted down senior brother many times. He must die. Junior brother knows where he is currently hiding, so he will take senior brother and fellow Taoists to kill him. The pink hunk looked angry, and he couldn't wait to catch Shuyu and kill him immediately. This person is very sinful and must die. Elder Yu nodded. I agree with fellow Taoist Yu Yong, and I will eradicate Emperor Shuyuzhou now to avoid future troubles. But at this moment, Su Lang shook his head. Master Su Lang thinks how to deal with Emperor Shuyuzhou. His Royal Highness Shuning looked at Su Lang and asked expectantly. When the others saw this, their eyes fell on Su Lang one after another. Emperor Shuyuzhou really must die, but we don't actually have to be too eager to kill him. With my junior brother, any whereabouts of him will be exposed under our noses, and he will not be able to make waves. On the contrary, he was defeated in the Dudu universe and fled to the unknown universe, but he still holds part of the natural universe in his hands. These natural universes can be regarded as part of the Dudu universe's background, but you can kill him directly. These backgrounds can't be gathered in a short time. I intend to let junior brother lurking by his side, instigating him to gather those details. Then, kill him again. Su Lang said indifferently. Indeed, Master Su Lang is thoughtful and reasonable. As expected of Lord Su Lang, Xie Zan and others listened and nodded in agreement. Brother, the Emperor Shuyuzhou himself is also an eternal force in the seven cosmos. Should junior brother go to confuse him and let him secretly contribute to the opportunity to deal with Suiyuzhou? Yu Yangli, the pink hunk, smiled, with a very expressive look. No need. Emperor Shuyuzhou knows he is weak. No matter how you fool him, he will definitely not be exposed before Dudu and Suiyuzhou's situation is settled and the outcome is divided. Moreover, keeping him is a variable. After he gathers the remaining details, we will kill him. Su Lang smiled and shook his head. He also thought about using Emperor Shuyuzhou's eternal combat power in the seven cosmos, but finally gave up. 1-7 universe is eternal. His cultivation level has improved, and his combat power has reached the 7 universe eternal, and there will be more than 107 universe clones, and so. Just use the Emperor Shuyuzhou to collect resources. Yes, the Emperor Shuyuzhou is full of hatred for us. Even if he fools him, he may change temporarily. After listening to Su Lang's words, Yu Yangli said suddenly. Master Su Lang is right. Just follow Master Su Lang's words. His Royal Highness Shuning, Xie Zan and other guardians of the old Zhang also nodded in agreement. Okay, after I return, I will go to fool the Emperor Shuyuzhou and let him gather the remaining details. Yu Yangli stood up and arched his hands to everyone. It is good. I will retire temporarily. His Royal Highness Shuning and others knew that Yu Yangli had something to say to Su Lang alone. So they retired. Chapter 2631. The Third High-Level Universe. Yilong, everyone, wait for my news. Su Lang got up and sent Xu Ning and others away, quickly. Only Su Lang and Yu Yangli were left on the platform. Wow! With a wave of Su Lang, a large number of formations appeared out of thin air, closing the platform inside. Brother's method is really unfathomable. Seeing this scene, Yu Yangli was shocked and took a breath, and at the same time a glimmer of expectation rose in his eyes. This method, he who possesses the original secret technique of array characters, can he also learn it? This is not a secret method. It's a kind of formation that belongs to me alone, others can't learn it. Su Lang seemed to see through Yu Yangli's thoughts, shook his head and said. The formation of a thought is the ability endowed by the system, and it is impossible for others to learn, and it is impossible for him to teach it. That's it. Brother is really talented. Yu Yangli nodded, thinking that Su Lang was born with a special physique that others could not learn. Junior brother, what do you want to say to me? Is there something wrong with the 7-character secret technique? Want to ask me? Su Lang looked at Yu Yangli and suddenly felt a little awkward to be alone with the pink hunk. Senior brother, I do have a lot of questions about the exercises. I want to ask the senior brother to help me out. Yu Yangli nodded, and then said again, but before that, there is another piece of information to tell senior brother. Another piece of information? Su Lang's expression moved. Let's listen. Yes, brother, I know that besides Dudu and Suiyu, the third universe with a high-level universe. Yu Yangli said solemnly. The third universe with a high-level universe. Su Lang raised his eyebrows. What is his name and what is his strength? That high-level universe is Cultivation universe. According to the news I found, the blood of dragons in this universe is prosperous, and various eternal dragon races thrive in it. Yilong universe is much stronger than Dudu, perhaps better than Suiyu. Yu Yong was ashamed. It's a pity that I don't dare to explore blatantly, junior brother, so I only know this. Yilong universe, a universe ruled by an eternal dragon. Yes, the endless universe is so big, and all races have the opportunity to achieve eternity. The dragon family is originally a big family, and it is not unusual for a dragon family to rule a high-level universe. Su Lang nodded slightly, and then asked, Junior brother, how do you know this Yilong universe? After leaving from Keeling universe, under the few clues left by the protector who had fallen a long time ago, I sneaked into the Yilong universe and found a secret middle universe. Since then, I have been practicing there, trembling, walking on thin ice, for fear of being discovered. Yu Yangli slowly said. After that, the Dudu universe changed drastically, and I longed to enter the higher level universe to practice before I left there. It turns out that the Yilong universe was found based on clues left by the protector. Su Lang nodded slightly. Does that protector leave any important messages? No more. The rest of the protectors don't even know anything, they only know to protect me from growing up. Yu Yangli was a little ashamed of this. He grew up under the protection of many strong men. And Su Lang grew up by himself, and he didn't know how many unimaginable difficulties he had overcome during the journey. Okay, that protector left a clue to the Yilong universe, presumably Master Gujun may have passed by over there. I don't know if he has done anything or left anything in that universe. Su Lang showed the color of thinking. Ji Yujun left no more clues about Lingshu fragmented domain in the battle. Will there be the Yilong universe? Guessing alone is definitely not enough. He decided to take a trip to Yilong universe when he had the opportunity, correct? Su Lang suddenly asked, does Yilong Joyu know Dudu and Suiyu Joyu? I don't know. Yu Yangli pondered for a moment, then shook his head. There are many white worlds between the Yilong universe and Dudu universe. Universe White World. If there is a chance, I must explore the universal white world. Su Lang narrowed his eyes. The higher the level, the more he felt that the world white world was not easy. Chapter 2632, stunned at Yangli, what? Brother wants to explore the white world of the universe. But Wanyu Baiji is too dangerous. Master dare not venture into it. Brother, don't take risks. When Yu Yangli heard Su Lang say he wanted to explore the white world, he immediately discouraged him. Haha. Su Lang smiled and shook his head. I said that I will take a look only when I have a chance. Unless you have to, let's forget it. Yu Yangli said bitterly, insisting to dispel Su Lang's curiosity. Okay, I get it. Su Lang nodded helplessly. Now, let's talk about the problems with your practice. Okay, brother, junior brother, I have been working behind closed doors for a long time, and I have accumulated a lot of problems. Yu Yangli lifted his spirits, smiled openly, and hurriedly said his problems. These questions are basically about the 7-character secret. Among the 7-character secrets, he didn't like the 3-character secret of the pill or a device very much. The problem also mostly comes from the 4-character secret behind. Well, these questions are really difficult. There are several things in it, I also need to think about it, so I know how to teach you. After I straighten out these difficult and obscure places, I will answer your questions together. Su Lang listened to Yu Yangli's question and directly said with a flicker, joke. 7-character secret, he hasn't finished his practice yet. 10 martial arts villains are now practicing the secret of words and characters. This exercise is very difficult, and it may take some time to complete the practice. It will take more time to complete the practice of the 7-character secret, and so. Now he couldn't answer any questions from Yu Yangli. But Yu Yangli didn't doubt that he had him at all, so he immediately agreed, and he was a little bit happy. It turns out that those few questions are difficult even for seniors. It seems that my martial arts talent is still okay. Yu Yong chuckled as he felt like he was doing it again. Okay, let these questions go first. Brother, I have practiced many eternal exercises, and some are useful to you, so I will teach you some. Su Lang nodded faintly, and moved the topic away from the 7-character secret. Good good, junior brother can't ask for it. Yu Yong opened his eyebrows and smiled, and asked happily, how many eternal techniques have you practiced, brother? He heard what Shuning and the others said before and knew that Su Lang practiced a lot of exercises, so he was very curious, how many? This, you may not believe it. The eternal technique I practiced is not how many, not tens of thousands, but how many billions. Su Lang touched his chin and said, with a smile. What? How many billions? Brother, do I have a broken ear? Yu Yangli looked at Su Lang dumbfounded, his face was full of unbelieving expressions. Eternal exercises, the general eternal martial artist will also practice 3 or 5. It's too fake to practice eternal exercises in units of billions. You heard me right, I did practice so many eternal techniques. But these eternal techniques are derived from the superficial techniques. These exercises do not work well, so they are not very useful. Su Lang sighed slightly, seemingly dissatisfied with those exercises. What? Those exercises turned out to be the eternal exercises performed by senior brother Su Lang himself. Although it is derived from the superficial and low-level exercises, it is far beyond my cognition and imagination. Brother, your martial arts talent is too terrifying. Deducing hundreds of millions of eternal techniques, no wonder you can perfect, Zhoulong Xuanxin. Yu Yangli said in horror, even a little incoherent. Nothing great, I have practiced so many techniques, and I have also advanced my combat power to the peak of the 6 universes. I have now stepped into the 5 eternal realm, but my combat power is only the eternal peak of the 6 universes, which is really too weak. Su Lang shook his head and sighed again. Yu Yangli was stiff, his expression stagnated. Chapter 2633, Brother, you don't feel confident anymore, it's too weak, ah. Yu Yangli's mind kept replaying Su Lang's words, and his mood was as complicated as mixing with oil, salt, vinegar, scallion, and garlic. Well known, in the eternal realm, when the number of crystal wall cells is equal, it is extremely difficult for the combat power to exceed the same level. It must be the kind of Tianjiao in the eternal realm to do it, but it is almost impossible to completely crush it. For example, His Royal Highness Shu Ning, such as Emperor Shu Yuzhou, or Yu Yangli. They can defeat the eternal powerhouse of the 7 universes at the same level, but they can't defeat them too easily, requiring a lot of effort. And this is already the limit. Like Su Lang, as soon as he entered the 5 eternal realm, he possessed the existence of the peak-level combat power of the 6 realms, which was extinct in the endless realm. This is eternal. It is almost impossible for others to exceed a small state. Only when the number of crystal wall universe reaches a critical point and there are countless high-level eternal inheritances can it be done. But Su Lang's combat power almost surpassed 2 small realms at the same level. This was just after entering the 5 eternal realm, and the cell walls of the crystal wall were much smaller than those of warriors of the same level. A slight comparison of all aspects shows how genius Su Lang is, however. He is still not satisfied. He also said that he was too weak. Yu Yangli covered his chest, feeling so painful there. Junior brother, what happened to you? Su Lang looked at Yu Yangli sluggishly, and asked strangely. Brother, can you not be satisfied with your own combat power? Yu Yangli pondered for a moment, and hesitated. This will deal a serious blow to me. You make me feel unconfident. That's it. However, the combat power is only 2 levels higher than the same level, which is really weak. Su Lang showed such an expression before frowning and said, I used to have real combat power that surpassed my own realm by several realms. Yu Yangli turned around silently. Brother, I don't want to talk to you. Is that what people say? Is that something that people can pick up? Do not. That is not strong enough. Su Lang grabbed Yu Yangli's shoulder and said, Fortunately, I have the infinity. And various eternal emperor soldiers, which can make up for some combat power. Hear this. Yu Yangli trembled all over, but felt a clatter in his heart, as if his self-confidence was broken. What? It is close to 2 small realms higher than its own realm, but still not satisfied, and even supplemented from other aspects. This is so abnormal. Now my ultimate combat power can probably reach the top level of the 7 eternity. If you use secret techniques like, the secret of death but not life, you can probably reach the level of invincibility below the 8 universes. If Su Lang didn't notice Yu Yangli's reaction, he smiled and said, on this basis, with the help of junior brother, His Royal Highness Shu Ning, and Xie Zan and other elders, it should be no problem for the combat power to enter the 8-dimensional level. This statement came out. Yu Yangli felt that he was about to split. Achieving 8 eternal realm, that combat power, doesn't it surpass its own 3 small realms? The 3 small realms of the eternal realm, it is not an exaggeration to say that they are the 3 great realms of the other levels. Yu Yang turned around blankly, and looked at Su Lang with a certain unloved one. He knew that Su Lang was much better than himself. However, it is also a fact that Su Lang's cultivation level is relatively low, and this is the only place where Yu Yangli can figure it out. But now, with full firepower, Su Lang can already master the power of the 8 eternal realm. This has far surpassed his Yu Yangli, the the peak of the 7 universes. Yu Yangli suddenly realized, in front of Su Lang, he is really a younger brother in all aspects. At this time, junior brother's combat power is actually pretty good. Su Lang smiled and patted Yu Yangli on the head, but there is still potential for improvement. Yes, I can still improve. Yu Yangli was surprised. It is difficult for him to improve himself, but isn't Su Lang here now? Senior brother Su Lang is a super invincible eternal great arrogant. If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com. The One Key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million level literature. Chapter 2634. Empowerment, the eternal brother of the 8 universes. Come on, I will teach you the eternal realm cultivation technique now. Su Lang smiled. If you are lucky, maybe you can go all out and have the power of the 8 eternal realm. Hiss. The power of the 8 eternal realm. Yu Yangli's eyes widened, his face was shocked and anticipating. The 8 eternal realm, that was the level he dreamed of. Brother is brother, good brother, good brother. Yu Yangli looked at Su Lang, deeply moved in his heart. He practiced alone for countless years, with only a few guardians who were dying of old guarding him. Those protectors still need him to protect, but they have not enjoyed the feeling of being protected and cared for a long time. Now, from the brother Su Lang, he has a long-lost feeling of being cared for. Sit down, brother. I am going to teach you the exercises now. Su Lang looked at the touched look of the Chief Junior, and smiled. Yes, brother. Yu Yangli took a deep breath, and sat down on the spot. It just so happens that the number of powers initiation has been refreshed, a total of 560 initiations. Su Lang squinted his eyes, and today he will completely subdue Yangli. Press the palm of your hand to the center of your eyebrow. Su Lang carefully observed Yu Yangli with his spiritual thoughts. With Yu Yangli undefended, he saw more details. For example, Yu Yangli has many crystal wall worlds, reaching the level of 30,000. Obviously, with the inheritance of Emperor Gujun Zhou, this guy also knew the importance of the foundation, and laid the foundation of the crystal wall cells before the godless level. Look at the crystal wall universe again. Yu Yangli is a powerhouse of the 7 eternal realm. The threshold of the 7 eternal realm is the 8,000 Gai crystal wall universe. And Yu Yangli's crystal wall universe has reached 12,000, belonging to a high level among the 7 universes. In addition, he learned some 7-character secret inheritance, and he had the remaining eternal techniques, and his combat power reached the inheritance of the peak of the 7 universes. The foundation is very solid. Have the great potential of advanced 9 universes. Su Lang nodded slightly, and immediately locked onto Yangli with his spiritual thoughts, and gave instructions to the system, start the exercise empowerment function, the goal, Yu Yangli. Suddenly, rumble, numerous exercises and profound meanings are like a galaxy flowing down, crazily blending into Yongli's soul and body. The profound meaning of an eternal technique, its information is absolutely massive. The profound meaning of a total of 560 eternal exercises is beyond imagination. Yu Yangli only felt that he had come to the deep sea of eternal practice. He is like a huge dry sponge, absorbing the profound meaning in the ocean frantically and strengthening himself. He was horrified to discover. Su Lang's initiation is not just simply instilling the profound meaning of the exercises into his mind. Instead, it was directly integrated into his soul and body, making him feel like he has practiced for countless years, and he has grasped it firmly, just like he has practiced for countless years. In this process, Yu Yangli deeply realized every detail of becoming stronger. Both the soul and body became stronger with the increase of the love of countless exercises. The life universe, crystal wall worlds, crystal wall universes, all become more magnificent and stable, and the power of the universe is more pure and surging. In addition, there are also various secret techniques to increase combat power, such as the Split 13 Corpses, Clone Secret Technique, the Self-Mutilation Explosive Secret Technique, and the special strange secret technique such as One Thought Conferred. Every kind of secret technique can indirectly raise his combat power to a more powerful level. Time passed slowly. Yu Yangli didn't know whether a moment had passed or countless years had passed. When the profound meaning of the practice that continuously poured into his body and soul finally stopped, he opened his eyes, and his eyes flashed like thunder, as if even the barriers of the natural universe were pierced. Immediately after, an incomparably terrifying breath erupted from his body, which was dozens of times stronger than before. This is the eternal power of the 8 universes. The 560 eternal exercises that my brother instilled in me are directly at the founding level. Yu Yangli was surprised and madly feeling the powerful force in his body, only to feel that he was dreaming, a dream that he didn't want to wake up. This feeling is even stronger than when he was inherited by the Lone Army Emperor Zhou. If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com. The One Key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million level literature. Chapter 2635. Yu Yangli's Miyu Gun. It is indeed the eternal power of the 8 universes, but only barely stepped in. Compared to the real 8 eternity, it's still a bit worse. Junior, don't be complacent, let alone get complacent. Su Lang looked at Yu Yangli up and down, and said lightly. He appeared in front of Yangli's attribute panel, and all aspects of his attributes became 8 eternity. Hear this. Yu Yangli seemed to wake up from a dream, with a hint of clarity in his eyes full of shock and ecstasy. Soon, Senior Brother, thank you brother for preaching and teaching work. Senior Brother's teachings will never be forgotten. Yu Yangli stood up from a cross-sitting posture, bowed deeply at Su Lang, his waist almost folded in half. At this moment, Yu Yangli has developed indelible respect, gratitude and conviction for Su Lang. 560 eternal techniques, and directly reached the founding level, saving countless billions of years of cultivation, let his combat power directly enter the eternal level of the 8 universes. The original 7-character secret technique was presented before. There are currently 560 eternal exercises instilled directly to the founding level. Su Lang gave him this unbelievable opportunity directly. The two have only met for less than an hour. What a kind heart, how caring for his junior, can it be done? In Yongli's heart, Su Lang has become the most reliable and trustworthy person. Even the status of Emperor Ji Yu Jun Zhou in his heart was vaguely crushed by Su Lang. Well, stay calm. Su Lang showed a kind smile. This kind of thing will happen in the future. Yes, brother. Yu Yangli took a deep breath, tried to suppress the ecstasy in his heart, for fear of laughing out loud, and lost his attitude in front of this respectable brother Su Lang. The exercises are here temporarily. Su Lang smiled slightly. Take this opportunity to see if I can help you promote the weapon. This statement came out. Yu Yangli suddenly thought of Xie Zan's admiration. In that courtyard, he heard Su Lang's refining methods from Xie Zan for the first time. That is a mysterious means to instantly promote the Eternal Emperor Soldier, and it is countless times stronger than the 7-character secret middle weapon character's secret inheritance. For this means, Yu Yangli had long wanted to see it. Yes, brother. Yu Yangli saluted Su Lang very gratefully. At the same time, he felt even more ashamed and regretted for slandering Su Lang before. So he secretly decided to help senior brother Su in the future, so that he can forgive himself. Take out the weapon. Also, enough material. Take out all your materials that have no significant effect, regardless of type, level and quantity. Su Lang smiled and stretched out his right hand to Yu Yangli. Yes. Yu Yangli nodded immediately, and then took out his weapon. He has 3 eternal weapons. The first is an eternal treasure for defense, called, Good Fortune Does Not Die Beads. This Good Fortune Does Not Die Beads, like a ping-pong ball magnified many times, even the color looks like yellow. When used, the beads are divided into 2 hemispheres around them, which can resist attacks. The second one is an eternal treasure used for concealment, named, Daoyu Without Trace Mirror, which is a small thumb-sized mirror pendant. The third is an eternal weapon used for offensive purposes, called the Miyu Spear, which is a silver spear. From these 3 weapons, Su Lang felt a strong characteristic. It's just like the Absolute Hit, Off-Broken Dream Knife, the Absolute Block, of Tianjia's 8-sided shield, and the Breaking Defense as Death, of Yudian's sword. That Good Fortune Does Not Die Beads, has the absolute defense characteristics of the same level. Daoyu Wu Trace Mirror, with absolute concealment of the same level. Yu Yu Gun has the ability to annihilate the Crystal Wall universe. Once the enemy is stabbed, the Crystal Wall universe lost by the enemy will be permanently annihilated and cannot be recovered unless it is re-splitting out by using the origin of the universe. In other words, this long spear can not only hurt people, but also hurt people's cultivation potential, practice path, and even directly knock it off the realm, which can only be practiced again. This can be seen. Among these 3 weapons, the Miyu Gun is the most terrifying weapon. If you like the One Key training system, Please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com, the one key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million level literature. Chapter 2636, this cheap junior is very poor of course. In Su Lang's view, the characteristics of the destroying spear were still inferior to the Yutian sword's ability to break defenses and die. Moreover, he does not need this characteristic of destroying the enemy crystal wall universe. For him, this is damaging the spoils. Everything about the enemy must be accepted intact. This is a weapon made of innate materials born in the universe. Su Lang looked at the three weapons that Yu Yangli took out and smiled faintly. Yes, brother, these three weapons were slowly cultivated from the embryos left by my master. But junior brother, I have limited abilities and insufficient resources. I can only cultivate them to the 5 eternal realm. Among them, the most powerful spear is only a half-step 6 eternal realm. Yu Yangli said respectfully, and immediately his face was a bit astringent, and these three weapons were just enough for him to use. Okay, Su Lang nodded and asked, where is the material? At this, Yu Yangli hurriedly took out his own materials, compressed them between square inches in the space avenue, and handed them to Su Lang. Su Lang's spiritual thoughts swept away, and suddenly frowned slightly. This cheap junior is very poor. It's totally inconsistent with the identity of the descendant of the 9 universes. Brother, I was worried about leaking the inheritance and being pursued and killed, so I kept hiding and practicing, sitting and eating. Up to now, the resources left by Master are basically used by me. These materials are almost the last inventory on my body. Yu Yangli was very embarrassed and said, I wanted to get some resources from Emperor Shuyuzhou. I don't know that he is poorer than me. Sit down and eat the sky, no more. Su Lang rolled his eyes speechlessly, and said, I deceived Emperor Shuyuzhou's wealth. Yeah, junior brother knows. Emperor Shuyuzhou told me that he was miserable at the time, and he was so old that he was almost crying. Yu Yangli nodded vigorously, with a proud smile on his face. Wait and let him really cry. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, revealing a sneer. Yeah, senior brother and I shot together and completely deceived him. Yu Yangli's eyes were bright, and he could act with Su Lang, making him an Urongyan. I'll talk about this later. Su Lang smiled, close to the subject, your materials are only enough to be promoted to the same weapon, how about promoting that Miyu gun? Okay, it's all up to the brother. Yu Yangli originally thought that he had too little material to be promoted, but now that he was able to be promoted to Miyu gun, he smiled happily. He hurriedly offered Miyu gun both hands to Su Lang, looking forward to it very much. Actually, your refining technique is still a bit worse, and a lot of materials are wasted. But brother, I have a way to recast weapons, so that the value of all materials can be fully utilized. Su Lang caught Miyu's spear and shook his head with a smile. It's just that once it's recast, the Qi Ling will not be able to keep it. Ah, brother actually has such methods, it is simply unexpected. Yu Yangli exclaimed, somewhat unbelievable. It stands to reason that after the weapon is cast, the raw materials used merge with each other, and it is impossible to recast and reuse the materials. But Su Lang was able to do it. At this time, Miyu's spear trembled fiercely, and Qi Ling sent emotions of fear and pleading. Don't worry, I'm not a murderous person, just talk about it. Su Lang gently patted Miyu's spear, smiled and shook his head. That is, how can you hurt you with the kindness of the brother? Yu Yangli looked at Miyu's spear with a lesson in tone. Suddenly, Miyu gun breathed a sigh of relief. Well, I'm going to be promoted to weapons. Su Lang reminded Yu Yangli and then used the one key enhancement function. Good teacher. Yu Yangli nodded, just about to see how Su Lang promoted the weapon, and then stopped abruptly. Because he didn't say anything, the weapon has already been promoted. A breath of the 6 universe eternal realm came from the Miyu spear and filled the surroundings. The scene is quiet, and the needle drop can be heard. If you like the one key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com, the one key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million level literature. Chapter 2637, How many? 100 million, Promotion. Promotion is over. Yu Yangli looked at Miyu gun in disbelief, his whole figure seemed to be knocked stupid by a stick. Me, I got promoted. Miyu gun was also dumbfounded, and I felt it was too fake and unreal. Although I have heard of Su Lang's magical methods before, however, seeing and experiencing it with their own eyes still made Yu Yangli and Mie Yu Cheng shocked. The promotion is over, take it. Su Lang smiled slightly and threw Miyu's spear to Yu Yangli. Patter. Yu Yang caught the weapon in a hurry, and the master and servant were still stupid, as if they were still in a dream. Seeing this scene, Su Lang smiled without saying a word, lightly picked up his teacup and drank slowly. After a long time, is this really a dream? Miyu-gun, do you want to stab me? Yu Yangli seemed to have just woke up from a dream and said with a dazed expression. Okay, master. Miyu-gun was also a little confused, and directly agreed to Yu Yangli. Don't, I'm just talking. Yu Yangli quickly squeezed Miyu's spear, for fear that this guy would really pierce himself. Seeing that Yu Yangli and his weapons were not very clever, Su Lang rolled his eyes. But he was still quite happy. The materials that can be left by Yu Yangli to the present are all very high-level materials, with one material topping many low-level materials. Therefore, the materials Yu Yangli gave him did not run out. Of course, it is impossible to strengthen the other two Eternal Emperor soldiers. It can only be said to be a small profit, at this time. Brother, I want to try a gun, Yu Yangli said to Su Lang impatiently. Don't worry. Su Lang waved his hand and asked, do you still have the origin of the universe? Yes, there are more. Brother, do you want it? I'll give it to senior brother. Yu Yangli said that he was going to hand over his origin of the universe to Su Lang. How many? 100 million. Su Lang did not rush to ask, but asked. 100 million. Yu Yangli's expression froze, and said with some difficulty, junior brother only has 100,000 universe origins. 100,000, you are so poor. Su Lang looked at Yu Yangli and shook his head, forget it, keep it for yourself. Yes, brother. Yu Yangli nodded in embarrassment. At the same time, he was a little unbelievable. In Su Lang's case, the origin of the universe has been used as a unit of 100 million. You should be called a brother. Well, the war between us and Suiyu universe region may break out at any time, you have to quickly upgrade your cultivation. Here are some pills to increase the speed of cultivation. Take them and use them. Su Lang took out some pills such as Zanyu refining pill, and handed it to Yu Yangli. In fact, some of these medicines were made from the materials Yangli just gave. Even if he gave Yu Yangli these pills, Su Lang still had a lot of them, and the remaining pills were used as a spare. Hi, this is the pill made by senior brother Su Lang. Sure enough, as Xie Zan said, it is the eternal perfect pill of the 5 universes. Senior brother Su Lang is really amazing. It's not bad that I can lift him shoes. Yu Yangli took the pill, and a storm surged in his heart, and of course he did not forget to thank Su Lang. With these pills for accelerating cultivation, his cultivation speed will rise sharply. 7 cosmos eternally condensed 13,000 guy in the crystal wall universe, and he can be promoted to the level of 8 cosmos. He is still 1,000 short, not far away. Remember to hurry up. After the jade repair is over, you must practice wholeheartedly. Su Lang nodded slightly. When the time comes, you will ask Elder Xie Zan and them to speed up each other's time. Yes, junior brother would like to follow the teachings of senior brother. Yu Yangli smiled and saluted respectfully. Okay, you have been out of the sight of Emperor Shuyuzhou for a while, so you have to go back as soon as possible. So I stopped calling His Royal Highness Shuning and the others over to discuss. Su Lang nodded and said, according to the plan you made before, you go to fudge Emperor Yuzhou and let him gather resources as soon as possible. Yes, brother, I promise to complete the task. Yu Yangli patted his chest and promised loudly. Go, I want to think about the difficulties of your exercises. Su Lang waved his hand and took out some jade slips to make a learning appearance. Yes, when Yu Yangli saw that Su Lang had not forgotten to help him solve his doubts, he was even more moved. He nodded heavily, then disappeared from where he was, and went to find Emperor Shuyuzhou. If you like the One Key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com. The One Key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million level literature. Chapter 2638, Zai Terrace C. Yu Yong left. While Su Lang waved his hand, all the formations surrounding the opposing platform disappeared. Immediately after, he directly turned on the One Key practice function. The cosmic energy that had accumulated around for a long time, turned into a thick mist, seemed to have found a catharsis under high pressure, and madly poured into Su Lang's body. At this time, the speed at which Su Lang absorbed the cosmic energy was obviously more terrifying than when he was practicing before. Because he got his major practice, Wuliang Liu Juntian Chaos Sutra, he changed it. This is a more powerful master technique than Zhou Long Xuanxin. Almost already the top major practice in the endless universe, Su Lang predicts that he will not need to change the major practice for a long time in the future. This, unlimited Liu Juntian Chaos Sutra, is enough for him to practice to the eternal state of the 9 universes. Junior brother Yu Yangli is really a good fat sheep. It's just that the wool of this cheap junior has basically been wiped out by me. Fortunately, his combat power is very powerful, and he has barely entered the 8 eternal realm, and is a good helper. Quote. While thinking, Su Lang looked at the 10 martial arts villains in the mysterious space. They are practicing the secret of words and words continuously. The previous exercise, the secret of death without life, is a self-harming secret technique. Under normal circumstances, this secret technique will not increase combat power. Therefore, his current combat power still remains at the peak level of the 6 eternal realm. Among the 7 character secrets, the sword character secret and the word character secret increase their combat power. After practicing the secret of the sword, if I reinvent the Pui sword, I will definitely make it stronger. The 3 character secret of the pill array weapon is Theolife skill inheritance. The word secret summons thugs, and the word stealing secret is a special secret technique, which cannot directly increase combat power. Except for the 7 character secret, the rest of the exercises obtained from Yu Yangli are also somewhat useful. The key is that these exercises are naturally unsuccessful, and they are eternal exercises with a high intention. After synthesis, the level will be greatly increased. Now, let's start the success method. Su Lang Momo thought, activated the 1-key synthesis function, and began to synthesize an eternal exercise. The setting sun is like blood. The surging cosmic energy on the platform was shown with a faint crimson light. The eternal exercises combined one after another are freshly released. Numerous cultivation bases have also accumulated in Su Lang's cultivation base. These cultivation bases can be used directly to perfect the crystal wall world and form the crystal wall universe. Su Lang felt a sense of urgency because Su Lang could fight Dudu Zhouyu at any time, therefore. After accumulating some cultivation base, before the sea of cultivation was full, he began to consume cultivation, perfecting the crystal wall world and forming the crystal wall universe. One more crystal wall universe, one more cosmic power, one more combat power. Time flies. I don't know how long it has been. Su Lang has perfected more than 600 Gai crystal wall universe. If he still relies on the energy of the bottom universe to cultivate, at least 200 basic universes must be spared to perfect the universe with so many crystal walls. This reflects the importance of the cultivation environment. The high-level universe is more suitable for cultivation than the basic-level universe. 2788 Gai crystal wall universe. The distance from the 6 eternal realm is about 1800 Gai. If you practice for a while, you will be able to break through to the 6 eternal realm. Su Lang thought so, with a look of expectation in his eyes. At this time, a somewhat familiar guard of the eternal realm came not far from the opposite platform. This person was in the 5 eternal realm, called Ada. After Ada respectfully saluted, he said that someone had come to see Su Lang. The people here are 3 eternal 4 cosmos who drag their family in mouth. It's from Zaitai. Su Lang nodded slightly. Bring them in to see me. At the beginning, he presented a treasure-hunting flying glider to Zai Station. At this time, using perception sharing, he saw everyone in Zai Station. Yes, Lord Su Lang. Ada respectfully took the order and turned and left. Quickly. He came outside the Ziyu Tiangong. But I saw 3-4 plane eternal realms, with more than a dozen 3 plane eternal realms, and more 2 cosmic and 1 cosmic eternal realms, falling on the ground, afraid to float in the air. They respectfully held a treasure-hunting fly, and waited very nervously. Chapter 2639. Received as a subordinate, Master Su Lang has an order, let me take you to see him. Ada of the 5 eternal realm bowed his hands politely, please come with me. I'm sorry, my lord. Shi Yi was in Taichung, and an old man stepped forward and trembling slightly. Immediately after, the people from all seals Yitai followed Ada to the opposite platform. En route, everyone at Zaitai was extremely excited, after getting Su Lang's order to let them go to Dudu Universe. Everyone in Zaitai is going crazy with excitement. Dudu Universe. Su Lang has actually entered the high-level universe. This is the place of cultivation that countless eternal powers dream of. And Su Lang seems to have a very high status in the Dudu universe. After they sold most of their basic universe and helped Su Lang deal with most of the coordinates of the natural universe, they went all the way and entered Dudu universe. In the natural universe along the way, of course, I also encountered the guards of Dudu universe. But when they sacrificed Su Lang's treasure hunt flying glider, they went all the way unimpeded. After entering Dudu universe, they finally learned of Su Lang's earth-shattering deeds in the Dudu universe. This Master Su Lang unexpectedly united with the Shu Ning faction to kill the stronger Shu Jade faction. Today's Su Lang is even more of a guest of Shu Ning's group. Heard these news, everyone at Zaitai is almost like Fan Jin in Zhongjang, almost frothing with joy. Just their level, and cannot inquire more news. Otherwise, they would definitely know that Su Lang was already one of the two people with the highest status in the Dudu universe. Even the eternal power of the 7 universes must bow their heads in salute. Not long, Ada took all the people from Zai Terrace to the opposite platform. See Su Lang in his cultivation state. No one would not be shocked and amazed, and some eternal strong men with weaker concentration were directly stunned. Junior has seen Senior Su. Shi Yitai led the murder in an extremely excited salute. The 3-4 universes headed by these are eternal, named Qinli, Ryong and Jishang. They had already seen Su Lang's clone, and they were even more excited when seeing Su Lang's deity. Okay, what happened to what I asked you to do? Su Lang smiled slightly and asked directly. Report to Senior, it's done. These are the gains after processing some of the coordinates of the natural universe, please look at it. The Supreme Emperor Zhou replied respectfully, and condensed a temporary space with a space avenue, which carried a large amount of material and sent it to Su Lang. With a wave of his hand, Su Lang took the temporary space into the storage space and took a look. Among them are 500,000 cosmic origins and a large number of various resources. At a glance, he knew that its value far exceeded the natural universes he wanted to deal with. Obviously, there is also the respect of everyone in Zaitai. Su Lang smiled and nodded, and stored the newly obtained universe origin into the system. Ding! The storage is complete, the balance is 9.62 million cosmic origin. Unfortunately, the cheap junior is too poor. If he is not poor, I can first upgrade a favorite system function. Su Lang thought so, then looked at the people in Zaitai and smiled. I'm interested. This is what we are supposed to do. The Supreme Emperor Zhou, together with the others, paid homage to Su Lang in his heart. Okay, today I officially accept you as subordinates. From now on, whenever you should practice resources, I will try my best to help you satisfy them. Su Lang nodded slightly and happily accepted these new subordinates who had come to defect. Thank you Lord for your kindness. Emperor Zhou and others were grateful to worship Xie Salong, and their title was changed from senior to lord. They knelt and licked Su Lang hard, and now they finally got a reward. They were accepted by Su Lang, and they had this extremely terrifying backer. Don't rush to thank you. Next, I will perform a secret technique on you, Gen Beer, etc., just in case. Su Lang looked calm. Is this acceptable? Of course, Lord, please choose at will. The extremely high-class people nodded in a hurry. Shi Yitai had embraced Su Lang's thigh wholeheartedly, and had no other bad thoughts. If you like the one-key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com. The one-key training system has the fastest update speed of the literature under the one-click training system. Chapter 2640. Dare to make an axe in front of me, good. Su Lang smiled happily, waving his hand. The bright light of Mingguang myriad realms immediately shed, shining on all the members of Zaitai in front of him. But at this moment, boom, a violent explosion came. However, I saw an eternal strong man in the second universe suddenly exploded with all his strength, looking savagely trying to escape. What? Emperor Wu Xiaozhou, what are you doing? The expressions of the people on Zaitai changed drastically, completely confused. Struggling at this time, that Emperor Wu Xiaozhou is obviously a man with ghosts. This made everyone in Zaitai feel cold, and the secret talk was over. They came to Su Lang, but someone with other purpose appeared in the team. What does Su Lang think? They Zaitai, can they still be trusted by Su Lang? The horrified person, and Ada, the eternal guard of the 5 universes. Didn't that person come to take refuge in Master Su Lang? He actually ran away at this time. It seems that he was an enemy who got into the team. What is his identity? Ada's eyes widened, shocked in her heart, and she also admired Su Lang's cautious actions. Compared with Zaitai and Ada, Su Lang was the most calm one. Ha ha, Su Lang raised his eyebrows, unexpectedly, just in case, he actually forced out a beaming clown. He looked at the eternal warrior of the two universes, Emperor Wu Xiaozhou. A trace of incomparable strength, which had reached the eternal state of the 6 universes, radiated from that person. This is the external force deployed by the other strong players in advance. Not the real power of this person. Otherwise, it would have been seen by Su Lang using the property panel, at this time. Under the protection of the power of the eternal realm of the 6 universes, the Emperor Wu Xiao almost disappeared instantly. Wu Zhou Eternal Ada can only watch. Everyone in Zaitai had just fallen into horror, and was completely unable to stop them, but in front of Su Lang, this method was too weak. Function with a thought. With a thought, a gray space appeared out of thin air, drawing the eternal 2 universes into it. Do not. Emperor Wu Xiaozhou originally thought he could escape, but now he found that he was trapped. Even the eternal power of the 6 universes can't make him break free from this weird gray space. Suddenly, Emperor Wu Xiaozhou was enveloped by a death crisis, his heart was full of despair, and his whole body was cold. He knew that he was dead. At this time, another force of the 6 eternal realm erupted from his body. But this time, it is not to take him away, but to kill him. Almost instantly, countless cracks appeared on Emperor Wu Xiaozhou, and I don't know how many crystal wall universes shattered. The next moment, he will die. Small bugs, dare to make an axe in front of me. Su Lang sneered softly, pinching and cutting with his right hand. The life sword of the eternal emperor of the 6 universes appeared out of thin air and cut into his body out of thin air before Emperor Wu Xiaozhou died. The body of Emperor Wu Xiaozhou. The remaining 6 universe eternal realm forces continued to obliterate the vitality of Emperor Wu Xiaozhou. However, the sword of life has continuously healed Emperor Wu Xiaozhou. As the life sword of the eternal emperor of the 6 universes, Su Lang is in charge. How can the residual power of the 6 universes without rootless duckweed be comparable? Then, a shocking thing happened to everyone like Ada and Ji Shang. But seeing Emperor Wu Xiaozhou, who was cut by the long sword, instead of speeding up his death, he was radiated with great vitality, which can be called back to life. Hiss! That long sword is not a murderous sword, but a saving sword. This is the Emperor Soldier of the 6 eternal realm. It's really eye-opening. Then Emperor Wu Xiaozhou didn't die. It seems that he can get a lot of information. Master Su Lang's methods are too powerful. I'm not dead. Emperor Wu Xiaozhou showed ecstasy, but then the ecstasy turned into panic again. He did not die, but he knew that he was about to face extremely cruel interrogation next. But Emperor Wu Xiaozhou had expected it wrong. The interrogation was not cruel, because Su Lang had Mingguang Wanji, Mirror Flowers and Water Moon, and Hexentong. He could not resist any kind of magical powers. Besides, Su Lang uses 3 supernatural powers together. Chapter 2641, Emperor Wu Xiaozhou Wow. The golden light enveloped the Emperor Wu Xiao in the eternal realm of the 2nd universe. But seeing Emperor Wu Xiaozhou's mood gradually calmed down, his expression gradually eased, and he gradually showed a fanatical respect and worship towards Su Lang. Immediately after, Jinghua Shuiyu appeared, and it was another cut. As if a ripple flashed by, Emperor Wu Xiaozhou's eyes were blurred, and he seemed to have lost his subjective consciousness. Say, your true identity. Who is the 6 eternal eternity that planted you power, from which power, and what is the purpose? Su Lang activated his Shintong and asked calmly. This sentence fell in the ears of Emperor Wu Xiaozhou, which was the supreme mission. Master is here. Sha Nuyi has no night, Zaitai people. Emperor Wu Xiaozhou respectfully began to answer Su Lang's question, quickly. The ins and outs of the matter came from his mouth. Emperor Wu Xiaozhou is indeed a person from Zaitai, and he grew up in Zaitai. He is a genius of Zaitai and is deeply trusted. However, last time I went out to hunt the universe, he encountered a strange eternal power of the 6 universes. The eternal power of the 6 universes did not kill him, claiming to be a secluded cultivator, because the retreat was too long and blocked from outside news. Then it gave him a lot of benefits, made him collect some intelligence, and left him 2 defenses. Emperor Wu Xiaozhou originally wanted to report these things, but those 2 powers affected his thinking. Coupled with that many benefits, he finally lurked down and became a young man. During the period of being a young man, he passed all the information he could collect, no matter how big or small it was, to the 6 universes. Including the coordinates of the Dudu universe when I first entered the Dudu universe, and the recent events in the Dudu universe were also reported. When he saw that Su Lang was about to be interrogated by Mingguang 10,000 realms, he himself didn't want to escape. It was the power of the 2 eternal states of the 6 universes that influenced him and made him instantly make the choice to escape. And that's all. Su Lang frowned and asked. Return to the master, that's all. Emperor Wu Xiaozhou replied very respectfully. At this time, he was 100% loyal to Su Lang, even stupid, and there would be no hesitation in letting him die. There is very little information about the 6 eternal realms, and the annihilation of those 2 powers will definitely shock that guy. He will definitely not stay in the place where he meets Emperor Wu Xiaozhou, the 2nd and 5th sons. Su Lang pondered silently, and immediately waved his hand to kill Emperor Wu Xiaozhou. Seeing the death of Emperor Wu Xiaozhou, although the Emperor Zhou and other people at Zaitai were a little sad, they all felt that Emperor Wu Xiaozhou had a guilty death. Because of this guy, almost everyone in Zaitai was harmed. Ada, you report this to your Highness Shuning. Su Lang looked at Ada and nodded. Yes, Lord Su Lang. Ada witnessed the whole process and was indeed the best messenger. After he took the order, he left immediately. Soon, Su Lang used the same method to question the rest of Zaitai. These people are innocent. Just finished asking, His Royal Highness Shu Ning came to the opposite platform. His Royal Highness Shu Ning. Su Lang got up and arched his hands slightly. Master Su Lang. His Royal Highness Shu Ning also saluted Su Lang. We have all come to see His Royal Highness Shu Ning. Su Lang looked at the Supreme Group and said lightly, Have seen your Royal Highness Shu Ning. The people at Zaitai saluted Shu Ning with a panic expression, respectful and trembling. This is the Supreme Ruler of the Dudu universe. Simultaneously, seeing Su Lang sitting on an equal footing with His Royal Highness Shu Ning, everyone in Zaitai was shocked. It turns out that Lord Su Lang's status has reached this level already. You don't have to be polite. His Royal Highness Shu Ning nodded kindly to everyone in Zaitai. Dudu universe was just hiring people. These were all new forces, and these were Su Lang's people. You wait and get out first. Su Lang nodded slightly. I have something to discuss with His Royal Highness Shu Ning. Yes. The Supreme Emperor Zhou and others immediately took their orders and left under the leadership of Ada. Chapter 2642, Mysterious 6 Eternal Warriors, What do you think about Emperor Wu Xiaozhou? Su Lang invited His Highness Shu Ning to sit down and said straightforwardly. In the Dudu universe, it is almost impossible for the 6 eternal realm to exist. This class of powerful people can also get superior treatment in the Dudu universe, with no shortage of resources and great power. Even if you have a secret and a hidden mind, it is almost impossible to hide it. 6 Eternity requires countless resources for cultivation. As long as you collect resources, whether directly or indirectly, you can't hide the eyes and ears of Dudu universe. Unless he is like Yu Yangli, who has a lot of resources left by Master. Therefore, this mysterious eternity of the 6 universes is very suspicious. His Royal Highness Shu Ning analyzed, her eyebrows were slightly puckered, which looked pretty. This person is lurking in the Dudu universe, collecting all kinds of information. It is very likely that he is outside the Dudu universe. Then, this person is probably from Suiyu Zhouyu. Su Lang nodded slightly. In addition, there is another Yilong universe, but it shouldn't be from there. Okay, Yilong universe. Shu Ning nodded, and then asked a little surprised. The Yilong universe is another high-level universe adjacent to us. The information was told by my junior brother Yu Yangli. He secretly lurked in the middle universe of the Yilong universe, and the Emperor Shuyu also knew about the Yilong universe. Su Lang said apologetically, Yu Yangli, this kid is too cautious. We are all our own. I will let him stop guarding you. Is that right? Unexpectedly, there is a third high-level universe next to us. What can we do? Under the Shuning Hall, there was a glimpse of melancholy. Dudu Zhouyu has just ended the civil war, and its combat power has been greatly reduced. It is definitely the weakest among the high-level Zhouyu. Now the 1-year-old Yu universe is staring at me, and yet another Yilong universe has appeared. This is really worse. His Royal Highness Shu Ning need not worry too much. The specific location of the Yilong universe is known only by my younger brother. The Emperor Shu Yuzhou only knows the place where the Yilong universe is located, and doesn't know its specific location. Moreover, between the Yilong universe and the Dudu universe, there are a large number of continuous white worlds. Su Lang smiled and shook his head, and said with relief, the most important thing is that the chance of Yilong Zhouyu knowing that Do capital is located is almost non-existent. Hear this. This is good, this is good. His Royal Highness Shu Ning's frowning brows finally loosened, and he let out a fragrant breath. So that mysterious six-universe eternal realm is probably a spy from Suiyu universe realm. Su Lang's expression was indifferent. Of course, it is also possible that he is a strong potential cultivator, but the probability is also very small. Okay, then Emperor Wu Xiaozhou can remember seeing the eternal natural cosmic coordinates of the six universes. The bottom of Shuning Hall was solemn and asked, "Nu?" Su Lang slowly said the coordinates. The specific coordinates are based on the Zaitai universe. I know, I'll send someone to go back in time and check that person. His Royal Highness Shuning nodded, although he knew that he probably couldn't find out anything. It was better than nothing. Okay, if you can get its breath or related things, be sure to give me a copy. Su Lang nodded and said, my treasure hunting flying glider has a strong tracking ability. As long as there is a clue, that person will never escape from my palm. Now his treasure hunting flying strays have all been cooled down long ago, and the number is neatly 240 trillion. With these treasure hunting flying gliders, you can condense into a treasure hunting ancestral flying glider, with the powerful ability to track across the natural universe. It is good. There was a hint of lightness in His Highness Shuning's eyes, even if he was about to leave. But at this moment, Su Lang suddenly noticed a sudden movement from his jade card for transmission, and his expression suddenly moved. Seeing this, His Highness Shu Ning had a sudden movement. It's a message from Wang Jingchen, a 3-time eternal under my command. Su Lang put the jade card of transmission on the case table. I asked him to pack his things and fight for the universe to see me, but he was hunted down again. If you like the one-key training system, please collect it in an instant. MTLnovel.com. The one-key training system has the fastest update speed in the instant million-level literature. Chapter 2643. Save Wang Jingchen again, also. Is this Wang Jingchen often hunted down? His Royal Highness Shu Ning looked at Su Lang's jade plate of communication with some surprise. However, I saw a message for help above, saying that he was being chased by an unknown 5 Eternal Realm power, begging Su Lang for help. 5 Eternal Realm. Su Lang, you said Wang Jingchen is only the 3 Eternal Eternity, he can escape under the pursuit of the 5 Eternal Realm. His Royal Highness Shu Ning looked at Su Lang's jade plaque for communication, and said even more surprised. Wang Jingchen is very ambitious. Su Lang smiled and shook his head. He must have discovered the trace of the 5 Eternal Realm in advance. Wang Jingchen is a dog. What do you mean? His Royal Highness Shu Ning asked very suspiciously. In other words, he is very careful, very cautious, and very stable. Perhaps in his opinion, the probability of success of 98%, rounding up is about equal to failure and death. Su Lang ticked the corner of his mouth, and explained faintly, that's it, this Wang Jingchen really used the word caution to the extreme. Then, now fellow Taoist Su Lang now hurry to rescue him. His Royal Highness Shuning nodded suddenly, although the high-level time flow is very fast, and the universe underneath has only passed for a long time in the past, it is better to be as soon as possible, just in case. I have gone to save him. Su Lang smiled faintly, and a picture screen appeared before he waved his hand. On the screen was the scene where Wang Jingchen was. Now that Wang Jingchen has been accepted as a subordinate, naturally, Su Lang would not be ignorant of his safety, and he had already left him with the treasure-hunting flying duck. When he received Wang Jingchen's call for help, he directly dispatched a clone. At this time the picture he turned out was everything he saw from the first perspective of that clone. I didn't expect Taoist Su Lang to be so fast. Under the Shuning Hall, there was surprise. No wonder Taoist Su Lang is not in a hurry, and he even has time to talk to me. Immediately afterwards, through that screen, His Highness Shuning saw Wang Jingchen, a middle-aged man with a high crown on his head. Subordinates pay respect to the Lord. The abominable 5 Eternal Eternity is pursuing. Lord, help. Wang Jingchen bowed to Su Lang's clone for help, looking sad and frightened. Okay. The avatar of Su Lang nodded lightly, turned to look at a void in this universe, and waited quietly. Fight in the universe. Is this Wang Jingchen worshipping Taoist Su Lang's clone? His Royal Highness Shuning guessed, could it be the clone that was cultivated in 13 corpses? Su Lang smiled without saying a word, neither admitted nor denied, letting His Highness Shu Ning make up his mind. At this time, someone is sneaky. Hiding in front of me is like playing a big sword in front of Guangdong. Su Lang's avatar looked in a certain direction, his eyes condensed suddenly, and the extremely powerful aura had already been crushed. Wow! Time and space seemed to spread out with waves of ripples, revealing an elderly man. His body was as thin as wood, and his head was out of proportion, very strange. Properties panel. Su Lang frowned, and immediately opened the other party's property panel to check the details, lest others pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger. Suddenly, all the attributes of the opponent are controlled by Su Lang. This is indeed just an eternal warrior of the 5 universes, whose name is Lu Tai, whose combat power is about the same as Pei Yuxiao. But the exercises he practiced were different from the 5 eternal eternity that Su Lang had seen. There is nothing in common with the Do Shu class inheritance technique that Shu Ning has mastered. Even the Lu Tai of the 5 eternal realm gives people a feeling of incompatibility. This person is a bit weird. His Royal Highness Shu Ning also frowned and said, obviously aware of something wrong. This feeling of incompatibility, could it be that this person is not a person from Dudu Joyu? Su Lang raised his eyebrows, and a thunderous light flashed in his eyes. This person is likely to be from the Sui Yuzhou domain. Indeed, His Royal Highness Shu Ning also changed his expression. Dao fellow Su Lang, your clone may capture this person alive. No problem. Su Lang smiled faintly. His clone and avatar possessed the same powerful combat power as himself, and reached the peak of the 6 universes. How could he not be able to grasp the eternity of 5 universes? Chapter 2644, Eternal Warrior. At this time, His Royal Highness Su Lang and Shu Ning said a few words on the platform. But even a millisecond has not passed in the universe where Wang Jingchen is. The time and space ripples caused by the eternity of the 5 universes named Lu Tai seemed to have just unfolded. Not good. Lord, that man is coming after him. Wang Jingchen found Lu Tai who was chasing him, and screamed in horror, without the demeanor of the Eternal Emperor. Just then, Na Lu Tai also found the avatar of Su Lang next to Wang Jingchen. Because Su Lang's avatar concealed his breath, there was only a slight fluctuation in the realm. Therefore, Lu Tai immediately caused the illusion that Su Lang was just a martial artist in the 5 eternal realm. 1-5 eternity, it's a personal thing, but it's a pity that none of you want to leave today. Lu Tai's expression was cold and murderous. He stepped forward and killed the endless power of the universe. Master, Wang Jingchen yelled. However, he himself did not escape, but took out his own weapons, planning to fight side by side with Su Lang clone. It can be seen that although this person is timid, his character is still good. It was precisely this behavior that made Su Lang not kill him, but instead took him into his subordinates. Hehe, it came just right. Su Lang smiled coldly, and instantly activated the Xing Quan Yun He function. This is to prevent the opponent from also having the power of the 6 universe eternal realm and forcibly fleeing after unfolding. Rumble, the avatars merged with each other. An increasingly stronger aura, like a huge wave after layer, lifted up layer by layer, overwhelming the sky, and pressed against the aggressive Lu Tai. What? This is the pressure of the 7 eternal realm. This person is clearly only the 5 eternal realm. How can it be possible to exert the power of the 7 eternal realm? Could it be that he also has the 7 eternal realm powerhouses instilling power as a whole card? But that means can be clearly mastered by the core powerhouses of our young universe. Quote. Lu Tai was stunned and dumbfounded when he saw Su Lang's avatar's breath soaring. He didn't even think about it, ignored inertia and all physical rules, changed the direction and fled away. The power of the pinnacle of the 6 universes burst out on his body, and he must tear the barriers of time and space to escape. However, it's too late. Function with a thought. Su Lang controlled the avatar with perfect possession, and when his thoughts moved, he pulled the road closer to the Nianfeng space. Drive me. Lu Tai found out that he was banned for the first time, and once again burst out the second peak of the 6 universe eternal realm's power, killing the Nianfeng space. However, this incarnation controlled by Su Lang has a real-life 7-plane eternal realm. Unfolding the Nianfeng space with the power of the eternal level of the 7 universes is not something that the peak of the eternal state of the 6 universes can be easily broken. Lu Tai's second burst of power of the six-universe eternal realm just made Nianfeng's space tremble, and it could no longer shake a single cent. Do not drive me. Lu Tai looked anxious, panicked, and violently used all self-harm secret techniques. Moreover, an external force of the seven eternal realm erupted from his body. The external force and his own power merge with each other and become stronger. Wow! Under this force, countless cracks appeared in the Nianfeng space, and it broke suddenly. Puff! Lu Tai fiercely spouted a mouthful of black blood, his expression wilted, but he did not forget to set off ripples in time and space to escape. But a semi-imaginary long knife slashed across his two eyes and passed through his head. Lu Tai didn't notice any abnormality, and went straight into the ripples of time and space. But the next moment, he actually drilled out of a void more than 10 light years away. Instead of heading to the rest of the natural universe. This is naturally affected by the mirror flower water moon, and some senses have been blinded. Lu Tai had no knowledge of this. He was delighted, but he didn't care, and once again set off ripples in time and space, continued to drill in, and then drilled out of the void not far away. In such a cycle, Lu Tai went so far as to continuously shuttle time and space around Su Lang, making a circle and returning to the origin. But he didn't even know. I thought I had traveled through many natural universes and was out of danger. Chapter 2645, It's a Pity You Met Me, Call. Fleeing so far, that weird 5-universe eternal realm is impossible to catch up. Damn, I didn't expect this Dudu Joyu to have a method similar to our old Yujoyu, which conceal the power of the high-level eternal power on the body of the low and middle-level eternal state, making it a trump card. Furthermore, the power of the 7 eternal realm of the 5 eternals just now is stronger and stronger than mine. If I don't escape, I will definitely die. This time I have lost all the eternal power of the 6 and 7 universes on his body, and he has also performed self-harming secret techniques. Fortunately, he has discovered some more critical information, otherwise it will be too bad. Quote. Lu Tai spit out a suffocating breath, his whole spirit seemed to collapse, as if he would fall down at any time. He sat down cross-legged, ready to heal his injuries. But at this moment, the picture in front of me suddenly changed. A young man who smiled without speaking and a middle-aged eternal warrior with a weird face were looking at him. Such a scene suddenly led Lu Tai thunderous, trembling all over, and a huge wave in his heart almost broke his heart. Catch up? How could it be possible? No, this is not catching up. It's that I didn't run away at all. Isn't this natural universe the one before? I haven't left here from beginning to end. I'm confused by illusion. What kind of illusion is this? It can confuse me, but I have used the power of the 7 eternal realm. It's over. Now that all the power of the 6 universes and 7 universes has been used up, I myself have fallen into weakness and completely finished. Lu Tai's heart was full of turbulent waves, squally rain, lightning and thunder, and his whole body was filled with despair and panic, almost torn apart. The next moment, the idea of self-suffocation emerged uncontrollably in his heart. This is the backhand left by the strong of Sui Yujo domain. Once he falls into a mortal situation, in order to avoid information leakage, he will start a self-destruction plan. I saw a strong and violent aura permeating from Lu Tai's body, and the next moment he would blew on the spot. But at this moment, wow, 8 black jade chains appeared out of thin air, directly penetrating his body and soul, and banning all power. Suddenly, Lu Tai's irritable aura died down and gradually subsided. But Lu Tai, who was not dead, was even more frightened. He didn't know what kind of cruel methods he would encounter when he fell into the hands of the enemy. When he catches others alive, he will use cruel methods to torture them. Now, it is his turn to fall into the hands of others. Tisk tut, it's very cunning, with a lot of whole cards. Even if you encounter the existence of the 6-universe eternal realm, it is estimated that you will die. It's a pity you met me. Su Lang waved his hand, and the 8 black jade chains tensed tightly, pulling Lu Terra in front of him, his limbs spread out in large fonts. I can't say anything. If you want to kill or cut, whatever you want. Lu Tai's expression was weak, but his tone was very tough. And his eyes toward Su Lang were even full of contempt and disdain. Yo, it's where it is now, dare to be tough. Su Lang raised his eyebrows, then I will let you methods. Miscellaneous. Lu Tai's pupils shrank abruptly, and he screamed in panic, revealing that he was completely nasty before. His mouth was very hard, but his legs were so soft that he could not stand firmly. Su Lang glanced at Lu Tai faintly. Soon, he waved. The jaw-dropping Wang Jingchen and the panicked and desperate Lu Tai were directly taken into the empty universe of life. Clone dispatch. Su Lang revoked his perfect possession, returned his will to his deity, and used his system abilities. The Xing Quan Yunhe clone of the Seven Eternal Realm was dispatched directly from the bottom universe to the opposite platform. A clone of the Seven Eternal Realm. Friend Su Lang, you are too exaggerated. His Royal Highness Xu Ning knew that Su Lang's clone technique was very powerful, but it was unbelievable to see the clone of the Seven Universes. This clone is stronger than Su Lang's deity. It's just temporary combat power. Su Lang smiled faintly, and let Xing Quan Yunhe clone to release Wang Jingchen and Lu Tai. Chapter 2646, Eternal Secret Agent of the Five Universes, what a rich cosmic energy. Here, hey, it's the Lord. Wang Jingchen looked around like Grandma Lu who had entered the Grand View Garden, and immediately found that Su Lang's deity was sitting in front of him, with a stunning woman beside him. Subordinates pay respect to the Lord. After the reaction, Wang Jingchen knelt down and squatted at Su Lang respectfully. Okay, this is the controller of Dudu Zhouyu, Your Highness Shuning. Su Lang nodded faintly, and introduced his Royal Highness Shuning. The helm of Dudu Universe. Wang Jingchen was astonished as if struck by thunder. This is as if ordinary people have seen the emperor in an ordinary country, just. Instead, he stood up and bowed deeply to Shuning instead of kneeling and kowtow. Obviously in his heart, Su Lang was the most convinced. Although Shuning had a high status, he was not Wang Jingchen's patron. Not to mention, from the posture of Su Lang and Shuning's exchanges, it can be seen that Su Lang's status is not lower than Shuning's. That being the case, of course Wang Jingchen only worshipped Su Lang. It's a good subordinate. His Royal Highness Shuning nodded with a smile. Not bad. Su Lang smiled, and said to Wang Jingchen, let you pack your things and fight for the universe, are you all packed? Everything is packed. Preparing to leave, I found this person sneaky through the concealment methods previously arranged. Little watched him secretly, was discovered by him, and then chased him all the way. Fortunately, the master helped, otherwise the little one will definitely die. Wang Jingchen said respectfully, with gratitude in his eyes. Okay. Su Lang nodded slightly and stopped talking to him, but looked at Lu Tai. At this time, Lu Tai looked sluggish, as if the eggplants that Shuang had beaten were deflated. This person should be from Suiyu Zhouyu. His Royal Highness Shuning looked at Lu Tai up and down, frowning and said. Is it right? It's safer to ask. Su Lang smiled faintly, waved his right hand, and the mirror flower appeared again. This time, this long knife was poured from the top of Lu Tai's head and reached his stomach in one step, leaving only a handle on the top of his head, which looked oozing and funny. Unable to resist, Lu Tai fell into the endless illusion again, unable to extricate himself. Immediately afterwards, Su Lang and the nearby Xing Quan Yunhe clone burst out with golden light at the same time, covering Lu Tai's whole body, quickly. Lu Tai went from being perplexed to sober, kneeling at Su Lang's feet respectfully. This method is really horrible. His Royal Highness Xu Ning exclaimed sincerely, her beautiful eyes were full of surprise. Wang Jingchen was even more stunned. He didn't expect Su Lang to possess such a magical method. Stop talking. Your identity, origin, and purpose in the Dudu universe. Su Lang was condescending, overlooking Lu Tai, who was controlled by illusion and Mingguang, and asked indifferently. For Road Tai, Su Lang is his master at this time, let alone asking questions, he is willing to let him die. Return to the stalwart master. The younger one is named Lu Tai, who is a year old from the universe domain, and an eternal spy of the five universes. On the little one is a heinous hypocrite master named Wang Qian. It was he who sent his young boy to lurch in the next year, spying on information, secretly making arrangements for the invasion of the Dudu universe. There are also some 5 Eternals and a few 6 Eternal powers who enter Dudu universe with the little ones. But the little one doesn't know where those people are, and has no contact with them. Our group of people will not be recalled. We can only pass on information back until the Suiyu Zhouyu army invades Dudu Zhouyu. Quote. Lu Tai said everything he knew in a brainstorm. Sure enough, he is a person from Suiyu universe domain. Then, the 6 Eternal Eternity who previously controlled the Emperor Zaitai Wuxiao Zhou are also theirs. Unexpectedly, Suiyu Zhouyu's movements are so fast that they have penetrated so many powerful people. The underside of Shuning Hall was dignified and looked at Su Lang. If it weren't for Su Lang Taoist, our Dudu Joyu was still trapped in the swamp of the inner fighting, and we would not be able to react until the day of its demise. All videos have ads disabled. YouTube doesn't pay me enough to cover electricity costs. If you are well off, please consider donating via PayPal or becoming a member of this YouTube channel. Thank you.